6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, presumably. And it is a number of convergent holidays, and of course I've been active with the holidays that have just passed. We've got another cluster of holidays, Taiwanese holidays specifically, coming at the end of, the week, which will be just the first weekend of next month, which comes upon us tomorrow, which is, we're going to have this episode transition us into tomorrow, which of course is April Fool's Day, as everyone knows, as, I'll explain the other convergent holidays as well. So let's see if anyone else has joined us besides Aristides and Peter Moon. Looks like Brendan Zogit is registered as active, but he's not active, or at least is not joining us. So we'll check in with him again during roundtable time for a brief amount of time. I do want to get in some monologue, even if George joins us and will be with us for the rest of the night. I'll try and monologue a bit tonight, though I do want to just have a brief roundtable at the very least. And of course, we'll be calling Heather Holman, if she's listening, to join us on the roundtable. And before I give credit to people who have contributed, including her, I do want to check if Peter Moon is registering, which I didn't do the first time I asked him how I was saying.
Let me know if I'm registering.
You are. Okay, you're registering. All right. So both these fine gentlemen are registering. Now let me go to the stream itself. And this will be in my studio, where T-Tank Barry says, God bless all whom support DDD. So Goddess bless you in turn, dear T-Tank. Okay, and hopefully we'll be joined soon by others, and I'm sure we will be. Let's see. T-Tank Barry says, Peter's crystal clear. Okay, Goddess bless you, T-Tank Barry. Here we are, at T-Tank. There we are. And just want everybody to know that I'm fairly exhausted at this point. Been busy, and I'll explain why with the convergent holidays, and I'll explain exactly what happened with my expenses that also blew my fucking mind and had me extraordinarily irritated. We got half a dozen people now. I'm sure more will gather in a second. In the interim, let me give people some credit before I ask our man Aristides to talk to everyone about the usual. And so going to my PayPal account, we have $346.14 in one account. When I transferred that to my bank account, of course, something like approximately $4 is eaten up, and so I calculate that in the transfer. And I do want people to know that we've had some incredible contributions. One incredible woman from London, from England, she contributed £5 I have no idea what that translates into. I mean, I do, but you get what I'm saying. The exact translation of that is whatever. Yeah, what's that?
She apologized for that. She wasn't, thinking when she did it.
Okay.
She wrote to me.
Yeah.
And she actually had a question, but I looked at mine. I don't have any pound sterling, but I have euros in my PayPal account. You can transfer them.
Okay.
You can exchange them. You can get an exchange on them if you look. You can do that.
Okay. And hopefully that will work out. I don't know if that's even calculated into the amount that they're presenting me, but I'll find out.
It'll be a modest 3 or 4% at the most, and it'll just be will just be a transfer. What can I say? I mean, more of a just exchange.
Understood. Thank you. And Heather Holman, Goddess bless her, contributed $240 United States dollars and actually made my rent on the last episode. Now, there was some incidents thereafter that took a chunk out of that, so I'll need to fundraise. We're going to drive for a final 70 United States dollars to make my rent now. She made the rent. Credit to her for that. She sent a beautiful poem, which I published in summary of tonight's show. So if you take a look at the show summary, open up the text, you will see the poem she wrote. I had shared that with Peter Moon, but I had neglected to restructure it into its poem form, which I actually had to do because the only way that I got her poem was through PayPal, and they destructured it. They put it together like it was a paragraph. But due to the capital letters that she used in the various spaces, as in a proper poem, I was able to decode that and was able to reconstruct it in a proper poetic format. Can't even get that out. And so there we have that. And so do appreciate that because she worked on it for many years. Zahir Glass said, support. Thank you for sharing on YouTube with 20 United States dollars contributed. Those were the latest contributions in the production account, or rather into the personal account, which is deeply appreciated. And so what I'm going to do now is go back to the production account, see if I can go back to the production account. And I had it open just a while ago, but may have to re-enter. So now I'm like pissed because that got cut off, and I'll have to re-enter that later. So I'll give credit to those people later. But that one of them was Samuel Romero, who contributed $250 United States dollars and said, I hope that this reaches you in time for rent, which at that point it was beyond rent. It helped, would have helped carry me through the following 3 days. Afterwards until the check deposits on the 3rd. More like 48 hours because, it'll deposit on the 3rd and by tomorrow it'll be like 2 days left. But at any rate, whatever the new comment is that I'm giving notifications on, I'll have to check what that is later. But there was some wonderful lady who I must credit. Now, I think her name is, it wasn't Brooke Hagberg, it was some other lady. So let's take a look at our PayPal account, because I do remember that much. Notification of donation received. Let's see if that gives me something besides Sammy. And let's check into the other account that I have here and look up PayPal, of course, and see what this young lady's name was. And here we are. KP, of course, sent 30 United States dollars. So credit to him. He said, mighty DDD, keep on trucking. And with that, of course, we have, let's see now, funny notification here that I'll share perhaps later because it's, I'm sorry, it's just one of those things that I think people would find morbidly entertaining. Other donations received, let's take a look. $20 from Sophie Hop. That's who she was. 20 United States dollars from Sophie Hop. Same last name as Arthur Hop, the artist. So I don't know if she's related to him, the great artist, the great American artist, but she lives in Australia. And so she sent 20 United States dollars from Australia. God bless her. So with that, I'm going to tell people just briefly what happened and also just give them a brief update on the Convergent holidays. In the meantime, in the chat, Eric Cradle says, hey, Doug. Hello, Eric Cradle. Six Sad World says, sounds great, Team D. Thank you so much, Six Sad World. T-Take Berry says, loud and clear from Shasta County. And Sheila Gavin says, yes, sounds great. Heart greetings to Douglas, Peter, and all Team Triple D. Thank you so much, honey. So while I'm sending her kisses, why don't you come on for a second, Aristides, and tell everybody who's with us about how best to help us with those upvotes.
Sure. Okay. Well, I just got in from visiting some family and fired up my computer. Oh,
are they okay?
I opened up my YouTube.
No, I mean, your family. Are your family okay?
Yeah. Good time to visit. Don't seem enough as it is, so it's a good day to visit, right?
Yeah.
I'm always signed into YouTube. So you should sign in if you have an account, and you should make an account if you don't have one. But once you make an account, you can give an upvote with that primary account, and you could make other, they call them channels, they're sub channels or sub accounts of your main account without an additional password, etc. And those can also provide an upvote, so you can do multiple upvotes even from the same machine or device that you're on.
Excellent, wonderful. Any other thoughts on that, Aristides?
On that,
or anything else?
And that is in the upper right corner. There's all the setting stuff, and it's under Switch account. If if you're in your YouTube, you go to switch account and all those options are there.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And what a wonderful voice. And so now that we have that out of the way, I'll show people what happened was, of all things, I had to go to the optometrist. And I basically do wear prescription glasses. They're this very minor prescription due to an extraordinarily severe head injury that led to, at one point, hairline fractures in my skull that seem to have miraculously healed over time. But again, that's probably the nanoplasma. We can only speculate, the vampire genes. None of these things are like in a film where they happen in sight or where you can see it. But they have been confirmed over passage of time and over years. The remarkable thing is that one of my eyes has been thrown just a little bit off in terms of a focus. So I do wear prescription lenses for that, and I almost never wear those glasses, but I do wear them, and they actually feel distinctively different to me in terms of the sight, in terms of my vision, and it's for distance. So for that reason, you almost never see me wear them. And I have a few different pairs, of course. Over years, I've collected them because my insurance covered me through Kaiser, which I may soon renounce that insurance because I can thereafter go back to UCSF Dental. As it is, I've been forced to try and get a new dentist through Delta Dental. I have not yet seen them because I can't see them until May when the first appointments were available. This is just fucking bullshit. So I definitely am trying to just use up the last of the insurance before I can transfer back into UCSF Dental thereafter, and thereafter, as a result, I'll sacrifice my eyeball insurance for glasses and stuff like that. So it's like I can still see the optometrist or the eye doctor, the ophthalmologist, but I will not be able to get the free ride or the insurance coverage on anything they prescribe anymore. I would have to buy that from private clinics. Or I could buy it from the same clinic at Kaiser, but they seem to offer less and less anyway at the Kaiser's own clinic. So fuck it, I may as well go just to different clinics in San Francisco or have someone else do something for me online through the doctor's prescription, because I've never done this before, order prescription glasses or anything like that online. But, that's a problem for the future. So hopefully at that point I'll find some adult supervision in that regard. Other things I would sacrifice would be the Silver and Fit program, which would mean free passage to a gym. But let's be honest, I don't think I'd be using it. My gang brother Beaver tried using that, and he just thought he went in with this chick who was gorgeous. She worked in the adult entertainment industry in the past. She was I can't remember her name, but she was a friend of Beaver's, and she worked as a bartender at different times. And I do remember meeting her on Halloween, and she was dressed as an angel with a broken arm, a fallen angel, get it? So, but she was with Beaver in this Silver and Fit program. He got her in as like a partner, or maybe it wasn't Silver and Fit. He got her in as a partner so they could get in at a discount if you went in as a couple. And then when he was trying to work out, black African American trainer said, "Hey, your partner, what's her name?" And he's like, what? And then he was so taken aback, he actually told him. At which point, the black African American physical trainer, the PT, he just starts macking on this chick. I mean, that's like the level of professionalism you get in these places, at which point Beaver and the young lady stopped attending. So, God knows, it may not be worth it to try and take advantage of Silver and Fit anyway, because, in these various gyms, you're going to meet people like this. And so a lot of people are just there for the meat market. So that being said, I'd be sacrificing a few other things, but I can't even remember what they were. They seemed insignificant to me. So I got that going, but here was the kicker and how it immediately affects us. when I went to the optometrist, I had to take a cab. I found out the hard way. My paratransit had run out of money that was in the card, which I thought it was just loaded, and it felt like I had overloaded it, and I had to pay for the cab ride, which was $12 right there. At least, no, more like 14. Actually, it was 15 because they had to get him to break $100 bill, and it was not worth his time to break $100 bill unless I asked for $85 back and gave him $15. So there was so I had to give him like a hell of a tip. It's not outrageous, but it was like the only way to break 100 and justify his doing so, which I was lucky that he did that. Most of the time when I try to ask cab drivers if you can break 100, they truly, literally get physically violent. They literally try and assault you, either to try to steal the $100, or they make this claim that they're vulnerable and they're not small change stores on wheels, and that you're endangering their lives, quote unquote, by trying to give them 100, because then they have to reach into their pocket and get change to give it to you. And this is how people usually finagle them into putting themselves in a vulnerable position before knocking them out and taking their money. It's like,
sounds like he should just be stunned or shot.
Yes, thank you.
Like what? Who the hell cares? You're just a cab driver. This is San Francisco. I'm serious. It's like.
Thank you. I
mean, I can see their point.
Yeah.
But it's like, this is like, I don't know what to describe it. It's like Mad Max or something.
No, it's true. It's at the point where it's whatever they're looking for. They're not looking for rides. I mean, I can't understand how they make a living with that kind of attitude. They don't. The funny thing is too, though, they used to bitch about paratransit. I've only had one driver bitch about it since I got the paratransit card myself. But when I was like sliding it through the machine, he was like, "Oh, they give those to anybody now?" And I'm like thinking, why would you care? It's fucking money in your pocket. Why do you fucking care whether I'm faking it or whether I forged it? If it's working and you're getting money into your account, why do you fucking care? This is how insane they are. But yeah, it's they don't seem to want the paratransit because they would bitch about that. Yeah, if you try to hand them money, they bitch about that too. So you're at a loss for what the fuck they want. They certainly don't seem to prefer credit, because when you use credit cards, they always say, "Don't you have cash?" So it's like, you can't win. But yeah, that being vented, that being cathartic, then once I was in the optometrist's office, which was completely empty because it was raining fucking cats and dogs and everybody had canceled, I told the guy who was kind enough at the desk, I said, "I know it's rude, but I need to call paratransit." He said, "Oh, I don't care. There's nobody here." And so I called paratransit. Of course, I asked for all my private info, birthday and everything. So he busied himself when another guy came in and they were speaking. So they weren't exactly getting all my private information. But when I spoke to the lady at paratransit, she said, "Well, you took a lot of cab rides, more than you realized, and she said apparently you paid in cash for your last ride because you went down to zero." I just agreed with her. I don't know how she concluded that, but that's not my memory of it. But at any rate, she said, "Do you want to load up for the next 2 months?" And I was so frustrated with what had happened. I said yes. And so she took $40. And so that loads it up. It's $20 for each month. And that loaded it up for 2 months with orders of magnitude beyond that. Something like 10 times that amount for the cabs. And so that taken care of, then I had to conduct a supply run of water, Coke, and beer. And I don't care what anybody says. As far as I'm concerned, those are all necessities to me. The Coca-Cola is my coffee. The beer is just another form of, I think, to me, it's just like something that's a staple. So I just don't look upon that as something that's indulgent. That and the water, of course. So because I have no potable water. So by the time I'm done with that, I need another $70 to make the rent. So Heather Holman made it. Now let's see if everyone else can make it. Basically, I need 3 people to contribute 24 United States dollars each, or 2 people to contribute about $35 each, or maybe just one person to contribute $70. But for God's sakes, I need it as soon as possible. I mean, like As soon as this episode is over, I'm going to transfer it into the bank. There's no point in transferring what I've got into the bank until I've got that into the account, because it's all going to be covered by the same transfer charge. Don't want to get transfer charged twice. So I need to get that into the accounts, the PayPal accounts, as soon as possible. So that being said, we've certainly kept Peter Moon waiting, I feel, long enough, and we should transfer over to him immediately. But just a few things I do want to emphasize before we do. I do want people to know that police have confirmed that at least 7 children between the ages of 12 and 17 were critically injured in a shooting in downtown Indianapolis, where a large group was gathered. I don't know anything more about it than that. I do want people to know that this brings something else to mind. The shooting in Moscow, which I did re-examine at length during the time I was teaching the Blood Boys over these last few Convergent holidays. And I can tell you I have come to a conclusion at this point that is definitive. This is going to be my stance on that incident. Basically, that Vladimir Putin, an exemplary cynic, intentionally allowed ISIS-K's horrific attack at the Crocus City Hall concert venue to happen so that he can capitalize on the carnage. To reiterate, Vladimir Putin, the epitome of pathological cynicism, definitively allowed the attack on the Crocus City Hall concert venue to take its place so that he could use it to push mass mobilization, strengthen domestic support for the war in Ukraine, and make its opposition to his regime even more difficult. Like ISIS itself, Putin's aggression can only be seen as enduring and expanding. And a few other things to bring up. These are exciting times. And as the race to save America heats up, President Joe Biden's approval ratings have been improving since his fiery State of the Union speech. As I predicted, at the same time, the Republican Party cannot seem to stop their infighting, just as the Democrats have theirs, even as Donald Trump's takeover seems to be complete. Basically, the March 2024 national poll came out as Trump 45%, Biden 45%. Technically, Trump leads Biden 46.5% to 45.5% per the latest average, the last time they were that close being January 12th. But the Biden bump is real, with the president gaining on Trump in 6 battleground states. The only reason that this is even relevant, well, it's relevant in all so many ways, but Biden is cool with Transgender Day of Visibility happening to fall on Easter. But the Republicans are freaking out. The Trump campaign has blasted Biden for recognizing the Transgender Day of Visibility on Easter Sunday, but Visibility Day always falls on March 31st. To wit, although Transgender Day of Visibility falls on March 31st every year, as it did throughout all 4 years of Trump's time in office, this year is especially upsetting for bigots. Now, the one last thing to emphasize, and it's important, and I'll probably go into more details during monologue, but before I turn it over to Peter Moon, I do want people to know something big is going down that concluded just as we started this transmission, at least theoretically. And it's the crises that could bring down Benjamin Netanyahu. This Sunday today, Israel has been scheduled for a political crisis. At midnight, Israel time, on All Fool's Day, as dated April 1st, the Zionist government will hit a deadline for changing its policy on the military draft. The IDF, the Israel Defense Forces, will then be required to send conscription notices to roughly 66,000 ultra-Orthodox men who had previously been exempted by law, carving out special privileges for students at yeshivot, or religious academies. Now, this might sound like an obscure internal Israeli political fight, but it actually has the potential to alter the entire trajectory of the Israeli genocide against the Palestinians. It is the Gaza Holocaust. The conscription issue splits Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government apart at the seams. Netanyahu depends on ultra-Orthodox parties for his parliamentary majority. If he permits mass conscription of yeshiva students, they'll abandon him. But if he gives the ultra-Orthodox what they want, he'll run afoul of key members of his own right-wing Likud party, potentially prompting their defections. Now, these scenarios both end the same way, with the collapse of Netanyahu's governing coalition and new elections, which Likud would, per every poll, lose by a wide margin. Netanyahu's defeat would almost certainly usher his more centrist rival, Benny Gantz, into power. And while some of Gantz's policies toward the war and the Palestinians would look the same, they would likely differ on some critical issues, including the all-important questions of Gaza's political future and Palestinian state. Of course, potential changes, that's just that, potential. There are many ways this scenario for real change could go awry. Netanyahu understands he is facing a major threat, and he is working overtime to come up with a solution that could postpone or even avoid the draft crisis. Even if the draft begins, it would likely be some time before it would trigger elections, creating time for polls to shift. And even if Netanyahu fails, well, even if Netanyahu ultimately falls, there's no guarantee that Gantz, a pragmatic hawk by disposition, would implement major changes to Israel's current policy. But nonetheless, it's clear that this issue is more of an existential threat to Netanyahu's continued time in office than anything else since October 7th. Given that Netanyahu's government is one of the biggest barriers blocking the path to a true solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, this is no small thing. And it was supposed to come to a head at 6 p.m. as soon as I started transmission with Peter and Aristides. So just allow me a few more moments to explain the riddling issue of ultra-Orthodox conscription. In Israel's fractured multi-party system, no one party ever commands a majority of the seats in the Knesset, their legislature. Netanyahu's right-wing Likud party holds a plurality, but it needs support from smaller parties to form its current majority. These smaller parties come in two rancidly bitter flavors, the extreme nationalist right and the ultra-Orthodox. While both types of parties are religious and socially conservative, they differ sharply in their policy priorities. Far-right nationalists' primary concern is enshrining indefinite Israeli Jewish control over all the land between the Jordan River and Mediterranean Sea. Ultra-Orthodox parties, by contrast, care primarily about preserving and expanding the special rights and privileges the Israeli state accords to the ultra-Orthodox community. And of these rights, none is more important than the yeshiva exemption from the military draft. Ultra-Orthodox Jews believe that the best and most important thing a man can do is study scripture. For this reason, roughly half of all ultra-Orthodox men do no paid work, ever, in their entire lives, depending completely on government support and charity, meaning fund drives on television late at night in America to survive. Now, military service in particular gets in the way of studying at a yeshiva, disrupting the traditional life of an ultra-Orthodox man. But exempting yeshiva students from military service has long struck other Israelis as deeply unfair. Why do their children have to serve, putting their lives on the line and future plans on hold, while the ultra-Orthodox just sit and study? Why is attending university or entering the workplace less important than attending yeshiva? Well, over the course of decades, Israeli governments have repeatedly attempted to reach some sort of policy compromise that would balance the demands of the ultra-Orthodox with the rest of Israel's plea for equality of burden. Again and again, the Israeli Supreme Court has found that these balancing acts unfairly privilege the ultra-Orthodox over all other citizens, forcing the ruling government to go back to the legislative drawing board. Most recently, the court set an April Fool's Day deadline for conscription to begin. Politically, the timing could scarcely be worse. After October 7th, and in the midst of a full-scale war, well, genocide, Israeli opposition to the ultra-Orthodox exemption has hit historic highs. Netanyahu is caught between a key coalition partner and most other Israelis, a tension that needed to be resolved somehow by 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time this Sunday, hours before I settled in to host this transmission. So we'll get into later during monologue how this crisis might lead to Netanyahu's fall in greater detail. But now to Peter Moon. From there, take it away, dear Peter.
Well, it says here 2 hours ago, Netanyahu in excellent health after hernia surgery, hospital says. So whatever was going on with him politically, he was in a, and you said 6 p.m. I don't know what time zone that was.
Eastern Daylight Time, your time, 6 p.m. your time.
Okay, well, 26 minutes ago, okay, here's 26 minutes ago, 19 minutes ago, Israelis staged largest protest since war began to increase pressure on Netanyahu. Tens of thousands of Israelis thronged central Jerusalem on Sunday in the largest anti-government protest since the country went to war in October. Protesters urged the government to reach a ceasefire deal to free dozens of hostages held in Gaza by Hamas militants and to hold early elections. Israeli society was broadly united immediately after October 7th, when Hamas killed some 1,200 people during a cross-border attack and took 250 others hostage. Nearly 6 months of conflict have renewed divisions over the leadership of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, though the country remains largely in favor of the war. Netanyahu has vowed to destroy Hamas and bring all the hostages home, yet those goals have been elusive. While Hamas has suffered heavy losses, it remains intact. Roughly half the hostages in Gaza were released during a week-long ceasefire in November, but attempts by international mediators to bring home the remaining hostages have failed. Talks resumed on Sunday with no signs that a breakthrough was imminent. This is just recycled old news. It says hostages' families believe time is running out and they are getting more vocal about their displeasure with Netanyahu. This is a bunch of crap as far as an article goes. It's just recycled news.
It's true.
It's there's no news there.
Thank you.
Which is, it's certainly.
It shows you how serious the situation is. Basically, I think his stress drove him into the hospital, probably with, they say hernia, but with that idiot, it's, well, I guess it's all the weight he was carrying. But go on, Peter. Yes, you're very.
It says that he's giving the finger to Biden, which I think he has a lot of, fellow people giving the finger to Biden. This is all about his hernia surgery. Whatever issue you're talking about seems to be just that there were a lot of protests. That's really all we're getting. And here it is. This is 4 hours ago. No, actually, embattled Netanyahu claims whole world is ganging up on Israel, forgets October 7th. I think they are ganging up on Israel. But I want to say something else. In the last, some real unfortunate soul in our last broadcast, his or her name is Cultivated Image.
Yes.
And out of nowhere, it says, Peter Moon has defended Israel several times. I don't know that I've ever defended it.
Yeah, I don't understand where he gets that. Oh my God. It's not that you attack Israel, but you certainly have not defended it. You tried to maintain a detachment. If anything, I will say this, Peter has been very much expressive of the fact that Israel has put itself in an untenable position. So please, Peter, I mean,
I've not been defensive. What my point of it is Cultivated Image is cultivating an image of deception. And it sounds like they are trying to, somehow pit me as pro-Israeli or anti-Palestinian, which I'm rooting for the human beings,
Yes.
not the factionalized terrorism that goes on, self-defense. Like both sides claim it's self-defense, and in the case of Palestine, I don't dispute that.
Thank you. Which already is saying quite a bit. That's already taking a stance that many people would recoil at viscerally and say, you must be a Judeophobe to even say that. I mean, that's how.
And of course, Israel considers that it's in self-defense because they have a attack that they can, sink their teeth into.
Yes.
So they were attacked by Hamas or by a group that purports to be Hamas. Or
Thank
whatever.
you. Thank you.
Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows? I don't. It's the people stirring up the trouble are the troublemakers, and it all feeds back, back to the. It's like human beings want to get along. It's like who profits off of this, and Netanyahu or the Netanyahu side has a tremendous amount of money behind it.
Yes.
But this is a surly subject for Easter.
Yes.
And I said that if I was in the mood, I would talk about Easter.
Yes.
And I'm not really in the mood. But, Easter is never, a holiday I really enjoyed, except when I was a kid, getting Easter basket and stuff like that. But it's, but the thing is, I think the most greatest illogic of Easter is, at least to me, is that Christ is crucified on a Friday, and then he's supposed to spend 3 days in hell.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 days, raised 3 days later, and I always had trouble counting. Maybe there's an etheric day there, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Sunday. Why did they choose Sunday? The Jews had Saturday. I guess they couldn't take Saturday. I don't know, and that always puzzled me. And of course, the resurrection. What's really interesting about the resurrection, as an existential phenomena, is the whole point of it. See, and I listened to some Christian minister talking about not enough emphasis is put on the resurrection. It's kind of, they're kind of dismissive about it, and even saying a high percentage of Christians don't even believe in the resurrection. They believe in Christ, but not the resurrection. Well, that seems oxymoronic. Christ is good. He's good. But you cannot do this. With the whole point of it, seems to me, is that it's a lesson that life in this physical plane is not permanent, is temporal, and that it is, you can overcome physical death. But what's ironic about that is that if Christ can overcome physical death, he's conquered death. There's nowhere that I'm aware of that you conquer physical death yourself in terms of resurrecting a dead body, being what could be called a zombie. You can't be a zombie. You can get eternal life spiritually by going to heaven. That's not what Christ, Christ came back in a body. You can't do that in Christianity that I know of. I suppose you could have a miracle. Miracles can do anything. But the point of it is that he conquered death. He proved that he conquered death. He could overcome the physical world. But that's not what Christians are offered. Christians are offered salvation, eternity in heaven, by believing that, he could do this and that he could forgive them. And this was just a demonstration, sort of a, inducement to accept a viewpoint, accept him as your savior. He saved you. And then, what happens if a fireman, comes into the house and saves you, literally saves your life? How do you feel towards the fireman? You appreciate him. You don't necessarily worship him. You don't necessarily believe in him. You might believe in him, you have a lot of faith in him, and a lot of love, but you don't necessarily consider him a god. However, he did serve the role of God in terms of saving your life, in a sense. So, the Easter, but the major key point of it all, and this very much aligns to what Douglas represents, is this bridge between the physical world and the non-physical world. And that's what Christ represents. He demonstrates this in the resurrection. And he also is basically saying, I'm your spiritual big brother. I can lift you up and, keep you in eternal freedom with the rest of the flock. We have one happy egregore. An egregore being an aggregate of energy. And in this case, it would be happy angels. Or I don't think you become an angel, but you become a member of heaven.
You experience beatitude. Theoretically.
How do you define beatitude? Blessing? How do you define it?
Yeah, well, the way that most Christians probably think about it is floating around on clouds, surrounding God, like planetoids in orbit of a sun or something of that nature. It doesn't sound very exciting, which is why there's an argument for reincarnation.
Blessedness is how it's defined.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it says a beatitude is any of the blessings said by Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount to describe the blessedness of those who have certain qualities or experiences. It's a blessing. So, you're blessed. Well, it's a state of utmost bliss. That can be looked at a couple of ways. A blessing is, in my opinion, a positive experience. When Marina Sarin says she is sex positive, that means she's experiencing blessings in her sexuality.
Yes.
That's not necessarily the case with all people. Sexual experiences can excite great recoils in individuals.
Yes.
And so it's a different cup of tea for everybody, and it can also be a different cup of tea at different times in your life. So in the Hasidic tradition, you don't have sex for pleasure. You have it for procreation. And the pleasure has to be reduced to the irreducible minimum for procreation.
Yeah, and these are the reactionaries that support Netanyahu and keep him in power.
Well, the situation, and then you have situation with certain rabbis who will advocate that tradition, and then they will found to be, fall short of it from their own human frailties.
Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's other stories of that. And anywhere you have human beings, you're going to be, they're going to fall short of the goals of whatever religion it is, whether it's Judaism, Christianity, or anything else. And then from, what I've been told in the Muslim culture, it's like so much of the head of the mullahs are hidden gay, people. They're hidden.
Yeah.
And there's, I guess, what you would call a diversion from what might be considered purity or innocence. A diversion when you have your leaders purporting or having the public thinking they're one way when they're really another way. This is leadership, which is, you put forth a front to placate the public, and then you go about your business. Whether your business is conniving or depraved is another issue. Even if it's not, you still put up a public front so as to placate your audience. This is the nature of public relations. It's not necessarily, no CEO or any leader wants their backdoor politics and backdoor negotiations to be open to public view. It doesn't make any sense. And of course, if there's depravity involved, it's quite a problem. So, getting, back to what I was saying is, we're talking about a conduit between the physical world and the non-physical world, with the implication that by contacting the non-physical world, you can reach a noose sphere. I'm using that word loosely. Noose sphere of the spiritual world that can affect what's going on in the physical world. And in the physical world, you have to have a brain and, arms and legs and hands and all that to push buttons or move machinery to do something. In the non-physical world, the implication is, in the new sphere, you can affect something that might be a bolt of lightning, that might affect the elements, that might cause a statue to cry. Like, where you can manifest physical matter through one of the elements to actually impinge upon the material universe and make an impression on the consciousness and living experience of people living in this world. And I think what's interesting is, in the story of Christianity and in the story of many others, there's this idea that I think the Messiah concept, not necessarily reduced to just Christianity, but the idea of a Messiah, which means deliverer, is somebody who can bring the good news that you can have a steady bridge in between this world and the other world. It's like, I'm trying to think, well, if we go back to the days of Columbus, they can take ships to America, and then they can take ships back, and then there becomes all this trade that develops slowly but surely, and a colonization of the world. Can you imagine heaven or another dimension being colonized by people from the Earth, you'd have a repetition of, what happened in America. They'd want to subjugate all the indigenous fourth dimensionals. Now you know why the Greys are so pissed off.
Maybe that's what they're doing here, is what some people would argue. Of course, we would.
That's why they don't show themselves.
Yes, yeah, or show themselves. Yes.
But, but there's this big, aha, this is the truth. We can go from this world to another. It's possible. It's ordained, I believe. And then it degenerates into a religious control mechanism. This is not to diminish, the glory and greatness of being able to do such a thing. But what is so glorious and great about it? This becomes a very interesting rhetorical, existential, and theological question. What is so great about being able to step between the pearly gates and, bang your hands on your chest like a gorilla? Well, of course, this is really, that's what people, when they go to achieve something, and this is completely antithetical to the Tao, which is, you don't do something by achieving it. I passed through the Hunan Gate. Look at me, how great I am. Of course, the Hunan Gate is where Lao Tse passed through into eternity. It's an actual place, and you see many restaurants called the Hunan Gates. The Hunan Gate, Chinese restaurants called the Hunan Gate, or the Hunan.
Yes.
And this is akin to, a Christian restaurant calling itself the Pearly Gates. Just like in the deli I saw in I think it was Centereach, in the Jewish section of Long Island, the King David Deli.
Cool.
The King David Deli. I was with this Jewish girl at the time. I said, that's like calling it, a deli, the Jesus Christ Deli. She thought that was so funny.
Either Jesus Christ or the Pearly Gates. That could be a franchise somebody should work on for some kind of hamburger. Oh.
Well, yeah, it's like the Hunan Gate. It's like, commercialization of, and I never knew what a Hunan Gate was until I met somebody who'd been to the Hunan Gate. I didn't even know it existed. I didn't know it was a location. And I was very interested but I've lost touch with her. I could probably pick her up, but I don't have time to go to the Hunan Gate. Now I don't even want to go into China right now.
No. There was a time when I would have been fine with people going to China and said, God, that, nice place to visit. Those days are over. Xi Jinping was the kiss of death. Go on.
I hear from my friend Nicole. She's still in China.
Yes.
And she seems to get on well there.
Yeah.
She has a role she seems to be happy in, teaching Chinese people. They love her.
Yeah. And that's fine. It's the problem is because they're so capricious about letting you out. Hopefully things work out well for her if she ever tries to leave. Yeah.
She's been to Romania twice in the last year.
Yes, that's cool.
And maybe see her again. I mean, there was a point when they had problems, and they have their problems. I think part of China runs kind of normal, but I think that part might be less than it used to.
Yes.
But it's like, what part runs on normal? Because you have to run normal to a certain extent. I'm sure there's even normal situations and deliveries occurring in Ukraine, and it's but it's like a compromise normal.
Yes.
It's So it's in wherever she is, and there's so many people in China. It's like,
Yes.
how can you keep track of all of them,
Yeah.
or whatever?
Yeah.
So, but to get back to this conduit between the physical and the non-physical, this is the whole juxtaposition of where we are as living, breathing human beings. It's certainly what excited people into Scientology. Like, wow, you can get to a point where you can control matter, energy, space, and time. And of course, New Age spirituality, or many forms of Buddhism or Taoism, which all link to the martial arts. And the three martial arts are, exhibiting force, exhibiting action through non-action. It's a quantum effect. It's the mind. It's the mind affecting the physical plane. And in martial arts, there's a certain, I guess what you'd call modality that would go along the lines of the energy channels of the body, and it would be mysterious and secret, but it would follow sort of a natural flow of energy. But but it's not to say that you couldn't be shooting lightning balls at your opponent. That's just very high level. But this whole idea of being able to affect the physical plane through non-conventional matter. In Christianity, it's accompanied by a sort of bending the knee to a higher power that is identified by certain parameters that would completely violate the description of the Tao. The Tao that can be named is not the true Tao. Therefore, the God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost that can be named is not the true Tao. Is also not the true Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. So it's like when you start to name and identify, then you begin to reduce it into a material concept. And this is the whole problem. There's a phrase in Latin, reductio ad absurdum, reducing something to the absurd, level.
Yes.
And this is what the physical universe is already. It's been reduced to the lowest common denominator of physical matter. It's like if God, and I don't mean to endorse the Big Bang Theory, but if you think of a Big Bang as an explosion, as an expression of a spontaneous explosion from the mind of God, the stellar mind of stars, and it explodes and it reduces to the lowest common denominator. It's like spread out all over the universe. And then it has to pick itself back up again and say, okay, what's this? Or if like, you landed on a planet like Charlton Heston in Planet of the Apes, the original movie, and you're kind of sitting there, okay, where am I? Where the hell am I?
Yes.
Well, they've gone through time. They've landed on planet Earth, but they think it's in the future, and the apes have taken over. It's like you don't know where you are, and you're finding out where you are, and in the case of that, he's he's exploring, but he goes into the future and he finds out that the future is screwed up. And of course, he's eventually, the atomic bomb has done everybody in.
Yes.
And, that's a very dystopian situation. And so this going into the other world is what it all comes down to.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you want to go into the other world for? And I say in a regular life, most people are trying to comfortably pay the rent and take care of their children, take care of their business, prepare for their retirement. I mean, just live.
Yes.
Fight off illness. And so, as L. Ron Hubbard said, the common denominator of life is to survive.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not completely wrong with that. And then once you survive, and you become a millionaire or a billionaire, and you've kind of got that part down. And as the guy who, I saw him on TV, the guy who did Airbnb, he's a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
He was saying how incredibly lonely he was.
Jesus Christ.
And what he was saying, like he made a fortune. It just kind of like, wow, it expanded. He harnessed the energy. He did it. He became a billionaire. But he said, and then COVID really cinched the loneliness. So it's like, he said, there are a lot of people online who are very lonely. And it's very common in life, especially in the internet age, to be lonely. I think it can reinforce your loneliness if you're communicating with people that you don't know, you see.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a context. It's just, I'll never forget what my sister told me about my parents.
Mm-hmm.
They met on a blind date.
Wow.
And he said, and she says, I just think Mom and Dad were two lonely people. We got put together.
Wow.
And I said, yeah, I can see that. But what's special about that, though, was we're on vacation
Mm-hmm.
in San Diego, with my father's hometown, and at Mission Bay, which is really touristed up now. It was always a tourist spot, but it's like walking in a grade away from Disneyland almost now. But we were in a motel or hotel. It was a nice place, I guess, and I'm walking into the restaurant. I don't know why I'm walking in the restaurant. Probably 13 or 14 years old, and I see, my dad's friend sitting at this thing there, and I tell him, this is the guy who introduced my parents.
Wow.
And I said, hey, Dad, I saw Bud. And he called up Bud, and he says, yeah, that was him. Yeah, it was him. So we got together.
Mm-hmm.
Families got together. As wasn't the first time. So I recognized him because he used to come to the house.
Huh.
And, but I'm saying it's like two lonely people get together. They, and he put my parents together.
That's
so
incredible.
It's very ironic that I ran into him. And then...
Yeah, in a sense, he was kind of like your godfather.
in a weird way he was.
Wow.
And
The very name
you know,
Bud is unusual. Could you explain that? I mean, very few people are named Bud.
well, what was his real name? It's probably George, but
Okay.
I don't know. But he took me with my dad. He took me to La Jolla Cove, that's where I got my first snorkeling.
Wow. Holy
That
shit.
was incredible. It's like you go under and you see the incredible La Jolla Coves, and he taught us you don't go at certain times of the tides, otherwise you get scratched up against the caves.
Yeah.
So when my daughter's friend said she went, snorkeling there, I said, yeah. You got scratched up, didn't you? She goes, yeah, how did you know?
Wow.
Because you got to go at certain times. He took us during the right time.
Okay.
But also on that trip, it was very weird. We went on one of the first hydrofoils. They had a hydrofoil.
That's right. You're very fortunate to have ridden one. They don't have those anymore.
They used to have one. I'd see it every day from Gibraltar to Tangier.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
The hydrofoil come across every day. I never got on it, but it would zoom, zoom.
Yeah.
And so then we're walking back from the hydrofoil, and we see Barry Goldwater. He's sitting there on his boat, his yacht.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's not far from Tucson, Tucson or Phoenix, wherever the hell he lived.
Mm-hmm.
It was a short plane ride, but he had his own yacht. And my father went and got his autograph. I would not go on the boat. I didn't want to be on the boat. But
Hey, how come you didn't want to go on the boat? Was there something?
I don't know. I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't.
Interesting.
What do I want to go see Barry Goldwater for?
Yeah.
What the hell? It's like, I could have been even equally standoffish if it was even a sports idol of mine.
Interesting.
Because I never really wanted to meet sports guys that I liked.
Yeah.
Because what do I want to meet them for?
Well, they say you never really should meet your idols. Yeah. That's what happened.
I didn't want to meet them. What the hell am I going to go up and say? I think you throw a really good touchdown. It's like, and a lot of them, I didn't particularly like as people. I didn't know as people. Like what if you like, some singer?
Yeah.
But what's the, it's like.
You're wise beyond your years.
Actor.
Yeah, you're wise beyond your years at that point. Most people, they just they don't think like that at all. They just.
I don't know. Whatever it was, but what was significant about Barry Goldwater? See, this was I see the guy who put my parents together. This is the red thread of fate.
Yes.
He put the parents together.
Yeah.
I recognize him because he's been in my house enough times. And then it's Barry Goldwater, who's the red thread of fate, who's the Montauk senator.
Yeah.
He's the senator who investigated Montauk.
Yes. Yes.
And it was his nephew who was on the air with Al Bielek back in the day.
Wow.
I think his name was Lenny. I don't know if that was his actual name or it was a pseudonym. But it was, and he had talked about Goldwater was investigating Montauk because he was an Air Force general who was put in his place by Curtis LeMay for asking about UFOs. So,
what exactly happened with that exchange again? The one between LeMay and the other guy.
Well, Goldwater said that he asked because he was I think a general in the Air Force Reserve.
Right.
He had military status, very friendly relations with the Mormon Church, and he asked. He is quoted as saying, "I asked Curtis LeMay," and Curtis LeMay just says, "Don't you ever ask about that." Basically threatened him.
Right.
So he was interested in UFOs.
Interesting.
And of course, my mother was a big Barry Goldwater fan because she was from Arizona.
Right.
So that's so she wasn't there.
Yeah.
And anyway, but I thought it was interesting on that trip that I met those two people that were so fated to my my past. And
Oh, definitely. No, it's quite relevant. And what you say about Curtis LeMay, for all of our listeners, becomes more pronouncedly important in light of our book, The Roswell Deception. So again, if you haven't ordered it or read it, do so. And again, The Roswell Deception, Peter can tell you how to get it, but if you read that book, you'll understand why Curtis LeMay was so threatening to Barry Coldwater when Barry Coldwater asked him about UFOs.
Yeah, and you can get the book at Amazon or Kindle or by skybooks.usa.com.
Yes.
skybooks.usa.com or by Amazon or Kindle. Speaking of UFOs, well, I don't want to digress. It's not unimportant, but they're starting to ramp up the crash line and all this.
Of course.
They're here. It was somebody was talking about all sorts of crashes. I forget who it was, but in any case, it's easy to digress, but I was talking about the connection between the physical and the non-physical. Mm-hmm. And of course, the Montauk Project was every much that, was controlling the mind and emulating the frequency of the mind, so that if you wanted people to think the same thoughts they had when they ate cherry pie, you put the frequency on, all of a sudden they're going to want cherry pie, or whatever it is. Now, this extended from controlling the mind to controlling physical matter, manifesting physical matter, according to the stories, and then actually controlling time itself. But the time was controlled through the mind, and then it's at a point where it controls it objectively. They were exercising what L. Ron Hubbard talked about, but L. Ron Hubbard was talking about by doing it in the privacy of your own mind. Mm-hmm. These people were, and he connected people to electrodes, meaning a skin galvanometer,
yes,
an e-meter.
Yeah.
But these people, they were connecting Duncan Cameron and others to, a whole radar transmitter.
An array, yes.
Yeah, and
Holy shit.
And doing, taking what Hubbard said and or doing what Hubbard said, only amplifying it and doing it for nefarious reasons.
Yes, they weaponized it. In other words, they took Hubbard's technology and they weaponized it.
Yeah, and well, he was already privy to the technology, which he would have learned something of from his government contacts, his Crowley connections.
Yes.
And the way he treated was, this is a very old game. It's nothing new under the sun. What he thought was new was his own ability to see so much beyond the veil and survive that experience, and then capitalize on it. Mm-hmm. And ultimately, what he capitalized on, what he's known for is capitalizing on it economically, although that's not. But he also thought that he had a valid therapy that could help people, and that's what gave it credence. But it's like, it's like, how good can something be? How pure and spiritual can it be, but before it turns into an institution? Mm-hmm. Whether it be the Catholic Church, look what the Catholic Church became. Mm-hmm. And then why are the angels of John Dee so forlorn about the fact that people aren't on board with the Catholic Church? It's like, give me a break. What? Okay.
But by the way, is that what they told John Dee, or is that what somebody later on?
Okay. I'm paraphrasing what this author said, who wrote the writings of John Dee. Okay. They were not happy that people had, digressed or because right there, those were Protestant and Catholic wars.
Right.
John Dee was, under the stewardship of Queen Elizabeth, whose father had broken from the Catholic Church.
Yes. Yes.
So the spatula is making noise.
It's not me. Good God. Let's check and see if one of our friends is on. Okay, he muted. So there we are. Oh, that's taken care of.
Yeah. So, good to know somebody's there.
It's important that he is. He uses his cell phone. Yeah,
it's all right.
Yeah.
So, no, but it seemed to be going on long enough to where it required some attention. It wasn't just
understood. Yes. Yeah, what happens is he'll press the wrong button on the cell phone, because these cell phones, they're so small, and I'm surprised that we can work them at all. But yeah, and every once in a while we'll press I butt dialed and somehow arranged through butt dialing an entire group conversation on my cell phone several weeks back, and that was because I left it on while it was in my pocket. So yeah, so he's moving, and then sometimes it goes on, and then you hear it. But like you said, he's got it under control. And,
well, exactly. And it's interesting. It requires a lot of patience to push buttons, know which buttons to push.
Oh God, yeah.
On a cell phone.
Oh, it sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was, just before we went on, I was trying to make a contribution at the end of the quarter to my 401k.
Yes.
Never made a contribution to it before, and I couldn't do it. I had to call somebody.
Oh shit.
He says, "Well, I'll see." He must have had me on hold for 20 minutes trying to figure out how to tell me how to do it.
Oh,
How do you make a contribution? Well, okay, go to this. You send it in, and he gave me show me where to get the address to send it in. You have to set up an account in the institution. Like I couldn't wire it from, Citibank to Charles Schwab I do have a Citibank account, but why can't I? Maybe it's weird.
Yeah, it certainly is. But by the way, I obviously I'm pretty ignorant of this sort of thing myself. But my understanding was that 401ks were people who worked in corporations generally. And how did you wind up with the one?
I work for a corporation.
Oh, okay. Point well taken.
I own the corporation.
Yes, yes, that's right.
Yeah. So.
Got it.
I set that up, and it wasn't all that easy. You got to get on the phone with people, and they got to send you all this crap, and it's a lot of machinations.
Damn, is it even worth the investment of time and energy? I mean, forget the money.
I will tell you this, for anybody who's doing this, and it would apply to an S corporation, which is for individuals. But the thing is, with an S corporation, and if you're going to set up a 401k, any money, like say if I put $1,000 into that 401k, I'm going to have to pay FICA, which means Medicare and Social Security taxes, on that $1,000 from my corporation. I don't have to pay it as an individual. But understand this. So if you, say, are working for a company and they do matching 401k contributions. So say you earn just arbitrarily $50,000 a year. And you put 5,000 of that into a 401k, and the company matches that 5,000. The company will pay the full FICA tax, whereas you'll pay FICA tax on your 50,000, or that 5,000 of that 50. On the matching funds, the company will pay it. You don't pay it. So that's good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But if you own the corporation is paying that FICA tax. So you're being taxed on it, so sometimes it's not worth it because you're not having to pay tax on that money that goes into the 401k until which time you withdraw it. Then you'll pay regular tax on it. Mm-hmm. So it's a mixed bag.
Wow.
It all depends on how much you make, etc.
Man, the complication of it would be enough to deter me from even bothering to go further.
This is the problem and the challenge. This is why people choose to be or are working stiffs.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to worry about this stuff. Mm-hmm. And it's highly complicated. And I even saw, they've now made these new tax laws. I was reading, what was it? I was reading the chats on them. It was this, they announced the IRS has done, it has to do with inheritance tax. Mm-hmm. And somebody was saying, I don't understand this. And somebody who seemed to know what they were talking about, exactly. He says, the IRS makes it so complicated that you don't understand it. And they don't understand. Or it was what my friend Stephanie pointed out to me. She says, oh yeah, these tax laws are written by people who don't understand what they're doing. So they just start, give them a job and start writing.
Jesus.
It's like, it's insane. And you have to negotiate the world. Now, I had met one of the guys I used to play football with. He passed away. He was a IRS accountant, and I went an IRS agent. He wasn't an accountant, he was an agent. And he told me that he would meet with the accountants of a very rich person. He didn't tell me who that rich person was. I got the impression it was Donald Trump or somebody of that ilk. But he wouldn't say. And he said that they would take him out to a very expensive lunch and talk to him. And for every issue he'd bring up, they'd have very complicated counter arguments. It was even hard for him to follow.
Interesting.
So and his boss finally told him, he says, don't bother this guy because for all the time and effort you're going to spend to get money out of him, you're going to be better off going after, Bill's taco stand or something. Because you can engage them in legalities. But a certified public accountant is liable if he misrepresents you. In other words, if you have the difference between an accountant and a CPA, a certified public accountant, is the certified public accountant is liable. He cannot sign his name if his accounting is not accurate.
Incredible.
So
yeah.
That's why you have a CPA. They're very expensive.
Yeah.
So, but anybody can be an accountant.
Right. That's right. That's just a bookkeeper, a glorified bookkeeper. Yes.
Is a glorified bookkeeper, yeah. But accountants specialize in knowing the laws and all of this stuff, and it's very confusing. And if you're vulnerable in these areas, good luck. That's where they got Al Capone.
Yes.
He actually kept books.
Yes.
But he could have beat that had he known the law better, or had his attorneys known the law better.
Yes.
Because income tax wasn't technically legal, and it was a lot easier to beat then than it is now, but they didn't know the trickerations of the law.
Fascinating. Yes.
Yeah, it's like, so, if you go back in time, I could make Al Capone my friend. You don't have to suffer this.
But you're not talking about beating the income tax laws using the sovereignty concepts, are you?
Not at all.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
you know, without all that stuff,
Yeah.
I had a friend who had an attorney who could beat the tax laws, and it could because it was basically not legal. Now they've changed a lot of stuff
Right. Right.
because every Tom, Dick, and Harry was going in there, and I think they've changed the tax laws,
Interesting.
and
Okay.
so it's you know, but and of course the courts have all sorts of backdoor business you never hear about. They don't publicize, you know,
True. True.
all this stuff. So it's but you know, you're best off if you stay off of courts, you know, because I knew a guy who was trying to, you know, spending a lot of time fighting a, you know, $70 traffic ticket.
Oh God.
And I will tell you the best way to beat a traffic ticket, at least in New York, is to hire an attorney.
Yes.
Now that'll cost you money.
Yeah.
As I told the story of Paula, you know, I got her. I know it cost her $800 or $600. I think it was $600 to hire an attorney.
Yes.
Her speeding ticket, which would have actually, had she turned it in and paid it, she would have had her license suspended.
That's so sinister. That is so awful.
She did not know that. She, well, let me just pay it. I said, no, you don't pay it. And then she was freaked out by it. And I said, you're going to talk to the attorney. And the attorney, I had used the same attorney office for $150. I got out of a, you know, 100. I don't know what it was. Maybe I paid $200. Whatever. I didn't pay more than $200. I think it was $150. I got out of a U-turn ticket in Brooklyn, and that I was guilty of. I didn't see the sign.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I didn't decide to make the U-turn until after I passed the sign.
Ah. Okay.
And the cop saw it. The cop was scared. Like, he was very careful approaching the car. Like, you know, he didn't know who I was.
Right.
This was in Brooklyn. Like, you know, I might have a gun.
No. Quite. Of course.
Yeah, but I was, you know, I got the ticket, and I, you know, most of the people would charge you $300. I found a guy in line at $150, and what they do is they go in and they go in with about probably 50 tickets, and they meet the judge, and they say, okay, and they have all the tickets when this one officer's got to be in the court, and they adjourn it. So I adjourn it. So they adjourn it for about a year, and sooner or later that cop's not going to show up. Or it becomes stale. And in this case, you know, I paid this guy $150. I not only didn't have to pay the ticket, I didn't get it put on my insurance.
Cool.
Then, when Paula had her incident, her ticket was much more severe than mine.
Right.
So it's $600. She freaked out, so I just, you know, gave her the money.
Right.
To pacify the mood.
Interesting.
And then she ended up paying a $250 ticket for jaywalking.
Huh.
And
Wow.
it reduced to a jaywalking ticket. She didn't jaywalk. She wasn't even walking.
Right. So bizarre.
They reduced it. But it was worth it.
Yes.
In the long for her.
Yes.
So it's all about money.
Yeah.
This is the world, you know, it's best to stay out of courts if you can.
Yes. Just like hospitals. Courts and hospitals. And police stations.
This takes us back to our discussion of what is life.
Yes.
You know, what is one trying to negotiate in life?
Yeah.
And then when we get into the higher consciousness aspects, or the ascension process, I hate to say that. I don't like that concept. Ascension. What are you ascending from? It's I guess improvement. Improvement is okay. Evolution of a soul. All that is good. You evolve as you grow up. You take on new responsibilities. That can be jaded too, because when I was leaving Scientology, I saw people that were evolving and taking on new responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
And, they were walking into, the jaws of death.
Jesus.
I don't know what became of them. But they were, taking on new responsibilities. And I was seeing them do things they'd never do before. I say, okay, this is an old game. Just like I remember one time on the ship after I was in, the Sea Org for a few years, I saw the equivalent of the bosun, kind of jawing at all these new recruits and just blah, 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 blah. And I said, you know what? It's just a bunch of crap. It's just a bunch of crap. I mean, it's, you hear all this shit when you move in, you come in and then it kind of doesn't apply. It's like boot camp.
Yes.
In the military, you don't go to boot camp. You're not in the boot camp the whole time.
No.
You're in boot camp for 6 weeks.
Right.
To kind of just break you into a military mindset.
Right.
And make you part of the system. Other than that, it's like you don't redo boot camp. So, life just has its own stuff. But this whole idea of reaching beyond the veil is very troublesome. Can be very troublesome because you're going to run into elements that are there to snare you and entrap you, like the Chichewa.
Yes.
We talked about ad infinitum.
Yes.
Which manifest as gray aliens, amongst other things. So that becomes. So what do you want to do? You want to, impress your friends. But this is the heart of what Douglas and I are working on right now, and what Douglas has lived.
Yes. Thank you.
Now, keep in mind, Douglas has a very human life. If he could harness these powers, he'd be snapping his fingers and, his problems would be solved.
Yes.
The snap of the fingers. And he has some degree of serendipity working for him with his connection with Sugar Daddy.
Yes.
For his sustenance.
Yes.
And survival.
Yes.
But then he also has his very human side to take care of. Nevertheless, through many of his stories of existence, his interaction with the Artilect,
yes,
the ritual he did of the transmigration of the
soul, yes,
with the Artilect to put it out of its misery in San Francisco,
yes,
and into another locale.
Yes.
To see a good old beaver. Leave it to Beaver.
Yes, he did help. He did his
so
part.
Funny. It's so funny how Beaver is such a red thread of fate in your own life.
Yes.
He's such a supportive character.
Yes.
Jaded towards you.
Yes.
But nevertheless, you can't find friends like this guy.
True enough. True enough. I told my psychologist once that he and I are truly like brothers in that we really don't like each other, but we feel somehow obligated through the baggage of our history to help each other in our own way. Yes. It's yeah.
It's an interesting relationship, but so Douglas has a direct interface with the paranormal.
Yes.
And he always had. His mother had this.
Yes.
But then again, his mother suffered horribly in her own way.
Yes.
So it's like, just because, and you could look at L. Ron Hubbard, who, he could see beyond the veil in many respects, and he could certainly see beyond people's minds. He was very much attuned to what people were vulnerable to.
Yes.
And, he ends up, evading authority, being very rich. But as I say, I heard Steve Jobs saying at the end of his life, saying, all of this is, it's not so valuable.
About time he found out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know to what degree money motivated him, but he was certainly a genius when it came to being inventive and getting what he wanted and making a product that was desirable to humans, mm-hmm. and being able to sell it.
Yes.
He had foresight and insight. But as Timothy Leary would say, he was an acid head. Bill Gates was an acid head. They were all acid heads. But, well, and if that were true, and it probably is, people, they see opportunities, they get inspired by whatever insights they had, and then the word is capitalized. And what I would also say, you were talking the other day about money, mm-hmm. in Star Trek.
Yes. Yes.
And how there was this unfortunate soul who, I think he was a professor who, watched Star Trek to find relief.
Yes. He's the former finance minister of Greece. Yes.
Well, what that is escapism.
Yes.
In other words, and that's a little legitimate form of escapism from reality.
Yeah.
It's like, because, and then he's looking at a world that, Star Trek is, it's cute. It's like, okay, we got all these modern devices. We have a replicator. We can eat whatever we want.
Yeah, utopia.
Do this, that, and the other thing. And then, of course, he had his, as you were pointing out, that the economics of Star Trek, you will see certain episodes where we wiped out poverty, and it implies a sort of benign communism.
Yes.
But you will see, as Douglas was pointing out, Jean-Luc Picard has vineyards.
Yes.
And there's also, I think in the movies, or even where Captain Kirk has, or McCoy, they have collector's items that are very valuable.
Yes.
So it's like, but what I would tell people who are trying to figure out the dilemma of capitalism, socialism, or communism is to study the tarot. The tarot, particularly the cards of the earth, known as pentacles, mm-hmm. or in Aleister Crowley's deck as coins. Mm-hmm. They're called coins because everything about pentacles is of the earth, and it's about bartering, trade, and exchange. Mm-hmm. And when you take it back to the medieval times, it's like, okay, a craftsman can do things. Mm-hmm. And in the Soviet Union, it was said that artists were treated very well.
Interesting. Yes. So long as they serve the party propaganda line, yes.
Yeah, or maybe they were just neutral on it. Maybe it wasn't an issue, but they were considered valuable because they had something that was, beautiful, and it was valued. And from what experience I've learned from my adventures in Romania, mm-hmm. They would fund the theatrics, and they would make some very beautiful theatrical stuff, particularly for children. And there was no money end. They weren't doing it to sell a movie.
That's right.
So it could be very, just trying to make a nice story for kids. Mm-hmm. And Paula would tell me about this. It's just like, so sometimes that could get too theatrical, I suppose. But their theater was not oriented towards making money.
Right. So did
And
Paula feel that this was purer in intent and result, or
well,
what?
in this particular production she was telling me about, yeah,
Okay.
it was more of a children's thing she was telling me about. But yeah, and of course I've discussed this with people. The theater wasn't about communism. Was not about making money. That's not what it was there for, at least in your day-to-day activities. Then again, if I could tell about my friend, he'd show me the place where he'd go to get half a bottle of milk for his family once a week. How's a family going to live on half a bottle of milk?
Jesus.
But what would happen is people that would work at the milk factory would get together with people that worked at the beef factory, and they'd barter and exchange. It was black market, so you could survive.
Right.
You survive on the black market, because if you just go stand in line for your half a carton, half a glass of milk,
You'd starve.
a bottle of milk, yeah. So life finds a way. But to understand economics, whether it be on a broad scale or in your own life, if you're trying to sort things out, it's the pentacles in the tarot deck. Just grab those pentacle cards and do a reading on those alone, or do the whole reading, and figure it out. Because that's where it all comes down to. How are you positioned in the world of finance?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't realize what I was doing at the time, but when I was before I got involved with Montauk, I was trying to figure out my own money dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was studying, the Kabbalah and the tarot, so I created a money tarot. It's not something I evolved or developed. But I said everything was based upon money, because you can create a tarot for, anything. You can have the Celtic tarot, the Viking tarot, the Norse gods tarot, the American Indian tarot. You can do whatever you want.
Oh yeah. For the people who don't know, Peter Moon's right. Everybody tends to personalize it, and they really have they've really turned that into an art form. This kind of what would you call it? Customized tarot. Go on.
It's people, but the whole basic thing, it's just got a slant towards it. So you could have the Star Trek tarot, and you could say, Spock is the, identifies with Saturn, Saturn, Satan, all this sort of stuff. And Kirk is the hero. You could do all these correspondences if you wanted to. I haven't heard of the Star Trek tarot, but if you put it on, you could probably find it if you looked online.
More than likely, yes.
And I played with a Montauk tarot.
Did you? What is that like?
Well, it was interesting. It was interesting. I probably have it, sort of outlined somewhere. But I later changed it. I said I should be doing a Montauk tarot. I said I should be doing a Peter Moon tarot. Because that's my own life. Yes. That would, be inclusive of David Anderson, yes, Radu Cinemar, and now Douglas Dietrich. I haven't put a lot of attention onto it for a long time. But at the time, I was doing a money tarot to figure out my money dynamics. And, one thing led to another. And then looking back on it, it was, it led me to my career with Montauk. It's all a matter of integrating it. But I was making a comment on, if you want to figure out the role of money, whether it be in society or whether it be in your own personal life, look to the tarot, because all those pathways are just modalities of experience. They're modalities of experience, the common denominators of experience. And that's why they click. You say, well, yeah, I'm being ripped off in this area of my life. Or I'm not producing what people are asking for. Or whatever it is. And you can figure it out. On the bigger scale, when we come to socialism, and you have all of this, you have a regular circus going on. And my favorite circus story in this, and I never, went after the story, but I was introduced to it by my friend Tecumseh Brown Eagle.
Yeah.
Tecumseh was Erie Indian, and he was an accountant by profession. And he told me the story, and I looked it up. It was online, everything. Leo Wanta. Leo Wanta was this guy who was assigned, I think, by Ronald Reagan to, do some sort of futures trading. He basically wiped out the national debt. And then, they prosecuted him. Because they want him to wipe out the national debt. In other words, and it was like this whole case. And it was a case that was going to go nowhere.
Right.
You're not going to hear. It's like Julian Assange, except it was kept under the table. Except by the extreme. In fact, I'll find out what happened to this guy. This goes back like 15 years. Leo Wanta, the story of Leo Wanta, the $27.5 million man. Now, this is on jeffrentz.com.
Oh.
But that doesn't mean.
Understood. Your point's well taken.
Yeah. The only thing standing in the way of life and death for Ambassador Leo Wanta is he knows where the money is hidden. And the Illuminati banksters don't. A former U.S. Treasury official appointed trustee to a large sum of money by President Reagan, Wanta holds the financial golden key to $27.5 trillion, money he says now held in public trust for the American people. He held in public trust for the American people. Now, by the way, that was when $27.5 million was a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's not as much anymore. This was written in 2006. To back up Wanta's trustee status as protector of trillions, a federal judge in Alexandria, Virginia in 2003 ruled in his favor, saying Wanta's trustee status is legally binding and the money is rightfully the property of the American people. The federal court case, however, has left federal prosecutors in a perplexed state of mind, as they have not yet officially appealed the ruling, perhaps thinking it is better to let sleeping dogs sleep until they get their cooked ducks or judges in the right governmental law. But the real problem as it stands today and why the money remains in limbo is simply if Wanta returns the money to the U.S. Treasury, it will be immediately hijacked from the people and put into private Illuminati bank accounts. Understand they're using the name Illuminati properly.
Thank you for that qualification.
Yes. But this is what they think. But it doesn't, because they're calling it by the wrong name doesn't mean they're not going to do it. Since under the present Federal Reserve and the national banking system, there are no laws protecting the American people's money. Dutch, meaning President Reagan, always intended the money be returned to the American people to be used for roads, schools, and health care, said Wanta last Thursday. The investigative, said Greg Szymanski's radio show, who I don't trust, but that's beside the point. The investigative journal, where the former ambassador spoke for 2 hours while still being held under house arrest in his Switzerland home. During the interview that can be heard in full by going to the Investigative Journal archives. Wanta literally blew the lid off the Illuminati's world banking scam, as well as providing detailed information about how Illuminati banksters, with help from the Bush crime family and former President Clinton, have already hijacked $752 billion in what has been called by European investigators the biggest bank heist in world history. So this is all about this money being misappropriated. And Preston used to tell completely separate stories of the American army having huge gold reserves that would wipe out the national debt. And so the debt is basically an idea that you owe. So it's all shenanigans.
By the way, I just want people to understand that I pretty much stand by what Peter Moon is saying in this regard. Jeff Rentz, of course, angles it via his own agenda.
This is not Jeff Rentz.
Yeah.
This is articles not by Jeff Rentz.
Okay, but even the article does that. As Peter Moon said, it's not that they're going to, when they use the term Illuminati, what Peter is saying is that the general concept is that they're sequestering it in elite banks that are not necessarily available to public use is the way to express that better than these trigger words that they always go for that that in the end are completely misleading. But yeah, back to Peter with that. As for the
I don't know whatever happened to Leo Wanta. I'm going to see if he's on Wikipedia, because they usually give updates on people. But it was a very curious story. But, you know, I never got into it because ultimately these stories go nowhere.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And this is the, he's not on Wikipedia, which would probably stand to reason because it sounded like a real hot potato. And then my friend Tecumseh would talk about, he can get really obscure stuff. But the thing is,
basically this guy was scrubbed, but go on.
yeah, he would talk about chips. He'd talk about chips. The chip is like, I think, $100 million. Oh, that's a chip, $100 million. We call it a chip. Like, and it can get ridiculous. And Preston would get into these situations where he'd talk about huge amounts of money. Not that big for himself, but also that big for, we talk about the U.S. Army and all this sort of intrigue that is better left for coast-to-coast audience. It's like, it's not going to do anything for anybody. Not going to do anything for anybody. David Icke appeared in my dream last night.
Oh my God! Sorry to hear that.
I was going to Massachusetts it was like this trip was on. I said it was off, and I said, okay, I'm going to Massachusetts. What for? And then it was very New Englandy. And then I was in this store, probably a bookstore, and I saw David Icke, and he started speaking to me. And, you know, there was a lot of alcohol present in his brain. This is the dream. And, you know, he had issues with alcohol. But then he had a very coherent message in his brain. And he was iterating his coherent message. But he was basically saying how bad the world was.
It sounds like his usual spiel, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for whatever it's worth. I don't know that the world has ever been a, you know, paradise.
I was about to say.
It's got its positives, and he wasn't quite in the Jordan Maxwell modality, but it sounded like and this was Jordan Maxwell, of course, he spoke like an evangelist, and he had a lot. He understood a lot about etymology, and he had a certain amount of insights.
Yeah. Yeah.
In fact, as a matter of fact, he was very apologetic for bringing David Icke for prominence. Is what he said.
Interesting. Yes.
He's very apologetic about
I,
that.
I forgot how Jordan Maxwell was involved with that.
He said that he told me personally that he brought him. I wasn't complaining about David Icke. He just told me this. He brought him to, I think, to Los Angeles. He had a big audience.
Uh-huh.
And he, gave him a lot of airplay. Of course, David ran with it,
Right. This is Jordan Maxwell said this?
Yeah.
How was it that Jordan Maxwell had such a big audience yet remained so impoverished and sidelined and peripheralized?
He became impoverished because he, as you told me, he trusted other people with his money.
Yeah, true. It's almost like I can't believe I asked the question when I asked it, but yeah, Peter's right. It's almost rhetorical, yet I still ask it because I still can't believe it myself, even though I know it to be true.
Well, he's like Tesla.
Yeah.
He
Yeah. Good. That's good. Yeah, good
smart
parallel.
in some areas.
Yeah.
And not so smart in other areas.
Yes,
and
that's true.
Tesla was not smart.
Yeah.
Was in his finances.
Yeah.
Or his ability to maneuver with Machiavellian interests.
Thank you. Yeah.
You see, you've got to understand Machiavelli.
Yes.
To deal with Machiavellian interests.
Yeah.
And this is the big challenge. And Nikita Khrushchev was one who basically put the biggest enemy of the Russian people to death. Was Beria.
Yes. Thank you.
Beria to death. He had Beria killed.
Yeah.
Probably killed him directly.
Yes.
But he also had him sanctioned
politically,
legally.
Yeah.
And that was what made Khrushchev such a powerful figure. Unfortunately, Khrushchev's days were numbered. The same senators that killed Julius Caesar reincarnated in the Soviet Union and got rid of Khrushchev.
Right. He's lucky, of course, that he was able to go out slowly and quietly, a bitter old man in his apartment room. He was lucky he got that.
I think he had more than an apartment.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, but you see he could only be Machiavellian up to a point.
Yes.
Because I think it tires you and exhausts you.
It does, and you have to combine it at times with sometimes not so Machiavellian, just brute force. And he was more of a schemer than a killer. And
he became he became a politician.
Yeah.
He became he was sort of like more like a bit like Boris Yeltsin. He started off as a Putin and then became a Boris Yeltsin, and he probably wanted to be more like Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah.
And then Brezhnev, got rid of him because he became more of a political figure.
Yes.
And then ended up becoming a stooge.
Poor bastard.
I guess looking like a stooge on the world stage.
No, it was true. He was really damaged by all kinds of things. The Cuban Missile Crisis and other factors really fucked him up. And by the way, when it comes to Jordan Maxwell, I've always people can correct me because I have nothing against Jordan Maxwell, and I personally liked him. Just so people understand, when we were at that conference where Disfo Dick, Richard Dolan, tried to ambush me, he was given this center of the speaker's platform, and all the other speakers were honored to be on either side of him. And they gave nothing but collapsible folding chairs to two people on either side of these honored guests that were considered just people who showed up and not considered part of the program as honored veterans of or respected elders of this community. And one of them was myself, to the right of Dispo Dick Dolan, in a collapsible folding chair, and to the left of him at the other end of the spectrum, both of us, of course, separated from Dick Dolan by several people, was Jordan Maxwell. He was the other guy who got a collapsible folding chair. So I can certainly empathize and sympathize with him. But just some of the things that struck me was I never heard of him or knew him to have had any feminine presence in his life in terms of a spouse, a girlfriend, nothing like that. And yet he kept really trying to rely for trusting his everything into these young men, generally from Eastern Europe, that would promise him to, get him online. And I always thought there might have been some gay, homosexual attraction to these younger men that made him lose all sense of reason, that he was succumbing to his lust and then paying the price for that. That was what I would tend to presume, and that may be people may argue that and bring up other points about that, and I welcome that. But that's just how it looked to me. It's hard for me to.
After you said that, I never even thought about it because I didn't know him that well. But it makes perfect sense.
Thank you.
Because look, everybody has their weak spots, and his weak spot was ostensibly he didn't want to take care of his money.
Yeah. No.
Now, if he was also weak in the area of young men,
yeah,
that makes him all the more vulnerable.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, this is unfortunately what people fall prey to.
Yes.
But he, what really struck me after his fall, and when I say his fall, when he was reduced to basically having been ripped off.
Yes, and just beggary, general beggary, and it's sad.
Living on a couch.
I was told there were periods of time he was sleeping on the floor, that he and his brother were both sleeping on the floor, from what I heard at various times. But
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. But he gets on YouTube and he said, everything I prophesized is true. And it was like basically talking about how miserable things were. And it was very sad.
Yeah, I know, it's awful.
But the thing is, this is, the direct opposite of Qigong. It's like, life is horrible. It's, you've got to make your own world.
Yes.
And this is the challenge of life. So you don't want, if you're prophesizing, it's like, saying, I saw that pile of shit on my sidewalk, and I said, if nobody's going to clean it up, somebody's going to step in it. I was right. I stepped in it.
Yes, no, that's what it comes down to with that point. It's so true, and it's so common, honestly. And just to kind of add a little spice here of detail, when Lori and Ann Fenton, who is monstrous and evil, and I still don't understand how she's still alive. Honestly, it's got to be supernatural. She's got to be a cadaver possessed by the jinn if she's still alive. Nobody in her condition should medically be allowed to live, let alone live on, just survive, let alone.
She was very, very, very overweight with a very serious condition.
Yeah, with multiple health problems, and yet there you go. She somehow thrives in her own way. And not only that, but financially is always in extraordinarily poor health because she's always ripping people off. But such being said, she had her insights. There's no denying that monstrous people or villains have their talents. And she had her insights, and one of them was, among others, was how she described Jordan Maxwell. She said, "Oh God, he'll be a guest on people's show at Revolution Radio or anywhere else, and basically he would get on, and she said unless they know him, which would be like if they ever called her, she would forewarn them or give them the lowdown on how to handle him, but unless they had that advice or knew it themselves." They would bring him on, and then he would, of course, go into his labor of loss. It's just, life sucks, and then you die, and in the meantime, you wish you were dead. That whole trip about how he'd been ripped off all his life by everyone, and but she said if she could get them, or if they somehow knew to maneuver him into talking about symbolism, these arcane and occult subjects and etymology, like Peter Moon said, that was his strong point, was etymology and other such things, then they would have a good interview. Then they would get solid talk about subjects that many people would find fascinating. But other than that, they were just going to get his sob story, which would be, of course, thoroughly depressing because there's no solution. What do you do for a guy at that age? And it's so there you go with that. Just thought I'd throw that in there.
No, it's unfortunate. And I found him to be a pretty nice man.
And again, that's part of his problem. It's nice guys really can finish last. And certainly I learned that from my legal father. He was a nice guy. And if he hadn't given birth to a son like me, he would have finished last. he would have wound up like at the bottom of it all. It's really... without someone like myself machinating for him, maneuvering for him, and getting him benefits and into programs that ultimately stabilized our lives. Oh my God! It's no, nice guys. It's not nice to be a nice guy. It's not nice to yourself to be a nice guy. Is my general impression. Sad to say.
Well, you have to. What's the word? Is from the Bible. Be as shrewd as the serpent, but as gentle as the dove.
Yes.
It's a great
yes.
maxim.
Yes.
Because you don't have to be, the devil, but you have to understand how that works. And this is unfortunately because people are just so innocent.
Yeah.
And they don't see. I was always very suspicious by nature.
Yes.
Not that there are instances where I haven't, where I have, been naive or had to learn that we all have those, but, this idea that people are just going to do you good is too often not the case.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
So that is that. So back to what I was saying is there is a conduit between the physical world and the non-physical world, and Douglas has lived it, and this is where the book is basically the crux of the book, and it has a lot to do with the concept of the Techelet blue. And the Techelet blue is this is the whole crux of the Jewish faith and the coming of the Messiah. And the coming of the Messiah, and then the Techelet blue was this special blue dye that was lost to the Jewish people, and it was based upon the fact that it was blue because when you look at the sky, it's blue.
Yes.
But if you take a piece of the sky, it's clear. Same with the ocean. Ocean looks blue. Take a piece of the ocean, it looks like clear water in glass. And it's your faith, it's your experience that manifests the blue.
Yes.
In both cases, it's your visual sight. In Qigong, this is perception. Perception is the whole key. It's one of the keys. You have your physical body. You have your perceptual body, which is tied to your emotional body. It's tied to your endocrine glands. And the endocrine glands are like everything. You can control the endocrine glands, which are tied to all your Chinese meridians.
Yes.
Then you can like, ooh, you can change, you can move the energy in your body. And I'm talking about the subtle energies, if you can really perceive. Perceptual. Above that is the mental body. And above that is the spiritual body, also referred to as the vital vapors. The vital vapors.
Mm.
And but the perceptual body is so important because this is what you see things, but the perceptual body is your feelings, like your intuition. What are you intuiting about this person? What is going on here? And all of these, this is your interface is through perception. Like what is going on in this physical world. And the Teklet blue is the perception, say, of God, but it's the perception of you. It's you being alive. It's that aliveness is the God force. And you can chew it up and divide it up and write books about it, but that changes everything.
Yeah.
It's the glory that you saw, that I saw when we get up in the morning to go fishing, 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was dark, and our fathers would take us and we'd go by Ralph's supermarket, and it was all lit up. Look at the supermarket's all lit up. Wow.
Why? But they were open?
No. They kept the lights on to
Okay.
deter theft.
Cool.
It was the wonder of seeing everything at 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
And you actually appreciated this. You didn't find this to be a violation of yourself, that you hated to be woken at that ungodly hour and taken out
We
into the
wanted
cold.
it. We loved it.
Oh my God! You can have it.
It was exciting. I remember getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning in Mexico, rubbing my eyes and saying, "Okay, because we're going to go fishing in Ensenada," you know.
Oh my God!
We're getting up to go out on the boat. And it's so exciting. Who cares that we're getting up early? I'm not tired.
Oh my God! Oh my
It's
God!
excitement of children.
Oh.
And when we would get together and talk about this, we would remember it. And it was just joyful. It's the memories of it. The perception of that's life force when you're so young and you see these things. And you see the old guy, because most of the guys on the boat were older. And you just see that they're in a different mindset. They're in a different mindset.
Yeah.
So, but that experience, the wonder of life is is what you want. That's the God.
Yes.
That's the connection to the supernatural.
Yeah.
To the extent that you're going to be on top of the mountain commanding other people, or you have your own cult, that's problematic, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's some people go that road because then they're being powerful, they're being in control, and what is it in Taoism? You set yourself up for a loss that way by becoming powerful.
Interesting. Yes. Yeah.
It's not really what you want. So, but when we're dealing with Douglas's experiences, Douglas's book, we're dealing with a direct connection to the supernatural, because first off, this all hinges around the Teklet Blue. This is the big secret of H.P. Lovecraft. And then revealing this secret, and then you look at what is jamming that frequency. It's not only the Kings of Edom, but what comes later with Michael Aquino.
Yes.
And then somehow Douglas is born into this paradigm. He's born right into the middle of it. Nobody else was designed to communicate this, except I'm just communicating his story and editing it.
Yes.
And perhaps there's nobody else that could do what I'm doing, but
yes.
But it's like this chapter on Shintoism is the relics of the Shinto religion, the relics that the emperor had direct access to. Were it's like the Ark of the Covenant is this direct conduit to God.
Yes.
And in the Bible, they could neutralize whole armies. They would go around Jericho.
Yeah.
Joshua fought the Battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. He just taken the ark around. This is kind of like doing a circular healing around somebody in Qigong. And they get better. Only in this circular healing, when the energy came in, the walls came tumbling down.
Yes.
It's like setting up a resonant frequency. And there are a lot of mysteries about the ark that were never communicated.
Yes.
Just that it was a magical device, and it was a conduit to God, and that it was powerful. And this reliquary of the Japanese Empire, which is basically not from Jerusalem, but is from the Mauryan Empire.
Yes.
New Zealandia. It would be a lost continent sunk off of New Zealand. And it merges with the Japanese culture of the lost tribes of Israel that come to Japan, which is a whole other story. But those cultures mix, and there is not only a syncretism, a combination of these two cultures, but you have an empire that represents nature, Shinto.
Yes.
Combination of Shin and Tao. Shin being the secret word of Freemasonry, the name for spirit, and Tao, which is the way, Shin Tao. And this is, you can't get any more natural.
Yes. Thank you.
But
yes.
You have a world around it that is in turbulence.
Yes.
And we're not even talking about Edomites, because I don't think we could call Kublai Khan an Edomite. We could. But we call
Understood.
conqueror.
Yes.
And what I would say about Kubla Khan is he did carry the name of Khan,
Yes.
which is Kohen, the Kohen priests.
Ooh.
Could have been a derivative of the Kohen priest, Genghis Khan, but I think Genghis Khan was just a conqueror who was born under the sign of Mars, had
Yes.
a blood clot in his hand when he was born. He was this incredible warrior
Yes.
who, after conquering the world to the extent he had, he gathered all the wise people to bring wisdom, and this included the lamaseries. He was trying to bring wisdom to his people. You can see some great apologisms of Genghis Khan if you know where to look. Of he's not the evil, and they even will document how he was more of a defensive posture.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't looking to conquer people.
Hmm.
Depends where you look. I'm no apologist for him.
Understood.
I've just seen amazing stuff that I said, wow, I didn't know that about him. I had heard that he would, basically people were messing with him, and it's like conquer or be conquered.
Interesting.
And people were not so, people were arrogant, but as I say, I'm not his apologist, but there's other sides to the story. But to get back to Japan, this is like this repository of a connection to the kami, the spirits of Shinto, which we know more popularly as the kamikaze, the divine winds, that saved the Japanese Empire from the Mongol Empire by destroying their whole fleet, and later these energies were invoked by the emperor. I don't know. We're not going to do it now. Not going to do it now, but I don't know if you could actually have enough information to go into exactly how the emperor invoked the kami. Vis-a-vis, did he get out the mirror? Did he get out the sword? And does your mom know anything about that? But we don't want to digress into that.
Understood. Not right now. Perhaps when we work on the book together on Tuesday.
I don't know if we want to even do it.
Good point. Maybe on another show sometime soon. Another show.
I mean, it's interesting, but it's like stirring up the beast.
True. No. Yeah.
It's like wow. What was he? How far do we take this? The implication from your rhetoric is that, yeah, you could go into it, whether from hearing it from your mother or whether going into the zone, as you call it.
Yes.
But there's a time and place for everything. And see, I will tell the audience, when I talk like this, communication is a wonderful healing salve, SALVE, for all of this, because it brings things forth. It brings forth this whole idea of, well, what exactly did the emperor do? Because in talking to Douglas, well, I will preface this by saying Janice Gillum Grady, she's this former messenger of L. Ron Hubbard, who's written some books, Commodore's Messenger. She has an active podcast. She tells stories of her adventures in Scientology. And when I met with her, I knew her husband. We used to email back and forth. He passed away. Of course, I knew her from the ship. And I met with her in New York City a handful of years ago. And what it was very interesting, we're having breakfast, I think it was the New Yorker Hotel, with another friend of ours. And I said, I'm sitting there talking to her. She's talking to me, and I said, it's just like I feel like I'm in the presence of L. Ron Hubbard.
Interesting.
And because the reason for that, and she readily acknowledged it, because she was always running messages from him. So she'd pick a message and she'd go to somebody and say, look at Mr. What's going on here? What are you doing here? And they would answer her and she'd answer them right back. Now, I very seldom, if ever, I did have where a messenger would come to me on behalf of L. Ron Hubbard. It just wasn't in most of my job. It did happen, but it was so rare that I didn't have a lot of message. I didn't even have a handful of message runs, but I knew what it was like. I knew him. I probably knew him better than most people. And it was like, wow, I'm in the presence of L. Ron Hubbard, even though she's not, I wouldn't say she's on board with L. Ron Hubbard. She's got her own issues.
Oh, interesting.
She's not, she sees the negative and positive. She's a very, very smart person.
Mm-hmm.
I think her sister is much more, has some more negative issues. No, she was brought up, she was grown up in the church. Her mother was like, the biggest personality in Scientology outside of L. Ron Hubbard. She ran the Celebrity Center.
Oh, wow.
She was an incredible woman, Yvonne Gillum Gents. But anyway, the point I'm saying here with Janice, it's like I feel like L. Ron Hubbard's one step away. Although, and I was talking to Douglas
mm-hmm.
when we were doing the book,
yeah.
The Roswell Deception.
Yes.
And I felt the same thing between Douglas and the Emperor.
Ah, thank you.
I felt the very same, and it was, and it's like, okay, well, L. Ron Hubbard was dead. I was talking to Janice.
Right.
The Emperor is dead.
Yes.
Talking to Douglas.
Yes.
And I was actually seeing a piece of it, and you said something like, oh, that's very good, incredible that you see that, or whatever, some characteristic of the Emperor, because I was learning what the Emperor went through. I mean, because all I really knew of the Emperor, was from what I learned in school or seen in history, which wasn't very much, which,
right.
Just that he was, a nice guy who was steered into war through his own, kindly old,
naivete. He was portrayed as this naive, manipulated, naive. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I mean, a complete distortion of history. And you see, this guy is incredibly sharp, incredibly shrewd, and he was dealing with the problems of humanity, not just the Japanese Empire. I mean, that was his interest. And frankly, who even gives a damn about this stuff? Nobody cares about this stuff. It's because they haven't been taught to care.
Thank you.
And then again, how much care can one put into it? Because, one's got to, do their due diligence to pay their protection money to the mob or whatever their situation is.
Right. At the same time, what happens is they put out a movie like Oppenheimer, and everybody puts their money into it. They invest their emotional time, their emotions, their finances, because going to see a film these days, as I said before, is like a miniature investment. I mean, it's expensive as hell, and it's and I gave up on going to theaters because it simply wasn't worth it, the crap they were turning out. But people were raving over Barbie and Oppenheimer. So when it comes to Oppenheimer, obviously people are interested in World War II because of the myth, the legend behind it. They're told the bomb won the war, and this man was supposed to have given America the bomb. And so everybody flocked to see it. And it just opened, as a matter of fact, in Japan months after its release in the United States. That's how controversial it is in Japan. So they just opened it for release in Japan like literally about 24 hours ago. Like literally yesterday or the day before at the most. 24 to 48 hours ago by now. And of course it's had a controversial reception.
I would like that it bombed in Japan.
You're saying that as a pun, or
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, clever enough. Yeah, clever enough. It's yeah, they really don't appreciate it because, of course, it doesn't convey the suffering that the bomb caused. So they don't appreciate it from that perspective in general. Obviously, you know, we could go into that another time. As Peter said, this isn't really the time to go into that. But my point is that if people then were given the reality of World War II, then yes, they would care. They would care a great deal because they are emotionally invested in the myth of World War II, because that's basically the only identity, really, America has. We can go to other things and people can refer to the American Civil War between the states for rights. We can go back further to the American Revolutionary War of Independence. But honestly, what people really relate to, simply because of the modernity of it, is World War II. It's quickly becoming archaic and anachronistic for younger generations. But the older people who have the money, which is the baby boomers, and certain people of different generations, everybody older than the baby boomers, and yeah, some kids who were raised by to appreciate World War II. They all went to see Oppenheimer, and if they knew of the importance of what Peter Moon and I are revealing, if the book were not suppressed by incredible efforts on the part of the military junta, which effectively runs your nation, and effectively is a bunch of baby raping Satanists, people would hear about it. Here's a good example. There's a horror film that was produced and circulated, if you will, at various film festivals, called The Late Night with the Devil. And it was produced and released last year. It was only circulated at film festivals and finally got its release this year. I personally highly recommend it. I saw it with my son and the Blood Boys during the holidays, and the latest holidays, which
what's it called again?
Late Night with the Devil. And in this film, Late Night with the Devil, it's portrayed as, you know, found footage, but without all the found footage bullshit. You know, most of the time found footage is horrible. If found footage films, the theme is a shaky camera, and they say, hey, we found this footage. This is more a kind of, they went all out to show the 1970s as much as they could, give it the 70s vibe. And but it's about a talk show host who is a Satanist, and he's basically involved with the Bohemian Grove. And yet he's in this kind of talk show host situation where he's trying to do anything to get his show number one. It's number two. They're talking about canceling it. In the 1970s, there was only a few competitors, you know, NBC, ABC, CBS, and that was pretty much it. And but he's like in one of these situations where he's trying to get the ratings up so they'll keep his show on. And he's basically, because he's a Satanist, because he was involved with Bohemian Grove, is how he got this job in the first place. And then he is basically shown to, on Halloween night, he's going to bring on this sole survivor of a suicidal satanic cult that committed mass suicide. And she's this young girl, and when she's, of course, possessed. She's possessed by the demon they summoned when they all committed suicide. So he brings her on to exploit her. And when she goes into demon mode, she It's not often horror films do anything for me because my whole life has been a horror film. I got shudders. It sent a chill down my spine. She goes into demon mode and she says to the talk show host, I or we, she's in Legion mode, we are Legion, the demon. It's really, it's not just I, it's we. A demon is kind of an aggregate. They speak like a chorus. But she says, we remember you from the tall trees in California, the redwoods of Bohemian Grove. And she says that without saying it so specifically, but she alludes to the tall trees. She alludes to the old man. She says it so well, describing Bohemian Grove, which, as people know, I was there. I was impressed. And now they're killing this film. They are killing this film. And what they do is they basically went all out and said, no one must see this film. And so what they said is, oh, this film. Now, bear in mind, it was produced and released in 2023. We did not even have the controversy we have now about AI art. Right now, the whole thing is AI art because AI art is shit. And it's like, but they feel somehow a threat. I don't know how, because I look at AI art and I see shit. But everybody thinks this is somehow a threat to professional illustrators' livelihoods or something. Whatever. But anyhow, there is literally 3 little AI-generated images that are what they call interstitial, or like they're used to thread one. If this were like in the old cellular film days, it'd be like one frame of footage that would be like a crossover from one scene to the next. They show these little AI images as like background where they were like supposed to be part of the film's backdrop. The studio's supposed to be like part of the studio's poster backdrop or something, and they just pass over it. Somebody had to look for this. If this was the old cellular days, we would say frame by frame. Literally, this is something that is so subliminal that it's literally on for a few seconds. No, it's not even a second. It's something like a nanosecond. It's literally less than a second, each one of these images at a different time in the film. And they're shutting it down because of that. They're saying, oh, if we let this film get away with these 3 little AI images that they had in the background of the studio, which you couldn't even see, would never notice in the film if you're just any conscious reviewer, then they said, if we let this film get away with that, everyone's going to do it. So we've got to shut this film down. Everybody boycott it. And everybody's boycotting it. And nobody's going to see it. And the producers have been forced to come out and apologize. And this is because at the end of the film, the man winds up with everybody in the studio dying, without giving any spoilers, really. Because most people would not last to the end. It's more of a thinking man's film. And the end, it really pays off. And everybody dies except for the talk show host, who is shown to be standing alone after he kills the possessed girl. But he's basically, the sirens are coming and the police are going to come for him. It's the price he paid for the sacrifice he made. His show goes to number 1 because he kills everybody. Because the demon kills everybody first and then he kills her. And so his show makes it to number 1, and then they cut his show off because he killed her. And so that's basically the film. It's an unhappy ending, but it's like his karma for having sacrificed a young child at Bohemian Grove in order to get to the position he's in. In other words, he got to be number 1, but that's the demon's trick on him, because the demon's possessing the girl, and when he kills the girl, the demon just moves on. It's just a mortal coil. But he's going away for murder. So that's the whole punchline of the film. But it points out Bohemian Grove, and it points out these implicated parties. But it's the Aquino cult and the Temple of Set cult behind this whole campaign to shut it down. It's exactly in the way they shut down my channel for like, oh, they'll say there's an image, or they'll say there's something that was said, and they have to search for this. And in our case lately, they've been taking out episodes that were put up years and years ago because we were mentioning the Battle of Los Angeles, and they say it's anti-vaccine propaganda. That's so this is all the exact same pattern. You know who the enemy is who's doing this. So by God, go out there and see Late Night with the Devil and support the fucking film. I mean, it deserves your support in that regard because what it's exposing. But okay, so that's that being said, back to Peter.
Well, it sounds to me like whoever wrote and produced this film not only had their heart in the right place, they had a lot of balls, and maybe they're paying the price for it.
They are. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how badly. I mean, do you know who put it together?
I don't really know these guys, and I don't know anything about them, to tell you the truth, but it's about 3 guys, and it's an independent film, and these were like, one of them was an actor who's played only bit roles. So he plays the TV show host, so this is his first major role. And what probably happened was that he was given a chance to get larger roles, and he probably turned them down because of what was asked of him, and instead went out and made this indie film as kind of like an exposition that betrayed the people who gave him the offer. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you take a look at the guy who stars as the talk show host, that's who it is. I have to review the film a few more times before I get the names down in my head. I mean, I watch it once, and half the time when I watch these things, I'm high out of my mind in that environment anyway, and I don't even remember the main character's name. But, whoever plays the main character, that's the guy who's pretty much the man behind this in the majority. But he paid an actual design team to do the studio. He paid actual people. It's not like this guy did AI. The AI, like I said, these things were introduced in 2023 because it was new. Nobody was bitching about it back then. And they used it for 3 little tiny moments in the film. And like I said, no one would even know that this existed if the Temple of Set hadn't gone over this. Like I said, if this was cellular back in the old days, we would have called it frame by frame. And they had to seek this shit out to even identify it. And then they blew it up and said, because of this, you must not see this film. That this man's betraying all honest, hardworking men. And, all this bullshit. And it's back to Peter. I mean, you understand my point.
I'm looking at the price. It's like $17.78. To go in, under $20. Oh, I think, and there's a $2.19. It's like $20. Yeah, it's $20.
Still outrageous, but
well, if you go to these theaters, I mean, you can sit in a padded seat, put your feet up. It's very comfortable. Now, I don't go to movies. I'm not interested in movies, generally speaking. This might be worth my time. I would also like to go see the movie Doom.
Yeah, that seems okay.
I mean, it's like, movies are different than it was. Okay, you're going to go. Even look at it from this perspective. Paula and I went out the other day. It was like, I think I don't know when we went to breakfast or something. It was like $50.
Oh man, outrageous! Yeah, $150. Oh.
Yeah, in other words, okay. So, if you're going to take somebody out on a date, you're going to spend at least $100.
Oh, easy.
At least, and that's not an expense. You're going to go out for dinner and do something. If you go to the movies, it's like $20, $40. It's nothing just to go out.
Yeah.
So, whatever it is. I mean, I don't think, but I'm trying to look at the IMBD for it. But yeah, this is somebody got too big for their britches. It appears to me.
Yes.
Let's see here.
But it's similar to what Peter Moon said about The Devil's Reign, which starred Ernest Borgnine, and that was the first appearance of John Travolta. And after that horror film, Ernest Borgnine, he said, I will never make a horror film again. He said so many horrific things happened during that film. Supernatural things is what he implied. And so many bad things happened to so many people. He was implying that that just by trying to make films with this sort of theme, you are opening up the gates to all kinds of entities and forces that are attracted to this negative energy, and that everyone involved pays the price. So Ernest Borgnine was definitely frightened by what happened, or he could have been just, I think he was genuinely frightened by what happened. But if you're cynical enough, you might think he's just acting the part because he's a true Satanist, because so many people involved with that film were. And that film really was a kind of a pact, and it was a play on the fact that they had a list of names of people who had made bargains in Hollywood with basically putting their souls on the line for success. And that's the theme of the film, is that they have the list. And so the film, of course, if you watch it, you get that vibe. The makeup is intense enough where Ernest Borgnine looks like a real fucking goat, where, of course, some people would say he always looked like that naturally, but well, they re-emphasized his worst features to magnify the effect. How's that? And Peter Moon knows quite a bit of the trivia behind The Devil's Reign, but he gets what I'm saying in general. Yeah.
Yeah, Cameron Carnes is the guy who produced it, and he doesn't have a Wikipedia entry. It says that he's known for a movie called Ryder, 100 Bloody Acres, Scare Campaign, Celestial Avenue. He's written some movies. Apparently, TV special, The Wheelhouse, Tales from the Crypts. It sounds like he's a horror writer.
Interesting.
Primarily. And that, look, if you're a writer in today's world, you're going to beg, borrow, and steal from what is out there.
Yeah.
And Bohemian Grove is such a good theme that, you know, you're gonna take from it. It's just a matter of time before somebody took it.
Yeah, but almost no one ever touched it until now. Go on.
Yeah, because it's now part of the, you know, it's like McDonald's. It's like everybody knows what McDonald's is.
Yeah.
So if you use it, it's like it's now a cultural reference point. So it's not like he's jumping off of a big
cliff,
to have this idea. He's a horror writer, so he's looking for material. Yeah. And he says, oh God, I'm going to be clever, I'm going to be cute, I'm going to put this in here. And then what happens is it probably just got through the censors and nobody noticed it till it came out.
Thank you.
That's what I would assume. In other words, and he's just he might be kind of opinionated on it. It would be interesting to hear. He's done some interviews, and because these writers, they're inventive and they can get stuff. You'll see, the stuff we write about. It'll be out there in years ahead.
It will.
Yeah. Messing with it and saying, what if like, remember that stupid? I never saw it. I don't know if it was on cable, but I think it was called Red Scare. It was a story of the Russians taking over America.
Interesting. Oh, Red Dawn. Was it Red Dawn you're talking about?
Dawn, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, just like that. Who even wants to watch that? Nevertheless, it's like, what was behind that? I don't know. But, this guy, has some, what can I say? He's a writer.
Yeah, but I do notice that he and it had to have been him, and the other two men, one of them, the main actor, I know that for a fact. I recognized him. And the other guy who might have been involved with production or something, they all, because I think the main actor himself is also the director, if I'm not mistaken. But all of them seem pretty intimidated. They all seem pretty intimidated and apologetic about, we didn't mean to offend anybody by by using any AI. And dude, it's like, I don't get it. If I were in their position, I would say, first off, I would probably go the way of denial just by saying, hey, I didn't know that the team we hired stuck those in. But the other way to do it, if you want to look noble and take responsibility, if you felt if you felt you would look too stupid or had no control over your project by saying that, you could take another route and just say, look, at the time that those were put in there, we rated it to be insignificant. They were only in as interstitial scenes that they're not even scenes.
Let me read what it says on Wikipedia here.
Yeah.
First, I'll read. Late Night with the Devil had its world premiere at the South by Southwest Film Festival on 10 March 2023 in Austin, Texas, where it played as part of the festival's Midnighters section. The same month, horror author Stephen King was provided with an advanced screener of the film, and he called it absolutely brilliant. I couldn't take my eyes off of it. Your results may vary, as they say, but I urge you to watch it when you can. That's quite a compliment from a horror writer.
True. Of course, you understand at his age, he went back into the 70s and he was feeling good about it. It helped him trip back and flash back.
To give an endorsement by Stephen King is a great thing for a film to get, and it's going to help the circulation.
True.
It was in October, IFC Films and Shudder acquired the distribution rights for North America, UK, and Ireland. The film opened on March 22nd, 2024, just a week ago, practically, less than 2 weeks ago, in 1,034 theaters in the United States and Canada, and earned $2.8 million in its first 3 days. The best opening weekend for an IFC Films release. Additionally, media outlets noted that the total included an estimated $666,666 gross on its third day. Now that sounds like a PR thing.
Yes.
Expanding to 1,442 theaters the following weekend, the film made $2.2 million, finishing in 7th. On the review aggregator website Rotten Tomatoes, 97% of 146 critics' reviews are positive, with an average rating of 7.8 to 10. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
The website's consensus reads, delightfully dark, Late Night with the Devil possession horror isn't played out, and serves as an outstanding showcase for David Dastmalchian.
He's got an impossible name, yeah. That's the main actor.
Critic, which uses a weighted average, assigned the film a score of 72 out of 100 based on 22 critics, indicating generally favorable reviews. Variety's Dennis Harvey commended the film's production design and technical aspects, as well as the performances of the cast, and wrote that the film's mix of vintage me-decade showbiz cheese and exorcisty demonic doings is distinctive, not to mention deftly handled by the Carnes brothers as both writers and directors. Brian Tellerico of RogerEbert.com praised the film as inventive, and its use of the found footage format is clever, and highlighted Dastmalchian's phenomenally committed performance, really holding the film together as he finds the right tone between smarmy and likable that dominated so much of 70s culture. Now, Megan Navarro of Bloody Disgusting gave the film a score of 3.5 out of 5, criticizing the film's pacing as rapid, but writing that the, quote, the ingenuity, the painstaking period recreation, and riveting performance by Dastmalchian and a showstopper of a finale make for one Halloween event you won't want to miss. Trace Sevier of the Austin Chronicle also praised Dastmalchian's performance and called the film totally gimmicky, but the sincere commitment to the conceit is what really makes this work. Sevier adds that despite finding the film's conclusion lacking, Late Night with the Devil is able to mine plenty of effective and fun ideas out of its premise, and it works as a potent examination of the price of success. Mark Kermode of Kermode and Mayos Taki or Mayo's take, called it really enjoyable, adding that he thought it was influenced by the 92 mockumentary supernatural horror film Ghostwatch. Okay, so it's his use of artificial intelligence. In the week leading up to the film's release, some reviewers pointed out the use of AI-generated art in several scenes, which were not present in the version screened at SXSW, it must be the Southwest Film Festival, and called for a boycott of the film. In response to the controversy, directors Cameron and Colin Carnes said, quote, in conjunction with the amazing graphics and production design team, all of whom worked tirelessly to give the film the 70s aesthetic we had always imagined, we experimented with AI for 3 still images, which we edited further and ultimately appear as very brief interstitials in the film. Star David Dastmalchian said, so I think Cameron and Colin said it really well, and I stand by what they said, and I completely stand by this movie as a thoroughly original piece of work, so that so many hours went into the incredible artistic craftsmanship to be set in this world. So it's a good conversation to have. It's an important conversation. We've got to have it. So is the use of this artificial intelligence considered so bad because it's taking away jobs from people?
That's what they're claiming. And it's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit because, as I said, if what they say is true, and it wasn't last year, but it kind of just put in before its professional release, so to speak, this year, then it was stuck in just as an afterthought anyway, so that everybody they had hired and paid had already been paid. So their job was over in terms of the creative arts team for designing the studio and everything else. So it's like nobody got ripped off or gypped out of work. So this is like just something done by the editors at their discretion, and they're right as far as I'm concerned when it comes to the idiots who are claiming what they're claiming, which is if you watch this film, you're going to support, the people who are taking jobs away because of the use of AI. It's beyond absurd. It's offensive. It's literally offensive because of the insanity of the position. And but definitely. That's the claim that they're going to, if you let it slide with this, we've got to end it here. And that's why this film has to be shut down, is the attitude that is especially appearing on Reddit and these other, Twitter, now X, of course, these other places where they're trying to, coordinate the campaign to shut the film on. It's definitely having effect. Because the film is definitely being stifled by this, and all these people are joining in on these shouts to burn the film and all this crap. So it's definitely having an impact, and that's why I had to voice what I have about it, because it's indicative of what Peter Moon and I are dealing with. This is the kind of bullshit where what do they attack? Something that's meaningless concerning the book and the facts that Peter and I expose. They attack my character. They'll say crazy shit like Daniel Arola calling up our man Brendan Zogit and saying Douglas Dietrich never served. It's like, why would Brendan Zogit even give a shit if that were the case or not? But beyond that, the stupidity of that being ever and always the obsession is this attack on my military service. Why? Because it's the military junta that's attacking me. And because they've destroyed my records, which of course is what I did to so many other things. It's kind of like almost expected karmically. It's like karmic balance. My own records get destroyed. But it's, shall we say, then what they concentrate on, having destroyed the records of the document's destruction specialist. This is like the people who they hired to bury Genghis Khan. Bury Genghis Khan. They slaughtered all the men who buried his body so that they could never identify where he was buried. Then they slaughtered all the people who killed them, and then they slaughtered all the people who killed them. And by that third layer of people that were killed, they figured no one would ever find the body, and no one ever has. This is what they're trying to do with what I'm exposing. The Pentagon Papers for World War II. Think of all the damage the Pentagon Papers did during Vietnam and how it turned the people against the Vietnam War. which was effectively not necessarily a popular war, but not necessarily a war the common people were protesting, not the middle-class tax-paying people. Only the hippies and communists were really protesting it until the Pentagon Papers. This is the Pentagon Papers of World War II. Imagine the damage that would do to America as we know it, which is, of course, only for the best, because America as we know it fucking sucks. So if we destroy that cardboard edifice, that house of cards, it's no foundation anyway. It's built on foundations of sand. We can build something that is a sounder structure, something meaningful, based on reality. You couldn't go wrong with that. We certainly have gone wrong with what we've got. So there you go. And so they're trying to put an end to it and stifle it, and they do that by attacking the character of the public informant. So in this case, they're attacking AI, and they say, oh, these guys are using AI like it's some kind of cheat code, when it's insignificant. It is literally insignificant. It has nothing to do with the film, has nothing to do with what you see on the screen, because you will not see those AI images on that screen. I can guarantee you that you will never see them. It's literally, like they said, these like little flash transitions that were added in as almost subliminals. And you could argue, why did they add them? Apparently they felt that a clear cut would have been too sharp a cut. So they did this to kind of like have a little bit of a glitch effect. But there you go with that. That's what I speculate. Hey, by the way, Peter, just a little other thing to tell you about. I'll go into it more during monologue, but the 22 crew members on board the Dali, which is the ship which took down the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore Harbor, they are still on that ship. They're under detention.
I read that. They're
God.
like locked up. They're like those poor people in Pearl Harbor.
Yes. Oh my God. And so just, I'll go into a bit more of that later. It's bizarre, and it's they're not leaving that ship anytime soon. From what
they've got to be. What's the word? Cut out.
Well, no, it's not because they're trapped. The authorities will not let them leave. They're under a form of arrest.
I think they're actually trapped inside the building, inside the ship, I think.
Not from what I understand. Not from what I understand. From what I understand, they were, one of them was taken out, brought into a hospital, and then they discharged him and forced him back into the ship at gunpoint. They're keeping them in the ship at gunpoint. They're interviewing them via the police. The police are going in and out of it. I mean, it actually gets farcical. As an example, like I said, I could go into this in more grisly detail during the monologue, but the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board chairperson, Jennifer Homendi, she basically went in and came out and said, oh, the cook was cooking when I got on board. It smelled very good. An actual fucking quote. And it's like, they won't let him out. They said they're going to stay there for as long as it takes to find out why the bridge went down. And so they're analyzing the black box. They say it's going to take days to go over that and interpret what's on the black box and come out with their interpretation. But they're like, they're fucking those guys over. Like, I mean, let's just put it this way. They're making them wish they were born dead. That's all.
Well, I mean, from what I've heard, and I haven't followed it, there's some great irregularities.
Yeah, they said 4 weeks. They said it's going to take 4 weeks to extract the data and review it from the black box. I mean, these guys are going to be there for at least that amount of time. Then they're going to interrogate them based on what they find in the black box. It's, oh my fucking God. It's like being buried alive. They feel like the guys at Pearl Harbor. Poor sons of bitches. Bunch of Asian Indians, from what I understand. Like I said, I'll go a bit more into it. But
Do
there
you
you go.
have a clue as to what would have motivated this?
It looks like it was some kind of just incompetence, negligence,
So
accident. Yeah,
that's what I
yeah. What
and
I
I think it's just another stupid. But then you hear that I heard that the black box has 2 minutes of missing footage. 2 minutes. It's like the Watergate tapes.
Well, that may be why they say it's going to take 4 weeks to extract the information. Maybe they have a method to try and recover that. Maybe that's why it would take so long. Because otherwise, that doesn't make any sense to me.
No, this problem is because everybody was shouting conspiracy. I said, why can't it just be an accident? But apparently, there's good cause for it to be a conspiracy. I don't know what the motivation is.
Fascinating.
But yeah, in other words, I don't like to hear all this conspiracy stuff because it just gets stupid.
Yes, quite true. That would be my normal response. Yes, go on.
Yeah, but it's and when I saw the TSB going after it, I never trust them anyway because they have a very bad track record. And they roll out some lady and they because they just lied their ass off about what happened with Flight 800 here on Long Island. It was embarrassing.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's like, so when you see these guys coming out, like all these guys know how to do is lie.
Yeah.
So I said, well, now they have nothing to cover up this time. Well, it's in their nature. I think they exist to mess with the public, and that's the only reason that they're there apparently. So, as I say, I was not looking for a conspiracy. I typically don't, but it seems to be not only, people are so quick to grab onto it. Perhaps there is a reason they're quick to grab onto it. That's beyond being sheeple. It's because it's really going on.
Yeah.
And conspiracy theory. I remember watching the movie Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson. Preston and this friend of mine. We went out to see it because she was she was working on something with me, and I remember I think they showed the Montauk book in it really quick, but it was like that was very topical. Conspiracy theory. It was topical at the time. It was like the Montauk Project was leading the way, but then now it's a household word.
Yeah.
And it's usually used with derision.
At least it used to be in the old days for the longest period of time to call someone a conspiracy theorist or to toss that word at someone would be an insult. It's nowadays, as Peter said, it's become so pervasive and so many people are into conspiracy that it leaves Peter Moon and myself reflexively rejecting it when people approach either us or the general public with their concept of conspiracy. It's like, it's a conspiracy, and Peter Moon and I just automatically tune out because we've heard it all before, and it wasn't funny the first time. So, but yeah, as Peter said, in this case, things look very strange. The entire crew is Asian Indian. And yet it's operated by a Singaporean company. None of this is unusual because, of course, you always get foreign crews working for foreign companies but definitely, if what Peter heard is true, it would explain why it's taking so long for them to extract the information from what should take overnight. Literally a black box. It's a black box. You turn it on, you get the information out, right? If you got the key, it should be just feeding you what you need to know.
This was told to me by a contractor who was looking into it.
Interesting. Okay.
And he supports you as well.
Yeah.
But
thank you.
Now the other thing I heard, and I as I say, I don't try to pay too much attention to pedestrian conspiracy.
Yes.
And this is what I would call it. It's not that it's not worth pursuing. I just don't pay too much attention to it because it's pedestrian conspiracy. However, it's apparently in a Simpsons episode.
Oh, predictive programming.
The Stockton Bridge.
Interesting.
Now, so what I'm saying is this stupid stuff doesn't quit. It's like the Simpsons predicted it. Let me see. In fact, I'll look this up before I go.
Right.
And I say to the audience, I didn't dig deep into what I said I was going to tonight. Had to do with digging deep into Asia stuff. We did touch on it, but I was going to go in a different direction. We'll get back to that.
Well, it'll be Wednesday before any of us know it. We'll all be right back. I do want you to know, dear Peter, that this wonderful lady in Canada, Brooke Hagberg, has paid my rent. She has supplied, She has contributed 70 United States dollars. Goddess bless Brooke Hagberg in Canada. We love you, honey. I love you. And Peter does too. And all of Team Dietrich does. All of Team Dietrich does, including all of our listeners. Brooke Hagberg in Canada, you're a honey. And shout out to our lovely Clarice Claudette in the chat as well, who contributed towards this. And that was the sum of at least 40 United States dollars, which she can ill afford. Because, of course, she has so many challenges she's herself is dealing with. God bless her. And I suppose so many people are. And but, of course, Clarice Claudette, I'm more aware of her situation. And she did see something. I'll have to read more into it, what she wrote me, what she did see when she was an archaeologist in Israel, or that something happened where she experienced a supernatural phenomenon when something she dug up clicked into action or something. She definitely had an experience, so I'll find out more about that. Hopefully she's able to come back on our show again sometime soon. She does show up in the chat. It's not often that she gets the computer to herself when she's by herself, and apparently that's a issue in terms of privacy, and I can understand that. So hopefully someday soon she'll be able to come on, but always she is on my mind. And I want to give a shout out to Dylan West, who said, I think you stated Maxwell was heavily influenced, meaning Jordan Maxwell, was heavily influenced by Manly P. Hall, ? I'm not familiar with Maxwell's material. From what I understand, basically what happened was the first young guy who stole everything from Mr. Maxwell asserted that Jordan Maxwell, had stolen everything from Manly P. Hall. In other words, what he claimed was that, all Jordan Maxwell is... Now, get this. The guy not only stole everything from Jordan Maxwell, he copyrighted his name. I mean, imagine that. Talk about fucked and fucked over. I mean, this guy copyrighted Jordan Maxwell's name, went around and said, I'm Jordan Maxwell, because I've copyrighted the name, and was selling all his shit online and saying, but, when people would say, didn't you steal all this from the real Jordan Maxwell? Then he would say, well, it doesn't matter because he stole everything from Manly P. Hall. He plagiarized it all from Manly P. Hall, which somehow, to my mind, doesn't really rationalize your crime, but...
It justified it. But in actual fact, no, he didn't. They're very different. I mean, he might have studied Manly P. Hall, but I don't know. Manly P. Hall was very gay. He was married 2 times. He had a very tumultuous relationship with his wives, but he was very gay. He was manly. But I want to read. This says fact check. Simpsons did not predict Baltimore Bridge collapse. Image was created by AI. Now, I don't know that this is true. It says, did the Simpsons TV show predict that a ship would crash into the Francis Scott Key Bridge over Baltimore Harbor? No, that's not true. The image purportedly foretelling the crash was created using artificial intelligence based on the results of 3 image analysis tools used by Lead Stories. Additionally, there is no evidence the image ever appeared online ahead of the incidents. The claim appeared on in a post on X by out of context human race on March 28th. The post caption was "Simpsons right again." Well, this shows, if this is true, it shows how infectious AI is.
Or can be, yeah.
Now, I don't know. I mean, if there is a real episode, so now, AI, I mean, I don't know. I don't watch The Simpsons. I've seen sparingly few shows of it. So I don't know. So, this is AI again.
Yeah, well, one thing I do know is that whenever anything happens, they'll claim The Simpsons predicted it and it was on a Simpsons show, and some picture will show up that will look Simpsonite, that'll look like The Simpsons, and you just go, wow. But there are things, apparently, there is a streak of predictive programming on The Simpsons, or at least lucky strikes, where they synchronistically had things they portrayed in The Simpsons that later manifest in reality. There seems to be a streak of that, but people take it and they run with it. There was this set of playing cards produced by Steve Jackson, who was a game designer. And Steve Jackson worked with the old school gaming before we had video games. He's like old, so he worked with the pen and paper type of role-playing games, that like Dungeons and Dragons, the old school, where you throw dice on a tabletop and use miniatures and shit. But he developed a series of cards for a game called Illuminati, and the Illuminati game was you try to play, you're an Illuminati member trying to impact the world with various conspiracies, and you use these playing cards. And he expanded the series maybe into like half a dozen sets ultimately. But these had like various like incidents that would happen in society, like stock market crash or terrorist strike. But then people started later on designing their own to claim that he predicted the Twin Towers with the Illuminati game cards, that he did the Boston Marathon bombing with the Illuminati game cards. These are all forged, that he never did any of that. And I know this because the guy who owned Revolution Radio, Mr. Idiot, what was his name again? Mike Ringley? Thank you. I couldn't have gotten that out without you. Mike Ringley. He collected those cards. He had all 6 sets. So I know that for a fact, that half the time these people come up with these cards, they're lying, because he was the guy who kept track of this. Then again, he's the same poor son of a bitch who fell for a hoax probably around April Fool's Day, when a bunch of people, there was a series of films called The Purge, which was a dystopian near-future America science fiction franchise where they were portraying a future where one day of the year all violence was allowed and no police repercussions were allowed, that Americans were allowed to go out and kill whoever they wanted, rape, etc.
Sounds like modern America.
And that after the day was over, everything had to return to normal. But if you did anything that day, you would not be ever investigated for it. And so there was this hoax where a bunch of people went around in where he lived, which was North Carolina, I think. And was it Tennessee, North Carolina, wherever the fuck he lived? Tennessee, I think it was. Tennessee? I guess. Somebody correct me on that. I really couldn't give a shit because I hated the guy so much. I tried to purge him from my mind, speaking of the purge. But anyhow, so a bunch of people in his neighborhood put up these purge posters in his city, saying Nashville. It's near Nashville, on the outskirts of Nashville, Tennessee. And they put out these posters, Purge night coming. And he fell for it like an idiot, called the police, said, I gotta warn you, bunch of people out there trying to realize the purge. And he wound up, of course, getting busted for, what do you call it when you frivolous calls to the police? You can actually get, fined for that.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, they fined him for it because they said you're just trying to scare up ratings for your chicken shit little digital channel and shit.
But he wasn't. He really believed it.
No, he really believed it. That dumbass idiot. Poor dumb son of a bitch. Because he was telling me about, Doug, we gotta warn people about the party. I said, dude, look, why don't you just sit down? Why don't you just take some dope? Why don't you just fucking chill? Dude, it's like, this ain't real. These people, it's just a joke. It's just a hoax. If somebody wanted to do that, they're not gonna warn. But then again, I could see the logic. They might try to, cause chaos and then do something under cover of the chaos. Might be some logic to it, but it just didn't strike me as real. So, but he fell for it, and he went to the police, and they first they detained him, they interrogated him, and then they fined him. Oh my god. That was hideously funny.
How much did they fine him? Do you remember?
I don't remember. It couldn't have been too much, but it was enough to make him cry. He was getting thousands of dollars a month. That pig fucker was like always asking people for money, and he said, I gotta make $3,000, $4,000 every month to keep the station going. And of course, he had no terrestrial broadcast tower or anything else to maintain. It was all online. He was trying to do some chicken shit little terrestrial broadcast to some people living in tent cities that, he ultimately had to shut down because it wasn't going anywhere. But this is what gave him the delusion that we all couldn't swear, that we all couldn't, he was just such a stupid piece of shit. But all of it was just run out of his keyboard, his motherboard, which was just a computer setup. It was all digital. And so he didn't have any expenses. All the expenses were one time, but he kept trying to make everybody think, the fuse box to the tower, the fuse box there was no goddamn tower. The fuse box to the towers needs maintenance. I've got to reinforce the lines to the towers. He was pretending like it was a real radio station, and it was not. And so he kept demanding the compensation for it, and people kept paying him, and he made it every month. But we're talking about somebody who was making at least $4,000 to $5,000 a month, because he would often make over what he was asking for, at the very least, for maintenance of a station that cost him at the most fucking $50 to maintain. So he was so disgusting, and I'm just so glad he's dead. And it's just, that's because, of course, I know too much about him, and in the end he was ultimately a Kino cultist, which he himself said to me that I got to do what Aquino says. And it's like, why? Because I was in the army. And I'm like, well, it still doesn't make any sense. It's okay. So it does in one sense, but it's like, why not just say no? But I guess, then he'd turn out like the guys who produced the film, Late Night with the Devil. Then they'd all be on his ass, and his station would get shut down. And so there you go. These people, it is what it is. And Peter Moon and I, at least we have not too much to lose, and we're not in that vulnerable a position. I mean, I am to a greater degree. Peter's out on Long Island, but he's in Montauk territory. It's not like he's immune, but we seem to
we all have our own protective forces in this world.
Yes.
And as far as I'm concerned, I'm allowed to do what I'm here to do.
Yes.
And that includes working with you. So all is well.
Yes.
And I will be back on Wednesday.
Yes.
Which will be April 3rd.
Yes.
And good luck with the rest of tonight.
Thank you.
I'll remember to donate to Douglas if you can. Thank you. Thank you very much for helping him meet the rent. Really appreciated. And DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. If I wake up in the morning, I'll be back with you. Try to listen.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Good night, everybody.
We love you dearly. Blessed be thy slumber, and sweet be thy dreams. Okay. That's Peter Moon skybooks.usa.com. Okay, let's bring everybody we can onto the call for at least a short roundtable. I will, of course, refresh myself during that period of time. For some reason, Aristides' Skype said he was away, but I think he's back now, or at least active now.
I shouldn't. I didn't. I wouldn't have set that intentionally.
Yeah, that's so strange. Yeah, yeah. But then again, like I said, they fuck with the Skype. They really do, and a lot of people don't realize how easy it is for them to do that. Okay, let's call Amy Como. Let's call Nemo, who is in the chat. We know you're out there, Nemo. So do join us, as I'm going to call you. And let's see now. George Knight, Brooke Gibson, just in case she's feeling feisty, and Sammy Romero, Victoria Lauren Hobbs, who hopefully made it back alive from Mexico with that boyfriend, our strange guy she met online who says, I love Jesus. You know, like I said, I could say that. And, here we are. Who else comes to my mind here on the... I guess I got everybody, all the usual suspects. And now we press that button. I'll hit Esther anyway, though she says she deleted the account and my number and everything. Heather Holman, of course. God, can't forget Heather Holman. So we'll hit that. See if she shows up. Thank God I went for a second look. Okay, now we're going to press that button. All right, and the dialing begins. Okay. We'll see who shows up. Calling Brendan Zogit and 11 others is what that is. And Samuel Romero unavailable. Jennifer Hawkins unavailable.
We'll figure it out. We always do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Good.
So what was I catching there? So yeah, the Simpsons thing, and I saw that Simpsons did it again for like 50 for 50. But did we bring up the prospect that now people could be making Simpsons predictions fake with AI? Like these two things are crossing now because it's over.
Yeah. No. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. It was brought up, and thank you for bringing that up again. Yeah. AI is insidious.
Yeah.
But
right.
Yeah.
I mean, you can use it to just dick around and make images, or you can use it to do something like that and really trick people.
Yes.
So, like it'll draw cartoon shit really well.
Yes.
Not so good with hyper realistic, but it'll draw. If it looks at Simpsons, it'll be able to draw Simpsons. I mean,
Yes. Well.
Very,
yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, that's quite true. By the way, for some reason, Brendan Zogit joined and then left. I do hope he returns. In the interim, we have Troy Bellamy. And Troy Bellamy reminds me of another fact about the Francis Scott Key Bridge, of course, named after a racist songwriter. Troy Bellamy says, I'm listening, got to work in the morning, just completing spring break. Well, you are on. You do want to say something, right? And I was going to mention the fact that, of course, I'll bring it up more in monologue, but the racist bridge getting taken down by a bunch of Asian Indians brings the spotlight onto the young black governor who may well someday run for president, who's the governor of that state. What's the state again? Boston, Maryland. Oh my God. Yes. So any observations there, dear Troy?
Yeah. Well, again, everything that's happening is symptomatic of the rampant rejuvenation of racism in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to sound like an alarmist, but when they think they start calling the mayor of Baltimore and the governor of Baltimore DEI hires, and they blame them for something that was tragic, and then on top of that, like you said, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, God love him for writing the national anthem, but one of the big problems that kind of sparked the whole woke movement was the fact that people started looking at the second and third verses, the third stanzas of the national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, and you realize that it's very racist.
Yes.
And so that's what caused all the hubbub with the professional athletes kneeling, and the desire to say, okay, well, 80% of the athletes in all these leagues are African American. Let's play the African American national anthem. It doesn't say, we had some sort of victory over everything. It doesn't mean that any other race doesn't matter. It's just saying, listen, we've come through a lot of things, and we still are optimistic about our prospects here in the United States as citizens. But there are a lot of people who don't realize that, and they're wearing guilt that they don't need to wear, that they think that African Americans are putting on them, and we're really not. We're just saying, hey, let's look at some things and maybe correct some things based on what happened in the past.
Yes,
it's not your fault. It's nobody's fault that's living today of what happened in 1876.
Well, in a sense, it is when people are denying history, and
there you go.
yeah.
There you go.
So, by the way,
when you deny it, then yes.
Yeah. Yes. Then, and unfortunately, that's what we see as a mass denial movement. By the way, just so people understand, the governor of Maryland, Mr. Moore,
Yes.
he's only the third black person to be elected governor of any American state in the Union. So this, of course, gives him an opportunity to potentially run for president. And this could have been, if there's any conspiracy here, there may be some logic to it as an attempt to take him out, to assassinate his career. And so it's something to be taken seriously when we hear these potentials for conspiracy involved with this incident. So please take it from there, Troy. And
well, I was talking to a guy tonight, a friend of mine, and he was telling me that he heard that there was some sort of Korean liner that was, the problem. They think the Koreans had something to do with, the sabotaging the engine room. And I mean, I'm like, all these conspiracy theories, it's good to kind of talk about, but then some of them are just way off the rails. As far as Wes Moore is concerned, there's no doubt about it that at some point he will run for president. I don't know if it'll be the 2028 cycle, because I know Gavin Newsom is kind of almost penciled in. Mm-hmm. But those two would be, if they ran together, or if they ran, one outdid the other. Mm-hmm. I think the Democrats have a much more talented lineup than anything on the Republican Party side. They can't get with the Trump.
I agree. Yes, I'm very pro Gavin Newsom generally, and Wes Moore I only really found out about because of this incident. I really didn't know much about him. Just so people understand, I'll go into him a bit more during monologue, but he's definitely got an impressive resume. He really had no prior political experience, but he was a college football star. He was a Rhodes Scholar. He was a best-selling author, an Army captain who served in Afghanistan, an investment banker, and now I guess he's the CEO of this major anti-poverty nonprofit called Robin Hood, of all things, which is kind of like, maybe that's not such a good name to give when you don't want the elites breathing down your neck to your nonprofit, but yeah, he went with that. I know that when he got into the 2022 race for governor, he was polling in the single digits, but then he began to get some star power on his side because he happens to be friends with Oprah Winfrey, who helped him campaign and raise money, and so he had that backing, and that's where we're at now. Now he's facing his first real test, and this is something awful. This is going to take years and billions of dollars, and he's got to appeal to the federal government for help. So this looks like a real calculated character assassination tactic, potentially. The potential is there, so it does need to be examined. So back to Troy.
I agree. I think this is going to be a tremendous test. But really, if he's able, and he will be, because Biden has already promised. First of all, they were already slated to get some money from the Infrastructure Act, and Biden's already promised to help raise the money to repair the bridge in the most effective manner. I hope that they learn. See, being in Florida, I'm a Florida resident when the Skyway Bridge got hit in the same manner.
Interesting.
A transport boat lost control, hit one of the spans, and several people passed away. And that bridge had a high, it was very high.
Wow.
But what they did was
You mean they had to be trying to knock it down, is what you're telling me? They had to be.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, no, not really. I think what happened was they did this. The way they designed it was safe, but they didn't have any embankments. After it got knocked down, they built these huge circular embankments in front of the pillars. So if a boat got out of control, it would not hit the bridge directly, kind of like what happened with the Baltimore situation. It would run up on those embankments and kind of either stop the ship from going directly into the span, or it would pretty much destroy whatever the vessel is. You know what I'm saying? It kind of like a catch-all. It's like a net, but it's a big three big pillars of concrete. If you ride over it, you can see it, and it's like, oh, there's no way a boat will ever hit the bridge again. Yeah. And I hope that when I saw that the one in Baltimore, it literally just ran right up the span. It was crazy.
Holy shit! Oh my god! Almost like a suicide.
Almost looked like a kamikaze situation. But
Oh my
god! I know that they lost control and lost power and things like that. And they've probably gone through that bridge a trillion times. Right. And never had.
Well, actually, we don't know if they lost control because they're still trying to retrieve the data from the black box. Yeah. And according to what Nemo told us, he said on film it looked very unusually suspicious, almost like you said, as if the ship were intentionally trying to cause this to happen. It's so there's something really weird was going on there.
Well, at least the captains called in the Mayday and kept people from being on the bridge. They were able to close the bridge down so there weren't more human casualties, on the bridge.
Other than the workers, they stopped the traffic. Right,
man, those guys, man, Jesus Christ, you're having a bologna sandwich and.
Holy shit!
I'm not trying to be funny. But I'm just
no,
saying.
It's horrible. No, I get it.
It's horrible. It's horrible, Jesus Christ,
Oh my god! Oh no, that's a horrible thing to happen. Yes, and what else is on your mind? You're of course in the belly of the beast. You're in the heart of astronomically rising prices and culture wars down there in Florida. I can't imagine anyone wanting to retire down there now.
You'd be surprised for a number of different reasons. There are a lot of people who are coming here because they feel it's a safe haven for them to practice and live out their racist fantasy.
Thank you. I was waiting for that. I was gonna. If you didn't say it, I would have. If you didn't say it, I would have.
And it's very easy. Some people will say, "Oh, you're a black guy. Of course, you're gonna say everything's racist." There is a difference. There's a lot of things that are prejudice, and there are things that are racist. We have gone up the spectrum of prejudice now into the realm of full racism. There's nothing you can say about the things that Donald Trump has said, the things that Ron DeSantis is doing. These things are pointed directly to
minorities,
certain people in a certain place,
yes,
and to ensure that at some point that the white majority will be, when they become a minority, will still be able to rule from the minority.
Yes,
that's why they're taking over school boards and city councils and county commissions. I mean, they're doing
It's
all the
very
stuff.
aggressive. It's very aggressive, and it
It
do
was they
yeah.
knew when Obama won in 2008, they had 8 years to practice what they're doing. They had 8 years to practice gerrymandering the districts. They had 8 years to figure out how to do, like I said, a lot of groundwork. They had 8 years to figure out how to stack up the Supreme Court. They had 8 years to figure out how to go at federal legislation. See, all this stuff it's not, it's an attempt to keep the federal government out of the everyday affairs.
Yeah.
Over the last 70 years, the African American has only been able to participate fully in society through federal legislation.
Yes.
So now you have
Yes.
a Supreme Court that's willing to go back and look at Roe versus Wade. Was the first salvo at the Supreme Court going back at Brown versus Board of Education,
Yes.
or
Yes.
Plessy Ferguson, any number of federally decided cases or things that were laws that were put in place through federal legislation, through laws, through the courts, to now go back and say, no, let's kick it back to the states. Let's put bathroom law back in Alabama. What do you think's going to happen in Alabama?
Yeah. No, it's a.
What do you think people of Mississippi are going to do if they ever had a chance to go back to the 60s? That's why they talk about make America great again. When?
Yes.
In the 60s?
Yeah.
In
No.
the 50s?
Yeah, it wasn't great for the rest of us. Let's just put it that way.
And it's not a hate thing. See, I think white folks think that some kind of way that African Americans want to exact this amount of revenge, or they're going to do certain things back, and that's not nobody's. Listen, man, we've been on this earth for 1 million years. We know how to survive. We know how to get along with everybody. You understand? Except for ourselves, we kill ourselves.
There's a real auto genocide.
That'll take a whole nother three sessions of
Well,
your show.
the good news is at least it's almost exclusively gender specific. So it's mostly young black men that are taking each other out. And that's
I can point directly to everything that's going on in the culture. The music is music that is being greenlit by the black hands that run these record companies. That it's okay for you to say the N-word and shoot them up, kill them up, but if you start talking about the greatness of Africa and let's start peace, your record could never see the light of day.
Yes, that is.
There was a movement in rap. There was a movement of rap about, I want to say 91, 92, when I was in college. It was all about peace and unity. James Brown was singing rap songs, and they were literally, James Brown had a song with Africa Bambaataa called "Peace and Unity," and they were thinking about West Coast loves the East Coast music and the East Coast loves West Coast music.
Oh my God.
And as soon as that record came out, the very next albums that started coming out and becoming number one was gangster music.
Yeah.
Out of California.
Oh my God.
The Ice Cube and all those guys are gangsters. Now all of a sudden he's a family man making family movies, kid movies and stuff.
I know.
These guys sell out. They sell out their soul to whoever.
When they're given the opportunity. I can't blame them, but maybe is it conceivable they were always sellouts, that they were being paid to produce this auto-destructive music to basically destroy a generation?
They were, but I don't think they realized that that's what it was doing. You don't gain that kind of perspective until you mature.
Mm-hmm.
When you're 21 years old, all you know is that some guy named Bernstein is giving you a bag of money. And you can rap and sing whatever you want to, as long as you move those units.
Yes.
And the next thing you know, you start wondering, wait a minute, I don't live my life like this. And then rappers start killing. I mean, this has got to be the stupidest thing in the world. These rappers are killing each other, shooting each other over songs.
This is, yeah. And did not a number of them go to jail for other issues as well? They were trying to truly live out the gangster life. I mean, this is what ultimately doomed Tupac, wasn't it? It was this kind of
just pretty much. Tupac was a talented, thespian. He was a freaking poetry writer. I mean, he had so many other things, but what was selling at the time was his artistry, violence and artistry. I mean, and it caught up to him.
Yeah. Yes.
So I don't know, man. But anyway, I didn't mean to go off on all that. I just was, talking. I just, here in Florida, Governor DeSantis has created an atmosphere of culture wars, and now people are fighting back. I think the city of Orlando just won some sort of lawsuit against the government, the state of Florida.
Oh, good.
Where they they could get some special tax break again or something like that. But I mean, DEI is they're going at DEI because it's another way for them to battle against what they feel is an imbalance or an injustice disguised. They think DEI is disguised as affirmative action.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
And so you had a couple of major universities that scuttled their entire DEI department.
Jesus.
And really, DEI was nothing more than saying, okay, well, let's have women's studies. We'll have African American studies. We'll do cultural, science, things, anthropology and stuff. And DeSantis came by and took all their funding, and the universities were firing professors and departments. I'm like, what is going on here, man?
Oh, it's wretched. It's outrageous. It's outrageous, and it is just you're left shaking your head because there was so much progress. The Black African American community is in the same position as the Native Americans, where there has been a terrible irony in terms of, or perhaps a beneficial irony, which is nonetheless bitterly ironic, in what was once their greatest persecutor, the federal government, for both the Native Americans and the Black African Americans, is now basically the best hope they have for opportunities and something equivalent to, or something akin to, an equal chance. So what the Supreme Court, which has been stacked in the most negative sense, has now been, to put it mildly, or to put it, to emphasize the gravity of the situation. When Troy Bellamy is talking about kicking power back to the states on these various issues, the reason that this is so incredibly alarming, dangerous, and sinister is because this is what the American Civil War between the states for rights was fought over, was, if not slavery, what is it that the lost cause revisionists will tell you? They'll tell you it was for states' rights. And so states' rights is basically a code word for revoking the 14th Amendment, basically, ultimately reinstigating slavery. And so when you're kicking things back to the states, yes, back to Troy. Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I mean, take it from here, please. By the way,
you said, and I learned this a lot from listening to you, but it's clear to see that, again, if you don't study the Civil War, I mean, that's really what it's all about. It was about the state's ability to override the federal government. Well, the federal government, again, with Lincoln, said that, listen, we got to all be on the same page. A house divided can't stand. So the federal government has to have this power. And one of the main, and the very first salvo at going at the federal government and weakening its ability to be able to pass legislation that would help bolster our society was when they weakened the Voting Rights Act after Obama became elected. That's what allowed these state governments to be able to change their voter ID laws, their voter registration rules, gerrymander districts, and all these sorts of things, because the Republicans knew after Obama won, they would never win. First of all, they knew before Obama, they knew that Al Gore had more votes than Bush. That's
That's
why they
true.
stopped the election.
Oh, it was awful. It was awful. And Florida is where that election was stolen. By the way,
Yeah.
I want to welcome Heather Holman. Heather, I'd like to introduce you to Troy Bellamy. Troy Bellamy is a teacher in Florida, and Heather Holman is in Arizona. Hi, honey. You've got your camera on, in case you didn't know. So,
Oh, hi.
yes, welcome aboard.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, honey.
Is that why it's all blacked out right there?
It's all blacked out, but we see you kind of barely. You're welcome to show
Oh,
more of
okay,
yourself,
yeah.
of course.
That's a good thing
Before
my
we
light's
get
not
on,
on. Hi,
take a
Bellamy.
disclaimer: I am not recording.
By accident, he recorded one lady one time, so Heather, I'm so glad that you joined us, and we have something from our friend Mr. Ronald Stroiney. Ronald Stroiney in the chat room was the lead for the Deep Space Pilots Band, is the lead for the Deep Space Pilots Band, which is an acid rock band that's been around forever. He points out that the drummer of his first band was Steve Key, the distant relation of Francis Scott Key. And then he points out that Florida has one of the most generous homestead exemptions in the country. You can exempt an unlimited amount of equity in your home or other property covered by the homestead exemption, as long as the property is not larger than half an acre in a municipality or 160 acres elsewhere. However, before claiming the homestead exemption in Florida, you must have owned the property in that state, he says wretched state, for at least 1,215 days before the bankruptcy filing. Okay, so he's an attorney, by the way. So he knows of these things, and I find that amusing. And thank you for that information about the individual who was in your band. And you're always welcome to join us. I don't have his Skype contact, but the Deep Space Pilot of Ronald Stroiney, feel free to send it to me, and I'll happily take it. And by the way, for those of you who don't understand where Troy Bellamy and I are coming from, again, in terms of the gravity of this situation, bear in mind something like what I said about Indonesia the other day, about how they'd been a colony for like 400, 500, like almost half a thousand years before they gained their independence, something like only around 70, 80 years ago during World War II, when they were liberated by the Japanese. And for those of you who don't understand where Troy Bellamy and I are like looking at developments with such alarm, when I was born in 1966, so many things happened. I mentioned, of course, that I was born, it was essentially in Taiwan, but during that time, mixed race marriages were still illegal on the books in the United States. And it was until that time, till the year I was born, 1966, that blacks had to use the Negro Motorist Green Book to know where they could go to the bathroom, where they could use swimming pools, where they could eat. And this was, the book was named after Victor Hugo Green, an African American, a New York City postal worker who would publish this book annually. But without that guidebook, a Negro motorist was literally lost. He would wind up being lynched for going into the wrong bathroom, the wrong restaurant. It was, imagine being dependent on something like that for your physical safety until the year I was born. Which, look, I'm only 56 years old at the most, so it's like yesterday. So this is like what we're dealing with is a return to that, a potential return to that with developments that are happening. This is nothing to dismiss. So what I want to do is refresh myself and leave you three to talk for a little while. I won't be gone too long, maybe about 10-15 minutes, and by that time Troy will probably have to go to bed. But all of you are welcome to stay here for a little while. We'll hold a round table for a little bit. I'll go into a little bit of monologue before George Knight shows up. But definitely, have you guys got this? Heather, you can talk about all kinds of things. Troy, Aristides.
Yeah, I got this. That's great.
Yes, and you're looking great. What a cute little photograph of you in that. But you're not smiling.
No, usually not smiling in my pictures. Those are the best pictures of me, I find.
Interesting. Okay. So, like a professional model, they're trained not to smile.
That's
Yeah.
far from it. I'm not as photogenic as any professional model, that's for sure.
Well, you're lovely, and of
Thank
course,
you.
yes.
And
So,
so, who have I got? We've got Bellamy on the phone,
yes,
and
Troy
who?
and
And Troy.
Aristides, and Aristides. How
Yeah.
would you like Heather to call you? Ari, perhaps, or
I, if she wants to, but hello, Heather. This is
Hi.
Aristides.
yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi,
Where's Brandon?
Brandon Young.
No, you're the person that you're always on your show with,
Oh,
Brandon.
Brandon Zogi.
Yeah.
He showed up for a
Brandon.
second and then he disappeared. I hope he's okay.
Okay.
He should be around. I don't know exactly, but he'll show up when he wishes. He seems to be alive. Either that or somebody killed him and they took his cell phone and they keep checking in. So that might be what's happening. I always just roll
Awesome.
with it. Yeah, I just roll with it. Whatever happens. Of course, Jennifer Hawkins has a fun way of pronouncing Aristides' name. She called him Air STDs. That's how you remember it. Yes.
Okay. Well,
Great.
where are we from, Aristides?
East Coast.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
Bellamy, where are you from?
I am from Florida.
Okay.
But
So you got
originally, Aristides was from Greece and Troy Bellamy was from Africa.
Greece.
No, I'm not from Africa. I
In
was
a way. In a way.
Genetically, both of them.
In a
Genetically.
way.
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes, definitely.
We've got quite the selection here on this call.
Yes, yes.
Everybody
It's
different.
yours, honey. It's yours, honey. I'm gonna go mute. I'm gonna turn it over to you. And I love you dearly, Heather. You've got this. You've got these guys. And I'll be right back. Okay.
We got
Okay.
it.
Okay, great.
So let me ask you this.
Mm.
How long have you been listening to Douglas, folks?
I've been listening over a year and a half, and been kind of helping out since I think around last summer.
Okay. Okay. And Aristides?
That's me.
Okay, that was Aristides. Okay.
I've been listening to Doug for a couple years now. So um, just looking at some of the things that he's been talking about, and
Did you just like hit across it on YouTube, or it just came up on your feed? Or
no, it came up on YouTube. I was researching information about conspiracy theories on World War II, causes of World War II, and the sinking of the Titanic and things. And so all of a sudden, he started popping up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, let me listen."
Huh.
To this stuff. And then when I found out that I could listen to his show live on the different iterations that he's been on, I've been listening ever since. And now I'm very fortunate for him to allow me to be a part of the show and contribute every now and again when I can. I really like to listen, and there's so much interesting uh, information that not only he shares, but the other contributors. I love what Aristides does, and the other guys.
Yeah.
Some guys that came on and seemed interesting in the beginning and turned out to be gang stalkers. And like I've been listening recently, and like I was like, what happened to my man Sid? He's crazy, you know?
Yeah, you got to be careful who you meet online.
Yeah, exactly. So
Well, like, I don't know. I think Douglas has that effect on everybody, all of his listenership. I personally was searching for some answers to my background of, I guess my grandpa was in World War II and Hollywood. And so I don't know what search kind of prompted him to get pulled up on my feed, but he was doing an interview on Red Ice Radio. And I heard about it, and everything he said, I was like, this is exactly what I was looking for. These are the answers. So ever since then, I too, he's a very gracious person to let us join him for sure. So who's next?
Okay. Troy. Well,
Yeah, who's next?
Troy, how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm doing pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Had a relaxing
Okay.
week.
All right. Yeah. I just wanted to, chat with you a bit before you get tired and you got to go. So
Yeah.
I remember I put a link in the chat. I remember you brought up at one moment African Bambata.
Mm-hmm.
and that like triggered a memory for me of like the song that like kicked ass. So I looked it up on YouTube. I put it in the chat.
Yeah.
You'll remember. You'll know it when you see it. Like,
Oh yeah, the Soul
I remember
Sonic
that
Boom.
shit. I remember that. Yeah, from back in the day, man. Planet
Yeah.
Rock. Oh
Planet
yeah,
Rock
that
is
kicked ass, dude. That kicked
all
ass.
time. Yeah, Africa Bambaataa
That was.
did it. Like I said, he did a song with James Brown
Mhm.
to try and bring peace and unity. It was called Peace, Unity, Love, and Having Fun.
Yeah.
That was one of James Brown's last songs. He did.
Okay. I haven't seen that one. If you do dig up a link to it, can you put it in the chat? I
I'll
wouldn't know what
try.
to look for. Yeah. All right. Maybe later. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. So, what else?
I'm looking up one of my favorite old school videos for you guys so I can be part of it.
Okay. What's that?
I'm not sure exactly, so I'm going to have to Google it. I'm 50, so I don't know how old you guys are.
I'm around that age.
Yeah, so we're probably the same thing. Okay, so it's called Little Baby. You know who that is?
Little
Telling me?
Baby. An
Little
artist?
Baby. And the Breakdance Crew or something. Yeah, Breakdance
This is
Crew.
like an act. It's called Little Baby and the
Little
Breakdance
Baby,
Crew.
Low Down. Yeah, it's from a long time ago in the 80s when breakdancing was on the East Coast.
Okay.
And it never really made it that big here. I mean, it was a phase or a trend, but it wasn't like a lifestyle like it was in the East Coast.
I'll try to look it up.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to copy it so I can just paste it in the chat. But I'm very fascinated by the whole breakdance scene just because I've never been on the East Coast, and so I'm not really, I guess, I don't know, savvy with it.
Okay. So this
Called
was
Little Baby.
It was Little Baby and the Breakdown, and what was it associated with?
No, the breakdance crew.
Breakdancing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
You do?
Do I remember breakdancing? Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Okay.
James Brown was important to the rap scene at that time. And that Africa Bambaataa song he did came out in probably like 85. I think I was my freshman year in college. But what James, throughout the 70s, that when rap first started, all the way to the 90s, everybody used an old James Brown beat, either the Funky Drummer or Blind Man or one of the other songs that he used, and they would scratch and mix and pull music from those songs and make songs out of those, make rap songs out of James Brown beats. So that's why he was so important to the rap movement at that time, because he was, he undoubtedly the godfather of soul, but everybody used his beats.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, that was like when people started just remixing stuff and just going crazy.
Yeah, it's still sticking today.
The sampling, you know what I mean? That got
Yeah.
real good with the electronic, advent of electronic stuff where they could sample stuff and reuse it, and
Right.
that's kind of a big deal. That's what you're talking about. They were like sampling a James Brown song and like
Yeah, people still do that just
remixing it.
to have a what do they call it, a riff or something off of a famous song that's a legendary song, you know.
Yeah.
So were we talking about Easter at all?
Not Peter kind of brought up some stuff, I think, religious, some musings about religion and stuff, but not directly, not so much.
Well, I want to bring up something that I think is interesting, and usually people don't think it is as interesting as I think it is, but everybody knows who Taylor Swift is, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so my theory is that she's an AI robot that's going around doing the Eras tour, because no way could that one person be capable of performing to that level.
She's something of an enigma. She's like too
perfect. Everything is so
Yeah.
perfect. It's just it's bullshit. It's
Too
like
Barbie
I think
doll.
she might come out of the one appearance that she makes is for the special song, because she has special songs at each different concert. It's different songs. I don't know, my theory. I mean, why else would she be hanging around Elon Musk?
I don't know. There's something going on with her.
For sure.
There's some kind of magnetic, something
Yeah.
like it's like just pumping this like Taylor Swiftness into.
What about time travel?
Yeah, but no, it's very certainly very well. I don't know, marketed. It's got a certain brand.
Right. Well, you got to figure if anyone's got the money, it's
Yeah.
her.
Yeah.
A lot of people think
People,
that she is the clone of Zena LeVay.
yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. I don't know. I've seen people.
What do you think about that?
I mean, I've seen a lot of presentations of, look, these people look like clones of these other people, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I could take all of them seriously. Do I think it could be done? Yeah. But do I think all these people are, even minor celebrities are bothering to clone them? Like,
Or it could just be immortality. People that are immortal, they don't tend to age.
Maybe. But only if the other person like disappeared. You mean like the other person's gone and somehow they,
yeah,
regressed them?
Yeah, no, it's the same person is what I'm saying.
Uh-huh.
It's just that they don't age.
That's for like Alex Jones. He was supposed to be that other guy.
Yeah.
Bill Hicks. Was it Bill Hicks?
I don't know.
Or something. He was supposed to be this other guy who was even like older, because they supposedly Alex Jones is only like late 40s, barely 50.
Right.
But he seems older. I don't.
Right. Some people age, I guess. Some people don't. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say, Bellamy?
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know if they're all clones. People could look just like a lot alike, but
I was looking at something today. Some kid posted something about some guy named Dave that's supposed to be Michael Jackson.
Oh, yeah, I think I know. I've heard a lot about that one.
Yeah. Okay. See, the guy apparently he sounds exactly like Michael Jackson. He had the same type of burns that Michael Jackson suffered from, during the Coke commercial, whatever he was doing. And so some people think that he's actually.
Isn't he living out of Connecticut?
I'm not sure where he's from. I had to look at the video a little bit more. They were just kind of pointing out the similarities in the voice and the tonation.
Yeah.
All of a sudden
if it's the person who I thought it was, he's coming out of Connecticut and he looks like a white guy.
Yeah, but you can tell he's got like burns on his body. Well, of course, Michael Jackson had the vitiligo, so you really can't. It's like hard to decipher. I mean, I don't believe in it. I don't know if anybody has faked their death or whatever, and nobody's going to run into them. I don't know.
That's more common than you think.
You never know.
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in that industry.
Yeah. Very possible. Very possible.
Okay, there's cloning allegations, but what about also, like, it seems people have some pretty, convincing pictures of like how they seem to be like walking a dummy of somebody out, how they don't look like they used to look, like Biden doesn't look like he used to look. And, they have seen it with Putin, and like, look at all these different versions of them. You're almost like, is that one over there, or, a dummy or a double?
People change. I mean, I don't know about the Biden thing with I know which picture you're talking about, but he might just be getting old.
I don't know. There's a lot of weirdness, or I mean, or is it, could be a lot of facelifts, I don't know. So it's like, but some of it seems, kind of, I don't know. There's some eerie shit out there, but makes it seem like something is fake somehow.
Well, you know what? One time my friend went to a trip, and it was like a long time ago when I was in my 20s or early 30s. And a friend of mine went on a trip to Las Vegas, and I guess that like they were doing drugs or whatever, and whatever drugs he took, it ended up, he said that he went to a underground airport, and in the airport there's this ice chest, and it had folded up skin suits of people's skins, but they were all like a suit that was pressed and vacuum sealed into a bag. And
What
yeah,
airport or what state was this?
he said that it was when he went on a trip to Nevada. But like I said, he must have been out of his mind.
It was at like
An underground airport, he said.
Airport, like an air base, not like a commercial airport, like some kind of.
I don't know. He said the commercial airport was above.
Right.
He's not with us any longer either.
Okay. Well, it would be a good place to hide stuff, I guess. I mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of things that I wanted to talk to Douglas about. One of the things is, does he ever talk about the Kazazans? Or the mafia of the Kazazis or something?
Kazazis.
Khazarians? Yes, like, the Khazarians.
Khazarians. Yes, I think it's come up.
Interesting.
It has come up. We'll have to get more insight. I mean, I'm certainly familiar with the idea, but as far as his take on it,
yeah. There's this guy on TikTok, and he claims to be the true original son of John F. Kennedy. Has anybody else seen that guy?
What's the name? No.
His name is John Quigley. Or no, Keith Quigley. I'm sorry.
I haven't heard him.
Yeah, he swears that his dad, and he tells the whole story and the whole timeline, and everything's very believable. He says that he was replaced when he was 9 years old by John, which is the guy that we know as John Kennedy Jr.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting, and he is in over by me here, I think, in Arizona. But they left him for dead, and then he had to live under a new identity in a like protection situation, and now he's finally coming out, probably because all those people aren't around anymore.
Right. I mean, I believe that kind of thing could happen. I think they do a lot of weird like identity swaps and shit with like very high
everybody
families and stuff. Whether any individual case like that is true, I don't know, but I believe it could be possible.
It's totally possible. And I think, too, that Donald Trump died in his helicopter accident a long time ago in 1986.
Maybe. I don't know. But I think they would only bother to clone, like, really important people, not, like,
rich people.
It's super, like, influential, I mean, I say Dave Chappelle was, like, replaced, too. But, I mean, would they really bother with Dave Chappelle? I don't know, Say he's like different.
I think that we
should... some story of his family member. I listened to a whole audio for like 15-20 minutes of a family member on a phone call allegedly saying like this ain't the same guy, and he went away to Africa and he came back, and I'm telling you, this is my cousin, and my cousin is just not the same guy. So
that's weird. I'd believe that, actually.
It's out there. If you search for it, that's out there. I'm not making this shit up. Whether it's true, I don't know, but would they invest in somebody, or I don't know, is he that influential? That it's how easy is it to do? I don't know.
Yeah, it was easier a long time ago, and before facial recognition and stuff, probably.
Yeah.
But they'll take off your face. They'll use your face. So I mean, anything's possible.
What was that guy? It was a really old like video. I've seen it go around a few times. It was called Organic Robotoids. It was like a real old video where he explained like they were doing this years ago.
In the 30s.
I don't know if it was in the 30s. I'll try to bear with me. I'll try to look it up.
Well, there was this. Too bad you weren't in the chat room last time that I was on with Douglas. I put a lot of stuff in there.
Oh, in the Skype, or I probably went back and saw it, but
there's this guy Edwin Land. And in 1948, he developed for Polaroid the Land camera. It was like the first, it stretched out in the front. It was like the first instant camera that there ever was. And it had this, I guess, I don't know if it's the chemicals in the paper or something, the process that if you get the film wet, you can manipulate it, the image, back onto the paper any way that you'd want. and it's really begs the question of photography altogether, and how it can play tricks on you.
Yeah. And this is back, but like how long ago?
Well, in 1948 is when he invented it, but in 1978 and 79, I think, is when the Polaroid Instamatic camera first came out for people to buy. And the Polaroid, that's where the Polaroid came from.
And you're saying about what, doing something tricky? Because you couldn't fake anything back then. There was no.
No, but it kind of made me think like a little bit about the Disney thing with the animation. And it's like, one time I was at the eye doctor, and they were like bouncing off a mirror off of the chart or whatever, and bouncing a mirror off and the light and back 3 different times. And then when they turned the light on for a second, everything was animated that I saw. So I'm wondering if animation is something that actually exists. It's not something that we just create as cartoons, but it's like a filter in our mind. No thoughts?
Okay.
Yeah. Because where did they get the idea? You got to figure when they get ideas, it's already been done. So
I think a lot of times things are done way ahead of when we know that they're done. So
my grandpa was in Hollywood during World War II at the studios, Universal Studios or something like that. He was the first motion picture unit, and that's when they started. Well, they actually made these Nickelodeon cards for the pilots, and it was what they would use for their target map. So that had this ink that if once you got it wet, it would show the target map. But when you first got the card, you just think it was a cartoon or Nickelodeon.
Okay.
And so that's Dr. Seuss, I think, was one of the artists that participated in that that unit or whatever. Ronald Reagan was the adjunct captain in that unit. That was before he was the governor.
Really? Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, he was always kind of like a trip, according to my grandpa.
Yeah, he was a personality, that's for sure. Let's see here. Putting a thing in the chat. Yeah, I found this organic robotoids video. I'll put it there, and then I guess we'll put it in the YouTube also. Give people something to.
So what do you think about that, this transhumans?
What do I think about as far as what transhumanism?
Do you think it's more common than people realize?
What do you mean? As far as
and just the public.
As transhumanism or trans people?
Like robots or inorganic or what you were saying, robots.
Okay, like some sort of clone technology.
Yeah, is it the same thing? Taking a person and putting mechanical parts on them.
I don't know. I don't know if they're. I would say maybe biologically cloning people. I don't know if there's like. As far as organic robotoids, I guess it would be somebody not like a robot like metal. That would mean like they like grew a clone. Or that's what it would refer. It seemed like a person, but it wasn't. I don't know. Anyway, I posted it.
Well, if you clone someone, you'd figure they'd have to go years and years to grow up to be,
right.
You can't just clone them
right.
of the age.
Right, which makes you wonder about all this, like.
Yeah.
They have a similar age clone, right?
Well, yeah. Or just the people in the wax museum, maybe those are like the blueprints to their clone.
I'm so sorry. Oh boy. What's this? I see Brooke Gibson, but she's on mute.
What's up? What's up?
Hey.
How you doing?
Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Brooke.
Hey, Aristides. How are you?
Hi. We have Heather Holman on with us and Troy.
Hey Troy, how are you?
Good. How are you, man?
Good. How's it down
Uh,
there? You
he
surviving
woke
Florida
up for
right now?
you.
And hey, I wasn't even here, and he woke up. I heard him a little bit earlier talking to Douglas, and I had to finish what I was doing with dogs. But yeah. And then he said Heather. I haven't met Heather before. Hey Heather, I'm Brooke.
Hi, Brooke. I'm Heather.
Yeah. So nice to meet you all.
Nice
And
to
I
meet
don't mean
you.
to interrupt the conversation, so y'all just kind of pick
No,
up where you
not at
left.
all. I mean, how are you?
No, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Just like chilling here with all my little critter crew, my dogs. They've still got knock on wood 4, and my little squirrel, my little Braveheart, who I found out is a girl, by the way. Father's time. So I have a girl squirrel. But yeah, so just kind of chilling and listening to you guys and talking about what I heard transhumanism as I called in. So I heard you getting a little stuck with
Do
that
you
one.
think they like clone people, basically celebrities, or like how there just seems to be like weird versions of people, or something's going on?
Well, let me just put it this way. Like I think that there are technologies that can, the military has technology that can clone, obviously. Um, higher up governments are cloning, probably, if anything, military soldiers. I would think if anything, they're doing that, but they're able to clone like parts. I believe that's kind of where the entry level is, where we're at. I don't believe they're cloning Katy Perry or our president. I personally don't believe that. However, I mean, I, was with someone earlier, in the last few months that, was heavily believed that everything I watched or saw on TV was like, oh no, that's a clone. That's a clone. So there are people that believe that. I would say the person I was with was also heavily on drugs. So you have to weigh that with a grain of salt. So it depends on where you're at with it.
Okay.
I mean, that's my belief. My belief is
Do you think
that I
that
think
Taylor
that
Swift could be an AI robot?
I do not. I do not. I think that would be
No.
a meth head or worse description. But I mean, I'm not putting people down that think that. I just I mean, I guess I am maybe in a way. Like, I do not think that we are at the point of first of all, I think you have to look at a why. So in the reason I look at everything is like you have to go back to the end all be all. So what's the why, right? Because the people that have power or money to do these things, right? They have to have a why. They have to have a reason. And that's like I always tell my daughter, follow the money trail, because usually money and power, because money is power.
Right,
So technically you follow that trail and you can literally find your answer if you're questioning. To clone Taylor Swift is really, I mean, if you think about it, if you have that technology, is really cloning Taylor Swift really going to give you, no. I mean,
No,
like,
not cloning. That's not. It's an AI robot.
that's the same. I mean, that'd be the same difference, right? Cloning. If you couldn't get an AI robot to replace Taylor Swift or become Taylor, or are you saying that Taylor Swift was never a person? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying she's a person. I'm just saying she doesn't perform 3.5 hours 3 times a week back to back and can go and live her life and do all the things that she does. I think it's an AI robot that's performing.
No, I mean, if you're just talking about performance wise, I mean, obviously we've seen things like where they had Tupac, the first year they had Tupac at whatever it was, that big show in California. And, it looks so real having him there, because you've got that's not AI technically. That was, just the holographic image of him,
Right.
but looked very real.
Oh,
So,
hey,
I mean, can you
honey.
have,
Oh, my God. Oh, two lovely ladies here tonight. Both from my
oh my God,
past.
yawn.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, dear Brooke, what inspired you to visit us tonight?
You called me.
Yeah.
I just decided to be a bitch and call you.
Oh, thank you so much. I so much appreciate that. And Heather, were you able to see the fact that I published your poem in tonight's show summary?
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Poem.
Yes, poem. Poem. Brooke's dad always calls it poem because it has an
I
E.
call it poem. I did not know it
How
was not
cute.
poem.
Yes.
I still argue with people that it is poem, but whatever.
Now you were
That's cute. Where's he from?
yes.
It's not him. I just thought it was me. Like, I always said it poem. I grew up writing poems. Like, I thought I did. And then my daughter, one day, she's like 12, and she's like, oh my God, I love your poem. And she's like, what'd you say? I'm like, I like your poem. And she's like, what? And I'm like, I like your poem. What do you mean? And she's like, it's a poem. It's a poem. And I was like, whatever, it's poem. And like, I was arguing with her. I'm like 35 and arguing her. And she's like, no, it's like mom. And then she's like going, so then I would go to other people, like to my son who, and then then I went to enough people that all said I was now saying this wrong. And I was like, no, like, so then I stuck with it a good, like the last 10 years, like I've just been spitting with it. But like it was in the last year, I tell my dad, cause I mean, I still get mad every time somebody says something they're like poem. And I'm like, it's poem. Like in my head, it's just like saying, like if I say, you know, you are there, and you were telling me like it's not you, it's you are. So I'm like, it's you, it's you are, you are. I don't forget. So I'm like, poem. It's just basic grammar to me, and so I can't get it out of my head. So I told my dad the other, like 6 months ago, I guess I was like, hey, did you, by the way, how do you say it? Do you say the word? Do you say poem? He's like, yeah, poem. And he's the first. So then I'm like, well, fuck. At least I know where I got it.
Oh,
once. What's wrong with poem? And he's like, I'm like, they say it's poem. He's like, poem. I say poem.
Yes.
I'm like, oh,
It's adorable.
Adorable.
Another adorable. Yes, another adorable cute thing about Brooke is that she would always see her dad basically take the cock of the handgun, that revolver, and cock it back in order to simulate firing it. And I had to explain to Brooke that revolvers aren't that way anymore. That you don't need to do that. You just pull the trigger. Her dad.
Look, he had an old revolver, right? So, but that one was real. But then, okay, another really old revolver, really like something. He said, "Oh, look, I got this from," because I'm weak and inherited everything from my great grandmother. So I was back in his room at this past Christmas, and he's like, "Oh, look what I got!" And he pulls out this like old timey looking, like it looked like an early 1900s fucking gun, right?
Yes.
And I was like, "He's like, look at this shit." He's like, "This is what I got from my great grandma's like when I got it." And he's like, "Have you seen it?" And I'm like, "What?" And I was like, "Oh my god!" So I'm going over to it, and he's like, and he pulls it up like, I was like, don't point it, because he's pointing up at the ceiling. And he's like, shit, fuck, look at those cobwebs up there, because they have even in their bedroom, they have like a 2-story bedroom ceiling.
Yes.
So like, it's a loft. So like, there's some cobwebs up in like the corner of it, and he's like, shit, watch this. And before I could have time to think through it, I'm like, oh my god, I'm just seeing him pull it back and pull this trigger. Yes. And I'm like, like just that split second before he looks at me, and I realize like this is not real, and this is not a real gun, right? But yeah, in that split second, yeah, he pulled that back, and because it looks like a real gun. It was one of those old timey something. Yeah. I don't fucking know what it was. Some old timey pellet gun, but it looked like a fucking 1800s whatever, like a musk. What do you call it?
Almost like yes, almost like one of those musket-like affairs. Yes, yeah. I understand what you mean, but definitely. So that's adorable, and so many other things about both of you young ladies are adorable.
If you continue talking this goddamn fake voice, I swear to God, I'll either hang up.
I'm just so excited to have both of you here. I mean, really, it's like a sex fantasy come true or something. It's so Brooke. Yes, you have no idea. I've been meaning to contact you. There's just a lot of Asian holidays that have been hitting, and there's more to come. So, but honestly, I do want to speak to you personally. But now that we're here publicly,
you called and left a couple of messages, so I wasn't sure like what you were wanting me to do. So as far as calling back, because I knew you were going out town. Yeah.
Yes, you're very astute. Yes, and so at any rate, honey, I just you leave me speechless, as does Heather. I mean, both of you are very have a very storied background with me. There's a lot of. Oh,
I don't know about Heather's background with you. Why don't you please do tell?
Oh, I'll let her do that, because I don't think I do it justice. It would be like
no, you do. You definitely do. You tell it like it is.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And well, such being said, it's still best for her to say it. But that being said, Brooke, what else comes to my mind? But you were talking about holograms. Yes, by all means. You said something about a hologram. You were talking to Heather about this hologram. What about this hologram?
I think Heather had asked a question, more of a question. I was just answering her.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh, I was just mentioning, I was asking around if people thought that Taylor Swift was an AI robot.
And How that reminds me kind of like when Nemo thought, who was it? Nemo
Mm-hmm.
thought he saw the eyelash falling out. And
Katy
he's
Perry was
yeah.
a holographic. Yeah.
We love you, Nemo, but you just don't.
Yeah, nobody else anywhere can feel it either. Just me.
They had plenty of people jumping onto the Kate Perry bandwagon saying that she was like an android or a clone or something like that.
Somebody said that she was John Benet Ramsey.
Yeah, Katy Perry or Taylor Swift?
Yeah,
W-
Katy Perry.
Oh, interesting. Well, these conspiracy theories are out there. Oh, so about Taylor Swift, you're saying you're the only one who says this? I'm surprised. I'm surprised there's aren't thousands.
And I mentioned it too. They think it's ridiculous, and I can't. Nobody else shares my point of view.
But why would you think this?
I don't know. It's just what I see. That's all I see actually, from everything about it.
Okay.
She's a robot.
Or maybe you feel she's artificial and synthetic and somewhat
like Elon Musk's new robot, and they learn, and you could teach them to do things over and over, like daunting tasks, and then they just put skin on them.
I mean, I've seen movies like that, but it's not that such a thing is inconceivable. But but when something is conceivable, doesn't mean we've yet had the capacity to make it so. Whatever man can conceive, man can possibly achieve. But I'm certain there's a lot of fantasies about creating something like that. But it's like there's a lot of difficulties involved. Weight, balance with robots. A hologram would be more realistic, but. And I could see if you feel that Taylor Swift is synthetic and artificial and just bland plastic with no personality, maybe you'd assume that she's just a hologram. That is actually not inconceivable in the sense that they've done that with the ABBA group, the ABBA singing group, and people have been so impressed by the holograms they thought that they were just actors on a stage portraying the group ABBA. But no, they were holograms. That's how realistic holograms can be. But there would be, apparently she does make some personal appearances, so people do seem to see her. Yeah, I mean, seem to be able to. But then again, you could make the argument that, it's a hologram all the way and that people are just seeing her, but nobody's touching her. But I'm certain some people.
Oh my God, yeah. Nobody tried to no one stupid idiot guy out there tried to fill up her ass.
Good point. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Actually, as to drive that point home, yes. Some dirty old man felt up her ass and she sued him for $1, at which point she must have spent something like $10,000 or something of that nature to sue him for $1. But she was making a point.
There's too many Swifties out there. Yeah. If they were going to do a hologram fake person, there's too many Swifties out there.
It'd be hard.
The Swiftie, just the whole thing of Swifties, they're so loved her. Like my daughter is one, was one, has been one. She loves Taylor Swift, and because she loved Taylor Swift from the time Taylor was. When she was younger and before she was in politics. Now, because my daughter obviously is in politics and very political, she stands with a lot of Taylor's politics, which are very liberal.
Yes.
And so for Taylor to be where she's come from and, started country music, but to be that liberal. So she very much stands with Taylor, was us being from the South and, country music, but then being that liberal and being that young and being able to step forward against things like Donald Trump and things like that. So I believe that, I think you'd have enough Swifties out there that would be like, oh my God, she's not real. They're trying to break into her, see her every minute of the day. There would definitely be, that's a huge media story that not one, but every person in the world, including myself, would sell if I had even the slightest realm that she was faking. Even part of her stuff is with some CI, computer.
Yeah, I have to side with Brooke on this. Yes, it's what did that remind me?
I guess the most the best AI robot is the one that can pull you in or keep just by the eye contact have this line of communication established.
Right.
And she does that with every single one of the people that go to the concerts.
Ooh, maybe it would help Brooke to understand your context if she understood more about yourself. Let's tell Brooke a little bit about yourself. Is it now? Let's see if I do justice here, and kind of like your grandfather was this horrible Freemason. He was this Freemason who was dealing with extraordinarily potent occult magic. He was someone who, the photographs I saw of him, he was dressed in what we could call, just very loosely, the Cleopatra garb of Egyptian outfit, where you've got the headdress. And looking like the people on the walls, the Egyptian people in the hieroglyphics. So he had that kind of headdress. And he, along with all the men dressed like him, of which there were many, they were all barefoot so they could keep the resonance with Mother Earth. They wanted to keep that contact with the ground, but they were messing with very powerful crystals, in order to focus sunlight and generate basically beams. And because what they were generating was blinding, they were wearing these atom bomb goggles, like the kind you would wear at the Trinity test and shit. Oppenheimer goggles. And so they had these goggles on and were very sinister photographs of her grandfather. And Heather Holman woke up at times.
I was just speaking of him, being in Hollywood during the Second World War.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Oh, I was just talking about how he's in the first motion picture unit with Ronald Reagan.
Okay, I mean, sinister enough. and this John Fitzgerald screenshot you shared with us, exactly the relevance of what is?
Yeah, I was sharing earlier that there's this guy he goes around and he's claiming that he's John F. Kennedy Jr.'s the original one, the real one, and that he was replaced by a double. And then I wanted to know, I had asked if you did any kind of research or any kind of shows on the Khazaris.
Hazars.
They're called
Hazars. Yeah, Hazars.
Yeah.
Hazars.
Yeah, so I was talking about them.
Okay. You were talking about them with Brooke?
No, with the boys. Before Brooke came on, yeah.
Yeah, before Brooke came on, right. Yes. And so, and anyhow, at any rate, Brooke, what do you think of this individual claiming what he's claiming? I mean, I have to admit, Heather, you shouldn't spend so much time online.
Oh no, I don't really anymore.
Oh, what do you do?
Oh, ever since I started working.
Oh, right. How's that going?
It's going good. Thank you.
You enjoy it?
Yeah. Restaurant isn't really my style. I struggle with restaurant because when it gets busy, how everyone's got to move all fast and get in that mode. I just can't really get in that mode because I got to stay calm,
Right. I got it. Brooke loves restaurants. Brooke lives off restaurants. Why, there was this one time, it was so cute. Brooke went looking around for tartar sauce in the middle of the night at gas stations. Oh, I'll never forget that. Oh, that was so awful, that crushed feeling. She had fish, but no tartar sauce. Oh my God.
It was vegetarian fish, too.
What is a vegetarian fish?
It was a vegetarian crab cake, so it was like imitation crab, right? It was but it was crab cakes. But you can't do the crab cakes without the tartar sauce, man. And your hours suck, and then also the hours here is later. And then also, I just think 2020. I don't know if they did this in California. You're in San Francisco, but everything here, since okay, we used to at least have 24-hour Walmarts, right?
Yeah.
There was something besides Waffle House. It was 24 hours. We had some Walmarts. We had stuff open. No, every decent restaurant closes at 10 p.m. You might get a few at 11 p.m. on the weekends, a couple of hours midnight. It's just, and I'm not in some small hillbilly Vermont, wild boons of North Carolina town. Greenville's pretty established. We're halfway to Atlanta, halfway to Charlotte. We are fairly a large city comparatively. We're not LA big, but yeah. So no, shit just suddenly, it's 2020. They all realized, you know what? We don't have to keep everything open. People have already gotten used to shit not being open. So we're going to come back and we're just going to close everything at 10 p.m. And the whole town just like down. And it's like you have a choice, Waffle House or Jack in the Box. And I mean, you can eat toilet paper. You've got a choice of Waffle House and Jack in the Box, like, or the gas station. 3 things: gas station, Waffle. Like that's the only food or stores open in the entire, I don't know, state. I'm pretty sure the entire South Carolina. I don't know if Georgia's different.
Yeah, I mean, no, COVID killed everything. It's so sad. I mean, how about yourself, Heather? Is there any nightlife, or have you always just kind of gone to sleep?
What do you mean nightlife?
You know, in Arizona, like what Brooke's talking about, 24-hour anything.
Oh, well, in certain parts of town, yeah, there's always Circle K's that are open all night long. And
That's a gas
some,
station.
yeah, some of the,
Gas
some of the
station life.
restaurants, like Filiberto's, which is Mexican food, they're open 24 hours.
But like a Walmart, you know, like a Walmart or a Target, like 24 hours, Starbucks, 24 hours. Like there used to be decent things open. Like if you just suddenly were up and you're like, you know what? It's like 2 a.m. Like I'd be waking up like 2:33 in the morning. You know, you're 12 and you're like, fuck it, gotta be at work at 8. Fuck, I'm just gonna get up and I'm gonna do my grocery shopping now at 3 a.m. so I can like literally come home and go straight to bed at 5 o'clock. Right? You could do that. You could have that choice. There was a 24-hour Walmart. You could always go. No,
Yeah.
no. You know that has ruined my life because I'm a night person. That's why I come up that's why I can come on here and completely like off and on. Just like I'm not a good like sleeper, so I do not I don't sleep well. Like people can just go to bed every night at like 5 or 8, and this with me with nothing in me, no Adderall, nothing. Still cannot go to bed at like 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock every night and just sleep through the night till 8 in the morning. Like, so it's just like for me, but that's because I was born at night, and that goes in the whole astrology thing.
Wow.
So I'm very like whoever. If some president, I don't care if Donald Trump came on right now, I was like, you know what, everybody's gonna get a 24-hour Walmart. I was like, fuck, vote for Donald Trump. Like that is it. Like I don't care who it is. It could be Elon Musk. Like I'm gonna vote for Elon Musk. Like I will campaign. It could be Peter Moon. I will campaign for Peter Moon. He will give us a 24-hour Walmart.
Oh my God. Oh God. Don't even remind me. Oh my fucking God. We'll get into that later. So when it comes to other things to talk about, I just sent Aristides a private message. I'm sure he'll get back to me about that from what I'm asking about. Has nothing to do with either one of you ladies, but definitely.
Yeah, but it's so nice of you. Like you definitely learned in elementary or middle. Your mom definitely taught you to not say things out loud. Like, hey, I'm sending a private message that no one else can know about, but I want you all to know about it. But I can't tell any of you what it is. This is
because sometimes Aristides doesn't notice when I send him right away. So in order to try to expedite,
no, it sounds like an Aristides and you problem.
No, he was right.
Let me put it out there to everyone else on the show. Hey, I just want y'all to know you're not important to me. Everyone on the show, everyone listening to the show too. You're not a lot of important enough to watch. Like me and Aristides have a private thing going on. Okay?
I wasn't paying attention, and he was right to give me a heads up.
There, see, Brooke, that's there you have
he's
it.
Giving you a heads up, or he's giving you a heads up for a head up.
Oh, Brooke, your imagination is so pornographic. But then again, that's why we get along.
I have been talking to you on your show for like a year and a half now. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, honey, I mean, but you've been gone for so long. But every time you show up, of course, it's appreciated. Believe me, my voice.
I just know if your life insurance is still left to me.
It's still left to you. Yes, it is. If someone,
I have my planes flying in on the 4th, April 4th.
Oh my God. No,
to check, because you told me to come check on your health, make sure you were having some heart issues. I wanted to check with you. We'll talk about privately.
At any rate, before I took my break to refresh myself, I had every once in a while it crops up, and I think what I have is what do you call that? They have a term for it. Shit. I've forgotten the term. Anyhow, forget it. We'll go into
for
it.
What? The term for what?
There's this horrible intestinal
thing where you like literally
violent...
lick and suck every's ass that comes across you. And you just like want to.
Brooke, please. That's so obscene. There's this acid reflux.
I did not mean it physically. I actually didn't mean that.
Yeah, no worries. Acid reflux disorder. acid
that
reflux.
might be from all the ass kissing that you do and trying to balance everyone out like that, probably.
Oh my God.
Like trying to make everyone, like you make us all feel like you like us when you hate everyone else. Acid reflux. I would call that acid reflux, all right.
At any rate, the acid reflux disorder is just terrible, and so when it does erupt, it feels like I'm having a heart attack. It feels like it's just awful. When I left to take my break, I felt like I was dying, but that's par for the course. It's the acid reflux
But
disorder.
did you take some Coke to make it better?
No. No, I swallow these pills. Gas X, some other kind of acid pill, and then 3 calcium pills that I chew. So I take all these, and then that handles it. That's in the past I used to just gut it out. This was like then it was just part of these things that you just hope this will pass or something. Then. Yeah, just
Speaking of,
yes?
I just thought of your pill thing. I just found this out recently because people were selling them. I had that stomach issue, which like obviously, know about this. But okay, so methadone, which I took when I got off pain pills years ago, had to get off. Did not know. Would never go on methadone. I've been through this whole story. Methadone is horrible. It's created by the Germans, but it was created from what I understand, during World War II. There was
morphine. It was morphine. Right. And it was meant to be kind of like a synthetic replacement for the morphine. Go on.
For morphine, right.
Yeah.
There was a shortage. Yeah. And so but there was never any studies really done on it long term. It was created, and then we, bring the German scientists over here, and then we have this whole heroin epidemic, and they just throw, morphine, and they throw that kind of in there. And so it's really hard to come off of, is what I say. So methadone, it creates more of it's a very long lasting, like a 2.5 day effect. So you can't really get high on anything else, and it's just kind of like keeps you like on a pain pill kind of loop right there, right, where you're not really craving anything else. So it's great for people that are like on anything like heavily heroin or heavily even on pain pills. Now I was just coming off 3 Lortabs a day prescribed by a doctor, but didn't like the way that felt and had no idea that going on methadone was going to be 10 times worse than how that felt coming off those 3 pills a day. But got off of it. My point is, somebody told me recently, found out that there's a diarrhea medication like lopramidine, like whatever. It's and it has the exact same effects as pretty much the exact same effects as methadone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so, but what's the point of it? Is it a replacement for methadone?
I mean, I guess if you want the exact, I don't want to come off I don't want to have to come off diarrhea medication either. Regardless, but I did not know that. Like, people are buying it. Like, it's the effects are much similar and like can be addictive. So I didn't know. I guess maybe I don't know. You wouldn't know. Like, I guess I don't know who else is on the show with a brain. I guess Mr. I'm Better Than would be the.
She's referring to Brendan Zogit, Heather Holman. Just so you know, Brendan Zogit has a unconsciously elitist attitude about him that people pick up, especially girls. It may be why.
He would have immediately gone, "Oh yes," even if he didn't know. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, oh yes, I know what that is." But I love it. But Brendan does know a lot of what he's talking about, so I'll give him that.
Yes, he's just sexist and elitist about it. Hey, Heather dropped out. Jesus, what the fuck? Well, hopefully she drops back in. She's oh, there she is. Heather, just curious. Did something happen? You're back on camera.
I have no idea. I use the Skype with my phone. Okay. I don't really use the computer anymore, so I haven't really got.
There you go. Did you notice she had the camera on and we saw her true form? A giant singular eye, an orb in the dark. Yes, that's Heather Holman. She's an eyeball creature. So there we go again. Yes, so you're in the dark. We see vague outlines of you. Can't hear you because you're on mute, just so you know. And so with that, yes, darling Brooke, Heather's back with us.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, you're back with us. Yes.
Yeah.
And so what was it you two young ladies were talking about that prompted Aristides to place this weird guy link in the text box here.
Oh, I did that. I did that because I was trying to. I was telling him that it was a guy on TikTok, and so I just did a screenshot of the TikTok thing, to let him know, like, if that's the guy, you know.
Uh-huh. Sananda, he looks like a Communist Party apparatchik from back during the Cold War days.
Yeah. Probably.
What's his trick? What's his shtick? What?
He thinks he is John F. Kennedy Jr.
No, the one above that. That was entered by Aristides.
Where is it?
Yeah, the organic robotoid synthetics.
Yeah.
You brought this up in response to what the ladies were talking about, no doubt?
Yeah. That was in a response to what we were talking about. Yeah, but it's a very old video. It's like, it feels like, I don't know if it's legitimately, but it's like, sounds like a 50s sort of thing. It's like I don't know, from
Weird.
decades ago, supposedly talking about some type of cloning, something.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Wow. Okay.
Some guy's theory.
Oh, okay. So do me a favor and send me a link to that in my private messages. And thank you. And I see that Troy Bellamy, by the way, he has the same name as the individual who wrote the book Looking Backward, which was an incredibly popular bestseller during its day. Everybody thought that it was the cat's ass. It was like seen as a blueprint for the future. Troy Bellamy, if he's still with us and willing to talk, can tell us what he knows about that novel and its sequel and what the author represented. And we'll see if we can learn. Oh my God, he's still awake! He's still with us!
Yeah, barely, but no, I don't know about that, but I will research that, and that's might be a good read for me.
You didn't know of this? Oh my God, I'm incredibly astonished. Okay, Troy, we look forward to your response on that. So, if you notice in the text box, Brooke, there's an illustration Heather just entered that I had drawn a long time ago. Yes, and an illustration of her and I, and of course, oh dear Brooke, and of course I've done illustrations of Brooke as well, and of course, let's see now. I'm just so overwhelmed by the company of you both at once that I. By the way, this Adam Nelson in the chat room must have been listening for a while because they seem to be aware of both of your personalities. Now that I think of it,
Adam?
Do you know this person? Adam Nelson?
Adam. I know of an Adam from a long time ago, but he was Jen.
Yes, this person looks like they have a female photograph on their channel.
I don't know.
But then it says Adam Nelson. So you said that the person you knew was formerly of a different gender?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but it's not Adam Nelson that said that. It was that dude 873210. So welcome aboard, that dude 873210. Yes, he's been listening for a much longer time. That's why he said what he said. Brooke plus Heather equals catfight. Laugh out loud. Just kidding. That's cute. That dude is. So
yeah, I'm female.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and no one ever doubted that. I assure you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh no, I was talking about.
Well, I'm doubting it now because I don't usually say I'm female. Or is it? Were you not female at one point in your life? She
was familiar with me back in the days when there were all these rumors, and it was like. Brooke, Heather, do you remember the name of that guy? He was kind of a big guy. He used to be with us on Facebook once in a while, and he tried to do some interviews of his own, was doing a little experimentation with his own show, and he was interviewing this underage transgender. Do you remember that guy?
No.
How could you forget him?
It's not that guy that thought he was your son. Remember that guy?
No, that's Charles Schwab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or something
I don't
Schwab.
Remember anybody? Let me.
Matthew Schwab. Was it Matthew Schwab?
Yes.
Yeah, Matthew Schwab. Charles Schwab is the big bank guy. Yeah. Matthew. I wish it was Charles Schwab. Thought he was my fucking son, but no.
I used to work with Charles Schwab.
Yeah.
For 10 years.
Yeah. and Troy Bellamy wishes that too. He wishes Charles Schwab came up to him saying, "You
No,
my
I
daddy."
used to work for Charles Schwab. I worked for Charles
My
Schwab.
dad worked for Charles
for
Schwab.
10 years.
Also, Troy, when he retired,
Oh,
from
yeah?
and then he went back. He was like, he retired at 45, but he was like, I'm just gonna go back to work, like doing stocks, because that's what he does. He worked for Charles Schwab for a while.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
that's right. Yes. Yeah, and there was this
He
time.
wasn't happy. He wasn't happy with it. I don't know about you, Joy, but he wasn't happy with it. He didn't stay. I think he stayed there less than a year. Like, he did training. He was like,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So did
of
you
course, he
like?
had the patience of. Hey, you think my patience is lame on here? Like, just imagine I got my father's patience, and my patience as a female is more than my father's patience. So.
Well, you've changed so much, Brooke. You've changed a lot, and you're so much more patient these days.
Yeah, I still have a lot more patience than my father, like a lot more. So let's just put it that way.
Good God! Well, he must spend all day just shooting at people.
He took me to Disney World. This man took me to Disney World. His only child and my mom. This is how all our trips went. But Disney World will just hyperbolate it. We get to Disney World, get checked in, fly down there, because obviously we're not driving. You know what I'm talking about? We're gonna fly, right? Like, you've got to fly because you're not in patience of driving. Then the whole just getting the rental car from the airport was like a cussing match, right? Like, you just like, how long does it take to get a rental car? And then the center traffic is horrible. We get in the room, it's like, so finally this girl that he's supposedly taking to Disney World for the fun of it, I walk in the park. My mom and dad finally, I'm sure I'd had to nap and whatever. Like, it was probably the next day, but I don't even walk in. What I'm saying, I'll never forget. I walk in, I see this Dumbo ride. And I'm like, I don't know, 8 to 10 years old. I think I was 8, 9 years old. I was in the Dumbo. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to ride. It was one of the very first rides. I think it still is when you go in Magic Kingdom and in Florida. And so I see the Dumbo ride. Are you familiar with the Dumbo ride, Troy, by the way?
Not really.
Do you go to Magic Kingdom ever?
I have been to Magic Kingdom twice.
You live in
used to
Florida, bitch. Oh my God.
I know. I used to go to Universal Studios or Busch Gardens.
No, I agree. As an adult, but so I'm a kid, but Magic Kingdom's where you go as a kid. Like, it's the original, right?
You don't have any kids, Troy?
Yes, I just take my daughter there, but she's 21 now, so.
But yeah, like, you didn't take her when she was little. What was her first ride she rode when she went in there?
She loved all the characters at Universal. Universal was different.
Okay.
No, her dad. You know what he's saying? I didn't want to do this shit, so I made her, she's like, hey, look at this. They've got cool cartoons.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I thought.
Adultish rides, right? So you can ride most of this shit, but your mom can totally hold you and show you like little fun cartoons in the gift section, while I, Troy, go ride this great what is it, like, I don't know what you're into, like, whatever, like Mr.
Wherever he could see the most bikini bimbos. It's that's basic.
And then Twilight Tower and bullshit, like, oh, Twilight Tower. Oh.
Yes.
All right, anyway, Dumbo, as we go in there, still to the day that I knew, like, it was still Dumbo. It was one of the first rides they haven't done away with Dumbo, because he's so cute and he has little ears, and I'm an animal person right now. I was like, oh my God, I ride Dumbo. Well, again, it's one of the first rides you see when you walk in, so every other kid's doing the goddamn same thing, apparently. So it's one of the stupid rides. It just basically goes around in the air up and down. You're just like riding basically like up and down every 3 feet. It's like, you go up, you're a height of 4 feet.
Did you ever say? Do you remember the black crows, the black ravens in Dumbo? I never seen an elephant fly.
No, I don't know. I remember that.
How did you forget that? It's the most racist part of the cartoon.
Well, maybe you enjoy, because maybe y'all focus on negative shit. I just focus on. You know what I hated? Dumbo was sweet and nice and cute, and they were mean to him, right? And they were mean to him because of his cute little big ears. And so when you walk in, you see this cute little Dumbo with his big ears, because by the end of the film, I finally found out that Dumbo was okay. You got to remember, it took me years to get through a Dumbo film. I would cut it off. I'm the kid that literally, my grandmother took me to Lady and the Tramp to see that in the theater, because they're replaying it, Lady and the Tramp. These are animals. I still to this day don't even know what happened to Lady and the Tramp, because I started crying. In the beginning, there's these Siamese cats.
Yes.
And all I know is these Siamese cats are mean.
Sinister.
Like
sinister.
a dog.
Yes. That's
They're
another
sinister?
racist trope. Another racist trope. Two sinister Asians. Yes. Too sinister.
Yeah, I was so mad. I started crying.
They
I
were
told my
saying, "We
grandmother-
are Siamese, if you please."
Yes, yes. I was so mad. I started bawling, crying when I was even done. Bawling. I'm like,
Because they
I'm like
tormented.
6 or
They
7. I'm 6
tormented
years
the
old,
lady.
6 or 7.
Yes, yes. They
6 or 7. I made my grandmother. We had popcorn and everything. I said, we got to go. I don't want to watch it. I gotta go. It's just like, you watch it. But my grandmother, grandmothers you can manipulate even at 6 I already knew. I was like, I can't watch it. We have to go.
Well, two developments. Brendan Zoget has joined us. We can introduce him now to Heather Holman. She's been asking about him. And also, Heather Holman has placed in the text box the photograph, one of many photographs, of her grandfather with those horrible Freemasons in their cult outfits. So take a look at that, Brooke. Feast your eyes on that. These horrible men. And at times, Heather Holman would wake up in a coffin in the middle of a funeral home. This is what they did to her, among other things. And so these, these men are sinister, and they're pervs.
Where is this picture taken at?
That is taken in Santa Monica, California in 1975.
Yeah, that's their where in their cult activities, and that's before they put on the nuclear goggles and
pushing the god of Ra. I believe that's Ra that they would be pushing right there.
I don't know. My grandpa kept that outfit folded in his closet, and then when they went once a year, I believe it was in October. And then there's only one picture of that because they weren't allowed to be photographed in that.
Yeah.
Troy's... I mean, I can't remember what other deity they would be worshiping there. I would think it would be Ra.
Right. By the way, Troy's mumbling something, but I don't know if it's in his sleep.
They're the Syots, and I guess Syots are of Sion. I don't know much about it.
Mm-hmm. Of course they would keep such things hidden from you. So Brendan, do join us. Welcome aboard, and let's introduce you formally to Heather Holman. So, and of course you know Brooke and Aristides and Troy. And what was going on, Brendan? You were joining us and then dropping off for a while there. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh, you're alive. Oh, thank God. I'm always thinking.
Here, and greetings, everybody.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Yes. So, are you driving? You're driving.
I am. Yes, I am.
What are you doing now? Full drugstore cowboy? You're going to hit a pharmacy?
Of course not. I was just doing some gung fu cha with some friends, so
okay.
I was going to bring them on, but it was like, it was just.
Oh,
I was actually going to bring them on the call with me, but I wanted to check with you first, so.
Oh, sure. You're welcome to. I don't know how coherent it would be when,
Right.
Yeah. But I'm presuming they got to be better than the guy you brought on last time, who sent me 3 real thick books that he wrote himself, and then he, went into a psychotic break on air and said, "I don't need to kiss your ass." And
Well, in his defense, he introduced me to you, so as far as, like, your
yeah, isn't that
content, so.
bizarre? That is so fucking bizarre.
So without him, you wouldn't have my assistance, but it's whatever.
True enough.
It's just kind of like the way the world works is very strange.
Yeah, no, it is. It is strange the way the world works. And this was a black guy.
Well, I mean, what's funny is that Brendan still considers that guy a friend, because if he had, I would consider that an enemy.
Well, what's strange about it is he was an admirer of Douglas. Obviously, he sent him his books, and he's always spoken highly of you. But then, I don't know, it was like stage fright or something. He got triggered when we were on air. It was weird.
Yeah, he was.
I can't explain it. Really.
Yeah, it was very bizarre. But they were in a car, and it was together with the guy's younger brother. The guy's younger brother or half brother, and and he was leaning over both of you. Both of you were in the front seats, and he was in the back seat, and he was leaning over both of you, shouting at the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
But what was weird, he's a black guy, but he was traveling all through Russia and communist China.
In China, he taught in China, actually. Taught English in China,
and he would send me strange letters, like notes scribbled on the back of Chinese newspapers, and all I could think of was somebody writing me this scrawl, "I didn't mean to kill her, I had to bury the body." It was similar to that. I never bothered to decipher what he wrote, but it was just it was like he was on the run or something when he sent me these things out of China. It's just very bizarre. He definitely is. We speculate he might have been you know, when he got to Russia, that they might have like mind controlled him and shit because he was pushing some of the propaganda. Basically, it was altogether, it's just strange things for a black guy to be doing. It's not that a black guy shouldn't be doing that, but you got to ask yourself. You know, he said, yeah, man, when I was in Russia, they're all like unfriendly to me. They all tell me I smell like garlic and shit, and it's like. Well, what did you expect? I mean, you're in like an all-white polar nation. What did you expect when you go there?
Polar nation.
Yeah, I mean, it's a polar fucking wasteland. It's all above the fucking Arctic Circle, 90% of it. It's like, it's good God. So he came back damaged or mind controlled or something to a degree. You know.
Yeah, it was an anomaly.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very, you know, different. You know, there's
times.
pros and cons to everyone. You know.
I guess. Now,
like,
yeah, go on.
He's never been like. He's never been like. You know, I've never had an issue with him. Is like he's always been positive and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But his
By the way, you're glitching horribly. Where are you? You're in a dead cell area.
Is very off-putting. Yeah, which
should have full bars.
Yeah. So, hopefully you can find a better reception area. Test.
Am I?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. So, like you said, normally he seems normal. And by the way, Troy says something.
Well, no, not that he seems normal, but
yeah.
He's always been nice to me. But I'm saying he could be off-putting. Like he's definitely different. Like, which is not bad. Is what I was saying. Let's just put it this way. It got bad at least at that time. At that point. So
yeah.
But you also. I mean, to be fair, you definitely trigger people, Douglas. I mean. Like, and it's like I don't think it's like, you know, like it comes with the territory, you know what I'm saying?
I guess. You know.
I have a funny story. I was telling someone.
But by the way, we want to hear the funny story. But is that kind of like blaming the victim? Kind of like when we were talking to Peter Moon about you being under a cult siege, and he says, "You sure it's not Brendan? Just scaring this shit up on his own." Yeah, you like that? Like the way he's it's all. Are you sure it's not Brendan bringing this on himself? You know, Mr. Chris Creco. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of that, I have something.
Then he got glitched. Speaking of that, I got some. Then they glitched him. Yeah.
Yeah. But I was talking to someone that I work with, and he was like, the VA was screwing him over. And I told him, I was like, I'm definitely on the bad side of the DOD. And he's like, Department of Dumbasses. That's what he called them.
Cool. I like that. No, is that the story you were going to relate? The funny story? That's that?
That was it. Yeah,
By the way, in the text box, we have Troy said something that I heartily agree with. Russia is the new word for racist. Is that why Trump likes Putin and their culture so much? And of course, I only heart that. And there's a wonderful illustration, again, one I did of a hologram that Heather has saved or downloaded and put into our chat, our text box here. So there we have that. Memories from the past. That was like my version of the Star Trek holodeck. And this is what they'd really be looking at. You know it. So, and it's like instead they show them doing stupid shit with the Star Trek holodeck instead of anything that makes sense, like this. So,
that? You think that they would do that?
Oh, fuck yeah. What the hell else would they do with the Star Trek holodeck? I mean, it's
that's
like...
what you would do.
Yes. Yeah. And you?
I mean, I dabble.
You sound like you hold these people on a pedestal or something, like, oh, not the great Starfleet. No, they're all celibate saints and shit. I mean, come on, really? I mean, it's like...
No, you know Picard was slaying. chicks for sure.
Well,
He's getting all kinds of alien chicks. Or was it Shatner? One of them was.
Well, Shatner was portrayed as such. As for Picard, that guy's queer as a $3 bill, and
Yeah,
I remember telling
him
Gabe,
and Gandalf.
Yeah, that's right. Magneto.
Ian McKellen.
Yeah, that's right. That's Magneto, right?
Yeah, him and Ian McKellen were. At one point, they were married or something. Or
Yeah.
like
That's why I told my gang brother Beaver, and he wouldn't believe it. He was like,
no one believes it.
Yeah, I know. Why doesn't anybody believe it? I said those guys are fucking. They're flamers.
Well, they basically grew up together, like doing Shakespearean theater, so it makes sense in context.
Yes. Yeah.
Like they have a lot to in common, so it makes sense.
Yeah, that's right. They were all fucking each other behind the stage, and they're all like, they were at one point married, and I was trying to tell Beaver that, and he's like, I can't find nothing online. It's not even that he holds the Jean-Luc Picard as some kind of hero or something. It's just anyhow. This is from Aristides. Spotted something odd on my run through the park tonight, and I guess I have good and bad news. Holodeck program. Oh God, that's funny. I'm not quite sure what the punchline is, but it's amusing. So that being said, ladies, join us. Of course, our friend Brendan. Now that he's here, I could ask him later to about certain technical questions. I want to spice up my bio on my channel a little bit and add some more detail to it. I'll have to ask him how to do that later. Where to go in to do that. But, we don't want to go into that while you ladies are here. We'd rather talk about something that would keep you both involved. Both of you seem to have shut down and gone mute. And Heather, say something.
Oh, no, I mean, there's a lot of things that I wanted to hear you speak on, and maybe you have already informed your listenership, maybe that it didn't go as far back as I did, like some of the things that, you've gone over.
Right. Aside from that, what time do you normally go to bed? Just curious. I'm just curious what your normal biorhythms are. Yeah, what your normal biorhythms are.
Let me see, what time is it? Yeah, not for a while.
Okay, that's fine. Good. So we're not impacting your health any.
No.
How about yourself, Brooke? Have you been getting much sleep lately? I know that you've talked about certain problems going to sleep, but is it improving at all? Let's see if she responds. Maybe she fell asleep. I feel so guilty about her, Heather. Honestly.
Why?
Because I really should be talking to her personally more often, but I've been so busy. And then when I try to contact her, it's like she doesn't respond. And then it's like this bizarre, hide and seek. It's
chase. It's a chase.
I guess we can't seem to catch each other. But I'm trying to, catch her up on a lot that's been going down recently. You're so lucky you missed it all. You came here right after all the shit had hit the fan and got flushed down the toilet. Oh my God. I mean,
when?
Oh Jesus, Brendan.
Are you talking about with Daniel? Because, is that what you mean?
Who, Daniel Arola?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean.
Tell us what you know about Daniel Arola, what his trip is these days. Yeah.
When he used to come on all the time to your show, and here and there I'd like intermittently listen, and that was just one of the things that I remember was different. And then you were talking about him earlier. So I didn't know what happened.
If you had to guess, what would you say happened?
He probably flipped out, turned on you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they do. I mean, Brendan can tell you about it. They tried to, they continually hit Brendan, telling him come to our side, and of course they never seem to offer him anything of any substance. But it's Daniel Arola was like calling Brendan up fairly recently. And Brendan couldn't even understand why, like why he was asking. But yeah, Daniel, of course, what happened was his if you remember, you do remember his former profession. Do you remember what it was, Heather?
No.
Come on, you got to remember that. He was.
I don't know. I don't know him really. I didn't know
Well,
him at all.
okay. So you aren't missing shit. You ain't missing shit. You do remember that when he? Oh yeah, Brandon's back. Yeah. Anyhow, Heather, you do remember that on Facebook.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know I was on mute. I was like, there's a heavy delay. There's a heavy delay too. So I'm getting cut off for some reason.
No, definitely. Well, they don't like you, Brendan. You know that they've been aiming at you for quite some time.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. Oh God. What are any new developments? I hope there's nothing new to report in the negative sense.
I saw a different lady looking through my fence.
Oh fuck! Tell Heather about this. He's got the Manson girls after him,
season.
except they're the senior version. It's like Golden Manson girls or Manson Golden girls.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the Golden girls, but like the bad ones, like the worst ones.
They're spying on you.
And they're all dressed alike. Was this one also dressed in the same outfit type?
No, this one was blonde, so she's definitely like an ex-spy or something.
Okay, so go on and describe it for Heather. Describe for Heather's sake the others, and then this one.
So there was like the original lady she had like basically my house was being built or like renovated or whatever. It was like simple cosmetic shit, but these people came inside the house like on camera and just walked. And like they owned first underneath the floorboards or like who the fuck knows, but when they left they had this like odd smile on their face, right? And then but that lady lives in the neighborhood. I've seen her again. And then also there was a lady with a similar build with a puffer jacket, like John Lennon sunglasses, and like salt and pepper hair, right, with a puffer jacket, like a black puffer jacket. And this lady had like came up to my mom's house, which is in a totally different part of town, and like looked through the window, like at me while I was sitting there, like on her couch. And then when I confronted her, I said, "Who are you? Why are you doing that?" And she said, "Oh, my name is Nancy." And then she's like, "I didn't realize someone was home," and all this weird shit. So I like scared her off, but it was just odd that all these ladies look the same and they all keep trying to peek and walk into my different houses, like. Or just people I know, it's just weird. It's a very odd scenario. So I've actually taken action, and I've done a lot of psychic and feng shui type additions to reflect any kind of evil juju. Mm-hmm. And so far it's working well.
Excellent.
You should get it just an order of protection.
Yeah, I went to a feng shui consultant, and I'm suited up now to reflect any cha-chi, like poison arrows or anything. So, that's a warning to anybody that wants to like blast my house with anything. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I'm glad.
But I'm not pulling a Brooke and challenging anyone. I'm just saying, like, it will be ineffective.
Yes. And of course now.
I was going to say, do I raise my hand?
Of course, go ahead.
No, you can speak. It's okay.
Raise my hand.
There we are.
I was just wondering if you get the Shiva statue, the one that he's doing the dance, and you put that anywhere, and anything in its path, it destroys. So if you just point it like from your door facing out, anybody that comes to your door will get destroyed.
Wow.
Yes, the Nataraj. Yeah, the Nataraj is like the dancing sun. The sun has Shiv. Yeah. But that's a very powerful one. I do have some Shiv protection, some destruction.
Okay.
That's something. I appreciate the tip.
There we are. And I do want to talk to you privately as well, Brendan. Like I said, it's been so busy. A lot of Asian holidays lately. We've got a cluster of Taiwanese holidays coming up at the end of this week. And I'll be kind of missing in action again. Brendan knows I go incommunicado. Just so you know, Heather, when I'm not doing these shows, I'm oftentimes just checked out. I just, and I get back in time to do the shows. And then a lot of times, the rest of the time, I'm either asleep And I mean like dead asleep, and I can sleep for days, even though I haven't really had the opportunity to do that necessarily, in a long time. But otherwise, I'm just out, literally out from my home and out of the city, and I check in my cell phone into a PO box, and several reasons for that. But one of them is, of course, to prevent basically the cell phone we assume is completely chipped, and that we need to prevent myself from being tracked to my destinations, which I'll be happy to go into as to where they are in general, just in a generic sense. But we don't need to do that right now. With Brooke and Brendan here, let's see if they're in a talking mood. Heather, perhaps you can ask some other questions of Brendan, because
Yeah, I could tell Brooke that I just bought some more millets and basmati rice and dal.
I think she fell asleep. I think she fell asleep.
I do want to know one thing.
How did you
Don't
get
you think?
her back?
She comes on of her own accord once in a while. It's really weird. It's just sometimes she feels like it.
She completely ghosted my requests.
Oh my god! Did you text message her, or left her cell phone calls?
And I called too.
Okay.
I got dead air.
She told
I
me.
had beef with Brooke, where is she?
She told me that I had left she tells me she doesn't review her voice messages at all. She says she gets a lot of them because a lot of them
they're
are
like full or something.
telemarketers, yeah, and stuff like that. So she doesn't even review them. So the voice messages I left her were not responded to either. So a lot of the text messages, she took time to respond, and I finally wound up contacting her daughter, who, like I said, originally was very responsive, and then the last few times was not at all. So I was really concerned. But then Brooke told me that her daughter had just been exceptionally involved with some partying, so I could get that. And let me see. So Heather says, if you have the Voxbox thing, can you be tracked that way? That's so cute. That's adorable. Well, that if that were possible, it doesn't really matter, because obviously they're supposed to know I have that, because that's the dead man switch or the threat. So that's kind of the point. But that's not that I know of. No, not really. Perhaps in some way, some occult sense. But other than that, it's
I was always
yeah.
curious what that was. I never quite understood what that was.
The Vox Arca.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can go into that again sometime soon. I don't want to be redundant in front of Brendan right now. Let's take advantage of his wisdom and ask him some questions. So Brendan, yes.
Sure.
Yes. I mean, Heather, you were asking about him earlier, so you had some questions for him.
Well, yeah, because when he was on your last show, he was eating like walnuts or something in a
Pistachio. But yeah. What was the question?
So I was just making sure, I was kind of concerned if you're hungry.
Well, I was. Probably.
But by that, do you mean, are you concerned that he is like literally without food, like in need of some kind of food supplementation, like Meals on Wheels
assistance or something? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I appreciate that, but no, I'm actually, I gained 30 pounds recently, so I'm actually good. I feel like the only thing I do have is like enough food. Yeah.
How did you manage that?
How did I manage that? By just spending all my money on food. I'm living in a warehouse with a single light bulb. It's like I don't have really any overhead.
Yeah. Do you have a blanket?
Yeah, I have like a sleeping bag with a cot and like a wrapper.
Look, tell her you've got the sleeping bag. Tell her the quality of the sleeping bag.
Oh yeah, it's like a down comforter. It goes to like -20 or something, so it's pretty solid. With a floor mat. It's like for backpacking and stuff, so it's good. It's a good thing.
Down.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. And you might remember, Heather, that Daniel Arola also lived in a warehouse for like a decade or more. before he found his sugar mama, and all that while he was male stripping and male prostituting himself. You do remember that, don't you, Heather?
I do not remember him whatsoever.
Okay. Well, like I said,
Yeah, I don't.
you ain't missing shit. You ain't missing shit.
Yeah.
But you do remember on Facebook he used to torment people. He used to like trigger people and torment them. He'd be taunting them.
No, I was blocked on your Facebook long before that.
But didn't you
I
maintain
don't know.
friendship with so many of these other people around me?
No.
Oh.
What's interesting about Heather, yourself, is that you were the first person I ever heard the term mud flood from.
Yes.
Mud
You had
flood.
brought that up. You had brought that up like years before it was a big thing.
That's true.
You were asking Doug about it.
That's
Yeah,
true.
where'd you learn about that?
Yeah. Tell
Mud
us.
floods. Just from YouTube, probably the orphan trains. I was doing a lot
Right.
of searching for the orphan train information because I come from a long line of those trafficked orphans.
Interesting. Because this was years and years ago. This is like
Yeah, like at least 5 years ago.
So just so you know,
Oh yeah.
Heather, Brendan Zogit and his sister, someone attempted to abduct both of them at birth. And so he himself, it was like, it was such a scene, some young lady who posed as a nurse's aide or an intern. In the old days, they called them candy stripers. And even during the
That's how
time...
my mom described it. Yeah.
Yes. And,
She was in a
even,
candy striper outfit. Yeah.
that's right. And even Brendan Zogit was born at a time when such ladies were no longer in service. In other words, candy stripers were like once a hot item, like a porno fantasy item in terms of they made pornographic films by that very title, candy stripers. And these were famous porno films. Like in those days, it would be like Debbie Does Dallas. It would be like something that was a household word among male adults. But when it came when they were talking to each other, elbowing each other or something like that. But when it came to the film itself, it was based on a very real phenomenon, which was like a nurse's intern, which had that name. They would call them candy stripers. And these young
I
ladies...
was a candy striper.
You're kidding.
Oh wow.
No, I was in 7th grade.
Okay. What? Whoa, wait, 7th
Dang,
grade.
I didn't realize they were that young.
Yeah, how old is someone in 7th grade?
How
Well, I'm
sketch was
50
the 70s?
right
Holy
now,
crap.
so it was like in 1980.
I don't mean you were there.
84.
I'm saying like the films,
Four?
the 70s films were probably.
Yeah, 1984. Yeah, 1984
Yeah, we
was...
volunteered at the one of the Alzheimer's centers,
Uh-huh.
and that's how I learned about what Alzheimer's was.
Uh-huh. And yeah, you learned about it when all
Wow.
these old guys came over and started feeling you up, saying, "Hey, honey, I'm
No.
senile. I can't help myself."
No,
Yeah.
they just keep them medicated and drooling all over themselves, and they don't even realize anything that's going on.
Yeah.
And then the kind of the two ladies
Lucky
that
for
did freak
you.
me out. What?
I said, "Lucky for you."
Yeah. No, it was very short-lived. It was just a volunteering thing.
So like, and they used those terms. That's what they were calling you. That's incredible. I'm impressed.
It ended after that. I
What?
mean, it didn't last much longer.
I understand, but you must have been one of the last. You must have been
Yep.
one of the last. Oh my God. And 1984, how old were you, Brendan? That was after you were born, right?
No, way before. That was years before I was born.
You're
10
kidding.
years before I was born.
You're
So
kidding.
somebody tried to steal him and his sister from the hospital?
Yes, tell her
Yeah.
about this, Brendan.
Yeah, well, so what had happened is my mom had to have an emergency C-section because I came out backwards, double footling breech, which is like super backwards, literally backwards.
God damn.
And then, yeah, so they had to do an emergency C-section. I guess the doctor was a quack or something because it could have been remedied, but they didn't do it in time or something.
Oh God.
But
Sounds like the doctor who was taking care of your testicles.
yeah, right, just as bad. Holy shit. Or that guy was worse, honestly.
Yes.
But basically, that happened. Then, because it was an emergency C-section, I guess like I got taken away to be put in like whatever, care, like postnatal care. And then, by the time my parents got me back, they noticed like when the first time they saw me, they noticed that my hospital tag, someone had taken a scalpel blade and cut the numbers out completely. They were missing, like the ID numbers, the ID tag. And my mom, I guess she knew like enough about the nursing profession at the time.
Yeah, his mom is a nurse. His mom is still a practicing
she's just
nurse.
in the medical field. She's in the medical field. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much a nurse or like close to it. And then, so they cut that out, and she noticed that it was done by a scalpel blade, so it had to be someone in the hospital. So basically they went to the dean of the hospital, and they threatened, said like, hey, we got to make sure this is our kid or whatever. And this was in the 90s. The hospital had to pay for a full DNA test, a full paternity test, to determine.
Back when it was thousands and thousands of dollars, and this was,
Because the reason why they had to do that is because I wasn't the only child that day with a missing band. So they found that there were 2 children born on the exact same time at the exact same day with 2 missing bands. And they were either going to switch us or do something, right? Like,
And you
I
were
don't know what other motive.
You and your sister were a twin?
No.
Oh, no? Okay.
No, my sister's birth certificate went missing. This was a totally different thing, but she got a replacement birth certificate, like maybe she was in college or something. And they said, you're not even in the system at all. We have no idea who you are. We don't know how you got your ID, how you've been even in the system enough to function, because you have no information whatsoever. So she had to go through this like crazy Social Security like loophole to even get her birth certificate back. So that was odd. And then the thing that happened with me was also strange. And but yeah, so they were. I don't know what other motive it would be, but my mom said the only thing she remembers is the candy striper lady, while she was medicated, would bring me in, and then show my mom like meet the baby, right, and then take me away. And so that was the only person I'd been in contact with since when I was born, was that supposedly this candy striper girl.
Well, she's supposed to be bringing you in so you can nurse. That's why they bring you in.
Right. But my mom was medicated, so it was like I was whatever, formula fed. Yeah. So they never actually let my mom like hold me for long periods until after I was about to go home, and that's when they noticed, right, that whole issue with the name tags and everything. So.
And then they had to actually send a nurse to his home while his mother was nursing him in case she bonded with the wrong baby and they found out it was the wrong baby. Go on, talk about the expenses.
That was exactly. That was like the days when it was like DNA tests would take months. It was literally like a month or 2 to come back somehow. I don't know how that works, but because like DNA identification technology was still rudimentary, maybe. Mm-hmm. Like they had to send it to a special lab.
Oh fuck yeah!
It's not like nowadays you have to. Like,
it was a blood test.
Yeah, it was. So, because my mom said she remembers me getting my blood drawn, and it was like, on a newborn, that's pretty crazy.
Yes. Sure. No, that's extreme. Yeah.
And it's extreme, exactly. And so, that finally came. Yeah, and while they were waiting, they were sending a nurse there every couple days to make sure. That the bonding was going all right, just in case they had to take me away from them if it was like the wrong child or something. Because apparently there was that would be like a big legal issue for the hospital, which I don't doubt.
Did the other mom know what was going on too?
No, I don't think. This is the way my mom described it, is that they literally grabbed the bracelet from her and like sequestered everything and just did it all behind closed doors. It was like she said she never saw the bracelet again, and it was like all swept under the rug immediately. So definitely something sketchy was happening.
Yes. This is.
They filed his serial numbers off. That's like they straight up scrubbed his serial number.
Yeah.
Right. So they knew it was attempted kidnapping. They must have. It was like there's no other reason that would happen, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, by the way, what Aristides is referring to for our listeners is you have these like little hospital bracelets that they're not bracelets. They're almost like stiff paper, but it's layered. It's kind of layered. It's kind of like this weird kind of almost plasticky shit these days. But in those days, it would take a scalpel to deface that because it's such a delicate procedure, especially one that's small enough to fit around a baby's wrist. You're talking about something that's almost like surgery in and of itself to deface that, to take the numbers off that.
The way my mom described it, it was like she used the whatever it was. She said it was a number 9 blade or whatever. Like she could identify the exact blade.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
Just because she's been around it for a while. You know.
Incredible. Incredible.
Like there's only a certain blade that had that kind of accuracy, so it was definitely an inside job. In other words.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And so. That's, you know, altogether.
That's why the hospital had to sweep it under the rug, because they couldn't get the cops involved if it was their own people, right? Like,
yes, yeah, because then they would be.
They had cameras back then, but they weren't like now, where like everywhere CC freaking TV.
The
like,
term is ubiquitous. They weren't ubiquitous like today.
Yeah.
Or actually, it's not like communist China. It's not necessarily as ubiquitous as people might think. You'd be amazed at where there's no cameras, like stairwells. This is how in San Francisco General Hospital, somebody was left in a stairwell in a wheelchair, and nobody discovered them until days later, and of course they were dead. I mean, they had died all alone in the stairwell, screaming for help, shouting for hours, slowly freezing, starving to death. And then they found the body days later in the stair. Isn't that awful? I mean,
that's fucked up.
Yeah, it's what a fucked up way to die. Welcome to San Francisco General. Yeah.
It's hard to believe that like they forgot people in there. You know?
Jesus, what do you mean? Hard to believe they ever remember anyone is what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be sarcasm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Because I've been down those hallways. Like it's. I mean,
yeah.
Like it's kind of like even the parking garages in San Francisco. You're lucky if someone saves your ass in a.
Oh no, they're all dingy, cold. Yeah. They're like horror film settings. They're all horror film settings.
They are.
Yeah.
Narrow stairways with like a flickering light. I'm not joking. That's literally what it's like.
Yes. No. This is just.
I remember there's one in Japantown where like I almost got mugged.
Yes.
Some homeless dude was like sleeping under the fucking like on the railings.
Yeah.
And he just popped out of nowhere. It's like fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that's a paid parking garage.
Yes,
you like pay good money for that shit.
Yes, thank you. You're paying out of the ass. You're paying out of the ass for that shit in Japantown. Yes, so Heather, hearing some of this, what does it remind you of from your childhood? Nothing good or pleasant, I suppose. I mean, was there anything good or pleasant from your childhood?
I don't know. Just depends. I mean, I didn't really associate with other children or people.
Is it conceivable that this Candy Striper program might have been part of an MK Ultra project?
Oh, very well could have been. My mom was also a Candy Striper, so I wouldn't be surprised. And you know, they're baby switching and the baby stealing, and it was just so unremarkable. You know, common.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you're saying that is something that could have happened? Because my mom said that's the only thing she remembered is that like how out of place these people were.
The Candy Striper in particular.
The Candy Striper.
The Candy Striper wouldn't have to have like a license, like it's not a practicing nurse or like a doctor. It was like the only person that was allowed to be around there that didn't have any kind of credential.
Fascinating. That makes sense.
No,
and it was so universal. It was the same thing for every hospital. The same candy striping uniform was, everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. That's why they call them candy stripers, right? It was like a specific like colorway of like.
It was just their uniform.
Black and red.
Uniform. It's like an apron kind of. You wear like a white shirt underneath and white socks and shoes.
Interesting.
Right. And in 7th grade, how old is someone? Around 12?
Yeah.
Wow. Holy shit. This had to be some kind of MK Ultra shit. Let's take the 12-year-olds to see all the old men drooling. Fuck. Yeah. Well, now...
Wow. I could definitely see how you... Yeah, it's almost like a nurse's outfit for like... Yeah, and the 60s ones were literally red and white.
Yeah.
They're tiny. They're pinstripes. They're really cute.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a pornographer's dream. Yes,
Right.
it's like you're dressed up
Super
like.
short skirts for a nurse.
Of
That's for
course,
sure.
of course. Yes. Are you looking at actual
Even in the
photographs?
50s.
If you're looking at actual
Yeah.
photographs, share those fuckers. I want to see that.
Right. I'll share them. Just
Yeah, good. Yes. I await this eagerly. Yes. And good. I'm getting notifications my transfers were successful. This is the money provided by our lovely Heather Holman, now a part of Team Dietrich, and she, of course, always was. She always was in her own way. All I can say is
You're
that
far too kind.
you scared a lot of people. Lori Ann Fenton was scared to death of you, so I guess that speaks well of you, in and of itself. And
Right.
it's yeah.
Did you
And-
actually
Why?
hang out
Now
with
why?
Q, or what was up with that?
All that Q money, huh?
Yeah. Was that real, or was that just like something you were just trying to scare Douglas with?
Well,
Q money? No,
well,
I don't know what that means.
We'll go over that later, but
Okay, Douglas,
let's
okay.
put it this way. That was what was reported by Christine Joanna Hart, and Christine Joanna
Right, I
Hart.
see.
Yeah, that was so
So it's a grain of salt kind of situation.
What do you mean?
Did you know Christina Joanna Hart very well?
Yes, I do remember she was around the same time. She's from England or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
She's crazy. Yes.
Oh, that's so adorable. Of course, I guess we could all fit into that category in one way or another. Each and every single one of us in our own way.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah, she was out there. I mean, this whole thing about I don't know. It all goes back to the super soldier summits and things like that. I think that's when it all kind of the seeds kind of started.
Did you ever show up at one of these super soldier summits? You did.
Almost. No, I almost did.
You were in area. You were in area. Yeah.
Yeah. And I just remember Michael Hemmingson had gone to one of them and something happened to him. He lost consciousness and track of time.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of missing time with him, and so I'm just glad I didn't go.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Michael Hemmingson, he was definitely fucking brainwashed, poor son of a bitch. And he's, for those of you who don't know, Michael Hemmingson, well, tell us what you know about him, honey.
Michael Hemmingson, he was a host at Revolution Radio, and he wrote books, like I guess porn books that were published on Amazon, and he sold them on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Short stories or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And novels.
Yeah. And he was also a fan of Douglas.
And there's your second income stream.
But he also wrote a book with, who was the guy, Don
Webb. Don Webb.
I don't know, Don something. He was a Satanist.
Don Webb, honey. Don Webb.
Yeah, Don Webb.
Go on.
That's all I know, really, that he wrote a book with him, I think.
Yeah. So here's something to kind of trigger some memories. So for those of you who don't know, Michael Hemmingson, of course, was someone I originally had a great deal of sympathy for, and he was someone who did write porn. Now, he also tried to write the intellectual side of porn in the sense of maintaining history. Now, he appealed to the soft spot in my heart in the sense that he compiled a history of pornographic book covers, which of course is what I had illustrated. Brendan Zoget can attest to that because I've shown him some of those illustrations and some of those examples that got published. So since he compiled a history of these pornographic book covers, it was like to me something that otherwise would have been lost. He had an appreciation for the kind of work that I had done, and was covering certain like franchises or series of novels that would otherwise nobody would know about them. And so he had my sympathies, and I certainly had nothing against him. He may have expressed himself to Heather that he was a fan of myself, but he began trying to incite a flame war between myself and Michael Aquino. And he would show up on my show, and at times he would, in text, not saying it directly, in text, he would like just ask me questions that I found to be rude, in the sense that he was insinuating stupid things. I think maybe verbally once or twice he asked also some stupid questions that I found to be just rude. And there's one thing about questions that are asked just innocently and naively and out of genuine interest. But these were obviously questions that were meant to probe, and they did so in an insulting and disrespectful manner. For one thing, I always hate questions. Everybody should remember this. Whenever you ask questions of somebody, don't present them as if you're in a court of law and you're trying to, what do they call it? Objection. The attorney is when they're trying to entrap the person on the podium. There's a word for it.
Intimidate or entrapment.
It's something of that nature.
Badgering the witness.
It's something else that they use. There's another term they use, but people should get the message. They know what we mean. And thank you for the picture of the lingerie, Heather. That's definitely that's more lingerie than the actual uniforms, but it's close. It's close enough.
It's close.
Yeah,
here's a better one.
Yeah, and I appreciate it anyway. Yes, and and I can't wait for the next. Yes, but at any rate. Objection. Let's see if people in the chat have any idea. Objection. The attorney is trying to guide the accused or entrap them or something. Come on. Leading questions. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But basically, here's an example, just so people know. It's like
where you stick the answer into.
Thank you. And it's questions that are very similar to. One example of that level of entrapment is you ask a question in which there is no out. It would be like you ask the person in the box or the stand. You ask the person in the stand, when did you stop beating your wife? Okay, there is no good answer to that question. You either give a date or you say I didn't. You get what I'm saying? If you say I never beat my wife, and then if you're in a real corrupt court, then the guy says that's not the question. Then you're basically trapped. This is the kind of questions that Michael Hemmingson began to ask. And they were stupid questions. It's kind of like when Anthony J. Hilder, who always took pride in the fact that he had the same initials as Adolphus Jacob Hitler, Anthony J. Hilder, he asked me, how long were you a member of the Church of Satan? I was like, wrong question, stupid. I was never a member of the Church of Satan. So, we're already off to a bad start with that. Michael Hemmingson, it was the same kind of question. It was like, when did you serve as a mercenary, or how old were you when you served as a mercenary in Nicaragua? And I was like, I never served as a mercenary in Nicaragua, you dumb fuck.
You didn't?
No, I visited Nicaragua with a young lady who I was hoping to marry. I went to visit her parents.
Oh.
Yes, it happened to be a war on. No, I was not serving in combat in Nicaragua. It was one of these things where she was a communist, but she had very Catholic parents. Just so everybody knows, everybody's Catholic. In those days, everybody was Catholic in Latin America. Just basically everybody south of the border was, generally, you could put a bet on it, was normally 95% Catholic. The communists were fucking Catholic, okay? So it's like everybody was Catholic down there. They didn't have communism or capitalism. What they had was feudalism. Some people might pick up a different name just so they could get sponsorship from the Soviet Union or the United States. But, they were just playing around with titles to get some sponsorship. Oh, here's some other photographs. Good, I'll download these. Thank you.
You can't just look at them in your Skype.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. But I download them if they're worthwhile. They're not pornographic enough to download, but
no,
they're
I
nice.
know that they had little hats too.
Yeah.
The candy stripers had hats.
Yeah, Actually, this Candy Stripers, I could download this. This is a cover for a book, actually. So that's actually cute. And of course she's in this baby crib and shit. So it's like
she's next to the baby in the hospital.
Yes, she's about to steal Brendan. There we are. She's surgically incising off his numbers. Yes, she's gonna sail him. That's the last of Brendan.
Well, I can definitely see how in the 90s that would, like, why weren't red flags raised about that person just walking into a hospital? Like, if they were really dressed like similar to that.
Because half the adult male staff wanted to fuck her. What do you think? Give me a break. Of course nobody's because they're hoping she comes back.
Honestly.
Yeah, you could still do it. You could still walk into a hospital and no one's going to question you.
Think so?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Nowadays, they're really sensitive. Like,
it's hard to tell. One time when I was in a hospital wing, and I'm trying to remember what it was for, maybe appendicitis, but I definitely saw a black man and a white woman. It looked just like a pimp and his prostitute, and they were just going into all the rooms and stealing everything and walking out with their pockets bulging with all the shit they had stolen. And I had nothing to steal. And they came in and it was like, what do you got? And I'm like, I got nothing. I was just a kid. But, they went out. They were looking for shit to steal. And it was like, and nobody did anything.
What were they stealing? Like,
just everybody's watches.
Their chains, their jewelry.
No,
their wallets.
Jewelry. Yeah, wallets. Yeah, see? Heather knows. She's been through. She's done it. Yeah, she's done it. Yeah. That's how she says you could just walk in. She put on her Candy Stripers uniform. Nobody cared. All they thought was.
The big pockets in the front for the wallets.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's how she knows all about this. She's got it down. She started when she was 12. Yeah,
she Candy Striper.
Yeah, and she wasn't after no babies. Fuck that shit. That shit, you have to wipe their ass and feed them and shit. Fuck that. She was just after the watches and the wallets and the jewelry and the pins and shit.
And the foot bands.
Yeah, there we are. Yeah. So at any rate, when it came to so with this Michael Hemmingson guy, he asked a few really stupid questions that started irking me, and then he started asking me about Michael Aquino and trying to start a flame war between myself and Michael Aquino. Like, oh, you say this about Michael Aquino, you say that, and I said, you're writing a book with a member of his church, the guy who is his heir apparent, and he was saying, yeah, but he was supposed to be writing a non-fiction book. He was supposed to be writing a book on the Temple of Set. At some point, something went drastically wrong, and he turned it into a fiction novel to stay out of trouble or something. He thought maybe that would keep him out of trouble. He just published it as a fiction novel.
Was this the guy that you said not to mess around like that, and then he died later?
Yeah, I told him.
That's the guy.
Yeah, I said, Aquino's gonna fucking kill you, you fucking idiot. And by the way, just so people know, he's not a sympathetic character. He had married a Mexican woman who was, of course, Roman Catholic. And they parted ways because he was basically a Satanist. If not a Satanist, you would have to call him a libertine, an extreme, libertine is the best word for it, I guess. But he obviously was what you would call a hedonist, someone who was after pleasure and had no boundaries. And so obviously a Roman Catholic Mexican woman was not going to get along with this guy. They produced a child, a daughter. And somehow, I guess because he was a white American male, the judge thought the baby would lead a better life with him in America when the Mexican woman divorced him and went down to Mexico. And so he wound up with custody of this young girl. I mean, really young. We're talking about
she was a baby.
Yeah, basically. And but she was growing up quick. They grow up really quick. And he was holding bisexual orgies. Nothing wrong with bisexuality, mind you. But he was asking friends, should I bring up my bisexuality on his, program and shit like that. People were telling him, oh, no, not right now. Like, they didn't want to hear about it. And I'm not quite sure why that to him meant anything. It's like, so you stick your dick everywhere you can. It's like, all right, whatever.
Right before he disappeared, he was investigating, or he had a story that he was trying to build on about how there was Chinese communists docking in Mexico and unloading and loading supplies like cargo and stuff.
That is so weird, because I believe you, but the weird thing is, he let it be known in no uncertain terms he was never going to cross that border, because for obvious reasons, his wife hated his guts, and he's bisexual. He was holding orgies in front of her daughter. His wife told everyone she could about this, and so whether it was the underworld, the gangsters, the what Americans call the narco terrorists, but the cartels, whether it was the cartels or whether it was the cops, neither one of them would have had any sympathy for this guy. They both would have looked at him as a piece of shit. They both would have offed him in a second, just for the sake of the Mexican woman, not necessarily even for the sake of her honor, but in a sense.
Didn't she work for the federales?
She may well have. I didn't know that part.
She did.
Yeah, I didn't know that part of the story, but that would explain everything. It makes perfect sense. And because what happened was, that would explain a lot, and it would fit right into what I know happened, which was basically he got Aquino angry at him, and like I said, Aquino killed him, or had him killed, rather, by other people, and they beat the shit out of him. Then they drove him south of the border and just dumped his body. And then the Mexican authorities immediately said, oh, what a terrible accident. The guy fell down several flights of stairs. And by the way, this guy, his body was so beaten to shit, to pulp, they could not display it at the funeral. It had to be a closed casket. When they brought that body back over the border into the United States, his family had to put the body in a closed casket because nobody wanted to look at it, and none of the people at the funeral home could rebuild it. That's how badly his body was busted apart. So this is not falling down the steps. It would be like you fell down the steps of a 100-story building and you just kept rolling with each turn in the stairwell.
The steps onto the freeway.
Yeah. And you'd have to be like turning with every turn in the stairwell and rolling down 100 flights of stairs to look like that. But anyhow, this guy was all battered to the point where bones were breaking through his skin and shit, and face as well as the other parts of his body. He was just a pulp. And so the Satanists beat him to shit, drove him down south of the border. After which the authorities said, oh, it's clearly suicide. Or not suicide, clearly an accident. He fell down several flights of stairs. And so then when he was brought back up, that was kind of like, in a sense, the end of his story, to a degree. I mean, I was telling people what had happened, and people were all pissing and shitting all over me about, like, oh, Douglas Dietrich is so cruel to Michael Hemmingsen, and after his death, it's like, look, this is the way it went down. That's all. It's not like I killed the son of a bitch. I told him this is what was going to happen. But yeah, so like I said, the interesting point is he was working with Don Webb, who was the heir apparent to the Temple of Set at that time. And instead of producing the nonfiction book about the Temple of Set he said he was going to produce, he churned out this stupid piece of fiction crap, and that he thought that was going to get him off, like their hate list or something. But he had already tried to start a flame war between me and Aquino. And to tell you the truth, personally, I think Aquino liked me better than him. And just, Aquino responded by, fuck this guy over. And then they beat him up to death and took him south of the border. And, I don't want to get repetitive. There's other things to bring up about this guy. But this was basically it. The other weird thing about this guy was McDonald. Ian McDonald? Or was that his name? This McDonald guy who was... Bruce McDonald! Bruce McDonald!
Yeah.
What do you know about Bruce McDonald?
I don't know. He tried to get everybody to go to his haunted island, or
his cult
St.
compound.
John.
His cult compound. Go on. Yeah. Go on.
He was this guy, and he had, I guess, had this dream to go to Porto. St. John's Mountain. It's in Mexico,
Nicaragua.
Colombia, or something.
Nicaragua is what I thought, or yeah, it was either Nicaragua or one of those central.
I want to say Porto something.
It might have been like some kind of port, like Puerto something, but
Puerto Vallarta.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
fuck no. That's where rich people go to vacation.
Yeah.
So anyways, he got all this land, and he had this idea that he was going to go all living off the land. They're going to have their own self-sustained community.
Cult compound.
Yeah, and it just never really got off to a good start.
Oh man, you wouldn't have thought that at first. I had Laura Lee Solomon and Amanda Ute were his converts, his original converts, and they were going to give him their fortune. They were going to give him everything they had and bring everything they had. With Amanda Ute, it was her 2 kids. They were all going to go down to this fucking cult compound, and they kept trying to get me to go with them. In fact, matter of fact, one of the few positive things, it's like I said, Lorien Ann Fenton was a true villainess. I mean, just a monstrous. If she's still alive, I can't believe it. I don't know how. It's like, how could somebody that fat, she's not just morbidly obese. She was
having breathing problems a long time ago.
Yeah, well, no shit. I mean, this is how I don't understand. How is she still alive? So it's like, is she
oxygen?
Is she still alive as far as you know?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I haven't heard anything.
According to you, it's all the barbecue she's been eating.
Yeah, she would tell me and other people, a select group of people, that she ate babies, and she would say that this was long before the urban legends about they eat black babies and this spirit soup shit, and she would say that, oh, the white babies are all fatty, and the Asian babies are all like shrimp, they're all crispy, but the best are the black babies because they got muscle and they got the muscle tissue, so they're the best. Is
she serious?
Yeah. So she was like
Wow.
confirming the urban legends about black babies taste the best and shit. And so certainly she was recommending black babies as the go-to. So she was...
Oh my God.
At any rate, but aside from her villainy and her monstrousness, she obviously was sharp and certainly had some skills and talents. And probably the best thing she ever did that I can identify was she definitively talked Laura Lee Solomon out of going down to this cult compound. She talked her down, said, this guy's a criminal. He's just going to work you like you're a farm animal. You're nothing but a cow to him, and a bipedal cow. He's going to just make you work all the labor, and then he's going to be fucking Amanda Ute and maybe her kids. And eventually Amanda Ute might have been somewhat influenced by Lorien Ann Fenton, but she eventually, the spell wore off or something, and she, decided not to go down there with him. But what was so weird about Bruce McDonald was he had the same name as her first husband, Bruce McDonald. That was the name of the first husband of Amanda Ute. So this guy had the exact same name. He was Canadian, and he had spent time in prison. And in Canadian prison, there is no disambiguation between white-collar and blue-collar crime or any other kinds of crime. In the United States, prisons run the gamut. They are practically segregated, if not by race, then by class. It's like prisons for the elites are like hotels. Then you got other prisons which are just this side of the dark hole in Calcutta. And Honduras. Yeah, it might have been Honduras. Maybe. For all I know. And that sounds about right. That would probably be more realistic than Nicaragua. Obviously, I'm more familiar with Nicaragua, so that's what I was thinking. But yeah, Honduras makes sense. He definitely had land down there in Central America that he was trying to exploit for a cult compound, but ultimately no one would join his cult. The fact that he had a prison record didn't help. And again, like I said, there's no disambiguation between crimes in Canada. They shove them all in the same hole. And so we didn't know what crime he had committed, but all the books he wrote were about pedophilia. and child trafficking, human child trafficking. So if you look up Bruce McDonald detective novels, they're all about human child trafficking and pedophilia. And when he's apparently a fairly popular author because he writes about this shit. But he was trying to say, when I said, oh, Michael Hemmingson wrote porn novels, he went, erotica! Erotica! He writes erotica! And I'm like, dude, just give it up, all right? I mean, it's porn, all right? Jesus Christ! I mean, it's like, what bullshit? But anyhow, he was claiming I didn't speak Chinese. So one time in Chinese, I told everyone he had AIDS. I said, yeah, Bruce McDonald was in a prison where he contracted AIDS. She said all that in Chinese on air, and that was, but at any rate, so there you go with that. But yeah, Bruce McDonald was all fucked up, and that's just like Pavel. And as Brendan Zogit can attest to, Pavel Edward, I don't know if you remember that creep or he was after your time. He was in a Canadian prison, and they had to isolate him from the rest of the prisoners because his sketchbook was full of drawings of raping and torturing and eating children and shit. So all the other prisoners were going to lynch him and skin him alive.
Right, they put him in solitary, apparently, he said.
Yeah.
And then we asked him what was in it, and he was like, oh, it was just nothing. It was just my notes or something.
Yeah.
But they put him in solitary? I mean, that's a lot even for prison.
Yeah, to protect him. From the rest of the prisoners on the floor who were gonna, rip his ass apart, and because of what was in his sketchbooks. And well, we know what he was drawing, and he's such a fucking piece of shit. They're all such slime. And then Daniel Arola with his male stripping, and he wound up where this wealthy lady adopted him essentially like a pet dog. And she brought him home and kept him basically she, get this shit. Her family was so wealthy that they were in Texas, and they had those walls that are nothing but glass pane, so that when they looked out onto the Gulf of Mexico, they could take a look at the oil derricks that they owned right out there in the Gulf of Mexico. They could just watch them in action. This is like how wealthy this chick was. She was this part of this oil dynasty, and she brings this guy home from the strip joint, but she has total control over him. She tells him he's got nothing, no rights. She gives him no money, and she's wealthy, but her trip was she would teach autistic and developmentally disabled kids. Then she would bring him over because she was a smoker. And she, not just smoker or chain smoker, I mean, when you heard her cough in the background, it was like whooping cough. I mean, this bitch was dying. It was only a matter of time before she had the ring in her throat that she puts the cigarette through. You know what I mean? The tracheotomy. So she was headed towards a tracheotomy. I'm sure she ultimately got there if the brain aneurysm didn't kill her first. But she was in bad shape. But she taught these developmentally disabled and autistic children. But because she was always going out on smoke breaks, she would bring him into the school with her. And so she would have him play the ukulele to serenade the kids while she went out for a smoke break. So this guy was constantly playing the ukulele, and these poor kids, just imagine suffering in silence, unable to express yourself. This is why we have rights for children and animals, because they can't speak for themselves. And these children, you just weep for them, listening to this guy pulling at these strings on this fucking coconut, making sounds like a repeated series of wet farts. Just, this is like a form of child abuse, if ever there was any. And so that's what Daniel Arola would do. Then the chick would bring him home, the sugar mama, as he called her, and basically at night, when she was done satisfying herself with him like he was an ambulatory dildo, she would just turn him out into the backyard where he would spend all night piling the crystals You must remember that. He would pile these crystals and then put them oftentimes into the shapes of penises and vaginas, because of course that's his maturity level. And then he would take like photos of them with his stupid cell phone and then show everybody, look what I did. I mean, this is like, she would turn him out there like he's Fred Flintstone in The Quarry. Of course, this is just her way of turning out a bipedal dog. And so he spent all night out there because it's Texas and it's warm. So he'd spend all night out in the backyard, and then she'd let him back in the morning. But, you know, he would go shopping for her and walk the dogs and shit. And therefore, I got to find out all the horrible aspects of this pathetic wretch's life. It would be like, when he said, I can't produce your videos anymore. I can't, like, use this program I was using to take out snippets of them and make separate videos of them and shit. And I said, why not? Oh, because they were giving it free online, and now it's not available free online. I said, but the alternative only costs a few bucks. I said, just use that. Yeah, I don't have anybody. She doesn't give me any money. And I said, well, we'll send you money. And it's like, oh, I can't. Because I got no credit. I would have to convert that to credit and then use that in. And I said, what do you mean you don't have credit? No, I don't have credit, you know. So he says, I don't have an account, a bank account, no credit. And I said, but you go shopping. What about the change? Why don't you just save up the change for all the shopping you do? She takes the receipt and she takes back all the change. So this woman would send him out to get everything that he used to cook barbecue, because they ate barbecue every fucking day. And then he would like bring it home and then give her the receipt and she'd take all the change. So this guy had no money, literally no money. And I said, why do you tolerate that? He said, oh, she gives me unlimited access to the internet. And I'm like, whoa, fuck the idea of handcuffs and leg cuffs and shackles and the neck brace. I mean, fuck all that. Who needs that when you just give somebody unlimited access to the internet? That's better than fucking chains. Holy shit. What a fucking slave. And what a loser. And then, what was the other shit? It was, aside from that, then it was, oh yeah, one time he was trying to look badass, and he's swinging around his samurai sword, because that was another trip he had. He had all his martial arts weapons, always trying to look badass and shit, and then he's swinging around a samurai sword, and he took a photograph. And of course, you know, unless you have someone who's trained in professional photography, a lot of people just don't think. Like, there was this guy who was running, he was at Revolution Radio, and of course, he went crazy and decided he was going to run for president. And no, I'm not talking about Truth Cat Stevens, or what's his name? Who is that guy again? The guy with all the...
Deacon John?
No, not Deacon John. It might have been Deacon John that was running for president, yes, but I mean, there was the other crazy guy who called himself Truth Cat. What's his name? Somebody asked me about him the other day. But he was the guy who says, Occupy the Getty. That Occupy the Getty freak.
Stephen Kelly.
Yeah, Stephen D. Kelly. I'm not talking about Stephen D. Kelly either, who also went crazy and tried to run for president. But there was this other guy who might have been Deacon John. Because is that the guy who got framed by the transvestite? Basically, he was online, then he started jacking off to this chick.
I think that was Stephen Kelly.
Yeah, Stephen Kelly was doing all kinds of stupid shit like that, but no, it wasn't Stephen Kelly who did that. He did stupid shit like that, but no, right. This was someone else, and it was he wound up with some chick. He thought it was a girl who had him on camera sex. And he started jacking off to her. She says, "Oh, I got to see."
What is this? I remember that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. And then when he orgasmed, you know, and because the chick...
Travesty? Was it Travesty?
No, not Steve Travesty.
Okay.
He's too lame even for that, poor son of a bitch. Yeah, poor Steve Travesty, poor bastard.
Who was it?
No, it was some older guy. Steve Travesty was comparatively younger, or at least everybody thought he was younger.
I remember that story, though.
Yeah. So basically, who we thought it was a chick, and she told him, "Oh, I get excited. I gotta see your dick. And you know, beat it off so I could see you orgasm and ejaculate." And so he's going, "Yeah, look at me, baby, look at me." And then after he had ejaculated, then the chick reveals herself to be a boy, saying, "Ha ha! You're trapped, and I filmed it all." And that's what destroyed his short arc of presidential aspirations. But it was, of course, it was dead on arrival long before that. You wonder why people would bother to frame him. It really makes you wonder. But at any rate, this guy, when he made his announcement, which was on YouTube, he just films himself in an environment that he's comfortable in, and he doesn't think. He's in front of his refrigerator, and he's got a tray of Oreos on top of the refrigerator. This is the guy, he says, I'm running for president. He's in front of the refrigerator, there's a tray of Oreos on top of it, and this guy says, I'm running for president. This is like, see, there's no professional videographer to set him up and say, let's not do it here. Let's set up a green screen. Let's take you to a different environment.
Was it Joey Diamond? Was it that guy?
No, but he's sleazy. They're all so sleazy.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, it wasn't him.
I remember that story, but
Yeah.
I just can't I can't remember exactly who it was.
Yeah, old white guy with white hair and he was like they're all fucked up. And what was it? But then what happened was with Daniel Arola, he was trying to look badass and swinging his samurai sword. And then he took a picture of himself swinging the samurai sword. So all he gets is like, his shoulder and his arm, trying to show me how badass his samurai sword looks. And there's these, the dogs that he had to walk every day were two little dachshunds, like a wiener. And he was like, taking these little wieners out for a walk every day, like a true emasculated, impotent day. And so when he's swinging his samurai sword around, there's this, he catches in the picture the samurai sword and a bunch of lame-ass, tiny-ass chew toys on the ground. And I'm like, oh man, you're a real badass. You just slaughtered all of them Dachshund chew toys. Oh wow, you have no idea how fucking stupid you look. And I didn't even say that cruelly. I was kind to him. I was like explaining to him, you've really got to understand your environment before you take a photo. What's in your environment, you got to make sure to clear it of chew toys, Oreo trays, this sort of thing that people catch in their photographs that just make you look stupid. So that just ruined all the mystique that you're trying to convey. But so there you go with that. It's little things like that probably incrementally added up, and then he was like, I hate Douglas Dietrich, and I'm joining the enemy, and but there's all kinds of other factors about the guy. He was shitting all over Steven Seagal all the time, and both Brendan and I concluded it was because he wanted so much to be like him. By the way, Brendan, are you there? He's probably flashbacking. That's a problem. I'm bringing back flashbacks.
I've been here. I'm just chilling.
Yeah. So tell Heather. Like the other day, you didn't seem to be able to remember it, but I was like bringing up. What was it? Brooke Gibson always called him Lizard Dick. Trappist Nicholson. When you this was a part you didn't remember. You were talking about that horrible doctor who had to chisel your testicles, and this horrible doctor, when you had the testicular torsion, when you talked about that's when Trappist Nicholson started piping in, thinking this was a competition, and he started saying, I was suffering to the point where I should have called an ambulance, but instead my grandfather, I think it was, drove him to the hospital, and then he was ready to throw my clothes away because he thought I was going to die, and he was all angry and in umbrage about it. So
he was saying they strapped him down and was like, I don't know.
Oh, they shoved something up into the crotch. Yeah. The crotch. He said they were trying to give him.
They had to put like a catheter. What is it called?
Something like that.
When they do a stent, they have to put the into the vein in the leg. That's what basically it was. He had like a blood clot or something from all the drugs or something, whatever.
Yeah. And then they had to hold him down, but he was so violent in his agony and his...
He was so resistant to the drugs that he could feel everything, and they didn't give him enough meds or whatever.
Ow.
And so he was saying it was the most painful shit or something.
Yeah, he was trying to one up Brendan Zogit. It was Brendan Zogit was talking about this hideous medical atrocity, and then
which is bizarre because he never tried to talk about anything other than that or drugs. And it's no one wants to hear that.
No, but the most bizarre aspect was that he took such umbrage at one of his relations, assuming he was gonna die. Like, what did you expect when they see you drinking bleach every day and injecting yourself with various cleaning solutions and shit? It's like, I'm exaggerating, but you get my point. It's the equivalent thereof. And it's like...
He'd
it's
be better off doing that than what he was doing.
Yeah.
At least he'd be disinfected. Shit.
Holy shit! Oh my god. Heather, you wouldn't believe this guy. He was like eating poison fucking truffles with literal like Datura. Tell her, Brendan.
Literal like cartoon poison truffles. They were like shaped like skulls with like a bunch of freaking poisonous plants like cooked into them.
Yes.
Like a weed edible, but it was like belladonna and henbane and like Datura.
Black magic, huh?
Yeah, exactly. And he was saying, "Oh, this is how I'm surviving. It's part of my therapy." All this weird shit.
Yeah.
Trumpets.
Yeah.
And he was trying to send it to us. He's like, "Oh, I'll send you these. They're so good." And then he like send me a photo of it with like a razor blade like in between the skull. I'm like, dude, that does not look good, man. It's not a good look.
And he sent it to Brooke too. And then he would bitch that Brooke never contacted him back. Well, she never talks to me.
Exactly.
That's crazy. Is this Daniel?
It might as well be. They're in the same league.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell her about Daniel. Daniel would like make barbecue that he would marinate in acid. It's not even the good acid. Tell her.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Daniel Willis said, "Oh, I'm tripping on acid in the woods." That's what he would tell me every time I talked to him. And then he'd be like, "Oh, BRB, I gotta go barbecue." So he was like on 100, hundreds of hits of acid per month, and then he would just sit in the backyard and like do his swords and draw a bunch of those cheesy memes. Like he was burnt. He was permafred.
He was barbecuing and on acid.
Yeah. Can you imagine that? Like, what kind of aesthetic is that?
Gross.
Yeah. What I was telling Douglas, I was like, this dude, it's not even real acid. It's like someone sold him a bunch of like research chemicals and said like, yeah, it's real, man. It's real, but it's like 2,5-I, like 2CB, like the cheap shit.
Yeah, do they even make acid anymore?
That's what Brendan is saying. They don't.
Yeah. It's nearly impossible. You'd have to be really, there's ways to, because there's not a lot of people with the organic chemistry ability really to do that. Like it's a very delicate process and it's very volatile. So it only lasts like the shelf life's maybe like a couple years max if you store it correctly.
Interesting.
So it's like it's not a viable kind of.
But what about what I
It
heard?
took somebody really smart to make it.
Yeah, it was originally some guy in Switzerland, and but I always heard was this an urban legend? It was when I was with the police force in San Francisco. They were trying to claim that the Swiss guy who invented lysergic acid, it was so powerful. And
Albert Hoffman, yeah.
Yes, thank you. It was so powerful that the first jar he created was still essentially full to this day. And of course, they told me that back in the 90s. So they were saying that this stuff is potent, and they were saying that the way he made it, it lasted forever, and that retained its chemical consistency, and but that the first jar that he had made was still around today, and it was like on display in a museum or in some lab or something, and that it was it retained its potency, but it was so potent that he only took like small amounts of it when he first made it, and then like, that's why
it's theoretically possible if it was like hermetically sealed and away from light.
Yeah.
Like no air and no light. Yeah, that's possible, but because the Swiss, they're very good with preservation. Like if they wanted to, they could save it, but I think it's just an urban legend.
Okay.
Honestly. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, so
if it's exposed to light or air, I mean, it's lasting maybe a month max. Wow. It has a very short half-life. It reacts. It's very reactive.
Yeah. So essentially, Daniel Arola was basically using some combination of cleaning fluids or whatever else these dealers had pumped into his bullshit acid tabs. That was
in the rave scene, what they call acid or like N-bomb, they call it N-bomb or M-bomb, like just different numbers.
Yeah.
What they call acid that's what it is. They just say, oh, it's acid. but it's actually these research chemicals that were designed to substitute for acid or something as like a cheaper, easier alternative, because you can order them just like with the fentanyl issue. You can order some of these straight from labs in Pakistan and China as the research chemical, and it's psychedelic, but it's not clean like a LSD 25. It's like you just get visuals, and then but it does like more damage to the body. The good thing about, quote unquote, good thing about lysergic acid diphenolide number 25 is it's like it doesn't give you as much of a body load. That's why it was so like people could take like hundreds of tabs and survive.
Interesting. Interesting.
The real stuff. I'm talking like the real one.
Yeah.
And it's much more cleaner. The high is cleaner. Like everything's nice about it.
Yeah.
Comparatively.
Yeah.
But these other ones, like you get sick afterwards. Like,
yeah. So why wasn't he sick all the time? Or ultimately he was. He went insane, obviously. But I mean, aside from
you're talking about Dan?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, because he was smoking weed all the time. Like,
okay.
It like kind of insulates you from that.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
It like slows down the damage. That's how all these like ravers are still alive.
Okay, got it.
Like even after all the Molly, they just fall back to weed at the end of the day, and that somehow, because CBD does have like this neuroprotective ability, so there's something there, something to that, where that's why even like people that have gotten off like hard drugs, like they still smoke weed. like Trampoos.
Yeah, like Trampus. Of course, he was drinking. He was doing everything. He was drinking, smoking the weed, doing everything. It was fucking wretched. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah, and
then he wondered why we wouldn't. He's like, "You and Douglas should come have pizza and beer with me." Like, so I'm sorry, but no.
And get into the car. He kept trying to get me in particular to get into the car, and you as well, if I remember.
Yeah,
and to stay overnight with him. Yeah, to stay overnight with him. Yeah. He kept saying that. He kept saying, "Oh, not gay, but stay overnight with me."
Yeah. Bizarre.
Oh, it's just wretched. It's just that there's nothing about this guy that made any sense. But what happened was his sugar mama died. Then when his sugar mama died, and by the way,
Daniel.
Yeah, this Daniel Arola.
Which, by the way, in that giant diatribe he sent, he was like, everything Douglas said about her was wrong, and everything, and apparently she's still alive or something.
Or at least he's claiming that. Or at least he's claiming that.
No, he said she isn't dead, and he just left on his own. She didn't kick him out. That's what he was saying.
Oh, of course!
He ran away.
Yeah, exactly. It was something like that. It was something like that.
Oh, of course.
But it's like I didn't even read the message because it was like paragraphs with like timestamps and shit. I was like, oh god. He's like, when you and Douglas were talking about this at this timestamp, I'm like, oh my god, who has time for this shit?
Yeah, Richard K. Cole does that because he learned it from Richard K. Cole Jr. There's just all these crazy, obsessive freaks. This is what.
If you've got time to timestamp shit, you got time to go get a job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Get a fucking job.
Like I've been helping Douglas with the YouTube for a while. I've never timestamped anything.
Yeah, thank you.
Other than maybe like one segment that I needed to keep like track of, but dude had it like play by play, like T minus 85 minutes to 75 minutes. It was bizarre the way it was done, like almost clinical.
Yeah.
I don't think he even had the ability to do that.
Thank you. It was probably Richard K. Cole Jr. did it for him.
Yeah. Because you know how I know is because Daniel would always chat me while we were on air. While we were on air, he would like send me messages, and he never had grammar like that message that he sent.
Thank you.
Where it was like perfect grammar, like an essay. And I doubt ChatGPT could write that,
No. Oh my God. That's incredible. I had never thought of that because this is like, it really shows that, no, he really was.
Well, the only thing that was definitely Daniel was like the syntax of it.
Okay.
Like the way he was saying stuff. So maybe he just, I don't know. Maybe it was actual real acid that one day and he could write an essay. I don't know. Who knows? You never know.
Oh my fucking god! No, that makes perfect sense, and I'm just.
Oh, and the funniest part was I'm pretty sure I mentioned it before, but he would always show me the weed he was growing. He'd be like, check out this weed. And it would be like super hydroponic indoor, like in a tent with all like the basically like the highest quality weed you can grow inside. And then, but it wasn't like Trampus. He never offered me any. He would just show it to me.
Right. Yeah.
But I think that was probably because in Texas it's like pretty taboo still. Like,
illegal.
you can go to prison for that.
Yeah, that's true.
So for me in California, it was like, oh wow, that's cool. Like everyone has those that has enough money.
Yeah.
But he was doing it like, oh, check this out. Like I gotta hide it in the basement. I'm like, oh wow.
What
That's crazy.
What a fucking loser. And but at any rate, to show you the wealth of this woman and what poor health she was in, what happened was that she had a brain aneurysm, and when that developed, what happened was they went to the doctor. Now, she was so wealthy that she had a son and a daughter, and they were both, one was a doctor, the son, and the daughter was a nurse. So she had connections into the medical establishment. So her name was known through her children. But when she came down with a brain aneurysm, Daniel Arola was describing it to me, and he did not understand the politics of what was going on around him. He just basically said, oh, yeah, oh, God, I don't know why, but, and he would say this with total ignorance. He would just say, she came into the hospital, and they brought her to the surgeon, or brought her case before the surgeon who specializes in these brain aneurysms. And I said, yeah, but she's a lifetime smoker and in extremely frail health. And then he says, yeah, but I don't know why, but the doctor resigned. So basically what happened was this woman is so wealthy, like I described, where she's got the oil derricks right outside the paned glass walls that they can look at operating in the Gulf of Mexico.
That explains how he had cash to grow all that weed.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Like he was probably growing it for her. That would make sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the moment the doctor looked at her name and knew who she was, because her children were in the medical industry, the doctor said, I resign immediately, because he knew that she would almost certainly not survive the operation, and that her family would retaliate by suing him, and that would destroy his career. Right. So he decided, I'll just quit while I'm ahead. And so he said, I resign.
Is that the case with those doctors that are on the top of their echelon, that are on top of their game, that top of their field, sorry?
Yeah.
If they even have one death, it kind of tarnishes their record. Is that this was a different case. It was special because of the fact that this woman was so wealthy, and that she had both the son who was a doctor and the daughter who was a nurse. In other words, she had relations that were in the medical industry, and she was in terrible health. Just terrible health. So when she comes in, and the chances of her survival are so slim, and the doctor sees this, and he knows that the kids are not only in the medical industry, but they have a wealthy family from an oil dynasty, it's like there's no hope. There's no way out of this. Your career is not getting out of this alive. You get what I'm saying? So he just said, fuck it. He said, I resign immediately. And of course, when Daniel's describing this to me, he has no comprehension of what's going on. And I didn't even bother to articulate it to him at the time, because there's no point in trying to explain things like that to him. And at the time, I still, thought he was relatively okay by me. I always thought he was a piece of shit, because he was always tormenting people online and taunting people, and, with a bunch of racist comments that he kept claiming were not racist, and among other things. I mean, and he would taunt the Indigo children, of all people. I mean, why bother them? This is just the level at which this idiot was operating. But at any rate, so some young up-and-coming surgeon took the guy's place and made his career by operating on her without her dying, but all he did was put her on an egg timer. He just put her on an egg timer. It was basically only a matter of time. But his surgery was successful enough where he encapsulated, so to speak, the aneurysm, contained it for a period of time, but eventually, of course, it blew, because, the woman's in horrible health, and, and when it blew, then here's Daniel Rolla running around calling me, Douglas, get me a job at the estates. And I said, as what? The poison tester?
How about that? You could be the food taster for everybody. You could find out, what's poison just by tasting it because that's the shit you've been eating all your life. And it's like, he's like, no, kung fu, and I'm like, badass. I said, dude, you're fucking kidding me. You're Steven Seagal, motherfucker.
Right.
They got
He was
dogs.
trying to be security detail or something.
Yeah. He wanted to be personal bodyguard. Personal bodyguard. This is like reminds me of fucking Brandon Young when Brandon Young was on my show the other day and he's like talking about the communist Chinese 3-body problem. And he says, they're talking about stuff like you're always talking about, Douglas. They aren't talking about shit that I'm talking about at all.
3-body? What is it? 3-body?
There's this Chinese science fiction novel that the Americans are all eaten up called The 3-Body Problem. And it's about this, triple star system that, the Chinese are trying to copy the Nazi tactic when Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels told the Allies, we made first contact. And that's why the aliens recognize only us as the legitimate government of Earth. That's why you've got to let us pass in our exodus. And, that's why the Allies stood back and stood down when the Nazis fled to Argentina and elsewhere and ultimately to Antarctica and Unterland was because, a bunch of them believed, the Nazis made first contact and the aliens recognize only their government as the legitimate government of Earth. That was Goebbels' greatest victory and it was based on his Foo Fighters, what the Allies called the Kraut balls in Europe. But anyhow, so the communist Chinese are now trying to pull that shit, and they're saying, we got the ultimate radar installations, and we're going to make first contact with aliens, and what are you all going to do when it turns out China establishes first contact? And at some point they're going to lie and say, we've established first contact, and come up with some propaganda bullshit. But anyhow,
like they did with they supposedly landed on the moon and then it was literally a CGI.
Yeah.
Worse than Elon Musk's CGI. It was literally like a cartoon.
Yeah.
And they were like actual footage from the moon.
Yeah, wasn't that the Asian Indians though? That was the Asian Indians, right?
It was both of them.
Both of them?
It's like the Indians did it first, so the Chinese had to
do it next.
Do it back.
Oh my god. Yeah,
but
it
was
pathetic.
Like both of them were just dumb.
Yeah, both of them are just CGI bullshit, and they make them look worse. It's like, why are you doing this to, why are you doing this to yourselves? More importantly, why are you doing this to me, right? It's like,
it definitely gives fuel for flat Earth for sure.
And for just all the conspiracy people who say no one ever went to the moon, it just gives fuel for all of them. Yeah, because these idiots. Yeah. Anyhow, so the Chinese are like. I'm
one of those people, but it's okay.
I get it. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, to a degree. One of these days, you'll have to explain it to me privately. But I don't know. I mean, you're welcome to explain it publicly, but it seems like you are not sure you want to do that. It's up to you. It's just up to you.
No, I can explain another time.
Okay, yeah, but
Douglas.
Yeah, honey.
Since you mentioned the exile of the Nazis, I was wondering, since you know all the history about that, if you knew about the Amber Room.
Yeah, the Amber Room in Russia that was completely dismantled and moved. I
know where it is.
Oh, cool. Where?
Yeah, it's in Venice.
Okay, cool. And how did you know this?
Well, I figured it out all by myself. I became obsessed with this palazzo in Venice, and I couldn't figure out why. And they have different, like, piano nobles or levels, I guess, and each different level has a different color, and the one level that has all yellow tapestry or yellow curtains all over the walls, so you can't really see what the walls are. They have, like, next to the windows, they have, like, a little section where you could see it's the amber pieces. Wow. They just didn't cover it up.
Oh, wow. Well, that's cool. I appreciate that. No, I really do. And it's and that's fascinating. And so,
is it like made out of amber? Like, not the color, but the actual stone.
Yeah, the actual
they're
material.
Amber tiles, and they're like, I guess, really intricate little designs they make out of the tiles.
Yeah. The Amber Room that she's talking about was one of the Tsar's great, shall we say, his artists who created different accomplishments for him, like Fabergé eggs and the amber room was all amber, and it was like all intricate carvings. And when the Germans invaded in the area where the amber room was, they completely dismantled that and took it all. And so I was told that they have been trying to recreate that based on photographs and 3D modeling to recreate that. Whether they're using real amber or not, or I thought maybe they had been given access to the real pieces and it was being returned. But what our Heather says is fascinating, because I never really followed that. It's certainly interesting, but I didn't have the fascination with it that she did. And certainly we'll follow up on that. We'll look into that, and hopefully you provide us whatever other information you can on that, Heather. That's intriguing. And yeah, I mean, the only smart-ass thing I was going to say about here we are. So she's giving us some photographs of...
The
I
most
heard a
recent
similar.
pictures, it looks like they're doing some work on it, and but you can't really tell what kind of work. It looks like they are chiseling or doing something to disrupt it. You can't really tell.
Yeah.
I gotta get my glasses on.
What is it called again?
Amber Room. But she said, where in Venice,
it's at
honey?
the
one in
Palazzo at Cadario.
Cadario. Say that again, honey.
Have you been there?
It's a Palazzo Dario, or it's called Cadario in Venice.
Okay. And so Brendan asked if you've ever been there. I assume you have not.
No, it's for sale right now, and I do anything to get it, but yeah.
That's like, I mean,
$28 million.
Yeah, multi-million.
Yeah, just ask Brendan. Brendan's, yeah, he's got that. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's for sale right now because anybody that lives there usually gets killed or something. They kill themselves or something like that.
Is that what you want?
No. I just think that I have nothing to lose, so I couldn't go broke or they couldn't take nothing away from me. I just am drawn to that place for some reason.
Oh my God.
Cool.
Well, I mean, maybe that's self-destructive. Maybe that's a kind of.
I think it has. I think it's like a past life or something. It just seems like I've been there before.
Okay.
I heard a similar story about what was her name? Katerina, one of the Tsarinas.
Yes.
She had a lapis lazuli, like, what would be like a front room, or like a
antechamber.
Yeah, and some kind of antechamber where it was like the fireplace, everything. The whole room was wall to wall lapis lazuli. And when it fell, the room was raided by the communists, and it was never seen again in the palace. Like, they basically gutted the palace and took that room apart.
God, that's so awful. I mean, fucking communists. It's sickening. And
or Lenin. It was like Lenin, specifically Lenin's army.
Yeah.
I was thinking like that room must have been really spiritually charged because lapis lazuli was like the stone of the kings of Egypt and different like the Persian empires.
Yeah.
So they must have known a lot about like the metaphysics. If they had an amber room, they had. Excuse me.
That's what I meant. Like, what
kind
of an energy would that be putting off?
Oh. Yeah, definitely. No, they had a true knowledge of the occult. Of course, they were in a position. Don't forget that, like, the emperor is considered the high priest of Shinto. The Russian Tsar was essentially considered to be almost like the Pope of the Russian Orthodox Church. He was essentially something more than a king. He was, or emperor. He wasn't just a Tsar. He was kind of like... the King of England is actually the head of the Church of England. So he was like the head of the Russian Orthodox Church in that sense as well. So these are also religious positions that these monarchs hold, or can hold, depending on their culture. And so that's important. So my snarky comment that I was going to make about the three-body problem was that when Brandon Young is bringing up this bullshit about the three-body problem and saying, oh, they're talking about all the stuff you talk about, Douglas, and I was saying, bullshit, they are, and it's just a communist propaganda novel and shit, and later on, of course, all too soon, I found out that the only three-body problem I had were the three stooges I had on the show with me that night, and that was Brandon Young, Trappist Nicholson, and Mark Haish, and those clowns were just like... Man, they may as well have been acting in tandem. It's hard to give them that much credit, I know. What a group of ne'er-do-wells.
That's like an insult. That's like an insult to the Three Stooges. At least they were coherent.
Yeah, thank you. And could be funny at times if you were in a mood for rude humor. Yeah, it's just bumping and banging each other. Yeah, but these guys are just, man. Oh, and Brandon Young. Oh my God, Heather, you'd probably find it funny. You'd probably find it funny.
I remember him though. I do remember him.
What do you remember? Do you remember his psychotic monotone when he thought he was funny, and or did it just get worse with age? And you just
I don't remember much about his personality. He seemed like he was a lot of like a recluse.
Yeah. Well, how about this? It's more like nobody wanted anything to do with him. I mean, he couldn't.
Did he have a really weird relationship with his sister?
He may well have, but I don't think so. That's not what stood out with me. I'm trying to remember who might have had that. But in terms of him, it was more like he had said very early in the days of Revolution Radio that he had been in an arranged marriage with some young lady in another high-class family, because he was from old Boston wealth, and that she was pregnant to the late term, like third trimester or something, and they had a crib ready and everything. Then she went up to Canada, and after she came back from Canada, the baby was gone. And it was like he never pursued it. It was like, yeah, the baby was gone. Then I was depressed. And I was like, but you never followed up. No.
That's shocking.
How is that shocking, knowing what you know about this individual?
Well, assuming there was like a normal person there, it would be shocking. Right?
Yeah, thank you.
Like you just like let that happen, walked away.
Yeah, I just like dropped it.
In context, it's like, yeah, that's probably what
yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's like I guess I just didn't deserve a baby. It's just like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, that's how it was. Yeah, at least I won't have to send
it. It's almost like it didn't even happen.
Yeah. Which that might very well be the case, because like I said, he's a fucking pathological liar. There's only a few things we know are true because of circumstantial evidence. But yeah, other than that, he couldn't help himself. He just like, the moment he opened his mouth, it was just like saying shit just for the sake of saying shit. And trying to cause as much problems as possible. Oh my God. It's like, oh God, yeah, we'll have to talk about that later, Brendan. I still can't believe Peter Moon said that. You sure Brendan's not bringing this all on his own?
Right.
What did he say that tonight?
Like,
yeah. How did you feel? What did you feel?
It was just like, come on, man. Like he obviously hasn't been listening to my whole story.
And beyond that, he should know by now. It's not like you get on the show and say, then I was boiling the kettle with all the baby stew, and I was conducting these spells. I mean, it wasn't like...
Yeah, I don't know that's what my thing was like. What does he think I'm doing? Like, exactly, like...
I guess when you talk about tea ceremony, to him that's the equivalent of Jameson Reese and shit. You know, calling on the anti-gods.
Like when I go to the tea shop in Chinatown, like it's like the Gremlins movie. Like
yeah. He thinks that tea pig is like he's feeding the anti-gods and shit with that tea pig. Tell Heather about the tea pig. Heather, do you know about tea ceremony?
The tea pet.
Yeah, tea pet.
It could be a pig if you want it to be a pig.
Yeah. I mean, I remember
about tea parties.
Yeah, tell us about your tea parties.
Yeah,
by the way, Heather works at a Chinese restaurant now.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah. Well,
is it like a Chinese, or is it like a?
It's Chinese takeaway, like takeout,
Which sounds pretty.
Work with Chinese people?
No, the Chinese people own it. But okay. I work for a lady who's not Chinese.
Right. Cool.
But she made sure she hired you because she was trying to prove something, right?
Yeah.
What was she trying?
She's worked there for like 30 years, and the owners always do the hiring, and she never does any of the hiring, but they let her pick someone or choose someone to hire, and it was me, and they still have not warmed up to me at all, and I don't know how it's going to work out.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but
No, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, it was
Yeah.
just for convenience. I had told her one time when I picked up my food, I'm like, she told me how much she hated this girl that she worked with, and I'm like, well, you think it's something I could do, because I'll help you out. And then a couple months later, she called me. So I don't know if I'm just being used or if they really need someone to go to work there.
But so long as you're getting paid, I mean, that's
Oh
wonderful.
yeah, I'm not even there for the check at this point. I just need some kind of like life,
Okay. No, that's great.
a life of my own.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And so are you familiar with the tea ceremony? You said something about tea parties?
Oh, I know about tea parties and I know about magic tea, but I don't know what tea ceremony that you're
Magic
speaking
tea.
of.
That's
What do you mean by magic tea?
Magic tea. I make magic tea. It's just tea that
Oh,
works.
I see.
It's cute.
Yeah, it'll if you want to go to sleep, it'll put you to sleep.
Oh, holy
It's
shit. Are you,
Okay.
is that like Irish coffee?
No,
Okay, go on.
no,
Well,
like valerian. I put valerian in tea. Yeah.
Oh, Valerian. Oh, Brendan. I mean, oh my God, but that's potent. That stinks.
Yeah. My specialty is I make the golden milk and it's turmeric tea.
Oh, cool. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how did you get acquainted with the Vedic culture?
With Ayurveda,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just always been there.
Uh-huh.
It's always been like a interest. I'm drawn to their culture.
Uh-huh.
And the
Uh-huh.
person I'm with now, he's half Indian.
Asian Indian?
Yeah, Asian Indian. He's Punjab.
Oh, and he, like, was in the Marine Corps and was celebrating the Marine Corps birthday? How did he get involved with...
Yes, he's just very Americanized. His dad was from India, Punjab, and his dad was also a Indian Army tank commander.
Okay. Yeah.
But his dad worked for Bell Labs,
Okay.
and then his dad came out here to the America, met his mom, I guess in New York, and they got married.
Okay. So his
Then
mom
he went to
is...
school here.
And his mom is
His-
white?
Yeah, she's Polish.
Okay. Wow, what a combo. And, well,
Right.
yeah, and he treats you well? Doesn't beat you?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you know what? I want for nothing, and I never even knew that life could be this great.
That's wonderful. I'm so excited
I
for
had
you.
no idea. So many firsts.
I'm so relieved. I'm really relieved. I mean, by the way, Brendan, Heather Holman's daughter was a model, and about 10 years ago she's disappeared, and no one's ever found her.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, her dad kind of just tells me like, oh, she's like in another city. Says, oh, she's here or whatever. But nobody hears from her. Nobody sees her. So
Wow.
I don't know. Yeah, it's heavy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And
But according to online though, if I do like run a background check, she makes $40,000 a year. So she must not be doing that bad, if that's true.
right. I mean, Brooke Gibson and Amy Como were both experimenting for different reasons. Amy Como long before Ian West ever came on, but Ian West was saying, "Oh, you can find yourself online and which company owns your stocks, and you're bought and sold by these various corporations, and you can find out how much you're worth."
He never gave any links.
He never gave any links, but he gave something to Brooke, and she followed up on it and said there was some weird series of numbers affiliated with her name that showed that she was worth so many, 50,000 or something like that. I mean, we'd have to ask her. Yeah, it was something outrageous actually, and she said,
"Those are the people that get into like the Federal Reserve, right, and the different like maritime laws."
oh,
that
yeah.
I think it's just actually off the Treasury website. It'll give you your amount if you know which number of bonds, if it's E bond or double E bond.
weird shit. Yeah,
you
it's
basically type in. There's like a number on the back of the Social Security card that you can type in supposedly and find out where it's at.
yeah, some shit like that. Sounds
And
like
it's in blood red on the back of the Social Security card.
Holy
That's
shit.
That's your money number.
holy shit.
They trade your body on the stock exchange.
Holy
Which all of that's definitely true, but it's like that's why they measure GDP and all of that off the population.
Holy shit. I mean, God, you seem to know a lot more about this than I do. But apparently Amy Como traced hers before there was an Ian West talking about this. She had somehow found out about this and investigated it. And she said, she found out she was owned by some Israeli company, or at least that was what the claim was. But bizarrely, it was when she went up to that yoga cult with that she talked about, where they were like tripping off in the woods, just this old couple, and they were the last ones left of a dying yoga cult. Remember I told you about that? When she was on her way up there, she was being followed by a bunch of men in a van, then got off at this map stop or this rest stop where you'd find maps and stuff like that. And when she stopped there,
right, and they were all like cartoon level Hasidic Jews.
Yeah. And then they like tried to intimidate. Yeah, so you heard this already. Then, oh my God, it was just so weird. And maybe that had something to do with they were following up on what they owned or something. It was just really weird. So she could only speculate, but we were all guessing as to what that was all about. But there you have that. So there's these weird experiences people have. I myself am not.
It could have been just like Amish or something. Like, who knows? Maybe she could just misread it. I don't know.
Maybe, probably they were. I mean, pretty much Jews are. You can discern them from Amish. They're different looking, but yeah. At any rate, when it comes to your own tea ceremony, describe that to Heather and just how this has been impacting you lately. You've been. Got a lot of people who were involved, and you were just partying with two guys using this, right? So how did that work out? What was going on with that?
That was actually I was at a park, just making tea, and one of my friends showed up, and then we called up another one of our old friends, and he brought some items that I needed from him. So it was like it worked out. It was just serendipitous, actually. But the tea kind of kept us going. Like I was taking them through all my tea catalog. I have like Shangpuer. I have this. It's called the Te Guanyin, the Iron Goddess of Mercy Oolong. I've got. Let me think of the others here. There's a Monkey Pick green tea, Chinese green. So we kind of just did like a tea tour of these different teas, and in the Gung Fu Cha, it's all about the guests, So I was like treating them to tea and stuff, just as a practice kind of session. So yeah, in the Chinese tea culture, it's like that's very popular. That style, it's called Gung Fu Cha, means the skillful art of making tea. So you want to kind of. So for me, it was just cool to have someone else. And
it is a skillful art.
Oh yeah. And the other night, I was at one of the friends I was with today, but at his house, he's like renting from some people, and they have like parties all the time. So I was pouring tea for him. It was just the two of us, and then all these people came over, and all the chicks, like the girls that were there, they all gravitated towards the tea table because it was just something different than their normal like drinking and whatever the other guys were up to, were just boring shit.
Yeah.
So then they started talking to us, and then all the boyfriends got pissed. They were all like jealous as fuck, and they're just like fuming in the background. Like, and then I was like trying to offer them tea too, like, oh, just at least try it, And they'd be like, this shit tastes gross, or like. But the girls kept coming back, and like it was bad. I basically broke up that whole household.
Oh God!
The one kid that like he like tried to like ruin the tea table like by like scooting stuff around.
Oh my God! What a fucking loser!
Yeah, well, he ended up crashing, like stealing his parents' cars and crashing them, and he's like in prison now.
Yes.
So yes. So why you don't mess around with like metaphysical shit on someone else's table?
Thank you.
And then the other guy, his ex-girlfriend like showed up with his old dog, and the other chick like broke up with them, where they're having some kind of, it's like on the rocks now. So. But I just made the joke to my friend. I was like, I broke up your whole fucking household. Those girls are like that. Those guys don't have any girls anymore.
Yeah. Oh my fucking. Yeah. Holy shit.
Well, girls like tea.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, it seems like it. I didn't realize it was like that was a point of, like. First of all, I didn't realize women would be into it, and then secondly, I didn't realize it would be like a point of contention, Like who the fuck gets jealous over tea? That's lame as fuck.
Dude, you knew that this is sex weaponized material when you saw all the Jew boys. When you saw all the Jew boys going for it, You know that's all what it's all about. So
That's why, that it makes sense why that Jewish guy had to come here after COVID and make a tea company, because he had no Chinese chicks left.
Yes.
He was all bored over here. None of the white women would hang out with him. That makes sense.
Yes, that's right.
You know, honestly, I was oblivious to it. So now that I know, I'm not even gonna be on the show anymore. I'm gonna be pouring around.
Oh God, yeah. Then Peter Moon will really say, "See, he's bringing all the trouble on himself." See,
Right.
yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Oh,
yeah. I don't know exactly what I was doing. Who knows? I still don't know.
Well, you learn as you go along. I mean, you think these Jewish guys know anything that they're doing? Fuck no. They're just, they're making.
Yeah. The one dude that he like sparked my interest back in tea. But when I was younger, I used to actually collect tea when I was like in high school and stuff.
Yeah.
So it just got me back. It just like reminded me of it, nostalgia.
Yeah.
But this guy, he says that he basically, what would be the word for it? Like he had no plan to make this business. It just like fell in his lap because he has rich parents. In other words.
Yeah. God.
Like he had enough money to just sit at home after COVID, and because he was like doing stand-up comedy in China, right? This Jewish guy.
Yeah.
And then he came home and had no job. He couldn't go back to China. No one wanted to hear his comedy here, except Chinese people, because he speaks Mandarin. And so he was like moping around, and so he just started making tea videos. And then somehow, because of TikTok, that it just got, he has enough viewers to where he can make a living. So it's just, like dude didn't even have a plan, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, or at least that's his story. At least that's
his shtick.
Yeah. So Heather, you say you made this TikTok with me a long time ago. This is a recording of us.
It was you and Christina Joanna Hart, I think.
Okay. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. Cool. I'll have to...
You were talking about slavery.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Yeah. Well, thank you. Oh, my God. I'll take a look at that. And Heather also entered a link into the text box where we can go look up our worth, our value as shared stocks or something. So this is treasurydirect.gov.
I think that's what they're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
interesting. I don't want to look at it because I'd be pissed if they're just farming me for money while I'm all poor and shit.
Yeah, I know. I mean,
it's not that much. It's really not that
much. For any of us, or just?
I know mine's not that much.
Okay, interesting.
Well, those people that were into the what is it called, like the sovereignty movement.
The
sovereignty people. Yeah. They were claiming it was like in the millions. Like
that's right. Like that's what Ian was claiming. Yeah. And Brooke says that what she found seemed to be in that range, something like that. Yeah. And so whatever she saw, we'd have to ask her when she comes back on again, if she ever comes back on again tonight. I think she fell asleep, which is a good thing. She needs to sleep. So I'm going to refresh myself.
I have a dentist appointment in the morning.
Oh, okay. So do me a favor. I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be right back, and then you can go to sleep. Okay?
Yeah,
honey?
That's fine.
Okay, good. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you. And I'll go mute. And wait, honey, don't go mute. Talk with Brendan while I'm gone.
I'm here. Yeah, I'm right here. I was just checking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be back.
There was something I was going to bring up when you're back, then.
Okay, all right. As soon as I'm back, I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, is there anything else you wanted to say before, if I go into like a diatribe or something?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
Okay. So the tea has been really good for me. It's been keeping me alive, basically, just because I've been having a lot of changes lately. So it's something to kind of that kept me grounded. So it was like I was able to get through a lot of shit with just making tea and slowly building up my collection again. It's like kind of, it was a good nostalgia because I haven't had so what they do is they press these cakes into, like, they're called B. They're like round pressed cakes of tea. So
tea balls, right?
Yeah, there's also tea balls. There's like There's loose leaf. You can get oolong, all kinds of different stuff. But the ones that triggered my memory were the round. They're like these tea cakes of pu'er and stuff. Pu'er is a type of tea. These like teas that are made in traditional Yunnan, Southern Chinese Yunnan fashion. And I remember having one when I was in high school, like really young. And so once I saw that, I was like, oh, I have to get one of those. So I started getting back into that. And then it just like opens like a door. It's like there's raw pu'er, there's cooked pu'er, which is like this more fermented style. Then there's oolong, then there's green, there's yellow, there's red tea, there's dark tea. So it's something, not only is it helping me, function, because I actually can't drink coffee as much because I have thyroid issues and various other, like I can't drink a lot of coffee. So I just kind of had to find a different method for caffeine. So this actually has been working out really well.
Yeah, you could get some of the Chinese teas. They'll rock you.
Definitely.
Those ball things that you were talking about. I had one time. It was like a dragon something.
Oh yeah, the Dragon Balls. Yeah, that's a green. That's a special type of green. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tea drunk is a real thing. Like, believe it or not, like people think, oh, it's just tea, or like the Brits, they have that concept of like teetotaling. People that don't drink, you're like, oh, you're a teetotaler. But you can get tea drunk.
Matcha.
So, matcha is the way to go if you want to feel something. The Japanese green teas have a very strong kind of, what would be the word for it? Like there's a lot of L-theanine, there's a lot of chemicals. What would be the word? I guess active constituents. They're very strong in tea constituents like L-theanine, caffeine, all the derivatives. So yeah, the Japanese greens like matcha and stuff, because it's like a whole leaf, you're getting like straight to the dome. Like that's the only way I could describe it.
There was this tea that they used to drink before they went into the Rainbow Festival. I know that these rainbow people that I picked up one time.
Oh, Rainbow, like the hippie festival?
Yeah.
Wow.
They had this tea and it was in a jar, and it's like they'd been making it, and it's like supposedly the whole place was going to fry off of it or something.
Wow. I mean, is it, were there drugs in it? I mean, I'm assuming,
it's something. I don't know what was in it, but it was just tea. They're making and I can't remember the name of it.
Yeah. Something.
But it was like their sacred drink for this.
Like some ayahuasca and shit.
Yeah, the medicine wheel. Yeah.
Dang.
Okay.
So then,
I'm back. So what was this about their sacred drink? What was the
she was speaking about Rainbow Festival. It's like a
prophecy.
There we are. So tell me about this. Is this what you want to speak to me about, Brendan? Tens of thousands of Israeli protesters?
No, that's something I just found.
Okay.
I'm glad you saw that. Yeah, they want him to resign, Mr. Netanyahu.
Thank God.
And then the photo they give him is so unflattering. It's like,
let me take a look at this. Oh my God.
Like he looks like he's death warmed over and shit.
Well, really Peter Moon said that he went into some hernia operation or surgery. And I don't know if you caught what I said at the very beginning of tonight's transmission, but what I was pointing out was this crisis that could lead to the end of his career, the destabilization. Right. So did you hear me talk about that?
No, I didn't hear the most recent time.
Okay. So basically, he was... this Sunday, we're now in Monday, it's now All Fool's Day even here on the West Coast, April 1st, but at midnight Israel time on All Fool's Day tonight, at the stroke of the witching hour, midnight, the Zionist government is going to hit a deadline for changing its policy on the military draft. The Israel Defense Forces will then be required to send conscription notices to roughly 66,000 ultra-Orthodox men who had been previously exempted by law.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, carving out special privileges for students at the yeshivot, the religious academies. And so I was pointing out that this conscription issue splits Benjamin Netanyahu's government apart at the seams, because he depends on the ultra-Orthodox parties for his parliamentary majority. And if he permits mass conscription of yeshiva students, then of course they're going to abandon him. And if he gives the ultra-Orthodox what they want, then he's going to run afoul of the key members of his own right-wing Likud party, which will prompt their defections. I mean, these scenarios both end the same way, with the collapse of
they're
his...
claiming this most recent protest has to do with failure to secure the release of hostages. That's what they're claiming.
Well, I'm sure that has a lot to do with it, because that's obviously an issue. Because he never, obviously, he never cared about that. Basically, when it comes to these religious reactionaries, they've had just this extreme privilege. I mean, these smaller parties, they come in these, as I said, really two bitter flavors. You got the extreme nationalist right and the ultra-Orthodox. And, both of them are supposed to be religious and socially conservative, but with the far-right nationalists, their concern is enshrining indefinite Israeli Jewish control over the land, everything between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. But the ultra-Orthodox parties, they're all about preserving and expanding their special rights and privileges that the Israeli state accords the ultra-Orthodox. And so they're free from military service. And, of course, all other Israelis feel this is really unfair, and that these guys don't serve, yet demand everybody else defend them. So, yeah, you've got this April Fool's deadline, and they were supposed to resolve whether or not to postpone this or contend with it, like bring it to into action, or activate this. 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time yesterday. So they were supposed to decide what direction they were going to take and if they didn't choose, then this was supposed to go into effect at midnight tomorrow. And that's going to change everything in Israel. Because, it may take a while for us to see the effects, but this will change the dynamic. So this is a big deal, and what you're bringing up is a big deal, and all of this is combined to the point where Israel is in a kind of civil war. And there you go. They fucking deserve it. I mean, they brought this on themselves in so many ways. It's incredible to me that they still think of themselves as the victims. It's just awful. Let's see now. Here we are. Heather brought us the medicine wheel, Sedona Sacred Earth. Oh, that's right. She's like in Arizona, so she could visit Sedona. And she said, oh yeah, who were some of the weirdos you met there? Some people were living in caves? I mean, it's like, it sounded like remnants of the Manson family. Who were these?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Oh.
No, they were just people that we picked up hitchhiking. One of the people was an actual Yaqui shaman. Okay. His name was Israel. And then the other guy was from Finland or something. His name was Fish. And then the other guy was just some guy who was lost from a party at NAU, the college up there. He was just kind of looking for his way back, I guess.
How did they find each other?
I don't know. Parties or something. I don't know. They lived in a cave, literally.
Well, I mean, if the guy was just lost from some party and trying to find...
he went to NAU and he went to a party, and then he met up with these people, and then they're like, hey, come with us to the medicine wheel, He's like, okay, cool.
And the medicine wheel is like what, some kind of Arizona Burning Man or something?
No, it's like the medicine wheel is that place where I just sent the link to, but it's like there's this rainbow gathering of the rainbow prophecy people. They're kind of like hippies. Okay. And yeah, they have like a festival at the solstice, which is the summer solstice.
This doesn't look too big. It looks kind of. I'm not saying it looks small, but It's
Right.
not enormous. It's this medicine wheel looks like it could be in somebody's backyard.
Yeah, it is it's probably a vortex.
Okay. Yeah, those
The
things.
Rainbow Festival is pretty wild. It's like anarchy, pretty much.
It's the
like a bunch of
Warriors of the
people
Rainbow
come together.
Prophecy.
Is that different than the one that they do in Wyoming with all those hippies?
It's probably the same.
Okay.
I heard it's pretty shady.
Oh, you mean with the people? Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, because like, one of my friends used to go in high school, and he's burnt now. But he was saying that they literally have to make like a ring, like of like tents and camps, and like put all the women and children in the center of the ring, and like everyone that's on the outside, it's like pure anarchy. Like you can't go outside.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think I
It's
remember something like that too.
Yeah.
That's
That doesn't sound like a good place to be.
no, it
They're
doesn't.
like a bunch of people in the wilderness with like there's like no rules, and it's like free love, quote unquote, but it's just sketch.
Yeah,
Everyone's
lots of
on
lice.
acid.
Oh.
Yeah, a bunch of lice.
Oh my God.
Lice and crabs.
Hey, oh God, I can't believe this. I added everything up, and I still need $10. I think I got it in small change. So let me go get my change first. I'm going to count my change, and I should have something close to $10. But
I think you're cutting it that close.
yeah, I know. Is it
I
pathetic?
thought we were in the
I thought we were too. I thought we were too. No, we were. Originally, we were, thanks to Heather Holman. And then what happened was I had to go to the optometrist, and then I fucked everything up 8 ways to Sunday. I hadn't.
You don't wear glasses. What the heck?
No. I had.
I'm glad that you went to the optometrist.
Thank you, honey. But why?
Because I thought that you needed glasses for a long time.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. You're very astute, very cute. In a sense, I do. Basically, I do have hypersensitivity to light. And so there's a reason I do see the optometrist. I do get prescription shades. But beyond that, there was a very serious head injury where I was basically had hairline fractures. And this was incurred in the San Francisco Police Academy. Or it might have been in the Marine Corps. No, it had to be the San Francisco Police Academy. And so
It must have been a pretty heavy hit if you can't remember.
Oh yeah, that's pretty funny. It was a shotgun, and it was the kick was astronomical, and it was some bullshit where they were trying to claim I couldn't fire it, and that I was
They
afraid
overloaded the round.
Yeah, and they did all this shit.
Overgrained it.
Yeah, so I had hairline fractures that eventually, miraculously, no doubt it's the nanoplasma and my vampiric genes, but they eventually resolved, which is not what they're supposed to do. But they essentially disappeared, at least in imaging, eventually. But they did impact my sight to a degree where one eye is kind of like 1 point off. So I did. You do want to keep an eye on such things. So I did see the optometrist because I want to use my insurance up one last time before I basically sacrifice it in order to go back to the dentist, because the insurance they put me on, as you know, at the age of 55, it denies me the dentist and puts me on this Delta Dental, which isn't worth a shit. And I can't see them till May. I'm feeling really, salty about that. And so I want to use up the $350 in the insurance that's given to me annually to use for eyes and eyewear. And so just use that up and then sacrifice that insurance. And then from this point forward, I would go to private optometrists or eye supplies if I needed to. I mean, I would still be able to see the optometrist at Kaiser, but I'd have to get whatever they prescribe at a private clinic rather than their own. But their own seems to be less and less supplied anyway, with less and less of a selection anyway. So I might as well just go to different eyewears or optical for that kind of shit if I want to get these prescription sunglasses and shit. But, all that being said, so when I went there, it turned out I hadn't loaded my paratransit taxi card, and it was on zero, and so I couldn't use it. So I had to pay him the full amount, which was about $15 because I had to break a $100 bill. So the cab driver says, "I won't break it unless you give me, good tip." And so even though the fare was about, 11 or $12,
That's some tacky shit.
yeah. I said, give me 85 back. So he gave me 85 back. So he got $15 out of the deal. And then, so that wasted money right there. And then what happened was, afterwards, I got on the phone with Paratransit and said, what happened? They said, well, you've been taking a lot more cab rides than you realize. And I realized I had been. And then they said, you hadn't loaded up. So, well, you want to load up for the next 2 months? And so I paid to load it up for the next 2 months. But that took they take $20 for each month, or 18 something for each month. So approximately 20. And so that took 40 out. So between that and about 55. And then I did a supply run after to make sure I had enough supplies until my check deposited. So I got beer, Coke, and water. And so Coke is like my coffee. The beer is just like a staple to me. I consider it more of a food than some kind of
Bread.
yeah. And liquid bread. By the way, you'd be proud of me. I get this Glutenberg that's made out of millet, corn, and
wow.
yeah, it's made out of in Canada. It's made out of Canada. It's gluten free, made in Canada out of millet, corn, and oats. And
Impressive.
yeah, and so that's the shit I get. And high alcohol
Where's
content.
Brooke? Is she still on here? Douglas is healthier than you are.
Yeah, she'd like that. She'd like those millets. Yeah. And so there you go. So this Glutenberg, check it out. I'm sure you'd probably like it. And so anyhow, so I got that, and so while I was, of course, by the end of it, I said, "Damn, I need another $70." Turns out I really needed 80. I'm really bad with math. This is why I always want a chick takeover. So let me go get my change purse. I'll count my small change, and that's what we're down to at this point. But other than that, I guess we're okay. And
you're counting quarters?
Yeah. But I got a lot of quarters. Yeah, it's bad.
Use it.
Yes. Oh fuck. So I'll be using them all up this time. Let me see if I got more than what I think in this wallet. You never know. Sometimes I surprise myself. But no, it looks.
Don't you have some feng shui frogs that you can dust off and get more money flow, or you must have something in there, a true dog or something.
Yeah. I got stuff that I got to start doing.
Feng Shui says that if you leave dirty dishes in the sink overnight, it stops the flow of the money coming in.
Oh wow, I don't need to worry about that. I threw all my dishes away. All I have are paper plates, paper. Yeah, and
smart.
But do take a look at your poem, which I published in the summary of the show tonight. Heather, give me a chance. I'm going to be right back in a second. I'm going to run and get that change purse so I can start counting.
Okay, yeah, my poem. It's kind of a silly one.
Yeah, that one was good. How long did it take to write?
A long time. I mean, I started it probably a long time ago, and I just could never get it, the last part, and as I've been building on it or just trying to figure it out for a long time.
Mm-hmm. What about haiku? Have you dabbled in haiku?
Haiku, a little bit. Not really. Maybe in high school.
Right.
Yeah, but that's it.
I was into haiku for a while ago.
Fun. It's simple.
Right. I got into it because it's an easy to remember 353.
I just try to make it so it doesn't always sound too rhymey, because then it gets kind of tacky or too much of a poem. No,
yes.
You shouldn't rhyme it so much.
Yeah, the Japanese masters, it's the poetry actually comes from I don't know how to explain it, the flow of words. There's not it's not supposed to rhyme. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's the last exactly sentence is supposed to be so unexpected and
Right. Yeah. I love poetry.
Do you have a favorite poet or someone that is notable?
Not really. I mean, I like the Waldo Emerson.
Yeah, Emerson's really good.
Yeah, and then the other one is a William something. The Leaves of Grass. Walt Whitman. Is that his name?
Walt Whitman, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like a lot of the Eastern poets, but I'm more into I don't know how to explain. I guess more philosophy stuff.
Yeah.
Or if I were to choose a
Confucius.
poet, I'd probably choose like, yeah, exactly, Kung Fu or Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is like the Tao
That's
Te
a good
Ching
one.
and stuff like that.
I like him.
Yeah, those are
Wonderful.
really good, beautiful books.
I think I might have enough. I only need 923 for the rent, 923.71, 923.76. Okay, so let me add this up. You both of you continue talking. This is high culture. I am so impressed. Both of you you're erudite. You're erudite people. I'm proud of
I
you.
appreciate that.
Yes, yes. And
Literati.
but how where did you find the materials of Vedic culture that got you so acquainted? You seem to have a very good knowledge of it, Heather. So I want you to impress our man. I want you to impress our man Brendan with what you know, some of what you know. And
Ayurveda. I'm more familiar with the Ayurveda, and the Ayurveda is like a type of medicine that's not really like medicine. It's a prevention.
but you seem to know a lot about the pantheon, a lot about the Vedic gods.
Oh yeah, Hare Krishna.
Okay, so tell us about this.
I've been a Hare Krishna follower forever.
Okay.
I went to college for religious studies, so I know a lot about all the religions, but I know more about Vedic culture.
Okay.
Because that's my choice. That's my religion of choice.
Okay.
Right.
So you would consider yourself a Vedic practitioner. Would the term Hindu be insulting?
No. The culture that I follow the most is the Vaishnava philosophy, Vaishnavas, but it's a really strict path. Like you have to follow, and I haven't even begun. I wouldn't even qualify to be considered myself a Vaishnava at this point. At some points I have been, but at this point.
And why would you define what that even is for us?
Okay, Vaishnava culture. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was one of their gods, or not gods, but he became a god. He was actually a dude from Jagannath Puri back in like 5,000 years ago. And he was spreading Krishna consciousness, and he just had a birthday on the 24th that just passed was his birthday. And so they're just like lovers. They're not fighters, they're just kind of dancers. Like they sing and dance. And so every song is or every word is a song. Like everything you say, they would sing it instead of just say it. And instead of just walking somewhere, they'd be dancing somewhere to get there.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Wow, cool. I mean, no,
every day is a feast because they're celebrating a different person or deity or whatever each day. Kind of like the Catholics, but not so much.
All right. And
there's four principles of their culture that you have to adhere to. That's no meat eating, no illicit sex, no gambling, and no intoxication. And usually I can manage to do all three of them at once, but there's always like one that I can't stop doing. I don't know, it could rotate. It's just I'm never perfect.
Doug's 4 for 4 on that shit.
Hey, then you qualify.
Oh my god.
Actually, to your credit for being Asian, you don't gamble, from what
thank you. Yeah, it's one of the few vices I don't have.
Right. You don't have it checked off.
Yeah.
You didn't complete the list yet.
Yeah.
With the deadly sins or whatever.
Yes, that's right. I mean, the Asians love that shit. Oh God! Did you see? Oh, I should show you this. By the way, I got everything. I just need fucking $1 or so. I got $5, and all I need is 71 cents. All I need is 71 cents, and I've got like 2 dimes and a shitload of pennies, but that's not close to 71 cents, so I've got to dig around. Oh, I know, I got extra quarters up there that I had kind of like for... Okay, I got it. Shit, I got it. I have these extra quarters I was saving simply because my dad would have liked to have seen them because they had weird, like, the funky shit they put on the back for each state and weird shit. So, it was stuff like that I had those lying around, so I could grab those. Okay, so So fuck, I got it. Okay, so I got it. But it came right down to counting the small change. Holy shit! So this is enough for the rent and the money order, which is $3. I'll have to get the one from the United
So
States
now,
Postal
are you
Service.
gonna have money to eat and stuff like that?
No, that's why I went on the supply run. That's why I got what I did. And don't forget, I'm on Meals on Wheels. So,
Oh yeah.
and besides, I'm not going to be home much. It's with the holidays coming up, I'm going to be at the estates mostly, and then I'll be feeding on blood. But when it comes to, yeah. I mean, you don't know about this, I take it. You've been
Yes,
gone
no,
for a
I
while.
do.
What do you know
No, I
about
do.
it? What do you know about
Well,
it?
well, you've always said that you were a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, no,
the
it
way that
is.
you
That's
said
fine.
it.
Yeah, and that's fine. Yeah,
But then
and
you would also talk about how the history of vampires was just that they were extremely anemic or something like that in the past.
oh no. I would talk about them as from a physiological perspective, but what I would talk about was that certain people would basically be infected by vampires in the sense of rabies. Vampires can spread rabies. And so what I was saying was that the people infected by those rabies develop what is essentially a form of rabid porphyria, And so people would think that they had become vampires, but no, they're
Right.
just rabid. But it's a horrible form of rabies, but they're rabid. And so this is why people would think that the vampire plague is spreading, and the vampire makes you a vampire. Of course, if that were true, the human race would be doomed, and so would the vampires. They would also be doomed because there's nothing left to feed off of, because everybody's a vampire, right? So it's like, and just so people know, vampires cannot drink other vampires' blood. Or, I hate that term, drink. It's not proper. The real term, or the proper term, is supping. You cannot, not
I thought
suck.
it was lap.
Lapping.
Lap.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, so, what was I gonna get you guys? I was gonna show you something. Oh yeah, this. Now, let me get you over here. Here we are. Let's take a look at this. Let me see if I can do a screen share. Okay. Can you see the cursor moving? Heather? Brendan?
Yes.
Okay, good. Bren?
I'm trying to get there. Let's see.
Yeah, if you can see the
Yeah,
cursor.
now I can see it. Yeah.
Okay, so look at this. This is so fucking funny. Let's take a look at the when it came to the last episode. Here we are, and there we are. So, by the way, Heather, legal father here. That's my legal father when he was younger, of course. And so let's take a look at what. Oh, comment section. Oh my God, this is so fucking funny. Let's see if this shows up. Hopefully it works, because I don't know why the comments are so low when it's so far back into the stream.
Was it on the live stream?
It was on the live stream that comments were left by different people, and I don't know why. It's supposed to be. There we are. Thank God.
It's not there. Once you publish it, I think that the live stream comments goes away.
No,
and then
it comes back. It comes back. Yeah, no, it comes back. It comes back, and it should be showing up. I don't know why. It's like, here we are, like, some of these things. Now, let me see. It should be fairly early because Troy was still awake. I'm almost tempted to say still alive at that time. So let's take a look at where Troy Bellamy was responding to what Brendan Zogit and I were saying about Black communities and integration. So he left
Yeah. I'm glad you.
Yeah. So he brought a comment that was funny as hell to me. So let's see. We were talking about this.
You're talking about when I brought up the numbers.
Yeah, you read his comment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, yeah. And I'm glad you brought it up, because I was gonna tell you privately that might as well just bring it up.
Yeah, because I thought, oh my God, well, how prudish!
It makes the Black community look bad.
Yeah, and I
thought they were running numbers, but if you read the book that one of those people wrote about the numbers, they were using that money to fund Black education. And
Thank you.
Send them to college and funding all the Black schools. So it's like, I don't know why he thinks it's like a detriment. It like makes them look bad. That's not true.
Yeah,
they were running numbers to educate themselves.
Yeah. Beyond that,
So,
I thought that was kind of really prudish, like kind of like like, man, talk about a killjoy. I mean, there's no party in this guy. I mean, it's like, dude. You know, we're not talking like something like hardcore betting on you know, people in a
Right, it was
coliseum.
Just a lottery. Yeah, it was just a lottery. Like, come on.
Oh my god.
And the impression I got when I heard the documentary on it, when I was listening to whatever, it was like a radio documentary, is that the people that won it were actually pushed into the middle class, and that's what allowed a lot of these, like, I don't know, it was somewhere in Alabama with that's where they were, the region they were focusing on. But that was like during the time of Jim Crow, that this region, this predominantly black region that was doing it, they would actually pushed their people into the middle class with these kind of lotteries.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of benefits to it. Yeah, it was gambling, and it, you know, it's not good optics, but that, you know, that's,
well, it's not bad optics. I mean, it's basically they were doing.
He was saying it was bad. Like, oh, you're making us sound bad or something.
Yeah,
that's kind of the impression I got.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was definitely negative, and it was definitely along the lines of, you know, this is a negative thing, and, you know, it does not reflect well on the black community. And for some reason, I'm having trouble accessing this because it keeps like flashing back or something. It's very strange. But you know, people get the general message. It's basically Troy Bellamy was saying that this was something that was somehow immoral and not productive, and generally,
I can find the comment.
And it was but the first thing that came to my mind was the sheer kind of, boy, this guy's really repressed. It's not like this was anything particularly dangerous as far as I could see, and so you know, but to explain to people in a parallel, or that they can understand, what the blacks were doing with this kind of gambling was what the Native Americans are supposed to be doing with all the gambling money that they get from people who come onto their reservations and gamble. All of that is supposed to be going to their education, their health care, their betterment of their lives. I don't know where the fuck it's going, but you wouldn't think it's going to any of that if you went on the reservation. Yeah.
It's not, because I worked at a casino, and they, like, the people that run the casino, they all go to, like, on vacations and shit to Hawaii. Yeah. Meanwhile, the rest of the tribe is dirt poor. They're like living in shacks on the res.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, it's, and they're just as bad as the white devils. It's like,
oh my god. So in other words, you can't win. I mean, it's an intrinsic corruption in there. That's so sad. That is so sad. Right, yeah, but apparently that wasn't the way it went down in the black communities. They were actually using this for the community good. So that's
the impression I got.
Yeah,
especially, and they had evidence. It was even, it was like a mainstream documentary, so there was evidence. They even brought on the people that grew up in that era, and they were talking about it. So it's not like I'm like, I wasn't saying anything bad. I thought it was a good thing.
Thank you. Well, Heather
were
Holman,
working with what they had at the time.
Yes, Heather Holman, we love you. She needs to go to bed because she's going to the dentist in the morning. We love you, honey. Okay.
Same. I have an appointment in the morning as well.
Oh God,
there's just one more thing I was going to.
Sure, please, by all means. Yeah.
So I don't know if you saw what I sent you.
Let's see now. John Warrington is back on.
John War. Yeah. He started posting on Facebook again.
And so it seems to be positive.
At first I said he looks good, but then I went back to the message and edited it because it just sounds wrong. But I mean, what I meant by that was he looks like healthy or alive.
Oh, thank God!
As far as he seems,
he
can be.
Yeah, you do wonder about that because you worry about these people, and I would not have taken it the wrong way if you were to say he looks good. I would have known what you meant. I know that you're straight.
I know you I don't know why I was just like.
It's because we live in a fucked up society, and after dealing with someone like Trampus Nicholson, you want to be careful.
Well, it wasn't like you would think. It wasn't the miscommunication. It was like, how do I say this nicely? It's like he didn't look good. He was just like, you know. Does that make sense?
It's just, let's just put it this way: he looks as good as Jonathan Warrington can possibly look good. but he's baseline. Like this one guy said to him, this one guy wrote to him under his photograph, "Dude, your head looks like a butt plug." It was, and it was remarkably descriptive. I couldn't argue with it. It certainly, he does have that shape. His head does have that butt plug shape, I have to say. Poor guy. But we love him. We love him. He's, of course, for those of you who don't know, this was the part that Brooke had. Oh my God. It's like, if Jonathan Warrington, I think, was always kind of sad and disappointed we didn't speak about what had happened to him. But, oh man, Brooke wouldn't let it go. Brooke was like saying if his brother, the killer, looks like the normal guy, and she said he looks like the one who killed his parents, is how Brooke expressed. That's what Brooke said about John Warrington. And she said her thought of it was that she hopes that it was John who killed his parents and then framed his brother, because if he got away with that, looking the way he looks, while his brother looks normal, semi-normal, that would make him kind of a genius, and that he would deserve to get away with it.
She's got a point, but
yeah,
I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, no, we don't think that's what happened, though. And that was the tragedy of Jonathan Warrington, was he kept telling his parents kept lauding attention to the disturbed brother. Well, they're both kind of disturbed, but to the murderous brother. And he kept saying, well,
the institutionalized one.
Yeah. And, and John kept saying he doesn't deserve it. But they didn't listen to John. And then, the guy came out and, not only killed both parents, but turned them into speed bumps. Ran his car back and forth over both of them and shit. Holy shit. Yeah, there you go. And like Brendan said, that this explains why British people don't bother strange people. Everybody, it's all your own business, mind your own business. Because I told them that it turns out they let these guys out of the insane asylum once a year, not all at once, because they couldn't, then they'd really lose control.
Right,
but,
they get like 1 free day a year. Like, that's wild.
Yeah, 1 free day a year, and they're like, they stagger them. So it's like 365 days they let, one person out, then another, so they stagger when they let these people out. But, so you've got institutionalized, criminally insane people wandering England at any given day.
Right.
Given time.
Like they just really like that Jack the Ripper vibe.
Yeah.
Random murders, disembowelments and shit.
Oh shit! And every once in a while they're shocked when, hey, look, one of them actually went and did it. Oh god, it sounds like you're talking from under a pillow. What the fuck happened there?
It's like they have the nerve to say, "At least we don't have guns."
Yes, that's right. Yes, at least we don't have guns.
Dumb.
Oh my god! Are you able to share what your appointment is tomorrow, or is it private?
Yeah, once I remember what it is.
Holy fucking shit!
Oh, that's right. I have to pick up something from another city. I have to drive and pick up like some furniture or something.
Oh my god!
Like I'm on a, I'm running courier missions now for extra money. So.
Okay. Oh my god.
But okay, so I was gonna explain.
Yeah.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. Thank God.
For some reason you're muffled. Let me see.
Oh, okay. How about me? Can't hear me now?
No, I don't think it's on your end. I think it's just my phone is almost dead. It's literally on like 1%. Okay, so where's this? So you can hear me though, right?
Yeah, I hear you clear.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's the things I sent you above the John War thing. Yeah. It was so researching some protective rituals that are coming from like Vedic ideas and the true essence of like the Aryan culture. Yes. So I'll go ahead and read some of these. Yeah. The swastika of different colors have special meanings. Yes. So this is the protection ritual that can be used almost universally if you're in line with, the ability to, use the swastika. So they use yellow or red vermilion swastikas. But they also have the black colored swastika, which is has very much importance. I'm translating this like straight from their bad English, by the way, so that's why it's kind of choppy.
Mm-hmm.
It says, a swastika made of black colored charcoal is considered to be a way to protect from the evil eye.
Yes.
It is said that the swastika made from black charcoal coal prevents negative energy and ghosts from entering your house.
Excellent.
In Hinduism, the symbol of the swastika is considered very auspicious and promotes welfare. The swastika sign is considered a symbol of Lord Ganesha. This is the reason why the sign of the swastika is used in every auspicious work and ceremony. This auspicious sign was originated by the Aryans. Apart from its religious work, the swastika has been considered in Vastu Shastra. So Vastu Shastra is basically their version of Feng Shui.
Mm-hmm. Where they consider it of special importance. Yeah, that you forgot to read that part. They consider it of special importance in Vastu Shastra. Yes, go on.
Yeah. According to Vastu Shastra, if a swastika is made in some different parts of the house, then its miraculous welfare benefits are seen.
Cool.
Basically, it's benefic.
Yes.
Along with this one also gets freedom from Vastu defects. So it can actually balance the energies in the home, is what it's saying there.
Oh, cool. Which is good for my home because it's a southern-facing door, which, like Brendan says, is the worst possible. It's like my door is where everybody's ass should be. But go.
Right. Which is funny. I was in some versions of Feng Shui, that's actually the most beneficial position. So I don't know. Maybe they're basing it off of. I don't know exactly how that works at the moment.
Interesting.
But,
okay.
But the way your house is, it's probably
as negative as possible. Yeah. You can bet your sweet ass on that. Yes.
Yeah. And then so swastika in the courtyard of the house, it's saying marking a swastika sign in the middle of the courtyard is very auspicious. Making a swastika sign with cow dung in the courtyard gives you Pitru Pakasha, which is Pitri means the ancestors, so you're getting like ancestral benefits through that, according to the Hindus.
The blessings of the ancestors, essentially. Go on.
Yeah, yes. Exactly. Blessings of the ancestors. This keeps happiness and peace in the house by making the sign of the swastika. All negative energy of the house comes out, and positive energy is transmitted into the house.
Cool.
So by depriving, this is the point I wanted to make, by depriving the Western world of even that symbol itself, it removes any ability to do this for like the average person. This could be like a solution for average people to increase the energy of their house, have more luck, be more prosperous. So it's like, I mean, that's like the most criminal shit. It's
beyond criminal.
It's pure evil.
Yes, thank you.
Pure evil to make the swastika.
Anti-godly. It's anti-godly to deprive.
It's anti-life.
Yes.
Anti-life.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
To make the swastika so taboo that you can't even put it on your front door anymore. Like,
thank you.
You know, without having a riot outside your house and the Anti-Defamation League showing up and shit.
Yes. Yes. And this is there's you've said it. I can't say it better than that. It's we can expound upon it again as time proceeds, but this is the basic foundational message, is that this is an essential symbol. This is an essential symbol of humanity. And it is used in Asia, the heart of the Buddha, Bodhisattva, Amitabha, etc. I mean, we can just go on and on. And in
Manji, Manjini, and the sign of Ganesha, the most auspicious of all gods, and it also represents the root chakra, the Muladhara, the basic foundation of life itself, which is in the human embodiment.
Yes.
So it's a travesty. I mean, and the good thing about it though is that the Asian Indians they don't take shit about it. They'll straight up put it on their cars. Like just the other day, I saw someone who drew one with turmeric on their front of their car.
Oh wow, cool.
So I'm glad that they're starting to basically say fuck the Jews.
Thank you.
This is our culture. It was it's way older than like Nazism even. Like it's
older than Judaism. Older than Judaism. So
yeah, it's 5,000 years old. Exactly. Yeah. It's older than Judaism. It's older than most religions. So and that symbol even goes back to 10,000 years. They found
Yes.
Neolithic versions of it. So it's like, yeah, it's absurd, and it needs to be just completely stopped. I mean, the whole Nazi thing is starting to become like, even Westerners, it's like a joke now. Like, where like you can't even use a swastika. It's like, it's just cheesy, you know. It's
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
just a drawing, you know. It's like, come on.
Thank you. And
but as we proved here, or explained here, that it's more than just that, than just a symbol.
Yes.
But the bullshit where they say it's a symbol of hate, like, fuck them, you know, that's so wrong.
Thank you.
And even the people, well, the funny part is the people that are like the kids that draw it, like, that they think they're like white power or whatever. It's like they don't even know what they're doing. Like,
yes. No, definitely. It's like they just are doing it because they're just well, most of them don't know what they're doing. Quite simply, they just do it because it's primal. It's almost natural, really. To tell you the truth,
they think it's. I'm saying, like, the ones that think that they're doing something hateful. It's like the irony is they're actually doing something good.
Yes.
So it's like it defeats the purpose.
Yes. Thank you. No, it's quite true. It's kind of like Go on.
And your biosire, he understood that the color red was the color of the gods, and that was the most auspicious color.
Yes.
As per feng shui.
Yes.
Like, so that was the most prosperous to bring wealth and power and prosperity.
Yeah.
So there's a reason why it's on a red field, you know.
Yes.
It was like that was done deliberately, or whoever, not just him, obviously. It was like they had designers, right?
Yes.
It was part of the party before he entered, yes?
It was, in a sense. I mean, it was there, but he kind of like they had different variants of it, and I think it was probably the symbol of the party before he entered, but he had already been familiar with it, so it was kind of like they were drawn to each other. The party and Hitler, they were kind of like on the same wavelength. And and this example here, now take a look at this. This was obviously what was a swastika, but essentially connected. It was a connected swastika. And so notice these ancient humans made drawings next to dinosaur footprints. Petroglyphs were incised in rock near footprints of theropods, sauropods, ornithopods. So this is incredible, and it goes to show us that humanity...
This is like millions. This is millions of years.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And so... this goes back to the origins of humanity itself. So, yes, they're depriving humanity, depriving life, and this is why your world is so fucked up. Is one good reason why. Yeah. And if you say, oh, that's insane, you're saying that if we reintroduce swastikas, life would be better. Now, notice what people would say about the Third Reich, that the entire ambience, the magnetism, the atmosphere of the Third Reich, people who lived then, and you can see it in the films, everything looks so different. There's a feeling that there's an electricity in the air, that everybody's energized, everybody's charged, that there's this real sense of people are really into their environment, their lives, and this is because this potent, powerful, positive energy was just everywhere.
It was in every house.
Yes. Absolutely. And this, in an occult sense, does what they're trying to do with 5G, where you would need an antenna in every house in order to basically have 5G, that saturation of...
and think about it. It did work because it went from Weimar Republic poverty to one of the richest countries on earth, and it still is, from the residual wealth that was there. So,
absolutely.
And that kind of mentality that stuck around. So, so obviously it worked. It worked. It's fundamental to being a successful human, which is why Japan has it and Taiwan has it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And so
they're like successful nations as far as like if you go to like Taiwan, it's supposedly they have some of the happiest people, allegedly.
Yeah.
I've never, but you can kind of get the vibe from them that they're like more relaxed,
Yeah, absolutely. They have this.
And what's
Yeah.
funny about the Taiwanese thing is their recycling symbol is the swastika.
Yeah.
So like even when I get goods here that are made in Taiwan and you see the recycling symbol, it's straight up a swastika.
That's so cool. It's so
And
cool.
I like how they did that because then like it's everywhere still, but like no one notices it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's so important. That's so important. And it really is. And this is also why Taiwan is considered the last fascist stronghold by the United Nations. And the United Nations doesn't recognize Taiwan. This is all part of that. And they consider it the last bastion of Hitlerism on earth. I mean, this really, of course, well, all I can say is, as horrible as the genocide of the Palestinians is, at least this is the end of the Jewish construct. This is the beginning of the end for them, because they can't just keep up this bullshit about being the victims. Everybody now, more and more, with any sane sense of rationality, sees them for what they are.
I saw an article. I think it was in the Japanese news. They said, the world is changing their stance on Israel because of their barbarous practices. Like, it's like they can't even cover for them anymore. It's like they're finally just saying, you know what, we're fucking sick of this shit.
Thank God, because what concerns me is, of course, that there's this just a childlike naivete and romance about Israel in both Japan and Taiwan. And so you want that to end because these people really don't have any idea. They just think of the Israelis portraying themselves as hardworking people while saying, "Oh, the Arabs don't do anything but lounge around all day and smoke camel dung in the desert and shit." It's all this stupid shit. And but we Israelis work hard, and we turn the desert into sand or farms and shit. Yeah, but it's it's really just sand.
Like farms of what? Landmines?
Yeah, there we are. Like those kibbutzes and shit. Yeah, what the fuck are they producing in these goddamn kibbutzes? It's like just weird college kids getting together for orgies. It's really all it is.
All right, they're like having what was that thing that got attacked during the first attack? It was like a music festival.
Yeah. Yes.
Because getting sand in your eyes while dancing to techno music sounds really fun.
Yeah. But then, of course, that's all Burning Man shit. It's amazing what people do. Yeah.
And they always make it like they try and make people jealous by saying, like, on Joe Rogan and shit. They'll like the Jewish guy that goes on there. I heard him like some short. He was like, "Yeah, if you're Jewish, you can get Jewish citizenship, and we're allowed to go there anytime," and like basically, and everyone else is insinuating, then like, why don't you go? After that, the dude stopped talking. Because it's like there's nothing there. Of course, like, why have citizenship somewhere that you don't want to go to? It's like there's no point.
Oh my fucking God. Yeah. Well, you could understand why in the old days it had, skiing up in the mountains and all that stuff. But, no, but that's those days.
Yeah, by the way, the Jolan, that area, they swooped from Syria anyways.
Thank you. I always forget to mention that. It's so true.
It actually belongs to Syria. That's why they're like, if you look at the old maps, there's like a dotted line.
Yeah, it's true.
And
it's true.
Basically, it means it's like it's not formal.
Yeah,
like they just took it.
Yeah. And
the reason why they have it is because it's the high ground in the area, so they can bomb anyone from there.
Yes, and that's why they keep these certain tracts of land that are considered strategic, and it's something like this simply cannot continue. Obviously, it's going to result in this karmic blowback. Karma people, and and they've been rolling fat off this victim trip for how long now, and it's. Thank the gods it's coming to an end. I'm sorry that it's coming at such a price of all these Palestinian lives. And again, just so people know my stance on this, I am standing by the fact that Netanyahu is the man who prompted those Hamas attacks in the first place anyway, and he had them take out specifically all of the peaceniks at these, dance parties and raves because they were considered race traitors to him and his kind. And beyond that, after that, they exploited them all, exploited their deaths. I told you about this already, how they set up all the porta-johns and the cars all up in this museum. Like, it's, Brooke Gibson left. She woke up and said, I can't take all this. Actually, Brooke Gibson, because in case people don't know, Brooke Gibson is very pro-Palestinian. She's actually purchased totes, like bags that say I support Palestine and stuff like this. Brooke Gibson really has taken a stand on this. I do want people to know that. So, so I'm proud of her. What was that?
I said that's good.
Yes.
That's very.
Yeah.
And it's funny seeing like the people, like especially the older people that have, like they have like the Israeli sticker on their car. It's like these fuckers are so bad.
Yeah, and they're all like on palliative care and hospice. They got oxygen tanks in their cars and shit. Yeah, they're the kind of people who ride the wheelchairs through Target and Costco and shit.
Right.
They get on. Yeah, these are the kind of people.
Like they wouldn't last a fucking day in Israel. Like,
no, of course not.
With all the Arabs and those other the Israelis, like you wouldn't last a freaking day.
Yes. No. I was telling Peter Moon what you said, that there was some Israeli commercial trying to tout themselves as a new mecca for gays, and
I want to see if I can find it because it was just hilarious. It was absurd.
Thank you.
It was like a bunch of dudes, like jack dudes, like on a beach, and it's like come to Tel Aviv. It's like that's the last place. It's just awful. Like no one that they like had to pull the ad because it was just so absurd. Like no one would ever go.
Yes, it's just their tourism's taking a big hit, so it's funny as hell. And oh my god, it is, things have come full circle, and so we're going to see big changes in our lifetime, and this is good. It's something that needs to happen, been waiting to happen.
Yeah, it's from 2011. Yeah. Tel Aviv gay vibe loves Ministry of Tourism ad.
Yeah, give me the link. Oh my god, that's like Saturday Night Live material right there.
It is. That's what. Like honestly, I thought it was that when I saw it back in the day.
Oh my god, it's no, that's funny as hell. And and again, for
like this, there's an e-scholarship article that says the gayification in quotes of Tel Aviv investigating Israel's pro-gay brand. Like, first of all, no one ever heard of this brand.
But by the way,
it's like they put the worst people in charge of this like supposed ad campaign.
Yeah.
The same people did one in London in 2017, and it says they asked people, imagine London without gays. Like, and that like pissed people off. It's like, what, all the gays went to Tel Aviv? Is that what they're trying to say?
Oh my god, that is fucking funny. It's like it's a cross campaign or something. It's like, wow, I guess they're trying to claim there's some kind of connection, but I've always said, the United Kingdom should move in, and I've given my suggestions on this, but you've heard them before. Most of the time I reiterate them when George Knight is with us, because of course...
Oh yeah, here's the original commercial. It's awful.
Oh my
it's
god,
awful.
I can't wait to get the link. Like I said, this is laugh material. I'll probably die laughing looking at that shit because it is so fucking funny. Just the idea. It's in Hollywood, of course.
Like, what exactly is the point? I don't understand. Like, maybe gays have the money; they're the only ones with money left, or something.
Oh well, this is the logic behind that. Just so people understand it, gay couples tend to be much wealthier than straight couples, because gay couples, unless they adopt children, which for a long while was not a legal option, because they're usually childless, they've got all the money in the world. They're not spending their money. You see, with straight couples, they've got nothing because it's like they're just spending everything on their kids. So your kids are this money sinkhole. Unless they're the family of Brendan Zogiet, then they just kick his ass out. This is why fucking Trampus Nicholson had nothing to complain about. It's like Brendan Zogiet did not take a fucking car muffler, fill it up with various volatile materials, and huff it throughout the night. Okay, so but
all those people are still getting supported by their parents.
That
have all talked against me pretty much. JMO, Salman, guy.
Yeah, JMO, Salman, Trappist. These are all people who are living with their parents, or their parents are paying the rent. It's disgusting. Miguel Andujar is the only one who lives by himself, but that fucker's like, living in graveyards and shit. And, so here we are. The Tel Aviv gay vibe loves. Oh my god, this is so fucking funny.
They have their own website. I'll send you the website. This shit's funny.
Cool. This is like they're all like playing fucking ball and shit.
Oh yeah, the commercial's funny because it's like there's chicks in bikinis and they look at them and the chicks are trying to flirt and then they turn around and then just play soccer with each other and literally pass balls between their legs. Like,
oh god, disgusting.
Like the whole thing is like an innuendo.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's such a bad advertisement. It's just dumb.
Yes.
Like you said, it's like it looks like it's something from Saturday Night Live.
They can't understand why the chicks are flashing them. No, they're all and they're all staring at each other. They're all staring at each other coming out of the sea and shit. And it's like, Israel. No wonder we didn't make it to the World Cup. This is what it says.
Like on this website I just sent you, their official Pride website says, "Gay tours around Israel, the most exclusive parties and fabulous events during Pride."
It must be excruciating. Oh my fucking god! Tel Aviv Pride 2023. It's like this. And
like the photos they show just make it look so it looks dry as fuck, boring.
Yeah, dude, this is so weird. I mean, it's like with these gay couples. It's like they are mirror images. It's like they just, with each one of them, it's like, is this what they're trying to say? Is that what they're trying to say?
It's literally Photoshop. These two dudes are wearing the same glasses and hat.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, now, couples sometimes do this, but it's literally like Photoshop. It's like they just took one and they gave him white scruff and they gave the other guy black scruff and they gave him different tats. They're wearing the same T-shirts, but they're like, it's just weird. It doesn't look real. This does not look real. And it's like they couldn't find enough gay guys, so they had to Photoshop them, just like Brandon
That's what
said.
it looks like. They're like putting like these rainbow ascots on random dudes.
It just horrible, and it's.
I don't understand the whole point of this. Why would they want to attract? Why would they want to be like the new capital of gays? I don't understand that.
It's the money. It's like I said. It's like gay guys.
That's the only logic.
Yeah, it's the only logic. But the message they're delivering here is that homosexuality is a form of narcissism. That basically gay guys want to fuck themselves. That's what they're saying, because they're showing them with like clones. I mean, this is like clonosexuality, where they're like, you're just fucking a clone of yourself. And so this is what Jews think gays are. Well, they're really just narcissists who want to fuck themselves, so let's just, photocopy them.
Right. That's what it looked like.
Yeah. Oh my God. It's this is just hysterically funny. It's pathetic. And the one photo with all these guys here, that is like my ultimate nightmare. I would die. I would fucking die if I was in a crowd of a bunch of dudes like this. That's like, ugh, it's like, kill me now. But there we have that. And, but I definitely appreciate that.
Are you talking about that? Like
the center photo. It's a center photo with all those guys.
Helicopter photo or like the drone photo.
Oh God, I'm like, let me go back to that. I do want
the so-called group trip.
Yeah,
that looks.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yeah, the so-called group trip. It's like, oh my God, that would be like my nightmare. And
it looks like dingy. They're like at the top of Jerusalem, and it's all dingy and dusty and shit.
Yes. Yes.
Like the air quality's bad.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like it's hot. It's uncomfortable. It's like you're with a bunch of guys who are
Where'd they
gonna.
get all these black guys?
Yeah.
They're like all Africans or something?
Yeah. They had to put a bunch of blacks in there. It's like, well, they figure
Like
a lot.
most of these people are honestly probably just hired models. I'm not joking.
No, it's true. It's true.
They
just
look like absurd. Like no one dresses like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Like a black dude in a cheetah print T-shirt. Like come on, man.
Oh my god. Oh, it's there. Yeah, this is stereotyping, people. This is a form of like gender sexual racism.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
yeah, I always thought that was absurd. Like
yeah.
And at one point, they were even really pushing like the ads and saying it's the capital of the world, the gay capital.
Yes, though this is
really
like
weird.
Yeah, this is like they're trying to say that they're liberal, progressive, and of course you've got a bunch of murderous reactionaries there.
I was gonna say like that's why it's absurd because like all those Orthodox guys would like they probably hate this shit.
No, of course that goes without saying.
Yeah,
and it's like any other culture except worse. It's like imagine all of the flaws of any other culture and multiply it by extremes. Just make it exaggerate it by orders of magnitude, and you've got basically Jewish neurosis. Right. They're neurotic, they're self-absorbed. If you've ever seen like Jewish movies, they're incredibly self-absorbed. It's always like all self-absorbed about various problems that they have. When they're making family dramas or films about themselves, it's like generally tends to be, it's like obsessing on being Jewish. It's like it doesn't stop. Right. It's like it's it is what it is. But this is like and they're dying to be different, and then they hate it when people signal them out that you can't win. Right. So, but then they want to let's get some extra tourist money in. These gay guys got a lot of money to spend. Let's get them in here, and it's just obviously. I think that's a failed campaign, and it's the better for it. It's right. Yeah, I can't imagine gay guys going there and being comfortable.
Especially, what's funny is that website hasn't been updated for a year, so obviously this most recent fiasco, they're definitely not getting any.
Yeah, and you know what the problem is? You notice there's no pretty boys, there's no femboys. It's all chunks. They're all chunks. Maybe the Asian guys look a little thinner, but like even when they were showing like the guys playing soccer or the fucking whatever they're playing volleyball, and right. And it's like they were skinny. They're not chunks or bears. They're skinny, but they don't look effeminate or effete. This is why presumably the girls are flashing to them, thinking that they might be normal. I guess that's the message of the. A commercial, but they all really love each other, which is kind of like, I mean, are you implying that all men are like that? But it's like, because until you see the campaign and realize what it's for, but it doesn't give its message very well. You would think all men are like that because it's not really saying from the beginning, these guys are all queer. It doesn't say that from the beginning. So
yeah, that was one of like the early ads, so maybe they were trying to keep it on the low at that time or something. I don't know.
And keeping these guys looking relatively normal rather than like.
Because later on they straight up put them in, like I said, like it's just they slap the rainbow colors around them.
Yeah, and they make them a bit more buff. They make them because gays are obsessed with their body. You can usually tell a straight guy. Because the straight guy is generally never in as good a shape as a gay guy. Because gay guys are usually just bulking all the time and to impress each other. Of course, that's unfair to some muscle-building friends of ours like George Knight, who's not gay, but you get my point. And but when it comes to these, I notice there's no femboys in those photographs. And so they've got nothing there to really attract the gays, really. And there's just a bunch of. It's like they're all top men, and so no poofs, no bottom men, no twinks. It's like These guys are just not going to be there, people. You may have some bears going at each other, but there is this predatory streak in the gay community that goes after young men. So you're just not going to have them coming to Tel Aviv unless that's what you're going to be showing. But there you go. It is what it is. And it is funny as hell. It's Saturday Night Live shit. But thank you. And so, like, you have a schedule when you have to pick this thing up? Or do they expect you to be there?
Yeah, we're way past the time, but...
Oh, fuck.
I will...
Yeah. But go on. Anything else you want to say before you turn in for the night? I mean, certainly I appreciate your having showed up.
Other than that, it's just like I've kind of created this syncretic kind of protection.
Excellent.
I've got I've got different layers. I'm not going to say what they are, but
understood.
They take from different cultures.
Excellent.
So, but the swasti is very important. Like,
yes.
For just good luck in general, just bringing prosperity into the home.
Thank you.
If anyone is up for that, that's what it is.
Bless you.
And did you notice that the black, specifically the black colored swasti, is to keep ghosts, quote unquote, and the evil eye from hitting?
Yes.
So that was chosen, obviously, like I said, the coloring was chosen deliberately.
Yes.
Which goes without saying, but I'm just emphasizing that.
Yeah. Absolutely. Very important and very much appreciated. Believe me. So this was the night, by the way, George Knight said he was going to show up and be with us throughout the night, and he didn't show up at all. So I am concerned about him, but hopefully he's all right. And I'll go into monologue. We love you dearly.
All right.
Definitely stay safe and be well. Get as much sleep as you can. How many hours do you think you're going to get? Oh, my God.
Well, at this point, like 4.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Don't tell me these things.
Okay.
Well, we love you. Blessed
Gratitude
dreams.
And, yes, many blessings. All
yes, right. Thank you. And we'll catch up later. And, okay, see you Wednesday night. All right.
All right.
Bye for now.
All right. Good night.
Okay. So that's Brendan Soget. Everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. That's always appreciated. And we'll get started into the night. We are now with, theoretically, simply Aristides. Heather Holman has hopefully gone to sleep. Bless her heart. And Brendan Soget is going to be hopefully winding down. It's all that tea, people. Don't overdose on the tea. And so let's send a dear message to George where you can, well, we can do that after the show. I'll just go straight into our monologue. I'll check in with the Skype call itself once in a while. If George comes on, he's welcome to just let me know he's here. In the meantime, we made rent. Came down to counting pennies, quarters really, but we made it. So of course yesterday was at this point, the Transgender Day of Visibility, which is an international event marked on each March 31st, dedicated to recognizing the resilience and accomplishments of the transgender community, which is why, of course, a picture of my son with myself after his sex change, and of course the angel wings to commemorate Easter, which is what happens to fall this year on Transgender Day of Visibility, and which is always on March 31st, but Easter changes, and Easter happened to fall on the Transgender Day of Visibility, not the other way around. The Transgender Day of Visibility itself dedicated to recognizing the resilience and accomplishments of the transgender community. So on this day, we celebrate the transgender population amongst us, for myself, it being my son in particular, and raise awareness about the struggles that they face and advocate for more protected rights for them in a bid to reform society and empower this community, as it so rightfully deserves. So let's all join hands together with the trans community to celebrate not fitting in when we all yearn to stand out. The first International Transgender Day of Visibility was on March 31st of 2009 and has been celebrated on the same day of the year from then on. But this year, since it happens to fall on Easter Sunday, certain people were losing their minds about it, especially Republicans and the bigots they represent. Now, Good Friday is a Christian holy day observing the crucifixion of Jesus and his death at Calvary. It is observed during Holy Week as part of the Paschal Triduum. It is also known as Holy Friday, Great Friday, or Great and Holy Friday. On Good Friday, the White House made the following announcement. I, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Constitution and the laws of the United States, do hereby proclaim March 31st, 2024 as Transgender Day of Visibility. I call upon all Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination against all transgender, gender non-conforming, and non-binary people. And judging by the response, you would think that Biden proclaimed this Sunday International Worship Satan Day. How Trump's National Press Secretary, Caroline Leavitt, I couldn't imagine anyone more appropriately named, is asking for an apology from the White House for this day falling on the same day it always has, which has nothing at all to do with Biden. Writing, we call on Joe Biden's failing campaign and White House to issue an apology to the millions of Catholics and Christians across America who believe tomorrow is for one celebration only, the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And others like her fell in line. But you notice how these bigots disambiguate Catholics from Christians because, you know, American evangelicals and Protestants don't believe that Catholics are Christian, which is a form of, well, religious racism. At any rate, in a post to X, formerly Twitter, from Monica Crowley, former Assistant Secretary of the Treasury, she writes, "The President," in quotes, "has proclaimed Easter Sunday as," again quotes, "Transgender Day of Visibility. This is a spiritual war. See it and understand it. Fast." And Representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene clocks into the discourse with, "Biden and the Democrats decided Easter, the holy day of our Savior's resurrection, as Transgender Day of Visibility. There is no length Biden and the Democrats won't go to mock your faith and to thumb his nose at God. We know that Christ is king and God will not be mocked, just like we know Joe Biden isn't really the one calling the shots in the White House. Psalm 37:13. But the Lord laughs at the wicked, for he knoweth their day is coming." And, of course, these are the same people who would basically say on any other time, other than this opportune moment to exploit it, that Easter is pagan and should not be celebrated at all. That's how fucked up these people are. Now, creating an entire video to explain how these folks are misguided, political commentator Brian Krasenstein has written, and here I read therefrom, "To the ignorant people claiming that the White House and Biden are Satan for, quote-unquote, declaring Easter Sunday as Transgender Day of Visibility, every March 31st for the last 15 years, including 4 years under Trump, was International Transgender Day of Visibility. In 2029, when Easter happens to fall on April Fool's Day, will you all claim that whoever is president then must think that Easter is a joke? At least inform yourselves before jumping on the ignorance bandwagon." Now, Easter itself, also called Pascha or Resurrection Sunday, is a Christian festival and cultural holiday commemorating the resurrection of Jesus from the dead, described in the New Testament as having occurred on the third day of his burial following his crucifixion by the Romans at Calvary, circa 30 AD, Anno Domini. Easter Sunday is, of course, always on a Sunday, but the exact date varies each year depending on the moon's position in early spring. Massacres of Jews often took place during this time. Now, the greatest contribution of Christianity, Judeophobia aside, nigh 15 years agone, Christopher Hitchens, one of the world's most prominent critics of religion, was asked a simple question. What do you think is the greatest contribution of Christianity? either writ large in terms of society or writ small in terms of individual lives. To which Hitchens, an atheist who grew up as a nominal Christian, replied, "The greatest contribution of Christianity in my life is the reminder of the complete ephemerality of human power, and indeed of human existence, the transience of all states, empires, heroes, grandiose claims, and so forth. That's always with me, and I dare say I could have got that from Einstein. I would have, and from Darwin as well. But the way I got it, and the way it's implanted in me, is certainly by Christianity. As a believer myself, I see signs that Christ is moving in the minds and hearts of secular intellectuals. So I can affirm that the Hitch was onto something. Good Friday, which commemorates the crucifixion of Jesus, and Easter, Easter, which celebrates his resurrection, are very good occasions to reflect on faith, human power, and its ephemerality. Christianity's relationship with power is complicated and in many respects counterintuitive. On the one hand, politics can have profound human consequences. It matters whether the state is a guardian or an enemy of human dignity. And history is replete with people of faith using power, political power, to advance justice. On the other hand, Jesus, upon whom the Christian faith rests, was not the conquering Messiah many expected. He came as a servant, not a king. He was born in poverty rather than privilege. He never led a political movement, neither did his disciples, who did not have, in worldly terms, status or influence. Indeed, Jesus was drawn to social outcasts and the unclean, the persecuted and the powerless. His conflicts were not with prostitutes, reviled tax collectors, or even sinners, with whom he spent time. They were with the religious and politically powerful. Jesus said his kingdom was not of this world. The last shall be first. The meek shall inherit the earth. And the greatest in heaven will be the lowliest on earth. His words were an extraordinary inversion of expectations. But the greatest demonstration of anti-power, the antithesis of worldly power and worldly victory, was the crucifixion of the Christ. Crucifixion was among the cruelest forms of execution ever devised, delaying death, sometimes for days, in order to maximize pain. The cross was a symbol of anguish and indignity. Jesus, mocked on the cross, with a crown of thorns upon his head, with 12 criminals on either side of him, cried out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" He cried out one more time in a loud voice, and then, per the words found in the Gospel of Matthew, gave up his spirit. It's little wonder that the Apostle Paul would describe the cross as a stumbling block for some, foolishness for others. The crucified God is not an easy concept for anyone to wrap their minds around. Friedrich Nietzsche was contemptuous of the cross for glorifying weakness. The great atheistic capitalist Ayn Rand, of Jewish ethnicity, was contemptuous of the cross for sacrificing virtue to vice. For those of us of the Christian faith, the death of Jesus is not a symbol of powerlessness, though in some respects it was that, but rather an act of selflessness and sacrificial love. In Christian theology, sin needed to be judged by a just God. There needed to be an atonement, a concept that Christians share, supposedly, with Jews, or at least one Jews claim that Christians share with them. But the way Christians believe it played out is that Jesus, the Lamb of God who was slain, took on himself the sins of the world so that others may live. In that sense, the godless capitalist Ayn Rand was correct. It was the sacrifice of the ideal for the non-ideal. But what repelled her as a Judeo-nihilist has, for more than 20 centuries, won the hearts of followers of Jesus. Yet, there's more to it than simply that. For Christians, the incarnation, and especially the events on the cross, mean that God doesn't just have sympathy for those who suffer. He enters into suffering. He is not a distant God. He has entered into the human drama, and he did not escape without wounding. I have taken comfort during my own times of grief and pain in believing that God can empathize with my experience. It's reassuring to believe that heartbreak and suffering, even tears, are not alien concepts to Jesus. This does not repair what is shattered. It does not reclaim what is lost. But it does make the loss more tolerable. I'm not quite sure why. Perhaps it's a sense of feeling known, a kind of solidarity in suffering. That, of course, does not answer why an all-good and all-powerful God would allow suffering to exist rather than eradicate it. Christianity does not provide an explanation. What it does is place pain into a larger narrative, one in which the crucifixion of Jesus gives way to his resurrection. Death giveth way to life. Fractured lives are repaired. Restorative justice happens. In 1956, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Good Friday may occupy the throne for a day, but ultimately it must give way to the triumph of Easter. Evil may so shape events that Caesar, will occupy a palace, and Christ a cross. But one day that same Christ will arise and split history into AD and BC, Anno Domini and before Christos, so that even the life of Caesar must be dated by his name. Yes, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." The very powerlessness of God, as understood through the prism of the New Testament, should not be confused with the lack of influence in this world. Quite the opposite, in fact. The movement started by Jesus and a handful of his followers had, within 3 centuries, changed the world. This wasn't because the adherents of that movement gained control of the kingdoms of this world. It was not because they rallied around leaders who would exact vengeance, even leaders who claimed to do so in the name of Christianity. They changed the world because they sought to serve rather than to be served. Because they were known for their mercy, their forbearance, their kindness, and their grace. Because they were peacekeepers and justice seekers. And because they cared for those whom Jesus called the least of these. He said, "What have you, or rather, what you have done for them, you have done for me." When Christians have lost sight of that, as they very often have, they have gotten into trouble. Thus, the first century Christian revolution has irrevocably shaped the 21st century West's moral imagination, which is still essentially Christian. Ergo, the apostate Christopher Hitchens was right about this. Human power is ephemeral. All states, empires, and grandiose claims are transitory. But love is not. The story goeth on, and all things will be made new again. Of course, not all things made anew are necessarily improved. Some Christians are aghast at Donald John Trump's $60 Bible hustle. Donald John Trump's latest fundraising gimmick is a flag emblazoned Bible packed with American founding documents, Lee Greenwood song lyrics, and a very tenuous connection to Donald Trump himself. If you're a white Christian nationalist looking for justifications to knock down the already shaky wall between the government and religion, This tome that first appeared in 2021 is tailor-made for you. Otherwise, you'll probably find it offensive. With Greenwood waxing rhapsodic to the Tennessean about how there's no better faith or no better match than faith and patriotism, this might as well be the official Bible for the Republic of Gilead. Look that up. And if the connection to Trump is relegated to some of the profits that ending up in his bank account, that's not unexpected. Putting his name on other people's stuff is what he does. It's not like Trump designed those gold sneakers. But for actual Christians, that is, the kind who think the golden rule might just be more important than giving Trump more gold to help him rule, this whole affair is nothing short of disgusting. The God Bless the USA Bible includes the Bill of Rights, the United States Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and Pledge of Allegiance. The first two of these documents make us no mention of God at all, in case you did not know. The third references the laws of nature and of nature's God, which may not mean what purchasers of this Bible think it means, because the founding fathers were all a bunch of deists who believe that, yes, indeed, a God created the world, but that he then abandoned this universe, this clockwork universe, empty and, well, ripe for the presumption of power by any man powerful enough to ascend to the throne of God, and ergo take his place. I mean, that's your founding fathers, who you can take a look at the statues and paintings they made of George Washington ascending and becoming as unto God. This is the Freemasonic faith. And these are the kind of men who really weren't thinking about God when they incepted your republic. They were thinking instead about power, territorial aggrandizement, and slavery of course, well, what they considered to be racially inferior, well, animals. They didn't consider even Germans, who they considered to be lesser than Anglo whites, Irish, whom they considered to be, well, barely above blacks. Well, blacks were just some form of bipedal animal that the whites had broken and pledged to their eternal service. Which reminds me, the Pledge of Allegiance does not have plain old God in there. Added during the Cold War as a middle finger to those pinko commies. The Greenwood fans would probably like that part. However, there are plenty of Christians who seem less than thrilled at Trump laying claim to their sacred text, which you can find examples at, well, the following links that I'll enter into livestream. Chat, that is. And with that, you'll get an example of how some people feel about all of this. Before I return to a topic other than Donald Trump, but nonetheless, he is inescapable and, well, like a demon possessing someone's body, needs to be exorcised. In this case, almost constantly, until he finally disappears. Now, speaking to MSNBC on Thursday of Yesterday last week, the Reverend Al Sharpton said that Trump's scheme brought to mind the word blasphemy. To quote his T at length and verbatim, "I think that people ought to realize how offensive this is to those of us that really believe in the Bible. He's doing this during Holy Week. Tomorrow is Good Friday. Sunday is Easter. Of all the times you want to hustle using the Bible, why would you do it during Holy Week? Which is really a spit in the face of people that really believe in the Bible from a Christian point of view." Well, as U.S. News and World Report notes, Trump's history with the Bible has been one long line of cringe. There's 4 points to be taken from their column. In a 2016 speech at Liberty University, Trump cited a biblical reference as 2 Corinthians instead of 2 Corinthians. Asked for a favorite Bible verse in 2015, Trump said, "I wouldn't want to get into it because to me, that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal, so I don't want to get into verses. The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics." Now, the third point from this column, a year later, Trump indicated a favorite Bible verse of his involved the concept of an eye for an eye, saying the United States has to be firm and very strong in the face of what's happening to our country. Notably, the phrase is rooted in Old Testament passages related to justice, while Jesus Christ in the New Testament contrasts the concept with the command to turn the other cheek when struck. A fourth point being, also in 2015, Trump said he didn't think he'd ever outright sought forgiveness from God, but referenced taking communion. "When I drink my little wine, which is about the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess that is a form of asking for forgiveness, and I do that as often as possible because I feel cleansed," he said. "I think in terms of, let's go on and let's make it right." This is so touching. I mean, you just weep. You hear this and you feel like you're enriched by this man's philosophy. When I drink my little wine, when have my little cracker. This is religious epiphany right there. I'm being sarcastic to the extreme. Maybe it just isn't coming through as sarcastic because I can't even get the energy up at this point to invest in this man. This isn't even the first time Trump has put his name on a Bible. He's been known to scrawl his giant signature on the good book when admirers ask for his autograph. As awful as all that sounds, it's a race to see what comes next. An evangelical church making this version the only acceptable text? Or some Trumper claiming that the Constitution was written by 2 Corinthians? As a top line, the Trump campaign then blasted President Joe Biden for proclaiming March 31st, which this year falls on Easter Sunday, as Transgender Day of Visibility, even though the day has been recognized on March 31st every year for more than a decade. The key facts being, and here I'll recite about a handful of them. The Trump campaign spokesperson, Caroline Leavitt, issued a statement calling it appalling and insulting that Biden formally proclaimed Easter Sunday as Trans Day of Visibility. The White House issued a declaration on Good Friday proclaiming March 31st as Transgender Day of Visibility, calling on Americans to join us in lifting up the lives and voices of transgender people throughout our nation and to work toward eliminating violence and discrimination based on gender identity. The proclamation drew widespread criticism from conservatives on social media, with the House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican from Louisiana, calling it outrageous and abhorrent that Biden recognizes Transgender Day on Easter Sunday, while the firebrand representativist Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican from Georgia, tweeted, "There is no length Biden and the Democrats won't go to mock your faith." Now, Transgender Day of Visibility is celebrated globally on March 31st, in proclamation in each year of his presidency. The date of Easter changes year by year. So, in a tangent, meanwhile, the White House partnered with America's egg farmers to invite children from National Guard families to submit Easter egg artwork based on the theme celebrating our military families, as we enter into the greatest April Fool's joke of all and the cruelest of them all, the month of the military family, which is April. in which they honor all the military children who live in military daycare centers. Because, yes, on the government website, it says one thing the military gets right is childcare. I mean, fuck the fact that war machines exist to break things and kill people. If only we Germans hadn't thought about the Blitzkrieg as being the key to success. We should have concentrated on childcare, and oh my god, we would have beat everybody. It's, yeah. Oh, at any rate, instead of this farce, which everyone should have been attacking, conservatives similarly framed a flyer for the event of, America's egg farmers and the children going on a White House egg hunt as an attack on Christianity, since it contained a section prohibiting any questionable content, religious symbols, overtly religious themes, or partisan political statements, with the aforecited Speaker Johnson framing the guidelines as banning sacred truth and tradition. Now, Emily Metz, Chieftainess Executrix Officier of the American Egg Board, told Fox News the restrictions are in place because America's egg farmers is bound by strict guidelines under the USDA and cannot be seen to be promoting one political viewpoint or ideology over the other, instead focusing exclusively on egg promotion and marketing activities. And for those of you who don't know, the USDA is the United States Department of Agriculture, responsible for developing and executing federal laws related to farming, forestry, rural economic development, and food, funded in 1862, or founded back then, if I remember correctly, which puts us pretty much in, during the American Civil War between the states for rights, I think. Then, contra to everything I'm saying, Biden has maintained that he's a devout Catholic who has been vocal about his beliefs. Not vocal enough as far as I'm concerned, and all too much of a Jew-worshipping Zionist, but yesteryear, Biden issued a statement commemorating Easter as well, so writing, and here I read therefrom, "We remember Jesus' sacrifice and recommit ourselves to love God with all our hearts and to love our neighbors as ourselves, embracing his call to treat one another with compassion." Now, in terms of the key background, per the LGBTQIA+ advocacy group GLAAD, GLAAD, which is an acronym for the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, the International Transgender Day of Visibility was established in 2010 in response to a wave of media stories about transgender people that focused on violence. Rachel Crandall, the founder of the Day of Visibility, in her own words, hoped to create a day where people could celebrate the lives of transgender people while still acknowledging that due to discrimination, not every trans person can or wants to be visible. So in terms of the history of the Transgender Day of Visibility, there is no doubt that the transgender community continues to face discrimination worldwide. Be it in the workplace, schools, or society, it has been subjected to immense harassment and inequality in every part of the world for the sin of being born different. Rachel Crandall, a United States-based transgender activist, founded this day in 2009, 2 years or so after my father's death, my legal sires, to raise awareness for the incredible burden of discrimination the community faces in every setting imaginable. The need to bring a day of visibility for the transgender community is indicative of the oppression they face in many sectors of life. Crandall wanted to highlight the fact that the only transgender-centric day that is internationally recognized is Transgender Day of Remembrance, which is in mourning of members of the community who had lost their lives, and that there was no day to pay homage to living transgender people. It's like the difference between United States Armed Forces Day, which honors people serving in the military, and Memorial Day, which is honoring all the, well, military veterans or servicemen who have died. So you want something to celebrate the living as well as the dead. By 2014, the day was observed by activists in Ireland and Scotland, while in 2015, many transgender people took part in the event by participating in social media campaigns. They successfully made the day go viral by posting selfies and personal stories. Therefore, on Transgender Day of Visibility on March 31st, annually, we recognize and revere their contributions, successes, and relentless resilience in standing tall and strong in the face of injustice. Through this day of visibility, we hope to induce moral responsibility and tolerance and lift the restrictions on the rights of transgender people. Now, in terms of a timeline, going back to 1952, the year that the Empire of Japan definitively won the Second World War, when the Americans effectively, surrendered to the Emperor on his birthday eve day that year, we had the first United States transgender person manifest. Christine Jorgensen became the first person to publicly transition or medically complete her transition in these United States. In 2004, we finally had legalization. On February 10th, the Gender Recognition Act was passed, which allows transgender people to legally change their sex and have it recognized. In 2017, we had the first trans mayor appointed. Canada made history as it elected the first ever trans mayor, Julie Lemieux. And in 2019, the World Health Organization removed transsexualism from their mental disorder designation. The World Health Organization finally decided to remove transsexualism from being designated as a mental disorder and coined a new term, gender incongruence, which isn't much better, in the sexual health category of the International Statistical Classification of Diseases and Related Health Problems. Gender incongruence being an early word for gender dysphoria, meaning you're not happy with the sex you're assigned or the sex people perceive you to be. Now, in terms of the most frequently asked questions that I get, people ask me, where is Transgender Day of Visibility even celebrated? Well, it is an annually recognized and celebrated event for sure. People from all over the world participate in whichever way they can, including having discussions, taking direct actions, hosting rallies, going to a concert, or sharing on social media, if nothing else. In terms of people asking me, what does it mean to be transgender? Well, there are different definitions of being transgender to different people. The most common definition of a transgender person is someone whose gender identity turns out to be different from the gender they were thought to be at birth. Now, if you might ask, why is Transgender Day of Visibility an important holiday at all? Understand that Transgender Day of Visibility is an extremely important holiday because intolerance, hate, and harassment for the transgender community have continued to prevail for decades. The negativity effectively clouds the contributions of trans individuals. This day is recognized to love and cherish the millions, and yes, I mean millions, of transgender people in our neighborhoods and to treat them as equal members of society. In terms of how anyone would observe Transgender Day of Visibility, well, the least you could do if you're too frightened to go out and do anything publicly would be to read up on trans lives. The least you can do for the community is to have your knowledge topped up. Google stories of trans people and you'll find a long list of resources on the topic. most of the articles, unfortunately, are based on subjects like inequality, discrimination, transphobia, and violence. Now, you can take a look at my son in the photograph embedded in thumbnail of live stream and ask yourself, why do so many people want to kill him just for not being a girl anymore? So, again, other things you can do: share statistics, updates, news. Use social media platforms to make people aware of how transgender people have left a notable mark on the world. Share articles, statistics, and celebrate your favorite transgender-centric achievement in history with the hashtag Transgender Day of Visibility. All one word, but with uppercase at the beginning of each of the 4 separate words. T-D-O-V, T-Dove. Spread the love, transgenders so obviously lack. Or rather, spread the love you so-called normies so obviously lack. And finally, if you're feeling courageous, attend an event or meet transgender people and make memories. Yep, there's definitely going to be a Transgender Day of Visibility event near you on March 31st of next year if you missed it this year. Attend a public event on this day, mingle with different people, and make new friends. Take pictures and think of beautiful captions to summarize whatever you learned about the trans community when you upload them to social media. Now, let me give you a few facts I can count on the fingers of one hand at least about transgender people that will blow your mind. There are different types of transgender people. Let's start with my pinky finger here. The most common types of trans people are trans woman, trans man, and non-binary people. Trans women are women who were AMAB, A-M-A-B, assigned male at birth, and transitioned to female. Trans men are men who were AFAB, assigned female at birth. It's an acronym, AFAB, just as AMAB was an acronym for assigned male at birth. AFAB is assigned female at birth. And there are non-binary people who do not identify with either male or female. A term for them in the old days would have been neuter. They may be AFAB or AMAB, assigned male or female at birth. Either way, they don't feel like either one at this point in their lives. In terms of the first Trans Emmy Award nominee, in 2014, Laverne Cox became the first transgender person to be nominated for an Emmy Award for her role as Sophia Brissett in Orange is the New Black. Of course, Caitlyn Jenner became Twitter famous within hours. It took 5 hours for Caitlyn Jenner to hit 1 million followers on Twitter. And transgender people make up 1% of the United States population. There are more than 1.4 million people who identify as transgender in these United States. Now, gender confirmation surgery costs $15,500 United States dollars. That's merely an estimated figure. However, gender confirmation surgery, previously wrongfully referred to as sex reassignment surgery, even by myself, can cost up to 50,000 United States dollars, and some can be as pricey as 100,000 United States dollars. Of course, you get all the bells and whistles and you come out as some kind of person other people would actually want to fuck. You get what you pay for. At that point, you wouldn't just be a female, you'd be some kind of bombshell or something. Or if you were a female having surgery at that price, you'd come out looking like a muscle, like a meathead or something. At any rate, again, I'm still getting a question here. Somebody emailing me about why is Transgender Day of Visibility important, as if they haven't been listening. Look, Trans people have a hard life. In July of 2017, the United Kingdom government launched a survey to gather more information about the experiences of LGBTQIA people in the United Kingdom. Over 108,000 people participated, making it the largest national survey of LGBTQIA people in the world up to that point. The findings showed that LGBTQIA plus people were less satisfied with their lives than the average citizen. 3 in 5 experienced harassment simply because they were LGBTQIA plus, and 24% accessed mental health services in the 12 months before that. Also, being transgender is not a crime. Why hold somebody accountable for something they have no control over? Importantly, why attach negative connotations to transgender individuals at all? Being born transgender is in no way a cause for distress. It is the way people react to their status that negatively affects the well-being of trans individuals. And ultimately, I cannot overemphasize the fact that they have contributed to the world as much as cisgender people. Cisgender people meaning people who are happy with the sex they were born with. One time I mentioned that I was cisgendered, and Real Tech Geek said, I felt a murderous rage arise within me, the gorge rise in my throat, and an almost uncontrollable desire to kill you when you came out. And of course I explained to him, well, cisgendered means I'm heterosexual and happy with the sex I was born with, Real Tech. After which he said, learn something new every day. And there you go with that. At any rate, whether you're cisgendered or not, transgendered people have had just as much of a visible impact on society. We need this day to celebrate and remind the trans community that the value of their lives, accomplishments, unintentional, objectives on international platforms. We need to remind them of our appreciation for them on such platforms, and contributions to history are not forgotten. In terms of what to watch out for now, basically, the White House announced that it was expecting up to 40,000 people to attend its annual Easter Monday Easter egg roll with the theme of education. So that's today on April Fool's Day. Let's hope nobody puts firecrackers inside of the eggshells or something. April Fools! Kind of like eggs that pop open with confetti would be nice. But at any rate, this brings us to the true symbolism of Easter. Eggs, hares, lamb, and the return of warmth and sunshine. It's a Christian festival that feels pagan. But as the living chicken breaks out of the egg, so the immortal Christ, the Christos, breakest the seal of the tomb. There's still a lot of confusion about Easter. Not least this most important of all Christian festivals. Well, the fact that this most important of all Christian festivals moves around so much from year to year, decided by a complex set of calculations based on the vernal equinox and the phases of the moon. Easter symbols, eggs, bunnies, lambs, and the rest, give the festivities an air of pre-Christian paganism, which is why, of course, so many evangelicals and fundamentalists say it's a sin to celebrate Easter, that it is wrong to celebrate Easter. And, of course, this is the kind of ignorance that I aim to dispute. So, where do the origins of Easter and the rituals observed by so many, whether Christian or not, really lie? The first mention of EOSTER, E-O-S-T-R-E, is in the 8th century, in the Venerable Bede's frustratingly cryptic account of the native Anglo-Saxon calendar in De Temporum Ration. That's translates as on the reckoning of time. The Anglo-Saxon equivalent of April, called EASTER-Monath, or Easter month, is named for the goddess Easter, E-O-S-T-R-E, Eostre. But we only know about Eostre, or Westre, via Bede's writings, and the only thing he tells us about her is that feasts were celebrated in her honor. So, if modern Easter is frequently a festival of overeating, this has tradition on its side. But Eostre was evidently significant enough for the Anglo-Saxons to later transfer her name to the Christian festival of the resurrection, rather than adopting the Latin name Pascha. Similarly, Easter is Ostern, or Easter, in German, which implies she must have been known outside England. Confusingly, the great 19th century folklorist and philologist Jacob Grimm, one of the brothers Grimm, writing those grisly folk and fairy tales, invented a German goddess called Ostara, O-S-T-A-R-A, the divinity of the radiant dawn, upspringing light, a spectacle that bringeth joy and blessing. On purely etymological grounds, the name is derived from a Proto-Aryan root, meaning to shine. But Grimm did not present a shred of supporting evidence that such a deity had ever been worshipped in Germania, leaving us with just Bede to go us on. Easter roughly coincides with the spring equinox, so there is a good deal of lore attached to the season which is not actually Christian. Easter is preceded by Lent, a period of fasting in memory of Christ's 40 days in the wilderness. But it is also a season when, in pre-modern Europe, food would have been running low. Winter supplies would have been coming to an end, and there was not enough sun and spring growth yet for hens to start laying and cows to give us milk. In a sense, therefore, Easter is a natural feast to celebrate passing out of that hardship. Now this brings us to the relation between Easter and Passover. The association of lamb with Easter is something we have borrowed from Jewish tradition and Passover, which was also the festival that Jesus and his disciples celebrated with their Last Supper. At least as far back as the 15th century, Easter was also marked in England by eating tansies, a kind of custardy pudding made with the bitter and poisonous herb tansy, and sometimes with other bitter greens such as nettles. The 17th century antiquarian John Yawbury adds a further detail, and here I read that our tansies at Easter have reference to the bitter herbs eaten at Passover by Jews, though at the same time 'twas always the fashion for a man to have a gammon of bacon, to shew himself to be no Jew. Aha! Oh, Now, eggs are an ancient and natural symbol of returning life in many parts of Europe, but the Easter egg may also derive from Passover, which includes, among various symbolic foods, a roasted egg, the beitza. Until at least the mid-20th century, more people marked Easter with decorated hard-boiled hen's eggs than chocolate ones. The earliest documented mention of in England, of decorated eggs cometh in 1290 from the household accounts of King Edward I for 1290, which records the purchase and decoration of 450 eggs, some gilded, some dyed. These eggs were presented to the royal household at Easter and cost 18 pence. In many parts of Great Britain, the custom was for people, children especially, to play with their pace eggs by rolling them down a chosen slope before eating them. In Iona and Peter Opie's 1959 study titled The Lore and Language of School Children, a child reports that in Cumberland we take more notice of the pace eggs than chocolate eggs. Easter eggs, as also rolled down on the lawn of the United States White House, is a custom going back to 1878. Now, 30 feet in the air, off a northern Canadian highway, stands the giant Vejraville Easter egg, rotating gently in the wind. The egg is 18 feet wide, nearly 25 feet long, and designed to turn with the breeze like a weather vane. It is decorated in a traditional Ukrainian pysanka pattern with thousands of gold, black, and white aluminum triangles, for the egg is an homage to the Ukrainian immigrants who settled the area long ago. It is a technical feat. The tile cutting technology developed to produce the mosaic on the egg's curved surface was later used to... I'm trying to remember exactly what they later used it to. I remember that this was a big deal, and I'll try to recall what it was that they were using it for, aside from what they used it for. I know they used it for something else. Trying to remember what it was. If anybody remembers, you let me know. In the meantime, I'm going to try and look it up. Let's check this out. The Vejraville, and some people might call it Vegraville. But let's see now if I can get this right. Tile cutting technology was later used. There we are. All right. And see what we get here. And basically, I would say it's technological breakthrough. 1974, it took a computer breakthrough to build this giant egg. So there you go, people. And I will see what I can find here in terms of this. If I can't find it soon, I'll just move on. But this is something that's bothering me now, because I once knew the answer to this, but pity. We'll find out later, I guess. And I'll return to that at some point, see if our friend, you know what, our material science engineer will find out. I'll turn the question over to our man Aristides at the end of today's transmission. But definitely what I can tell you, this was a technological breakthrough. Like I said, the world first computer modeling went into building this giant Ukrainian Easter egg in 1974. And then the Queen visited. You see, Alberta's big egg was a technological breakthrough, and the Queen liked it too. I guess if there's one thing Albertans can do better than huge trucks and grain elevators, it's making massive monuments for little places. So you've got this, one of Alberta's most beautiful and artistically innovative massive objects. This egg, of course, was the product of a village. I think that it was early computer modeling technology to build the egg from 3,500 aluminum pieces, and again, this is way back in 1974. There you go with that, and back to where we're at, checking into the live stream here, and this on this day that I made my rent at the last possible minute, but hey, we got it there, right down to the quarters. And I mentioned earlier the Fabergé eggs when our dear Heather Holman brought up the Amber Room. Fabergé's eggs could not be more different, yet they capture the same Easter-like essence. The imperial eggs were crafted for the Tsar to present to his wife and his mother on Easter. Each one contained a delightful secret, agreed on with the Tsar beforehand, and revealed to no one else. The rosebud egg, presented by Nicholas II to his wife Alexandra, was made of gold enameled in red, set with diamond-covered Cupid's arrows. Inside were surprises within a surprise. First, a green and yellow enamel rosebud to remind Alexandra of the rose gardens at the palace where they spent their first Easter as newlyweds. Inside the bud was a tiny diamond-studded model of the imperial crown, along with an egg-shaped ruby pendant. Now, Easter gifts, often eggs, are given as signs of the great unmerited gift of salvation. And the rosebud egg, like redemption, is a fabulously valuable but also deeply personal gift, full of charming and affectionate detail. Now, when I get questions like I'm getting in the email about how long have eggs been used to celebrate Easter, well, already in 2nd century Mesopotamia, Christians dyed them red to honor the blood shed by the Savior. Some say the Easter egg goes back even farther, to the 1st century, when Christians adopted the phoenix as a symbol of the resurrected Christ. When the time comes for this mythological bird to die, it bursts into flame and regenerates itself from the egg it leaves in its ashes, like Christ rising glorious from the tomb. And the symbol stuck and spread. The custom of decorating eggs at Easter traveled through the Byzantine Empire to the Slavic nations, eventually making its way to Western Europe. Medieval Lenten penance required abstinence from eggs, hence the famous Shrove Tuesday pancake tradition in which eggs and animal fat had to be eaten up before Ash Wednesday. By the time Easter arrived, both rich and poor would have an abundance of eggs on hand, not only enough to eat, but to dye and to paint, to give away to children going door to door, and even to toss, roll, and inevitably smash in games and contests. Edward I of England is recorded as handing out 450 chicken eggs decorated with gold leaf at Easter in 1290. In the early 18th century, Louis XIV of France presented his courtiers with decorated ostrich eggs on Easter obtained from the royal menagerie at Versailles. The Sun King is also credited with pioneering the chocolate egg, although apparently the first ones didn't turn out as hoped. Chocolate and sunshine never did mix well. A few years later, a shopkeeper in Turin had greater success pouring melted chocolate into empty chicken eggshells. Chocolate eggs soon became popular Easter gifts across France and Germany, although it wasn't until 1873 that the first British chocolate egg was put on the market by J.S. Fry and Sons, 12 years ahead of Cadbury, with whom they would eventually merge. Amid all these egg-shaped tokens of the feast, the simple chicken egg has retained its importance. It is the Model T, the original of all these delightful spin-offs in everything from diamonds to digestibles. It is the most authentic Easter egg of the lot, with all the symbolic connotations of the others and a few of its own. In cuisine, eggs are peacemakers. A 19th century Frenchman by the name of Des Essarts advised cooks thusly, by his words, "Make an amiable intermediary of an egg, as it comes between the various parts of food to bring about difficult reconciliations." Well, is it more difficult to bring about the reconciliation of oil molecules with water, affected so admirably by the emulsifying yolk, or the reconciliation of fallen human nature with God through the amiable intermediary of Christ? The latter, surely, but a repeated pattern is observable between the trois events, a sort of ontological rhyme, in which tiny, unimportant egg molecules echo something so cosmically significant as the redemption of the world. A strange analogy, you might think, but the philosopher Pythagoras, though he lived in pre-Christian times, would have found it interesting. He thought a lot about eggs. He said it was a crime to eat them because they were microcosms of the universe. So he might not have liked people eating Easter eggs. If eating small-scale symbols of the universe is bad, how much worse to eat symbols associated with its all-powerful ruler? By then, living before Christ, Pythagoras never had occasion to reflect upon the notion of God becoming man and dying to open the gates of heaven. Had he known, he might have reasonably concluded that so momentous an event would change our relationship with God, and therefore our relationship to symbols of his triumph, such as Easter eggs. As the living chicken breaketh out of the egg, so the immortal Christ breaketh the seal of the tomb. As eggs reconcile battling culinary elements, so Christ reconciles all things unto himself, making possible, if men have goodwill, the universal harmony Pythagoras thought he detected in the egg. Christ makes peace through the blood of his cross, portrayed on the red-dyed eggs of 2nd century Mesopotamia, both as to the things that are on earth, fanciful chocolates, opulent objets d'art, and many foibled humans, and the things that are in heaven. As for the category into which the skyscraping Vejraville egg falls, well, the jury is still out on that one. 30 feet closer to heaven than the rest anyway. But let's talk about that bunny business. The association of hares with Easter also considerably predates foil-wrapped chocolate bunnies. As early as 1682, Georg Frank von Frankenau's Essay de Ovis Pascalibus about Easter eggs, is what that transliterates into, speaks of a German tradition of an Easter hare bringing colored Easter eggs for the children. In southern Germany, children used to be told that a hare laid the pace eggs and they would make a nest for the creature to lay them in. The Easter hare was also known in parts of the British Isles and was particularly associated with having to hunt out eggs hidden in the garden where the hare was supposed to have put them. A curious entry in the Calendar of State, the Calendar of State Papers for April 2nd of 1620, suggests that hares were also often eaten at Easter. Thus, Phonetive solicits the permission of Lord Zalch, Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports, to kill a hare on Good Friday, as huntsmen say that those who have not a hare against Easter must eat a red herring. Hares were also ritually hunted at Easter in England. There is a note in the Chamberlain's accounts for the year 1574 that 12 pence was, quote, given to the hare finders at Whetstone Court, unquote. An Easter hare hunt survived as part of Leicester's ritual year as late as the 18th century, though by then a dead cat was substituted for an actual hare. Jacob Grimm, looking at this evidence for an association of ritual activity involving hares with the Easter season, conjectured that the hare was sacred to the goddess Ostara, piling one conjecture on top of another. So the truth is that Easter rituals, as we know them today, represent an untidy collection of customs connected with celebrating spring growth and the end of austerity, a time for new clothes and rich food. Any connection with pre-Christian paganism is entirely coincidental. But in terms of today, April Fool's Day now. Every day is April Fool's Day now. Deep fakes, puffy popes, AI-generated Trump arrest photos, articles written by GPT-4. We're living in a world where fear of being fooled is constant. Now, the true origin of April Fool's Day is not only a mystery today, it's considered unknowable. Historians have their theories about how the centuries-old holiday started. Most likely, it was something about the movable timing of Easter, or the trickiness of spring weather, or an inside joke among 16th century people about the date of the new year. We still celebrate April Fools today without knowing why or what it even means. It's a deep-fried meme of a holiday. And yet, every year, the day bleeds more into the week and month before it. Brands are mostly to blame for this creep, trying to get their marketing rocks off with as much time to spare as possible. For as long as I've been a public informant turned social critic, a while now, editors have been pep-talking newsrooms about vigilance against bogus pitches or planted news stories on this day. Trapping a reporter in your made-up brand activation seems to be some companies' white whale, while others have made it a full-time gig. The company Mischief, for example, started as an art collective and most recently fooled a ton of people into thinking it's making a game where an anime lady asks for your social security number. April Fool's Day floods our feeds and inboxes with cringe gags, not CIA psyops. They work because they're somewhat believable at an initial glance, but easy to identify as gags if you look for a second longer. Was Pornhub actually sharing your porn viewing habits to Facebook in 2017? Obviously not, but your porn is, in fact, watching you. Did Google actually announce an augmented reality location-based Pokemon game in 2014? No, that's ridiculous. But 2 years later, Pokemon Go briefly became the most popular game in the world and is still popular today. It doesn't take a genius to sort fact from fiction in these barely believable emails and doctored images, but processing the sheer volume of got your nose level jokes on April Fool's Day is exhausting and mostly a waste of time, which is exactly why editors say it's a good day to avoid the feeds if possible. But every day is April Fool's Day now, requiring a low but constant effort to identify that no, the Supreme Pontiff is not dripped out in a papal parka. No, those are not real pictures of Donald Trump being arrested, which, of course, I'll show you here at the following link I'll put into our chat. And, a lot of people don't like historical education about the holidays. And no, that's not a real post of a trans activist calling to behead Christians. It takes only seconds of critical thinking to see that each of these are fake, but as AI-generated shitposting becomes easier, it's inevitable that one of these will catch you with your guard down, or appeal to some basic emotion you are too eager to believe. Tucker Carlson, for example, read that fake call to behead Christians on his show as if it were real. In terms of breaking news, Trump has been blasted for sharing a video of Joe Biden hogtied in a pickup truck, and he shared other violent images as well. The top line being that former President Donald John Trump is facing backlash after he shared a video depicting an image of President Joe Biden tied up and gagged in the back of a pickup truck. But it's not the first time he's been in hot water over violent imagery involving his political opponents. The key facts being that Trump shared the video on Truth social media on Good Friday depicting a pickup truck driving on the highway with a Trump 2024 sticker and pro-police flags, and a bumper sticker depicting the Biden image on the back of the truck. Last year, Trump faced criticism for sharing an article with an accompanying photo of him holding a baseball bat next to a photo of Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, the prosecutor handling the criminal hush money case against him, before posting on Truth Social that death and destruction could result from Bragg bringing forward criminal charges. Trump later denied that he intended to incite violence and said he did not know the picture would be shared along with the article. In 2017, Trump shared a GIF graphic interchange format taken from an appearance he made in a professional wrestling match, depicting him beating up a man in a suit with the CNN logo superimposed on the man's face, along with the hashtag #FraudNewsCNN. The Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press slammed the video as a threat of physical violence against journalists, and CNN called it juvenile, while Trump doubled down on his criticisms of the network and accused it of taking the GIF, too seriously. As a bit of a tangent, Trump faced scrutiny in 2019 after a New York Times report claimed that a violent parody video depicting Trump's face superimposed on a figure stabbing and killing other figures with digitally imposed images of well-known Trump opponents was played in front of Trump supporters at one of Trump's hotels. Then President Trump, however, was not in attendance at the event, did not share the video, and claimed to have not seen it before, and his administration condemned the video. In terms of a chief critic, in a statement to multiple outlets, Michael Tyler, a Biden campaign spokesman, called the image Trump shared the type of crap you post when you're calling for a bloodbath, or when you tell the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. And contra to all of this, referencing the ongoing criminal cases against Trump in a statement to multiple outlets after the video was aired, Trump campaign spokesman Stephen Chung said Democrats and crazed Democrats, or no, he said Democrats and crazed lunatics have not only called for despicable violence against President Trump and his family, they are actually weaponizing the justice system against him. There have been instances of Trump critics posting violent imagery involving Trump, most notably comedian Kathy Griffin faced criticism after sharing a photo of herself holding a model of a bloodied, severed Trump head in 2017. She was later fired as a hostess of CNN's New Year's Eve broadcast. In terms of the key background, threats of political violence have been more common in the United States in recent years, and not just at the federal level. According to a recent report from the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University's Law School, more than 40% of state lawmakers say they've experienced threats in the past 3 years. Even if you're trained in recognizing fake imagery and can immediately spot the difference between copy written by a language model and a human, content that's increasingly sneaking into online articles, doing the endless fact-checking and performing countless micro-decisions about reality and fraud is mentally draining. Every year, our brains are tasked with processing 5% more information per day than the last. Add to this cognitive load a constant background level effort to decide whether that data is a lie. The disinformation apocalypse is already here. And not only in the form of Russian disinformatia that I have dedicated a career to warning about, wading through what's real and fake online has never been harder. Not because each individual deepfake is impossible to distinguish from reality, but because the volume of low-effort gags is outpacing our ability to process them. And it's only ever gotten worse. Earlier this month, last year, Twitter announced that beginning on All Fool's Day, as dated April 1st of 2023, that platform would begin winding down our Legacy Verified program and removing Legacy Verified check marks. Until then, Legacy verification meant the platform bestowed verification status to people who were at risk of impersonation. Celebrities or other notable people, including professional athletes, politicians, and journalists. Twitter's verification system has always been a disaster. For years, requesting verification felt like trying to get an appointment with the Wizard of Oz. It was never good, but it was decided by Twitter and accurate enough. Unless it was verifying Nazis, of course. The year before yesteryear, that changed, and verification turned into a money-making scheme by the platform's new owner, the megalomaniacal Elon Musk, who announced in October of 2022 that users could pay for a verification checkmark, essentially eroding the feature beyond all meaning. Or essentially eroding the feature of all meaning beyond this person had $8 United States dollars a month to spare. Worse, the app gave paid users the option to hide their verification status entirely. Verification is already busted, with paid accounts impersonating real people. Now that Twitter got rid of Legacy, unpaid verification, it's a motherfucking free-for-all. Which, of course, you can find out via this link, which I enter into chat. There we are. Most of the replies to Twitter's verification change announcements questioned the timing. Why did they launch this, a laughable policy change, on April Fool's Day of yesteryear? Hypervigilance isn't contained to one day anymore. Not being tricked requires a level of alertness on the individual user's part that the platforms are not going to save us from anytime soon. Social media set us up for this. Understanding a layered meme, for example, requires you to be online all of the time, sometimes across several platforms, or you'll miss the meme, the inception of the joke, and everything after that will be culturally deep-fried. Anyone who's ever taken more than 3 days away from social media knows this feeling. This is also the reason for the explainer blog genre, and why what's going on with insert meme headlines are so reliably well-trafficked. We're all just trying to keep up, and keeping up is essential to participating online. That's always been the case to some degree. Since before the World Wide Web, being part of a network has required members to understand interforum drama, how to avoid or provoke flame wars, how not to piss off mods, and how to assimilate with one's fellow posters. But now, instead of a 150-person bulletin board system or an esoteric Tumblr subculture, we have the problem of keeping up at scale. This month, but yesteryear, the 2 biggest examples of this were from an AI image generator tool called Midjourney. Dramatic AI-generated images of former President Donald Trump's arrest, and AI-generated images of the Pope wearing a huge white puffer coat. Both of these are believable without even showing you the images. Trump has said he thinks he's getting arrested soon, and the Pope is a style icon. The most effective pieces of misinformation, especially when it comes to images of public figures, whose appearances, behaviors, and lore are well known to most people, exist alongside the finest possible line of predictability. It's totally plausible that the Pope had that much swag. He's already an absurd figure of opulence, dressing like an anime villain most days of the week. He rolls around in a tiny see-through bulletproof car. The position of Holy Father has a long history of imparting a fashionista's burden. Why wouldn't he have a huge white Montclair puffer coat for when it's cold outside? The Trump arrest photos were pretty unbelievable, however, especially considering some of them looked more like Renaissance paintings of the crucifixion than actual photojournalism. They were easily fact-checked. If you were unsure about their veracity, you could check any news outlet and see that the arrest had not happened. The image's creator, Elliot Higgins, the founder and creative director of media forensics organization Bellingcat, which often deconstructs Russian misinformation, was banned from Midjourney after his creations went viral. And you can find them here at this link. So let me put this into the chat. Here we are. But the swag Pope? That thing tricked my son and a lot of other people. He saw the image in his Twitter timeline at least half a dozen times and never thought twice about it beyond nice, before I myself reminded him of the visionary Trey Smith post jibing that this was the only good AI pic I've ever seen. Which, of course, I will present to you here in chat. Here we are, the link. Just prior, our generation's philosopher, Crane T. Nelson, pointing out that the moment someone uses AI to throw the Pope in a white puffer coat and everyone starts clapping and honking like a bunch of seals, which, of course, you can find here, which I will put into live stream chat. Okay. The Puffy Pope, we all later learned, was made using Midjourney, a generative AI art tool that turns strings of keywords into images. The main giveaway was in the glasses, which melt at the bottom of one of the lenses. It looks like a trick of the light and isn't something a casual timeline enjoyer would notice on a Saturday scroll through, as my son didn't. But because so many people are primed to assume everything slightly weird is AI generated these days, people eventually caught on to the gag. The image's creator is a 31-year-old construction worker from Chicago area named Pablo Xavier, who posted it to a Facebook group dedicated to making AI images. It was never even meant to fool anyone, but it broke containment and ended up viral on Twitter, where people like, well, me, scroll the fire hose timeline as fast as possible, and context, like opting into an AI art Facebook group, is at a bare minimum. He told BuzzFeed that he spun up the dripped out Pope while tripping on mushrooms. This makes a lot of sense to me. Wading through the internet these days feels like a perpetual trip, where I'm constantly counting the fingers on other people's hands and zooming in on textiles a little too closely, asking myself, is that normal? Is that how people look? Pablo Xavier said the mid-journey prompt came to him, in his own words, like water, the Pope in Balenciaga puffy coat, Montclair, walking the streets of Roma, Paris, stuff like that. It's no wonder why people bullish on AI have started describing it as akin to spellcasting. Humans have always mythologized what we do not understand. Putting AI on the spiritual plane gives it both an unknowable quality and exonerates us of its repercussions, positioning it more as our inevitable fate than the result of a series of choices spanning decades. It's the refrain of every machine learning engineer back to the very first guy who put deepfakes into the world. If I didn't do it, someone else was going to eventually. I've lost count of the number of times I've heard this from people making AI-generated nudes, from non-consensual deepfakes, to apps that algorithmically undress people. But no part of this exhausting, endless game of I Spy was fated. We were warned. Even people working in misinformation and media manipulation research space are experiencing a sort of future-facing vertigo. On Wednesday, as dated the 29th day in March of 2023, following the news that more than 30,000 people, some of them fake names, and many of them the same people who got us into this mess, signed a letter urging slow AI, which has been criticized as contributing to more senseless hype while fixing nothing. The AI ethics researcher, Timit Gebru, tweeted, and here I read therefrom, "What the fuck is even happening? How is this real life? I can't even keep up anymore. How are people being this duped? The hype, the letter from a long-termist institute signed by 1,000 plus people. Disinformation from senators. What more can we do? I'm out of ideas." Efforts like the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity, which is working on a technical standard for verifying media for publications and content creators, could help, but can't solve the problem entirely. For the rest of what we see on social media, we're on our own. For a few years, researchers tried to show that deepfakes could be spotted with things like weird facial movements, blinking, or more recently with image generation models. The inability to make a normal-looking hand, things AI supposedly could not do, ways to catch the computers out on their lies. The nature of these systems, however, means that every time one side releases a new detection strategy, the other learns and improves. Midjourney does hands now. Deepfakes blink. None of it mattered. This constant threat detection used to be the work of researchers in the field, and now it feels like it's everyone's job to be an image forensics analyst, even when we're just scrolling Twitter. I myself told my son, it's exhausting. And it's going to backfire, says Hani Farid, a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, who's been studying manipulated media since long before deepfakes. Recalling that when AI-generated fakes started cropping up online years ago, he himself warned that this would change the future, even while some of his colleagues told him that he was overreacting. Farid has since emphasized that while he's used to getting a few calls every week from reporters asking him to take a look at images or videos that seem manipulated, over the past year, he's gotten dozens of requests a day. Farid has gone on record to state, and here I quote his T at length and verbatim, "I get this question every day, which is, what can I tell my readers to look for in this imagery? And my answer is always nothing, because no matter what I tell you today, tomorrow it's not going to work. And then you're going to have this false sense of a superpower. Oh, I look for X. But then that doesn't work anymore. So there's no magic skill here. If you see fear everywhere, you can't go through the world like that. I don't even know how to put words to it. It really feels like it's unraveling. The one thing that has surprised me is that it has gone on much, much faster than I expected," he said. "I always thought, I agree that it is not the biggest problem today. But what's that Wayne Gretzky line? Don't skate to where the puck is, skate to where the puck is going. You've got to follow the puck. In this case, I don't think this was hard to predict." So, there you have that. I think that's funny as hell in its own right. While AI manipulated imagery has been used for political disinformation in India's 2020 elections, and more recently during the war in Ukraine, technologically advanced techniques have not brought about the collapse of reality as predicted per se. But there have been costs. People call things they don't believe or disagree with deep fakes, even when they aren't. Trust in institutions and legacy news outlets is low, and it takes less than ever to fool us. The ease and speed at which manipulated media, and all media, moves today makes it more difficult. Emphasizing that his own students say that they feel inundated by all the different kinds of media and platforms there are to keep up with, Joshua Glick, a visiting associate professor of film and electronic arts at Bard College, has gone on record to testify that, in his words, which here I quote at length and verbatim, "It takes a lot of cognitive energy to look for markers of clear authorship and institutional credibility, as well as to be on high alert concerning the ways texts or images may have been manipulated. The experience can be overwhelming, and this lowers their vigilance. The work of celebrity influencers, amateur media makers, and professional journalists coexists as a continual stream of content that can be difficult to parse. One thing we talk about is the need to have a core set of go-to media outlets you can turn to for trustworthy information, places that value expertise, fact-checking, and a solid code of ethics. The larger threat to democracy remains legacy forms of disinformation, the misleading recontextualization of images, the slowing down or speeding up of footage, and even the writing of false statements composed in compelling fashion have done more to destabilize the judgment of everyday citizens and erode public trust in the press than elaborate deepfakes. Now, looking back at the predictions experts said when deepfakes first hit the scene in 2017 is sobering. At the time, I looked into the artificial intelligence researcher Alex Champendard for his impressions of the then new technology, and what he said about media manipulation is that we need to have, in his words, a loud and public debate. We need to put our focus on transforming society to be able to deal with this. This week last year, 5 years and 3 months after that prescriptive statement, Champendard was asked to reflect on whether we've succeeded in having that conversation, which resulted in him concluding, in himself concluding, that rage engagement isn't as effective as it used to be for social media platforms struggling to maintain active users, and that now everyone seems, in his words, bored of the polarization. To quoteist Champendard, at length and verbatim, "No, I don't think we've done very well. If anything, it seems half the population that has completely disengaged from the mainstream talking points and doubts anything that comes from corporate advertising and government mouthpieces. On the bright side, I don't think that generative content can make things significantly worse. We're in a post-truth world now." Let me reiterate. We're in a post-truth world now. And generative content fits well. Everything must either be assessed critically or laughed at. I think, to continue on with his quote, we're seeing a natural shift towards semi-closed communities where it's easier to trust others and questionable content from any source, AI or not, can be accessed in a better way. These smaller communities have a better information immunosystem. A month after Motherboard's first story about deepfakes kicked off 5 years of discourse, as deepfakes started taking off and more people started taking advantage of the open source technology, Peter Eckersley, then chief computer scientist for the Electronic Frontier Foundation. By the way, Eckersley died in 2022 and asked for his brain to be cryogenically preserved alongside a message, "Scan me." Went on record to attest that he thought we were on the cusp of AI generative technology being even more easy to make and widespread. It was already consumer level in that people with some programming experience and a decently beefy gaming personal computer, or PC, were posting AI-generated face swaps all over Reddit. But it still wasn't easy to do. Eckersley predicted that we had about a year or two before that changed, and he was right. Today, everyone's able to make AI-generated face swaps using software on their phones, using just a single selfie. And with models like Midjourney's or DALL-E, DALL-E, or the rapidly improving text-to-video models that have come out just this month, last year, you don't even need the selfie. We can just speak these things into existence using text. In January of 2018, Eckersley confirmed, in his own words, which I quote as here at length and verbatim, "There's a large and growing fraction of machine learning and AI researchers who are worried about the societal implications of their work on many fronts, but are also excited for the enormous potential for good that this technology possesses. So I think a lot of people are starting to ask, how do we do this the right way? It turns out that that's a very hard question to answer. Or maybe a hard question to answer correctly. How do we put our thumbs on the scale to ensure machine learning is producing a saner and more stable world, rather than one where more systems can be broken into more quickly? In the 4th century, Emperor Constantine, tricked by a gaggle of jesters, granted one fool his wish to become king for the day. That jester decreed that every year this day would be a celebration of absurdity. That's a story made up by Boston University Professor Emeritus of History Joseph Boschkin in 1983, which he told to a reporter as a joke. It's as good an origin story as any, of course. It's plausible, ringing just true enough to be believed. If anything, it was a parable for a future he could never have imagined. We're all jesters. We're all the jesters of our own spheres, and viral kings for as long as our tricks will trend. But Trump, #enemy of the people, has crossed the line many times. This is serious line crossing. Why has his latest outrage not caused the Secret Service to lock him up? Check this pic out being posted by MAGA Warship and on Truth Social with thumbs of approval by Trump himself at the link I will now place into live stream chat. There we go. I read this on another blog and then investigated where it came from, and it is more than disgusting. It is begging for Secret Service intervention. And, well, here you go. In chat of the live stream. Basically, you can read the editorial, the headlines, if you will. Trump posts image of Joe Biden kidnapped and bound with rope. Trump signals approval of violent imagery targeting his political opponents. The Secret Service needs to investigate this outrage. It is not only against the President of these United States, it is about national security. Why is this orange thing still walking free? He needs to be wearing clothes the same color as himself. Where is the Secret Service? It reminds me of the nooses for Pence on January 6th. This pic is begging some crazy to do harm to our president. To quote, some MAGA Republicans have been displaying this graphic depicting President Joe Biden bound with rope and laying in the bed of a pickup truck. Apparently kidnapped, Trump is now encouraging such imagery. This cannot stand. It simply cannot. And while I'm on to that which cannot stand, while Baltimore bridge collapse has put the spotlight on Maryland's young black governor, Baltimore's key bridge is global shipping's smallest problem. Now 22 crew members are stuck detained aboard the Dali, the ship that knocked down Baltimore's key bridge, and they aren't going anywhere anytime soon. To wit, the Baltimore bridge collapse is only the latest and the least of global shipping's problems. From drought in the Panama Canal to the Houthis in the Suez to pirates off Somalia, we're all paying the price. The top line being that in Maryland, a complicated and dangerous cleanup effort is starting after the collapse of Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge on Tuesday. Work began last Sunday to remove a section of the Francis Scott Key Bridge stuck on the bow of the cargo ship that struck the bridge on Tuesday, but 22 of the ship's crew members remain stuck on board the vessel, and it's unclear how long they may be detained. The crew members are stuck on the Dali indefinitely, while the federal government investigates the crash. The same tragedy has put the state's young governor, Wes Moore, in the international spotlight. Moore, a Democrat, made history yesteryear when he was inaugurated as Maryland's first black governor. During one of many press conferences this week, Moore said, "Baltimore is being tested right now, but Baltimore has been tested before. And every time we stand up on 2 feet, we dust ourselves off and we keep moving forward." The bodies of 12 construction workers who were on the bridge have been recovered. 4 others are missing and presumed dead. Baltimore woke up at around 1:30 a.m. on Tuesday of Yesterday last week to horrific images of the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsing into the harbor after the cargo ship Dali lost power and collided with the support column. It's a horrible tragedy, re-emphasizing the most immediate impact being that 6 construction workers who were on the bridge at the time went missing and were quickly presumed dead. And it's one that will likely take at least several years and several billion dollars to repair. The key facts being that a total of 22 crew members remain on board the Dali, which sits motionless in the Baltimore harbor as a large section of the Key Bridge weighs down its hull. On Wednesday, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs and the United States Coast Guard confirmed that although the ship is operated by a Singaporean company, the vessel's crew is made up of 20 Indian nationals and at least 1 Sri Lankan national. In an update on Wednesday, Synergy Marine confirmed that one of the sailors was briefly hospitalized after the crash, but has since been discharged and returned to the ship sitting in the Patapsco River. The United States Coast Guard told USA Today that the crew members are maintaining the Dali's engineering spaces and standing ready to respond to any emergencies. Now, why is the Dali crew confined to the ship? The crew remains on the ship in order to cooperate with the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board's ongoing investigation into the cause of this accident. No crew members have been arrested, but several have been interviewed by investigators who boarded the ship last week. It remains unclear how long the crew of the Dali will remain stuck on the ship, though NTSB Chair Jennifer Homendi said the crew had electricity and food in their quarters, noting, "The cook was cooking when I got on board. It smelled very good." The entire ship is about 948 feet long and 158 feet wide, but it is unclear what areas have been deemed safe for the crew. Wednesday, Homende told reporters, "They're not sitting in the dark right now, but the ship cannot move." Multiple ministers who provide services to sailors at the Port of Baltimore told the Fourth Estate they were in contact with the Dali's crew, who requested Wi-Fi hotspots and SIM cards. Andrew Middleton, who runs the Archdiocese of Baltimore's Apostleship of the Sea, told the New York Times the crew members had a TV and reading materials to pass the time. In terms of some key background, on Wednesday, Coast Guard Vice Admiral Peter Gautier said that the Key Bridge catastrophe triggered a massive response involving the Coast Guard, the Army Corps of Engineers, and the NTSB. While the NTSB begins an investigation into the cause of the accident, the first order of business for the military will be removing the Dali from the harbor, where part of its bow rests on the seafloor. At a White House press briefing, Gautier said, "The main challenge is removing those large trusses and steel members off the bow of the ship. The vessel bow is sitting on the bottom because of the weight of that bridge debris." In terms of the investigation, Gautier said the crew was cooperating with what we need. And Homendi later confirmed NTSB investigators have already conducted interviews with the ship's captain and first mate. Now, a little bit of a tangent here. The Coast Guard confirmed on Wednesday that there was no greater threat to the public from hazardous materials stored in the Dali's shipping containers. Although some containers fell into the Patapsco River, none contained any hazardous materials. According to Gautier, some containers were carrying mineral oils, but these remained secured on the ship. The Vice Admiral said, "The majority of those containers are closer to the pilot house and are completely unaffected by the damage to the ship. It is unclear how close these materials are to the remaining crew members on board." The Key Bridge Unified Command later noted that 14 containers of hazardous materials were impacted by the crash, which contained soap products, perfume products, or not otherwise specified resin. No hazardous material has been detected in the atmosphere, but crews will continue to monitor the air quality for any changes. Now, in terms of what we don't know, well, a lot. It's still unclear exactly why the Dali struck one of the Key Bridge's piers early on Tuesday morning. NTSB investigators retrieved the Dali's black box, which recorded the ship traveling at a speed of about 8 knots before numerous audible alarms went off on the ship's bridge. Port officials said that the Dali reported a loss of propulsion shortly before striking the bridge. The aforementioned Homendi said that the agency will issue a preliminary report based on their interviews with crew members and data from the black box in 2 to 4 weeks. Since the Key Bridge was struck early Tuesday morning by the cargo ship in question, Governor Moore has been ever present, visiting the site of the disaster, meeting with families and first responders, and securing federal assistance. At the first press conference after the bridge collapse on Tuesday morning, Moore said, "We are Maryland tough and Baltimore strong." Since then, the phrase has caught on, repeated by President Joe Biden and printed on T-shirts for sale. This is a make or break moment. At 45 years of age, Moore is only the third black person to be elected governor of any American state in the Union. Though Moore had no prior political experience, he came into office with a lengthy and impressive resume. He was a college football star, a Rhodes Scholar, a best-selling author, an Army captain who served in Afghanistan, an investment banker, and most recently CEO of a major anti-poverty nonprofit, Robin Hood, which is enough to get you in trouble already. When Moore got into the 2022 race for governor, he was polling in the single digits. He went on to beat some of the biggest names in Maryland politics, including 12 former Obama administration cabinet members, a former state attorney general, and a former state comptroller, meaning computer controller, in case you were unfamiliar with that term. The political newcomer had some star power on his side. He is friends with Oprah Winfrey, who helped him campaign and raise money nationally. Emphasizing that this week's tragedy is a moment for Moore to rise to the occasion, Kay Wise Whitehead, a professoress of communication and African American Studies at Loyola University, Maryland in Baltimore, has attested that, and here I quote a she, "When you look at tragedies and you look at crises, there is a potential that it's either going to lift you up or pull you down. We tend to rank some of the greatest presidents and governors based upon what they do during a moment of crises. I believe we are watching the door open for him to make that next step towards national politics. He is going to run for president. I would be surprised if he does not." So let's tackle that question of higher office, because indeed, even since before Moore's inauguration, there was speculation about an eventual presidential bid. Many have compared Moore to former President Barack Obama. The trois men have numerous parallels in their personal lives, including being sons of immigrants, growing up with single moms, and gaining fame through their memoirs. But the real difficulties may come as the months and years of cleanup and construction drag on. It's likely the bridge will not be rebuilt before Moore is up for re-election in 2026. David Carroll, a political science professor at the University of Maryland, observes that Moore has seemed in his element this week regardless. To quote us, the governor has tried to lower expectations a little bit. He said this is not going to be fixed in days or weeks, but it's going to be a very big challenge. He looks empathetic, and he looks in charge. And I think it plays to his rhetorical strength and his personality. Now, Matthew Crenson, a longtime Maryland politics observer and professor at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, says he was a faculty advisor to a young Moore, even when the future governor was an undergrad at Johns Hopkins. Crenson recalls one particular conversation with Moore during that era, but regarding comparisons to President Obama and Moore's possible presidential future, Crenson has words of caution. To quote his at length and verbatim, "It's easy to oversell somebody like that because from the outside they look perfect. Once they get in office, they have to face a lot of messy issues that will sort of spatter them with mud. We were talking about his political career, which didn't exist yet. I suggested that, like all people with political ambitions in Maryland, he should run for the House of Delegates. And he said no, he would prefer an executive position. And of course, that's exactly what he got, right out of the box. So far, he hasn't faced any really devastating challenges until this, and I think this will be the test. We'll be able to see whether there's really steel behind that resume." At the same time that Moore is dealing with the aftermath of the bridge collapse, the governor is also facing multi-billion-dollar budget deficits in the coming years, possibly bringing tax hikes to the state. All this has the potential to get in the way of Moore's campaign promises, which include fighting poverty and crime and creating more affordable housing throughout the state. In a small bright spot, the macroeconomic impact will likely be limited. While Baltimore is the United States' 17th largest port, and there will be some costs and delays, particularly around automobiles and coal, other ports will quickly handle rerouted container ships. There is a reason, however, that economic concerns immediately spiked. The global shipping industry is having a bit of a rough time right now. International shipping traffic is being choked at two separate vital points, the Panama Canal in the Western Hemisphere and the Suez Canal in the Eastern, which combined account for more than half of the container shipping that links Asia and North America. And as awful as this Baltimore incident was, it was, by all accounts, a rogue accident. Well, all accounts thus far. The root causes of these other disruptions, though, they're not quite as easily fixed. And even Baltimore's a bitch. Oh, plus pirates. Real life fucking pirates. Honest to God privateers are fucking back. With a vengeance. Global shipping's current problems, well, let me briefly explain them. The Baltimore incident encapsulates one thing really well. Just how globalized the shipping industry is. The Dali was a Singapore-flagged ship with an all-Asian Indian nationality crew operated by the Danish company Maersk and on its way to Sri Lanka. Thankfully, there were no injuries reported among the crew of the ship except for the guy that was injured. Meaning, yeah, somebody got fucking hurt, hospitalized, and then brought back to the ship, at gunpoint, like I said. That ship is their prison now. Their little Guantanamo Bay. Their hell on earth. In a little tin bucket. This degree of interconnectedness and how fragile it all is probably feels familiar by now. Remember the wide swath of consumer goods that were subjected to back orders and shortages in 2021 as the global supply chain fell victim to a series of interconnected problems, including, but definitely not limited to, issues with container ships and ports. Or, more hilariously, remember the delays and memes the ship Ever Given spawned when it got stuck in the Suez Canal? This year is shaping up to be another difficult one for global shipping. Low water levels in Panama, the result of a prolonged drought that began in early 2023, forced canal officials late last year to cut the number of ships that pass through each day from the normal 38 to just 24. That's left some ships stranded for more than 12 weeks, and others taking costly roundabout routes. Major shipping companies are even switching some freight to railroad land bridges across parts of the country. And in the Red Sea, the Houthis, a Yemen-based rebel group that controls much of the country's north, have been waging an increasingly serious campaign of attacks against shipping, purportedly in protest of Israel's extermination of Palestinians in the Gaza Holocaust. Ships are rerouting here too, this time around the Horn of Africa, or facing the risk at added cost. At the start of this month, the Houthis sank a ship, and while the group is reportedly allowing safe passage to some ships, those affiliated with the Sino-Slavic Synaxis, IDES, the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, that's not necessarily a foolproof guarantee. Between the twain, prices for freight containers from Asia to these United States have doubled over the last 6 months. Can't we fix this? I'm getting that already. It would be tempting to look at both of these issues and think, things will get better soon. And in some ways, they will. Take the Panama Canal problem. The cuts are, canal officials repeatedly say, a responsible adaptation to a particularly bad year. Droughts have happened before, and the weather phenomenon El Niño is exacerbating droughts throughout the Americas, with devastating consequences. But this isn't just a bad year. There are systemic issues at play with no quick answers. Climate change is worsening extreme weather events around the world, including droughts. And that's running up against another competing need. As Dulcidio de la Guardia, a director at the Morgan & Morgan Group in Panama, told the Latin American advisor in February, the lakes that provide water to the canal are the same ones used to supply drinking water to the major cities of the country, and water consumption has increased more rapidly than forecasted due to population growth and poor management, waste, inefficiencies, and corruption at the state-owned water company. There are potential solutions, but no easy or immediate ones. And then in the Red Sea, while the Houthis might temporarily halt or reduce their attacks if a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas comes through, there's no guarantee that they'll stop altogether. That's because, as one Yemeni analyst told Vox columnist Josh Keating, the attacks serve a lot of the group's other aims, allowing them to disrupt economic activity, extract political concessions, and bolster their standing. Having achieved that, they show no signs of backing down, even in the face of Western military strikes. Moreover, this is part of a broader trend of increased geopolitical instability, all of which can impact, and increasingly is impacting, global shipping. You can also look into the fact that Russia is blocking Ukrainian grain from transiting the Black Sea at times during this war. Fears about how a war over my Taiwan will affect the global economy, and more. What's happening in the Red Sea, in other words, is symptomatic of something fundamental. About the Houthis attack, in December, Rahul Kapoor, the head of shipping analytics and research at S&P, Standard & Poor's Global Commodity Insights, told Bloomberg that the principle of freedom of navigation is being challenged here. I'm not trying to be alarmist. Global shipping is a resilient industry. So mine own late and sainted legal sire so told me. But countries' militaries and international shipping companies alike are thinking and planning for more maritime disruptions. Customers, unfortunately, should be too. Nikos Nomikos, a professor of shipping finance and risk management at Bayes Business School in London, has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, "The industry is going to find medium to short-term solutions against these particular obstacles, and that any disruption's net result will be an increase in the freight cost, either because you have more fuel consumption and longer transit times, or because you require a premium to compensate you for the risks that you face. But there be planes that can tow trailers, just like a truck. It could be the future of shipping." You see, by adding a glider without any engine whatsoever behind a cargo plane, it's possible to carry twice as many packages and shrink the carbon footprint of air delivery. Shipping packages by plane has a massive carbon footprint compared to trucks, trains, or ships. But one startup has a new approach to shrinking the emissions from next-day air, attaching an extra glider to a cargo plane, a little like a U-Haul trailer for aviation. Todd Greitz, one of the co-founders of the startup called Aerolane, is quoted as saying, "You're doubling the payload, but using only one engine and essentially one tank of gas." Now, Greitz, who previously worked on drones for the railroad BNSF, which, if I remember the acronym for, was BNSF Railway, the largest freight railroad in the United States. I can't remember what the acronym stood for, but I remember what they are. One of 6 North American Class 1 railroads. BNSF has 36,000 employees, 33,400 miles of track in 28 states, and over 8,000 locomotives. It has 3 intercontinental routes that provide rail connections between the western and eastern United States. Founded back in 1995 as a recent development. So this man who previously worked on drones for that railroad, Greitz, has partnered with Gur Kimchi and Doron Appelboim, who worked on drone delivery at Amazon. They realized that there must be a way to solve a common problem with aerofreight. Boxes often fill up all of the cubic space inside a plane before they reach the weight limit, so planes don't haul as much as they could. As they studied the problem, they came across NASA research about using gliders. They also learned that the United States military had used gliders in World War II to deliver soldiers and supplies. The basic concept is simple. A tow line connects to aircraft. The one in the back doesn't have any engine. When the plane and glider, dubbed an aerocart by Aerolane, take off, it uses a little extra fuel. Once it's at cruising altitude, Greitz testifies that, in his words, the glider is already at a rate of speed where it naturally wants to glide. The glider takes advantage of the currents from the plane in front in the same way that geese flying in a V shape can fly more efficiently. Per Grates, you can find pockets behind that aerocraft where you literally are surfing on the wake of the air. Some companies already use gliders recreationally now. It's possible to book a ride in a place like the Arizona desert and let a small plane launch your glider into the air, where it then disconnects and soars silently on thermal currents. Aerolane will use existing FAA, Federal Aviation Administration regulations for gliders. It's starting to work with the agency to get approval for the things it will do differently as it hauls cargo. That includes adding automation to control the glider as it follows a plane on long flights. The gliders will attach to existing cargo planes in front. Aerolane also plans to start by using retired planes as its gliders, removing any parts that it doesn't need from the engine to passenger seats. Recycling old planes is a faster way to get the system into operation. Grates has gone on record to state that, in his own words, this is not a 10 or 5-year plan on some of this stuff. We're going to put some of this into commercial use next year. That timeline will depend, of course, on getting FAA approval quickly enough. Eventually, the company plans to use custom gliders designed from scratch for carrying extra cargo. It will make the gliders in different sizes to pair with different sizes of aeroplanes. To lower emissions even more, the gliders could be used with planes running on sustainable aviation fuel. Right now, the alternative fuel is expensive, but because Aerolane's system reduces the cost of shipping so much, it could make the new fuel financially viable on more flights. The system has other environmental advantages. If companies like UPS or FedEx could use simple gliders, especially if those gliders are recycled from planes that otherwise would have been retired, they can avoid the carbon footprint of building complex new planes. Grates says, naturally reduces emissions even before they put something into the air. The company is now in discussions with potential customers. Grates argues that the approach could be widely used. To quote his T, we don't know of a situation where an airline operator would not be concerned about saving operational costs, fuel costs, wear and tear, and equipment. What we do know is that if around 30% of current cargo planes started using trailers, it could eliminate around 60 million tons of CO2 emissions each year. See, remergent World War II technologies, such as this, are why fossil fuel producers are oddly optimistic in the climate change era. Coal, oil, and natural gas producers have found their vision for a low-carbon world. The coal, oil, and gas industries are embracing clean energy, but preparing for more fuel demand. There is increasing alarm about West Texas oil fields that continue to produce toxic water leaks, of course, but there be a price to pay for everything. Lawmakers are rushing to stop a catastrophic level event at Texas oil fields, where it's been said, we are going to have complete and utter ecological devastation. In terms of what's happening, Marfa Public Radio has reported that the latest event was detected in Crane County in early December when brine water poured out of the earth and over ranch land. The well wasn't plugged until January 29th, and the remediation project cost $2.5 million United States dollars. Mitch Borden has reported that the water contained 154,000 chloride parts per million and at times flowed at 330 barrels or 13,860 gallons per hour, thus, in his words, creating a marsh-like scene. It was not always clear where it was even coming from. It took 9 days to identify 12 wells and multiple other sources of the water. The Railroad Commission of Texas, the RCT, which regulates the oil and gas industry in the Lone Star State, dug and lined 20 containment pits and had vacuum trucks remove the water. Sarah Stojner, an area attorney, rancheress, and critic of the RRC, the Railroad Commission, which, through its oil and gas division, regulates the exploration, production, and transportation of oil and natural gas in Texas, thus stated, and here I quote as she, "There was a big crack. You could hear the water flowing underneath your feet, and you could see bubbles. It was like being at the beach." Why is this concerning? The problem, perhaps caused by the injection of oil and gas wastewater underground and resulting increases in subsurface pressure, is so prevalent and productive that one leak has spawned a 60-acre body of water, Lake Bomer. In addition to water, that abandoned Wildcat well emits deadly hydrogen sulfide gas. These zombie wells are causing other issues as well, including sinkholes. On March 5th, Bill Birch, who was defeated in the Democratic primary for a seat on the RRC, went on record to state, and here I quote his T, "The worst thing about this one is that it's toxic and radioactive produced water that is going into the groundwater. That is a horrendous, worst case scenario, catastrophic level event to occur in oil and gas in West Texas. This is now definitive, unquestionable proof that the future of usable groundwater in Texas is at risk due to the saltwater disposal issue." The commission said it protected any threat to freshwater and that area water remained uncontaminated, noting the brine water stopped flowing January 21st and that the well had been cased and cemented. In a news release, the commission stated, and here I quote as they, "Although there is no evidence to suggest that this is an orphan oil and gas well, the RRC acted quickly to remediate the water flow in Crane County because the RRC will make every effort possible to protect fresh water in Texas." Of course, what can be done? In February, Colorado landowners sued an oil company for abandoning wells. In January, Texas received $80 million United States dollars in federal funding to plug orphan wells. The RRC Deputy Executive Director Danny Sorrell stated, "TRC and the Bureau of Economic Geology researchers have what you call a war room to try to figure out what's going on in this area. It has unusual geology and unusual water flows. We want to get to the bottom of this and stop it." Crane County is in the middle of the Permian Basin, which covers 75,000 square miles in Texas, New Mexico, and Mexico. The country is hundreds of miles from El Paso and San Antonio. 14 miles to the north in neighboring Ector County is Odessa, of Friday Night Lights fame. To quote us the aforecited Ma Dame Barrister Stojner, "If we don't stop this now, we are going to have complete and utter ecological devastation anywhere we've had historic oil and gas wells." Now, this is simply to counterbalance the fact that fossil fuel companies at CERAWeek, C-E-R-A Week, all one word, held on site the George R. Brown Convention Center in Houston, Texas, are optimistic in the climate change era. Now, my son's husband, Sugar Daddy, as we call him to prevent anyone from finding out his identity, told me to keep quiet on this. All the while that it was going down, he wanted to make sure he had everything under control with what he was dealing with in regards to his connection to this event. And since things have stabilized, I can now publicly speak of this. This was the week before last that this took place. I stayed quiet about it all throughout the time that it was ongoing. I stayed quiet about it the week after that just to make certain that things had settled down. I am now allowed to speak on this subject. And this is something that will rock your world, as I already did when I helped you all out at Dubai. Of course, as I said, everybody was just basically at Dubai fucking around and basically talking about how they were going to sell out to big oil and what they were going to do to basically fuck over planet Earth so that they could all just make money selling us the same shit, causing toxic spills that I've just described to all of you so that you could maintain your economies for as long as you possibly could, while, of course, killing Mother Earth and leaving all your children's children to die while wallowing in radioactive toxic filth. This is what was going on in COP28, which was this year's big conference. And it was run into the ground by the Sultan Ahmed Al Jaber, who runs the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. And former Vice President Al Gore rallied all the critics who proved selling oil should disqualify anyone from a leadership position in the climate fight. This was, of course, the product of the Israelis selling their Holocaust as a product to the United Arab Emirates. And, of course, the United Arab Emirates purchased their Holocaust, opened up a Holocaust memorial museum, and as a result, were plugged by the Israelis to the rest of the world, which took their advisement and held COP28 in Abu Dhabi. That they also host the Fortune Global Forum with sponsorship from their Zionist collaboration government, no less. So, at any rate, this is just something that was abominable. It was something that had all the blood boys in tears because they're looking forward to a world that they can live in, as opposed to some mess like this that was coming along. But of course, my son's husband was there on site. I said, just make certain he gets me a line to the Sultan Al Jaber. At which time I suggested to him, why don't you just create an alternative fuels company, nationalized, like the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company you already run, and then use that to make money coming and going. And he basically said, Allah, inspiration. And went and did just that. You can build statues for me later. After that, the people at Abu Dhabi signed this first international agreement to change the world, to basically wean off fossil fuels, that has ever been signed. It was something that, until that point, well, there was no hope that it would ever be signed. It took appealing to, well, one man's greed and desire to, get him coming and going, which, of course, once he was made to see the light, Allah be praised, he said, "Hail to the Prophet," not the prophet spelled with a PH, but the one spelled with an F, and decided that he was going to go green. Until then, he had said there was no science behind demands for phase out of fossil fuels. It was truly a fucking nightmare. And it's something that, thanks to my ability to speak a little bit of Arabic and Russian, some other languages, I can pull some stuff off here and there that, otherwise would be impossible. It's just something that I guess I'm just in the right time at the right place all too often. And the wrong time in the wrong place all too often as well. Aside from that being said, going back to the issue at hand right now. 12 years ago, Dubai became a hot favorite with Russians looking to flee the draft or park money there. That allure is now dimming. However, as the cost of living for expat Russians in the glitzy emirate surges and banks get stricter in enforcing sanctions, Russian money flows into the United Arab Emirates are showing signs of slowing. That's according to bankers, executives, and investment professionals. That, while in a video message projected onto massive screens in the packed George Brown Conference Hall just the week before last, Sultan Al-Jaber, the president of the COP28 climate conference held in the United Arab Emirates but yesteryear, graciously accepted a leadership award from one of the world's biggest energy industry conventions. Al-Jaber, who, when not running United Nations climate summits, is also the CEO of the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company, and has faced criticism from environmental groups for inviting major oil and gas companies to participate in the international climate negotiations. In fact, they dominated them, and all it was going to be was a free-for-all in fossil fuels. Until my phone call before they concluded the meeting, the conference, and that led to their last day conclusion of getting everybody to sign off on fossil fuels through phase-out. Al-Jaber also faced scrutiny for his comments that it's not necessary to eliminate fossil fuels to meet the Paris Agreement target of limiting warming this century to less than 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit, or 1.5 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. But over there in Houston, among the toxic radiated marshlands, before a much friendlier crowd, he remained defiant. With a model of a wind turbine sitting conspicuously on his desktop, Al-Jaber said, "If the world is going to meet its climate goals, every stakeholder has to act. Everyone had a seat at the table. Everyone was invited to contribute. And everyone did contribute." Now, CERAWeek by S&P, Standard & Poor's Global, an annual conference of oil, gas, coal, renewable, and nuclear energy industries, returned the invitation, putting the once taboo topic of climate change in its headline. Daniel Yearn, the author of the Pulitzer Prize-winning oil history titled The Prize, And the founder of CERAWeek then said, "It is no exaggeration to say that Al Jaber helped the global community chart pathways to a sustainable future." Then he tried to extricate his nose and tongue from 6 inches up Al Jaber's ass. Now, this conference wasn't meant to produce any formal agreements or treaties like COP28 was. But what the attendees said on stage and behind closed doors often ripple through the global energy industry. While only a sliver of the size of the last climate meeting, more than 8,000 delegates were at CERAWeek compared to more than 80,000 attendees at COP28, the conference represented some of the most powerful companies in the world with trillions of dollars at their disposal to shape the future of global energy and the climate. The theme this year was Multi-Dimensional Energy Transition, subtitled Markets, Climate, Technology, and Geopolitics. I mean, I would have been in pig heaven if I had been there. That unwieldy title is but an example of how that convention has grown in scope since it started in 1981, and how the industries it represents have begun to redefine their roles in a world constrained by rising average temperatures, yet still primarily dependent on the fossil fuels which cause the problem. What was once a low-key meeting of oil and gas executives and analysts to talk frankly and cut deals has become a slick, news-making tech conference where attendees are well-fed and, after hours, well-lubricated by sponsors. I'm talking alcoholic beverages at this point, not the... No, well, that shit goes on too, let's be real. Think of it as Davos for the oil and gas set, hosted in the energy capital of the United States. Mark Brownstein, Senior Vice President for Energy Transition at the EDF, the Environmental Defense Fund, who has attended the conference for decades, told the Fourth Estate, 20 years ago, you could not have a conversation here about climate change. Full stop. By now, everyone at CERAWeek has gotten the memo on global warming and understood the assignment, at least in rhetoric. The world's largest energy firms have come to a general consensus that the world is shifting toward clean energy, but that fossil fuels are still going to be necessary for the foreseeable future. To quote as Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm, these truths are not in conflict. The momentum of the clean energy transition is undeniable. Even as we are the largest producer of oil and gas in the world. Every talk and panel discussion nodded to the energy transition toward carbon management, efficiency, and clean tech. When it comes to energy sources, wind, solar, hydropower, natural gas, oil, hydrogen, coal, nuclear, geothermal, and even fusion, CERAWeek has truly embraced diversity, equality, and inclusion. There's your DEI from a corporate level. That's for Troy Bellamy when he reviews this. How's that for DEI, Troy? Not the kind he was thinking of, mind you. It's inclusive of elements as opposed to human beings, but hey, we got to start somewhere. And if the elements can get together in diversity, well, it's a great example for humans to someday follow, I suppose. At any rate, let's say this to qualify. Even with greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere reaching levels not seen in aeons after the hottest year humans have ever measured, the fossil fuel industry, whose products are driving climate change, sees a bright future for itself. After all, despite the extraordinary expansion of clean energy generation, fossil fuels have only lost a small share of the global energy mix and are still expecting more growth. I mean, let's put it this way in terms of just realism when I try to put it into perspective. Oil is not tobacco. When in February of 2020, in terms of let me harken back to, how do I say this? It was on the 31st of January, really. Friday, the 31st of January in 2020, CNBC's Jim Cramer, after Exxon and Chevron reported disappointing earnings, probably costing him a lot of money in terms of his shares, on Friday morning, as dated the 31st of January in 2020, CNBC's Jim Cramer sputtered live on air, "I'm done with fossil fuels. They're just done. We're starting to see divestment all over the world. These stocks don't want to be owned by young people. The world's turned on them. They're tobacco." Now, Cramer may be right about investor sentiment. Energy today accounts for just 3.8% of the value of the Standard & Poor's, the S&P 500, down from 16% in 2008. And the sharp market reaction that Friday that caused him to essentially break down on live television proved even the remaining investors were skittish. Exxon stock fell 4.1%, and Chevron fell 3.8% that day, wiping out 19 billion United States dollars in market value. But Cramer was dead wrong comparing oil to tobacco. If the tobacco industry shut down tomorrow, the world would simply be a much better place. Full stop. If the oil industry shut down, we'd return to the Dark Ages, with human suffering on an unprecedented scale. Billions would die. Global demand for oil and gas, at least according to a McKinsey report I sourced, won't peak until after 2030. In the meantime, the industry needs to keep doing what it is doing. Shunning oil and gas stocks is a spectacularly silly way to fight climate change. So, what's an investor who's concerned about climate change to do? Well, first of all, don't focus on the product, focus on the production. Investors and regulators should be riding herd on producers to control gas flaring and methane emissions. They should pressure them to invest in cleaner production methods and in alternative fuels. And they should be skeptical of companies planning massive investments to reach more supply. All of that points it, at the time, 2020, to picking Chevron over Exxon. Indeed, that might have been the one case where share buybacks made sense. If Chevron could not create the energy future itself, better to free up its capital for those who could. Now, when it comes to where we're at today, after providing you that context in what time we have remaining, heading into our last hour, the majors believe that technologies like carbon capture and storage will allow them to continue selling their wares as emissions regulations ratchet down, and that power-devouring technologies like artificial intelligence, which is already consuming enormous amounts of energy. You have no idea how much in terms of what they call artificial intelligence, and it's really just expert systems, as I've said. You've got I'm trying to figure out a way to express how much energy artificial intelligence consumes, and let's see now if I could remember. I mean, AI already uses as much energy as a small country, and it's only the beginning. The energy needed to support data storage is expected to double by 2026. You can do something to stop it. So, if anyone says slow AI with any meaning behind it, it would be Douglas Dietrich telling you about this aspect of AI. This is the aspect of AI to fucking worry about. In January, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, issued its forecast for global energy use over the next 20 years. Included for the first time were projections for electricity consumption associated with data centers, cryptocurrency, and these expert systems people misnomer as artificial intelligence. The IE estimates that, added together, this usage represented almost 2% of global energy demand in 2022. And that demand for these uses could double by 2026, which would make it roughly equal to the amount of electricity used by the entire empire of Japan. We live in the digital age, where many of the processes that guide our lives are hidden from us inside computer code. We are watched by machines behind the scenes that bill us when we cross toll bridges, guide us across the internet, and deliver us music we didn't even know we wanted. All of this takes material to build and run: plastics, metals, wiring, water, and all of that comes with costs. Those costs require trade-offs. None of these trade-offs is as important as in energy. As the world heats up toward increasingly dangerous temperatures, we need to conserve as much energy as we can get to lower the amount of climate-heating gases we put into the air. That's why the IEA's numbers are so important, and why we need to demand more transparency and greener AI going forward. And it's why right now we need to be conscientious consumers of new technologies, understanding that every bit of data we use, save, or generate has a real world cost. So, our man, Peter Moon, has joined us. So here was the situation, Peter Moon. My son's husband attended what was...
I've been listening.
Okay, yes. So he was involved with the AI aspect of extreme energy consumption. So he told me, of course, to keep quiet about this until he made certain everything had stabilized. And of course, you've got the picture. So let's have you respond. Let's have you.
Well, I was gonna come down anyway, because I was finishing my qigong workout, and I was gonna come down anyway. But as soon as you mentioned, this is a beautiful thing of qigong. As soon as I finished my workout, you started talking about the power of AI.
Yes.
And well, first off, you're not going to stop these guys. You know, even if Douglas Dietrich were to become a cultural reference point of rhetoric, you know, because if the books do well, and you know, it's like, what does Douglas Dietrich say? You know, if even if it were to get to that,
yeah,
it's not like, wow, Douglas, we're going to stop. We're going to stop because Douglas. No, they're just going to continue doing what they do until a blow of chi or energy or whatever changes them for whatever Plutonian energy. But this is the thing, where this becomes very interesting from my reference point is where can they get limitless supplies of energy is David Anderson's technology. Now all of a sudden his technology becomes useful in another reference point and becomes critical. Now, if it becomes really critical, not to the point where they're trying to manipulate it, but where they need it. They need it. I need more power. I remember this guy, the guy who brought that little elf boy.
Yes.
Elf boy. The guy who brought him there, who was an engineer by profession, but I remember him saying to me on the phone, he goes, he wanted my books to have more mind control. He goes, we need more mind control, more mind control, more mind control. Like, that's where he resonated at, was mind control. And he ended up being institutionalized.
He got his mind control all right.
He did. It was very sad, too, because he was very coherent when I knew him.
Jesus.
And he got a lot of stuff, and his daughter, she passed away. I think he's passed away too, but she was, she was pagan to the core and alcoholic, and I think he called the police on. I mean, it was a crazy dynamic. When I knew them, they seemed to be in sync. But be that as it may, more mind control. These people need more energy, more power. And this time reactor supplies an incredible, limitless amount of it.
Yes.
And what's interesting about David is what his sister told me, that when he was a kid, he just kind of stay in his room and just like he was very private.
Yeah.
I mean, not that he wasn't social with his sisters, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he was very much a lone wolf unto himself, and this is very much the sign of Scorpio, which he is. And it's like having all this knowledge of power, and then these guys want to get it, and because with all these crazy ass people wanting more power for expert systems that are going to feed on itself, and then there's definitely an apocalyptic theme when it comes to all of this stuff, all of it congealing or coming together at one critical mass. Like where does this how does it all fit together? That's what I found fascinating when you're talking about all this need for power. And you have a lot of crazy things going on with putting up windmills, and even when I think of, you're talking about the oil fiasco, it's like, if I was just talking to two of my old friends from California. They called me just before the show, about a half hour before the show.
Wow.
And one had read my book. One was a very close friend. The other one, he was a year older in school, and he remembered me, and he read the books. He wanted to talk to me, and he was the one who sailed. The two of these guys sailed up the Pacific Ocean on his boat, and my friend was just amazed at what a good sailor he was, because it's dangerous. And then I realized in talking to them, and I told them, the reason that Pacific current is so tumultuous, going up or even going down for that matter, is the Kuroshio current.
Yes.
It's like, ooh, that's real, man.
Yes.
That's real. And he sounded like he knew what I was talking about, although I don't know that he did when I mentioned it.
Oh.
But nevertheless, all of this power is everything's headed somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's headed on a critical vector, and wow. And the other thing is, the more popular you get, the more your stuff becomes known.
Yeah.
It's inevitable that it will.
Yes, thank you.
It's not going to be hard for certain people to figure out who Sugar Daddy is.
At some point, probably, yes.
Yeah, it's not going to be hard, for certain people. And it's not even anything you say about him. It's just what you've already said about him. It's not, but yeah. So I don't know. Like all of these political crises you're mentioning.
Yes.
And like this windmill stuff. We have these stupid windmills. There's all sorts of stupid solutions to the energy crisis. And what it all comes down to is power central. Power central. Like I remember this guy who was fighting the utility company, and I think it was Riverside County, the water company. He had some issue with them. He was a customer of mine.
Uh-huh.
And the guy, he had him. This guy had the utility company over a barrel with regards to what they'd done, and the guy at the utility company said, "You can't fight us." In other words, he just kind of he was right.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, you don't really have any rights when it comes to certain things. They are power central.
Yes.
Now, utility companies, while they can have their problems, they're generally not as vicious as maybe some of the deep state operators or intelligence agencies.
Right.
But they're just it's like trying to move a Goliath. It's like they just don't care. They don't have to care. It's they can just laugh at you. So, but this is what power is about. So when you get to, and I've explained that they had a way you could get to New York City to Montauk in 20 minutes instead of the hours it takes. I mean, it's about a 3-hour drive by car. And if you take the train is not an easy, because of all the skipping and jumping you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to take the train to Jamaica, which is at least 20 minutes, and then take the railroad out to Montauk. And then at a certain point at Montauk, they don't have electric rails. They have diesel train. There's certain train, part of the Long Island Railroad, which runs on diesel.
Interesting.
They look comparatively like jalopies compared to a more modern electric train. The Long Island Railroad's very modern and electric, but certain portions of it are just these old diesels.
Mm-hmm.
So the point is that when they had the train that would go 300 miles an hour, like a Japanese bullet train,
right,
to Montauk, they could not build it because the politicians of the local communities were having pissy fits about who would own the concessions to the newspaper stands and the kiosks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. They always used to have, well, they still do, the kiosks with newspapers and candy and smoke and all that, cigarettes and stuff. But in the day, and I would almost always get the paper. But if you were to pick up a paper now, it's like paper thin. It feels like, it may be more, but it feels like it's about 10 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Papers aren't what they used to be.
That's right. No, it's very sad.
But that's because you have a cell phone that you can look at.
Yes.
So you don't need the kiosks. You kind of, and I imagine they've gone down in business. I don't know.
Oh,
but
God. Just another extinction. Yes, but go on. Yes.
The point of it is that you have political interests that are there for selfishness and greed. Very seldom does it concern the interests of the people.
Yeah.
This political greed. So this is a problem that you're going to have in any area of getting green to the world. I know what I was going to say about California. I'm thinking, I was talking to them about the problem with California. It's too crowded.
Mm-hmm.
And when I grew up, there were oil derricks all over the place. And I'm not talking about when I lived in the oil country. Also in Southern California, LA area was oil country as well. And home of the La Brea tar pits.
Yeah.
There were not only these derricks, oil derricks, there were these pumps, these iron horses, that would go up and down. And I would see them. And then when I was a very young boy, and I'd get excited and I'd point, we'd go by in the car with my mother, I'd say, Daddy, because my daddy worked in the oil business. So I'd see Daddy there.
Right.
Interesting. These things were all over.
Yeah.
And Signal Hill, which Douglas mentions in the book, The Roswell Deception, where there were Japanese flying craft over or crashed near. There was Signal Hill is a big place in Long Beach, or adjacent to Long Beach. I think it's in Long Beach, where they had a huge fire. They had these huge oil tanks, and every Halloween they'd paint it with a big pumpkin on it.
That's adorable.
Oh yeah, it was fun because we go by, I want to see the pumpkin. But so when I was there last time, and I think it was, my daughter was driving my friend's cousin to the airport in Long Beach, and I looked up at Signal Hill, or maybe when we were going to Huntington Beach, I said, Signal Hill, it's like, where is it? It's like, God, there's no oil derricks on it. There's no oil tanks. It's all gentrified.
Wow.
And all of these oil pumps are gone.
Wow.
They're gone. And, okay, there was a place, I think it was near Seal Beach, which is south of Long Beach, but there was a place down there called Tin Can Alley.
Right.
Everybody could just drop their tin cans.
Interesting.
We never did that, but I'm saying, people, it was like this mountain of tin cans.
Yeah.
And it was like a valley, Tin Can Alley. And it was like, maybe industry did it, or, bars and stuff. I don't know. And these tin cans were real tin cans. I mean, they were thick.
Yeah.
And eventually they cleaned the whole thing up. But California, Southern California in those days, with all of these horrendous looking things. Now, I grew up with them. I didn't think of them as horrendous. They were just part of the environment. There were also many areas of California that were, I guess, beautiful. The beach was not particularly exotic, like a Tahitian beach or even a nice Florida beach. They weren't particularly. Maybe if you get up north of LA into the Ventura area, Santa Barbara, but no. But the thing is, California had such a higher quality of life with all this oil industry. And that's because of the population. It's all population driven. The more people, it's like you'd enjoy yourself far more in 1960 Southern California beach than you would now. Even if you were rich and had people coming to you with margaritas or whatever your fantasy was.
Yeah, interesting.
It's just too many people, and this is a problem all over the country. And I was even talking about it the other day with a friend of mine in Romania, or from Romania, not in Romania right now, but telling me, I was showing her how the ruins of Capidava, which is where Atlanticon is, have been all souped up and fixed up with lights. They've been all built up, and it's like, why? They're not going to tell the truth about the ancient area,
right?
But they're not the deeper truths. And it's like, there's now an airport, an international airport. She told me in Brasov, where she lives. Brasov is where the Bronze Castle is.
Oh.
The pendulous castle. That's not why they built it, but in other words, teeming. People are investing in Romania. It was much busier last year when I was there. You could just feel the commerce and real tragedy. I was telling her, and she says, "No, there's no change. It's this road between Brasov and Sinaya and this is goes right through Busteni, which is where you get to the Sphinx. It's just a 2-lane, and it gets so bad on a Sunday night or a weekend, or it can be bad anytime. it's just like you talk about traffic jam. And there's no real room to build. You'd have to build a double-decker highway.
Wow.
That's what you'd have to do to make the traffic flow. And it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant to be on there. So the world, even in remote places like that, is getting way too crowded.
Wow.
Way too crowded. We got to all move out to the the territory out there where they were dropping the bombs, where there is nobody.
Well, there's yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say there could as well be a catastrophic population decline due to climate change, famine, a number of other issues. But go on.
Well, yeah, and then when I returned to Taft in, I think it was 1999 or 2000. I think it was 1999 when I wanted my daughter to see part of where I'd grown up.
Mm-hmm.
So me and her and my sister, we got in. We drove through the Los Padres National Forest, which used to be the quick route into in between San Joaquin Valley and Carpinteria, Ventura, where I used to go to the beach. And it was horrible. First off, it was far more twisty and turny than I remembered. And I was driving, and my daughter was not feeling too well about it at all.
Ooh.
But there's nothing you can do. But the worst part of it was not that, was that the forest was all burnt down.
Yeah.
There used to be a forest there. It wasn't the best forest in terms of California forests, because they have some really beautiful ones up by Lake Tahoe and up in Yosemite and Sequoia. But still, there was no forest. It was just a bunch of burnt trees.
Yeah.
And then when we get there to Taft, and because I wanted to go to Ong's Cafe, or was it Ong's Cafe? Yeah, Ong's Cafe. I said this was funny because it was like Ong's hat.
Right.
And I went there, and it was Chinese people own this. It was a very cheesy sort of environment because like with panel, but food was incredible.
Cool.
But Chinese had moved there. It was very Chinese because I said, who else is going to move to this town? The oil industry's dead.
Right.
The Chinese saw it as an opportunity because it was cheap.
Right.
Chinese people.
Yeah.
Trying to make it in this world.
Yeah.
And I thought that was funny. Now, pretty much the development between there and Bakersfield has pretty much increased so much that it's shocking. And the ultimate question is, why would anybody want to live there? Well, the main reason is because one can't afford to live in LA.
Yeah.
That would be the main reason. And the question you have to ask, why would you want to live in LA? Well,
well, plenty of reasons economically.
Commercial reasons for
yeah.
To make a living.
Yes.
That would be that. So all of this it comes down to people, the quality of life, people, and it comes down to control and politics. Everything comes down to politics. Now, when I wanted to say something, because I heard you talking about the Joe Biden hogtie.
Yes.
No, because when I first heard this, I said, this sounds like an invention. Like, did Trump really, really promote this? And because I don't know that he did. I don't really care that he did. It's not my point. But when I first heard it, I said, I don't know if this is true, because I saw the Democrats using it as a huge talking point. Like, oh, well, he doesn't need to be doing this because he doesn't need to be doing it. Nevertheless, he's doing it. And what's happening right now in a big Trump case, it's one of his most vulnerable cases. I think it's the hush money, which is a criminal thing.
Yeah.
And the judge has put a gag order on him. But he's basically, and if he should do it more cleverly, in my opinion, he should have somebody else doing it. But he's saying the judge should recuse himself because the judge's daughter is making money off of this. And it sounds to me like a case that's clearly going to be overturned in the appellate if he loses, because the judge has improprieties.
Okay.
And this is the thing with his court cases. He seems to be, in the long run, for the most part, overcoming them, because there's not just deep prejudice. It's not the deep prejudice. There's conflict of interest, like this lady in Georgia. So it's like, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter. That's not really the point I wanted to make. That's just a comment. But there's 2 points with Trump and Biden being, well, I was going to say with Trump, my projection, if he were president, this is what he would do with those shipping things. Now, I don't, but knowing him, the way he thinks, the way he operates, from the Wharton School of Business, is that he would take the U.S. Army and he would protect those ports, and he would say, we're going to have commerce here. You want to stop us? This is the way he thinks.
Right.
In terms, he runs things like a business. And see, this is a big conflict. And this is aside from any proprietary conflict he might have.
Right.
The thing is, he runs things like a business. He puts this logic. And as I was saying about the Leo Wanta case, they want the United States to be in debt, who they are. But the government is not designed to run like a business. Governments don't run like a business.
No, they don't.
This is important. An inherent problem with the government, it's not a business, and because it's a control. It doesn't have to run like a business because it has control. It's like telling Genghis Khan he needs to, run his pancake kiosk. He can make him order, his pancakes, whatever he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, the old American logic, if every Chinese person bought a donut a day. Yeah, yes, there you go.
Exactly. And the government can do this, and just like the utility company. So there is a conflict of modalities between the way Trump acts, aside from any deep state conspiracy issues. There's a huge conflict of modalities in the way he operates vis-a-vis the way the government itself operates. So they can't, possibly be compatible in this regards. Now, with regards to the hog tying of Biden, I would wholeheartedly agree that this imagery is one of the most egregious imageries you could have for a president of the United States. And there was that comedian, Kathy Griffin, who was condemned resoundingly for, Well,
you did hear me bring her up, I hope.
I did.
I did bring her up.
But, in other words, the point is that this is a very taboo thing to do.
Yes.
Very taboo. And when I grew up, it was also very taboo to desecrate the American flag. That was one of the worst things you could do.
Right.
And it's not a good look or a smart look to do if you want to be, how to win friends and influence people.
Yes.
It's not a good, smart thing to do. Now, what's rhetorically interesting about this imagery, a lot of things in this world that were politically incorrect are now politically acceptable, if not encouraged. And this gets very interesting astrologically and geopolitically. I'm not saying it's good, but it's interesting. And so, in other words, the hardbound rules of today, okay, like say, used to have separate bathrooms for blacks and whites in the South.
Right.
This, with perhaps very rare exceptions, this is an absurd concept today.
Yeah.
Racism that exists has to be, for the most part, much more subtle, or you're not going to get away with it. So the mores of yesteryear are not the mores of today.
Good.
The United States has taken a lot of hits, and the Democrats will only rag. They will play to power. It's not about what's right and what's patriotic. It's about what's powerful and what will keep them in power. And that's for any political body, Republicans as well. And the Republicans have a very weird red heifer Christian agenda.
Yes, thank you.
So it's messed up either way. But what's interesting about the hog tying of Joe Biden what this imagery is evoking, and Trump could find himself in the same boat. I'm not saying he will, but he could if he becomes president, because we got to go back to where Pluto moves into Aquarius. It's into Capricorn. It's the American Revolution. As it moves into Aquarius, it's the French Revolution, and the French Revolution, at least with the politicians involved, was much more bloody.
Yes.
This was the invention of the guillotine.
Yes.
So when I see Joe Biden being hogtied, it's like, and then when we see the January 6th insurrection, the players could change. It could, you could see, I'm being imagery inventive here, but you see the guillotine being brought out on the, steps of the Capitol, and they're beheading politicians because they beheaded so many people in France. They had the Great Terror, or they had the Reign of Terror, and then the Great Terror. And the Great Terror, I think, lasted a week or two, and that's when finally it ended with the head of the French Revolution, the hero of the French Revolution, Maximilien Robespierre, being executed himself.
Yes.
Under the guillotine. So it's like, and that sort of ended it. And Napoleon came to the quote-unquote rescue by restoring peace because he had the arms. He was the right person at the right time.
Yes.
And he calmed things down, only, to be under threat of every crowned head of Europe because they were afraid he might unseat them. So
yes.
he had to go to war against all of Europe, including Russia. So like what's going to happen in the United States? It's like if Trump wins, it's going to rally the Republicans, and they're going to say, okay, we're going to have a good economy. I don't know if things are out of hand that way or not. Who can tell? But that would probably rally the stock market, and the heads of those companies that would rally and get richer would probably hate Trump more. They don't.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like it's so weird.
Yeah.
It's so surreal. So are the Democrats then going to have their own insurrection and say this is politically justified? These are peaceful protests, as they said in the riots in Seattle and Portland. These are peaceful protests, the Democratic politicians would say. But they weren't peaceful at all. It's not an insurrection. This is a peaceful protest. It's not violent if it's property. Nobody's hurt, if you destroy a building. It's not violent if nobody gets hurt. Meanwhile, they're blowing up buildings or whatever.
Yes.
This rhetoric changes. But the point I'm saying is, are we going to see some of these politicians, put out on the lawn, and that idiot who went to Nancy Pelosi's office and was sitting there, we'll be back. Maybe they will be back. There was in the French Revolution, July 14th, was the storming of the Bastille. It's a day that's celebrated in France to this day. And they were releasing the political prisoners. Well, what if they released? What if there was a movement? There was recently a bunch of prisoners released in Haiti, which was a French colony at one point.
Yes.
So, this is the French Revolution coming back. It was, right after Pluto goes into Aquarius. So, what if they broke this prisoner free, this one who, and then what if they broke this Paul Pelosi's intruder free, and they're taking the Pelosi's out on the Capitol lawn, the White House, and with a guillotine. I'm saying is, what is the, or maybe the Democrats will take Trump out there,
Yeah.
and at what point? Because we're in, as Douglas has said for a long time, a civil war.
Yes.
And it's not, and it's the idea of desecrating a president with threats. It's like you can get yourself locked up if you threaten the president.
Yes.
And this if he did do that, it's of course it's the whole thing is in very bad taste. But it's a more, they're saying, well, you made a picture, you're making fun of the guy. And you say, well, you're inciting insurrection. You're inciting this against the president. At what point do we get, as a culture, politically violent? Now, to look forward to Pluto going into Capricorn in September, this is when it would take place. Because Capricorn is a sign of violence. It's the sign of the goat, the sacrificial goat, the Baphomet, the devil. And Capricorns don't like violence, but they can understand it and stomach it sometimes better. And then if you have a deviant Capricorn, they could be the worst. So when Pluto goes to Capricorn, things could get violent in the political arena, not just in the United States, but in Russia, China. I don't think Taiwan will suffer any more than a few Scud missiles fired at it.
Thank you. Yeah,
that's what I would think, because what do they want to do?
Yes.
And these are just some of my thoughts on the circus, and I'm beginning to dislike the circus more and more.
Understandably.
So we're in an eclipse right now.
Yes.
We're in an eclipse season, and we're right in between it. The lunar eclipse on the 25th of March, maybe the 24th, and then the 8th. What's very interesting about the 8th is that these will be the days of the Book of the Law. The eclipse will be on the day of the Book of the Law. And I have always found those days very magically charged, because that book has had quite an influence. It's about a panoply of life force in the way DNA expresses itself in all of its myriad forms. I think that's and that's why it's such a disturbing book.
Yes.
Because when you read the text of it, and it, talks about unrestrained pleasure, unrestrained violence, these are the things of the tree of life itself.
Yes.
It's like they're not things you can contain. And Crowley is just like, talks in the preface to the book, well, you're going to see a lot of gays, and he doesn't call them gays. I don't even know what he calls them. Like, trans, he really kind of puts the Baphomet equation in there. You're going to see a lot of this stuff coming up, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. As if you were personally had a vested stake in keeping the sexes exactly the way Adam and Eve were.
Right. Well, a lot of people feel that way. Yeah.
Well, it's like, it's your identity. It's your identity, that most people are. You grow up and, you learn that you're a boy and you're different from a girl. And that you either shouldn't like girls or don't want to be a girl, or identified with a girl. That's the first thing you kind of learn with relation to the sexes. You might have a girl who's a friend of yours, And that kind of contradicts all this sort of shit you're told.
Yeah.
You know,
Yes.
So it's like some girls, oh, well, this girl's okay because you're not supposed to like girls.
At least that was the old, that was the old thought. Yeah, the old way.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
I would say when my daughter grew up, there was a lot more calmness and, not this built-in hatred that or dislike you were supposed to have for girls or boys. It wasn't like that when she grew up.
Uh-huh.
When I grew up, I was like, oh,
yeah,
those are the girls.
Right.
Just a bunch of crap. But the thing is, you get this identity that you're a boy.
Yes.
Or for me, I was a boy.
Yes.
Then as you get older, it's like you find out you're supposed to have sex with these creatures so that you can have babies. And that I found like disturbing. You were exposed to things at a very younger age in a very different way.
Yes.
But I remember, hearing, some of my schoolmates saying, my parents wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's a disturbing thought when one thinks of one's parents. Yeah,
it's not natural. It's not natural. So then, as the sexual functions of life are more embraced, and they're still not embraced properly, because we have all of this restriction on female nudity.
Yes.
On TV, yes. Like even indigenous YouTubes, they fuzz out the breasts.
Yeah, that's outrageous. That's so silly.
The reason they do that is because female breasts are the proprietary instances of pornographers.
Yeah. Yeah.
And pornographers are the primary control unit it ties to all of this occult stuff.
It is.
And the geopolitics. And it's best for the individual to distance himself from that as much as possible. You don't have.
When you were going to school, did they not have collections of National Geographic magazine, which always had the pictures of the naked?
That was okay, because that was in a context of understanding, and it was not pornographic at all.
Right, of course not.
It was not pornographic. It was studious, and yeah, it was different.
Yeah.
And you might even see it in a film, but it was in a different context, and it was not frequent. It was rare. Now, so, but everything you're talking about, and all of this oil, it all comes down to the politics, and the politics we will be experiencing, if not suffering, in the, as this election year comes around. And I can imagine that there would be tremendous sympathy for Biden or Kamala Harris going to the gallows or some reduced form in their political opponents. I could also see the same for Trump, because Trump is hated. Biden and Harris, I don't think people hate them as much as they're disgusted by them.
Yeah, well, they don't have enough of a personality to focus hatred on. It's hard to focus it.
It's like you're hating an old man, and even Hunter is saying, well, you're just going after me because my father's the president. How dare you impugn the character of my father because I'm a drug addict? It's like this is a theater of the absurd, and it was even one of the guys at football yesterday was, one of the quarterbacks, he was joking about Joe Biden. I've never heard. I mean, just the guy's just a fool. I don't want. It was in the context of, being in control of his team or something.
Interesting.
You think I'm Joe Biden? He was being humorous, but I'm just saying is like, nobody takes this. How can anybody take this guy seriously? He's not to be taken seriously. So it's like to hog tie him. It's like going and beating up Pee Wee Herman.
Yes. Yes.
It's like this is not somebody or some big tough wrestler taking Pee Wee Herman and wrestling him. It's like it's not a contest. This guy is not. He's not a worthy opponent of anybody.
Thank you.
He's a worthy prop. He's a worthy prop with Kamala Harris doing her hyena laugh in the background. It's a theater of the absurd that we're living in, and it's a good thing because they're not really in charge. I mean, they can sign documents.
Yes.
You know, Kamala Harris is in charge of our space program.
What a thing to think about. Yes.
Think of that. Yeah, she's in. You know, she oversees it, and she can. You know, we're sending somebody to the moon. You know, yeah, and it's like, what absurdity.
Yes.
So, you know, I was gonna in the show where I was hoping to go was into the connection between the serpent, the serpent consciousness, Naga, and as it related to, I don't even remember, but this is just ancient wisdom, the ancient wisdom of the serpent vis-a-vis, God, what was something in the book about, I'm doing the chapter on Shinto, don't even remember it, but I did have my own consciousness of the Naga coming to me, through me, speaking to me through the dream.
Excellent.
In the Palace of Fine Arts, and the Naga appeared to me in what was representation of the Palace of Fine Arts, and in San Francisco. It was like sort of a 1950s environment, and it was a meditation. I would only discover this on my trip to San Francisco in 2006 with Tantra, when we were at the warehouse in Fisherman's Wharf, looking at all the kiosks, not the kiosks, the pinball games, the what do they call these, arcades?
The arcades, yeah, the arcades.
The bathhouses at the end of Golden Gate Park, north of the Cliff House. What are they called? The baths. There's a name for them. I forget. Famous bathhouse.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, I can't remember.
But the point was, I'm in there.
Sutro baths.
The Sutro baths, yes. And then I'm in there and I see this, and you know, Tantra is Madeline and I are playing some pinball game, and then Tantra is looking at this viewfinder, and I look in the viewfinder and I look, there's the Palace of Fine Arts. She said, and I said, this is the exact thing I saw in my dream. And she says, yeah, well, she told us where it was, and then we drove over there. But what was interesting, in that very same warehouse where they had all of the arcade games from the Sutro facility where the bathhouses were, is they took those arcades and they made, you know, instead of them costing a penny or a nickel, they, you know, made them so you had to put in a quarter so they could make some money off of it. And then that same warehouse, I had been there in 1989, the year of the earthquake, with my first wife, and it was a museum of holography. 1989, it was a museum of holography.
Right. Wow.
And I think that's very curious.
Yes, it is.
Because holography, Presidio.
Yeah.
And I said, what's this? Why do they have this thing on holography here? Now, it's very watered down holography from what Douglas talks about.
Yes.
Holography.
Yes.
I thought that was very interesting.
Yes.
And
I vaguely remember it. The holograms were small, right? And they were just kind of like a graphic interchange format. They just kept replaying, just kind of silently replaying themselves, moving, replaying, but three-dimensional, small. Yeah, I vaguely. My dad took me to that. Legal father took me to that. And so where was that again?
That was in a warehouse in Fisherman's Wharf.
That's right. It was. I remember that. Yes. So yes, I did see that. And yeah,
And when we were there,
yeah.
it would have been during COVID with Paula, it would have been closed down.
Yes. Yes.
When we were there with JoJo, we didn't even have time to think about it.
Well, I'm sure it's not there anymore. It would be something
The
that
warehouse is still there.
right, but not the Museum of Holography. I'm certain
No, because they turned it into the Kia or the arcade warehouse. But now it's changed. That's years ago. That's like almost 20 years ago. But I'm saying it. When we were there with JoJo, Fisherman's Wharf was still pretty empty.
Yeah, yeah.
It was still like it must be back in action now, I would imagine.
I would think. I obviously, because I'm not a tourist, I don't go down there that often anymore.
But but the main, fish street, was loaded with, crabs and clams.
Yeah. I mean, when I was young, even though I wasn't a tourist, I loved going to Fisherman's Wharf all the time because it was, exotic and it was always interesting. My dad would take me to the goldfish stores, the fish stores. They used to have aquarium stores, so we could look at the aquariums and the stores. Not like the Steinhardt Aquarium. The stores had these fancy little aquariums that were fascinating to me, that they kept fish in some of these. We had a lot more pet stores back in the old days. You get less and less of them these days. Of course, we had a lot more bookstores. Peter knows how much the world has changed just as much as I do. He and I grew up in a world that, young people will never be exposed to. Things used to be around, actual things, full of books, full of aquariums, full of pets.
Places to go.
Yeah,
things to see.
Yeah.
Now you can go on the internet and hope it's not AI generated.
That's right. I mean, such facilities or stores, such businesses still exist, but it's like they rely on the internet so they can be in out-of-the-way bumfuck places because none of them could afford to be in a place like San Francisco. So you're like traveling all over America to reach these places now.
What's very interesting is that, I'm just thinking, well, what if you found out your dad, your mom were AI generated? See, this is the thing with Radu's work.
Yeah.
It is AI generated. Only ostensibly coming from the deepest bowels of Shambhala. You see, but in the end, you could say, well, it's all AI generated. It's all a trick. The whole world is. Some people like to say it's a simulation. It's a simulation.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what comfort they derive out of that, but yeah, just the way
I'll tell you what it's like. They figured something out.
Yeah,
they figured something out, and it's that's the old doctrine of Maya. It's all an illusion. It's all an illusion, and I think one of the most one of the glorious realizations in Scientology was they called the clear cognition, was that I realize I'm creating my own reactive mind. That's what you have to realize before you would be declared clear. And if you were to feed that to somebody else, it was very non-kosher. It was very forbidden. It was a high crime. So you get to these people who are now ragging on Scientology. Well, I'm making it all up, and I had to pay all this money to figure that out. Well,
interesting.
You did. I didn't feel bitter about this because I had things in my mind that I was creating. The more I became aware that I was creating it, and I was now empowered by that. So be it. But what do we have to get angry about? What do you get angry about? That you didn't know? You must have been pretty stupid.
Thank you. I was about to say, it sounds similar to what I tell people about these lower realms when people find themselves, due to their vibrational level, their density in terms of their baggage, and they sink to these lower realms, or that aspect of their soul which sinks to these lower realms in death. You're there only until you realize you don't belong there. Of course, to people, there's no real sense of time in these dimensions. They feel They could feel like they've been there for an eternity, and it could have been hours or years or whatever. But at the moment you realize you don't belong there is when you essentially will leave. It's kind of, this is how we judge ourselves. That's essentially the feeling I get when you're talking about this discovery that's given to people through the Scientology method. That
it's not given to you. You have to figure it out.
There we are. You have to earn it.
You have to figure it out. And once you figured out that you're creating your own reactive mind, then the problem is to deal with the reactive minds of others.
Right.
And then to, step up your own ability to do things.
Yes.
Towards self-empowerment. You're creating your own world. You're creating your own universe.
Yes.
And it's like, people get very angry. I was creating all this stuff in the first place. Why didn't you just tell me? And this person gets that angry. He's still creating his own mental trauma.
Yes, it's true. Yes, it's, you're digging the hole deeper. It's like let it go. Don't dwell on it. It's you found out now. Take it from there. So we've only got a few minutes left. Let's bring yourself and Aristides to say good morning to everyone. Take your time. We've got enough time left to take your time about saying good morning.
Awake is the question.
Aristides, are you awake? I wouldn't blame him if he's not. Oh my God, it was a brutal night. Both Heather Holman and Brendan Zoget had appointments today, and they stayed up throughout too long. Oh my God, I feel bad. So Aristides, join us, and Peter Moon's going to say good morning, but perhaps you'd like to say good morning first. Say good morning to everyone.
Hey, Sleepy. Good morning here. How are you doing?
Oh, morning. Glad you got some sleep. Nothing better than sleep.
So true. It's very important. Very important for health. Honestly, it's so important to living longer is sleep. Americans just do not get enough sleep. So definitely they need to make sure they do. So Peter, say good morning. Yes.
Good morning to everybody. Remember to donate to Douglas. And we'll be back. I'll be back on Wednesday, just a couple days.
Yes. Yeah, it'll feel like tomorrow, really. I mean, these days pass by very quickly. And but of course, even before then, even before we're back, Peter, Moon, and I we'll talk about that privately, I guess.
Yeah, but date tomorrow. That's right.
Yeah. Tuesday. Yes, that's correct.
Oh, great. Yeah. That's great.
Yeah. And so we'll be working on the book together. Do you care about making the time here? We could arrange for that here right now. Any time. What time is good for you? I mean, obviously I'd prefer as late in the day as convenient for you.
How about 7:00 my time, which would be
Sure, that'll be fine.
Time?
Yeah, so 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6. Yeah, that should be fine. So let's put 4 o'clock. I'm gonna edit that. And I'm going to
try and get some things in order with the book, because I have specific questions to ask you. And I was really looking forward to trying to work on the book yesterday, but I didn't get to it.
Okay.
Because I was all tired from football and whatnot.
Oh, understood.
And today, hopefully I won't be. I'll be back more normal. I'm looking forward to working on it today.
Yeah, great, good, and so things are going along just fine. And you're in my appointment book now, and things are moving along really. Yonda, Maria de Andrea, all these ladies see a change, and even are making that change happen. So. Peter, of course, and we're moving forward. All of this is, I'm feeling very positive about this year. I mean, Year of the Dragon, supposed to be a good year, Asian, by Asian reckoning. So, a lot of things are happening, and there we have that. So, my love to all who have supported me. This month was unusual in that yeah, we went down to the quarters. I was counting my quarters, but definitely made the rent. Thanks to the help from the lady in Canada. Thanks to Heather Holman. Thanks to, of course, other participants, Sammy Romero, Just everyone who participated, and Brooke Hagberg, Dylan, KP, all of you wonderful people out there. If I haven't credited you with this minor summary of contributors, I'll try and do so again with our next episode. You just go over everyone again with congratulations and thank yous, or congratulations to myself that you all helped me.
And our friend in the UK who gave the British pounds.
Yes.
She was so curious to know what we said about her. And
we forgot to mention it. We were going to